Chapter 641 Barrier. When Jia heard this, she didn't know how to answer. Although she had led him to the path of immortality, it was all thanks to him that he got to where he is today. How could she ask the other party to abandon the family to help her? Where are your mother and sister? Jia could only change the subject. They are all very good, and none of us support the Qi family's behavior. My father cannot resist family orders, so my sister and I drugged him. Qi Sheng could only think of this solution in the end. He could not change anything, and could not betray the Qi family. But he didn't want to betray his sister. All he could do was to keep the family neutral, and not participate. It's fine. But what are your plans in the future? Jia didn't expect Qi Sheng to make such a choice, and she was a little moved in her heart. My sister and I still practice in Wanjin sect, and my parents open a shop in Fanshe at the foot of the mountain to make a living. Qi Sheng smiled reluctantly. Anyway, because of Qi Lanqi, no one knew that they were direct descendants of the Qi family. Disciple? Then if you need my help, just ask me. Jia smiled slightly. Sheng'er was so talented, and now he has become a true disciple. So he will not be sad in the future. Sister, thank you. And I'm sorry. Qi Sheng thanked Jia for helping him all the time. He will always remember her kindness. And I'm sorry. I said it for the Qi family. After all, the Qi family attacked the Yi family for no reason and almost destroyed her family. Even if the Qi family was destroyed in the end, it was just because his skills were inferior to others, and he couldn't blame others. Jia smiled and nodded. She hoped that they would all be well. Then I'll leave first. Qi Sheng finally put down the stone in his heart and left. His parents are still waiting for him at home. Jia looked at Qi Sheng's leaving figure inside. Even though both of them understood that the Yi family was not to blame for this incident, there was still a gap after all. No matter what, the Qi family was destroyed in the hands of the Yi family. And Jia could completely understand the current situation. Now that the matter is over, she doesn't think about it anymore. In a person's life, there will always be people who drift away. 10,000 Devil's Cave. Yenemo looked at the silent disciple in front of him and sighed in his heart. He had just received the news that the Xi family had been destroyed. He immediately rushed over and informed his disciples of the news. Don't be sad. Practice well first, and then avenge the Xi family in the future. Yenemo didn't know the relationship between Si Ruochen and the Xi family, and thought he was too sad, and was afraid that he would rush out to take revenge now. But Si Ruochen didn't feel any sadness in his heart. He just regretted that the Xi family was not destroyed in his hands. It's a pity that I didn't fight side by side with Qiyue and Jiao, and I regret that I am so far away from them. Now that you have returned to foundation building, you have worked hard over the years to cultivate, and you will be able to form elixirs in a few years. Yenemo did not expect that the heavenly demon body would be so domineering. He was completely at home in this 10,000 demon cave, and his cultivation level had no trace of anything hindered growth. Master, don't worry. I won't take revenge. Si Ruochen remembered that he had only received all kinds of insults in the Xi family since he was a child. He had never experienced what care and love were. Even when he was being hunted, his good father never questioned him. Perhaps he had forgotten that he still had a son like him. After all, he has more than 20 children. So how can he think of himself? However, I don't know if his brothers and sisters are dead. After all, some of them are away from home. Chapter 642 Mobilization Meeting. Yenemo thought Si Ruochen said this on purpose to comfort himself. So he just sighed helplessly and left. He still needs to figure these things out on his own. Si Ruochen lowered his head and looked at the demonic energy emerging from his palms. His current appearance was all thanks to the Xi family. He didn't even know if Qiyue and Jia could still accept him when they met again. 10 days later, the entire Wanjian sect suddenly sounded the alarm. Jia was shocked. She didn't expect this beast tide to come so quickly. She put away the entire house. This time she remembered it. And her own house was comfortable to live in. After preparing everything, Jia went down the mountain peak and happened to meet Luo Chuan. And the two rushed to the martial arts field together. By the time Jia arrived, the martial arts arena was already crowded with disciples. As soon as Jia appeared, the entire martial arts arena suddenly fell silent for a moment. And then everyone started discussing Jia excitedly. They have long known about Fairy Jianyao from Wanjin sect, but few people have seen her. She really deserves to be the #1 beauty in the Northern Territory. She is so beautiful. Lin Ziyu looked at Jiyu in midair with some sadness. He still remembered that when he had not established the foundation, he took over the task of fighting for the Void Breath Grass. Among them was Yi Ziya. who had just practiced the 4th level of Qi. She was still a child at the beginning, but now she has become so slim and graceful. And now I am in the late stage of foundation building. But the opponent is already in the early stage of golden elixir. Qi Yu also didn't have that little girl he looked down upon now that she had left him far behind. He just hoped that the other party could forget what he had done and not argue with him. Qi Yu was a little embarrassed when she noticed the attention of so many people. But she still held on and maintained her image. She stood with her senior brother quite coldly and did not speak. Quiet! Luo Hong appeared on the high platform in a flash, suppressing everyone's discussion. Disciples of the Wanjin sect, listen to the order. A large beast wave broke out at the border of the Northwest Territory and the Northern Territory. We are now asking for disciples to go to support. All disciples who want to go can just go to the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall to sign up later. Luo Hong after glancing at all the disciples. I saw that Wanjin sect is getting better and better now. And there are more disciples. Nowadays, there are many more qualified new disciples. And this is all thanks to the junior sister. Nowadays, who in the Northern Territory doesn't know that Fairy Jianyao of Wanjin sect advanced to the Golden Elixir level at the age of 31? Of course, he deliberately let this news out. The junior sister told him with facts that sword cultivation with a single spiritual root can advance faster than magic cultivation. It advances quickly, has strong combat power, and is great at practicing swordsmanship. To register for this beast wave, monks must at least build a foundation, because the front line is full of dangers. Moreover, this beast wave will last for several years, and we need everyone to take turns to go to the front line. Luo Hong continued. Wanjin zone cannot live without people, so they can only come in turn. Furthermore, the Wanjin sect won't take any of the gains made by the beast-tied disciples this time, and they can also accumulate points based on their combat achievements and exchange them for supplies. As soon as Luo Hong finished speaking, the place became completely lively. The temptation is a bit too great. Sect contribution points are not easy to earn, but there are many good things that need to be exchanged for points. Moreover, from the beast tide, you can definitely get a lot of demon pills or demon beast corpses, which is a big gain. Everyone was excited. Even the Qi training monks wanted to go, but unfortunately they didn't have the chance. Chapter 643 Departure. Next, everyone go and sign up. The Miscellaneous Affairs Hall will divide you into batches. The first batch of disciples will set off in 3 days. Please prepare your own things. After Luo Hong said, he waved his hand, and everyone immediately started after it was over. Everyone was busy signing up and wanted to be the first to leave. Luo Hong looked at the disciples who were leaving quickly. They had not yet seen the death of the monks in the beast tide. By then, they would not be scrambling to go. True disciples like Ji Yao and Luo Chuan don't need to sign up, and they don't need to care about the batch. It's okay to just go with them when the time comes. Just when Jia was about to leave, she suddenly saw Li Yanran, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. At this time, Li Yanran was following a golden elixir male monk. Jia had not been in Wanjin sect for a long time and did not know who the senior brother was. But judging from his appearance, the two of them were very close. That senior brother seemed to be a simple and honest person, and he didn't know how he got involved with Li Yanran. In fact, in comparison, Jia felt that Qi Lanqi was better. At least the people were simpler. But this Li Yanran is not a fuel-efficient lamp. Li Yanran noticed Ji Yao's gaze, raised her eyes, and looked over. After realizing it was Ji Yao, she smiled unnaturally at Ji Yao. She was a little worried that Ji Yao would look down on her. After all, she had followed Qi Lanqi before. But Ji Yao withdrew her gaze. As long as the other party didn't mess with her and her friends, then what kind of person she was had nothing to do with her. No! Luo Chuan looked at Li Yanran and asked Ji Yao. We came in together before. Ji Yao nodded and didn't say much. Well, stay away from her. Luo Chuan frowned. That woman didn't look like a good person. His junior sister was stupid, so don't let her take advantage of her. Senior brother, don't worry. I know. Ji Yao smiled and nodded, then went to the sex exchange pavilion. Maybe she could get something good in exchange. 3 days later, the first batch of disciples gathered at the gate of the sect. This time, Wanjin sect sent a total of 2 nascent soul monks, 30 golden core monks, and 2,000 foundation establishment disciples. The nascent soul cultivators leading the team were Luo Chuan and a female cultivator in the middle nascent soul stage, Lu Bing. The two of them were each in charge of a spiritual boat and led everyone towards the northwest region. Wanjin's sect was a certain distance away from the northwest territory. So Jia went directly back to her room to continue studying the formation. With Nandong Yu's teachings before, her talisman making and carving formations had reached the 6th level, and she could barely be called a master. Jia sighed in her heart. There is a huge difference between being taught by someone and trying to figure it out on your own. In some places, you may have to study for months or even years, but someone else can answer your questions with just one sentence. On the other side, Xiaoqiuyue and Luo Qiuli also set off in the spirit boat. This time the Qing Mu sect led the team Shengguan Nanxian and another late nascent soul monk.
Junior brother C still hasn't replied?
Luo Qiuli looked at Xiaoqiuyue and asked with a slight frown.
Well, I haven't been able to get in touch.
Xiaoqiuyue nodded. She had been trying to contact junior brother C, but the communication talisman she sent out could not find his breath at all. For this reason, she went to find his master and learned that his soul lamp was fine and had not been extinguished. In fact, since he left, he hadn't returned to the sect for a long time, and she was always worried that something had happened to her. Chapter 644 Arrival.
He registered to take on a sect mission before, but it has been several years since he left, and there is no news at all.
Although Luo Qiuli is not particularly familiar with Siruachan. After all, they have been together for a while, so she is still a little worried.
Let's try again later.
Xiaoqiuyue put away the communication talisman and stopped worrying about this issue. Maybe junior brother C encountered some kind of opportunity. Jia, on the other side, didn't know that Siruachan had lost contact with her for several years. She always thought Siruachan had gone somewhere to practice. After all, it was normal for monks to go out for long-term training, and his communication talisman had long been destroyed by thunder. If she knew that Siruachan had lost contact for so long, she would have guessed what happened to him. It's just that she still thought that his fate had changed. After all, he had already established a foundation before, and had not become a demon cultivator. She was completely immersed in knowledge. 2 months later, the spirit boat slowed down and finally stopped in a huge valley. Jia came to the deck of the spirit boat and found that there were tents everywhere, which was obviously the base camp of the monks. One of the tall buildings rising out of thin air caught Jiu's attention. It looked like a monk's magic weapon, and should be a place for high-level monks to communicate.
When everyone comes down, follow me. Then set up the tent and rest by yourself. Tomorrow, we will go up and conduct a preliminary investigation.
Lu Bing ordered everyone. She also knew that senior brother Luo Chuan didn't like to talk, so these things were taken care of.
Yes.
The disciples were a little excited. They followed Lu Bing to an open space and began to set up tents. Jia doesn't need a tent, since she has a house. There is no need to be like others. She looked around briefly, but did not dare to use her spiritual consciousness. After all, there were so many monks here this time, and this behavior was impolite. This is a huge valley. They're everywhere, but it is simple and clear. And outside this valley, there is a natural formation that simply covers the valley, so that it is not easy to be discovered by monsters. After all, monsters rarely have formations.
Junior sister, you rest first. I'll go see the person in charge here first.
Luo Chuan told Jia seriously, and then left. Jia took out her mobile cabin, threw it into the open space, and immediately arranged it. Jiu smiled with satisfaction and went to sleep. She was going to the battlefield tomorrow, so she had to recharge her batteries. The disciples who were setting up tents were envious when they saw Jia's operation. But since he is a true disciple, it is normal for him to be treated like this. After all, no one stipulated that they couldn't use it. They just couldn't afford it. Qiyu came to Lin Ziyu's tent, frowned tightly, and said anxiously,
Brother Lin, do you think Uncle Yi still remembers us?
Lin Ziyu was silent. He not only hoped that the other party would remember him, but also hoped that the other party would forget him.
What if she wants to care about her?
Qiyu was really worried, especially for himself, because he spoke too much at the beginning. At that time, he didn't know that she was so talented and that she was the daughter of the head of the He family. After all, how could the disciples of a big family be so miserable? If she had known his identity earlier, he would not have shown any shame to her.
Probably not.
Although Lin Ziyu only had contact with Ji once, he still felt that she was not this kind of person. Chapter 645 Beast Tide 1.
I hope not. We still have to be careful. After all, it is so dangerous here. If you are not careful, you will fall into the trap of others.
Chi was always worried, and his heart was full of precautions. Lindsay nodded, thinking that the people he once looked down on were now far more than him. And he still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. It seems that this time, the beast tide will have to work hard and strive to improve its cultivation level as soon as possible. The next day, Gio got up and put away the house. After all, she couldn't guarantee that she would come back here every time, so it would be more convenient to take it with her. The disciples of Wanjian sect have also packed up, and everyone gathered together, waiting for Jinju and Lu Bing and Jinju and Lu Chuan. None of the people who came to participate in the beast tide battle this time had Gio's friends, so she stood alone. Several Jindan monks wanted to go up and say hello, but seeing Ji Yao's cold look made them give up. After all, geniuses like this are quite arrogant, and it would be bad to embarrass them when the time comes.
Follow me!
Lu Bing glanced at the disciples lightly and found that everyone was here. So he led Gio and the others towards the front line. Gio never saw her senior brother appear, so something must have happened. And beside Gio and the others, there were many other disciples. This time, the 4 major sects, 4 major families, and other medium-sized families in the Northern Territory have sent people to participate in the Beast Tide War. After all, although there are bound to be casualties, the benefits are also extremely considerable. Half an hour later, everyone stopped at a mountain range. As soon as Gio got close, she heard various sounds of fighting. She stepped forward and looked down the mountain range, and found that there was a huge plain below, which even her consciousness could not completely cover. The plain was filled with black people and monsters, and all kinds of spells were flying. The ground was covered with the corpses of monsters and monks. The blood had soaked into the ground, and even the ground turned dark red. Suddenly, a foundation building monk was torn in half by an exploding bear, and was then thrown to the ground casually. Gio's heart sank. This scene was too tragic. The other disciples also noticed that all the excitement disappeared, especially some monks who have just established their foundation and have not experienced much life and death experience. It is really uncomfortable to see such a tragic situation.
As you can see, this is a battlefield, not a place for everyone to play. You must pay attention to safety after going down. I hope everyone can come back alive.
Lu Bing reminded. These disciples don't know how many of them can come back.
Everyone, please go down. The monks from the Qingmu sect will come to take over at dusk. Everyone will come back then.
Lu Bing waved his hand and motioned for everyone to go down. The current tide of beasts is not high-level monsters, so it is just for them. Opportunities for experience. Jia pursed her lips, took out Li Yuan, and flew away in the air. Seeing this, the other disciples also flew down with their swords. Ji Yao and others landed on the ground. The disciples who had been fighting all breathed a sigh of relief and began to pack up the loot and withdraw from the battlefield. They need to go back and rest before they can continue fighting. As soon as Xia landed, she faced a 5th-level monster. She split it in half with a single strike of her sword. The monster's cultivation level was too low, and it was no match for her. There were all low-level monsters here. Xia simply put away Li Yuan and directly cooperated with the teleportation to kill the monsters with her fists. Chapter 646 Beast Tide 2. Xia came behind a 4th-level monster and punched it directly on the neck.
Crack!
Suddenly, the monster's neck bones were completely broken and it fell down. Xia didn't waste any time. This low-level monster hadn't even generated the demon elixir yet, so it wasn't worth wasting time. She continued to attack the monsters around her. Not long after, a large area of space was cleared around Xia, surrounded by corpses of monster beasts that looked quite intact, while other Wanjian sect disciples all used swords. The monsters killed by Foundation Establishment disciples usually have many wounds on their bodies, blood everywhere, and their fur is damaged. The monsters killed by Jindan monks usually only have 1 or 2 wounds, and their fur is also very complete. Only the monsters killed by Jiyao had all their fur intact and no wounds on their bodies. If they were sold, the price would be much higher. And Jio kills monsters too fast. She keeps flashing and can kill a monster with just 1 punch. After all, her body refining skills are already at the late stage of Jindan, so it is easy to deal with these low-level monsters. Her speed quickly attracted everyone's attention. Not long after she started, she was already surrounded by corpses, but there was not a trace of blood on her body. Chi watched Ji Yao suddenly appear behind a monster beast, and with just a simple punch, the monster fell down. His heart trembled, and he became even more nervous when he remembered the stupid things he had done before. She was only at the middle stage of foundation establishment. If she killed him, it would be like chopping vegetables. Xiao didn't pay attention to this at all. She was completely involved in it. Since her mission was to kill the monsters, she didn't have to hold back and just had a good fight. Lu Bing stood on the mountain range, looking at the quickly vacated area below, and nodded lightly. As expected, he was from Zufeng. In addition to Ziyao, there is another female disciple who is also very powerful. She has reached the late stage of Jindan cultivation and can kill a monster with one sword. Now the surroundings are empty. For sword cultivators, it is a very good thing to be able to kill enemies so happily. So everyone becomes more and more excited as they fight, eager to kill these monsters without leaving any trace behind. But as time went by, everyone's spiritual energy was gradually consumed and the speed slowed down. The disciples began to take the elixir while killing the monsters. Only Xiao, at this time, was still as if she had been given blood. In her eyes, there were only monsters left. The spiritual power in her body was constantly regenerating, so she had no worries. The disciples of Wanjian sect did not dare to rush forward as arrogantly as before. Instead, they chose to cooperate and step forward in batches. The other disciples were behind to replenish their spiritual power so that they could sustain themselves for a long time. Here is a vanguard team of monster beasts, also to familiarize the disciples with this kind of battle. Then when the big troops arrive, it's a real life or death moment. The disciples who were replenishing their spiritual power were a little surprised when they looked at Ji Yao's excited look. Although Fairy Jianao has a good reputation, and they know that she is strong in battle. But judging from her appearance, she is a very beautiful woman. Who is this body cultivator who is so jealous now? Groups of monks were replaced one after another. Everyone was surprised at the beginning, but in the end, they were completely numb. This is a complete perversion. Chapter 647 Beast Tide 3. 3 hours have passed, and they haven't seen her take the pill once. And her attacks have not weakened at all. They just keep repeating the same actions like a machine. At this time, Ji Yao was surrounded by hundreds of meters of densely packed bodies of monster beasts, some of which were piled on top of each other, which looked extremely spectacular. And she was very small compared to those monster beasts. So she shuttled between those monster beasts. Sometimes she would not be able to see her, and she would find that a monster beast had fallen. Ji Yao was really excited at this time. She felt that this black and white gas was a trap that could restore blood infinitely. Her spiritual power is constantly regenerating, and there is no sign of exhaustion at all. This feeling is simply not too good. I just don't know if this black and white gas can repair the body's injuries, or is it simply regeneration of spiritual power? This issue will definitely have the opportunity to be verified in future battles. Jia smiled and continued to rush into the group of monsters. When Xia Qiyu and Luo Qiuli came to the mountains, the first thing they saw when they looked down was Xia. That large area is really too conspicuous, and there are many other places that are vacant, but it is still far behind the area in Jia. Xia Qiyu watched Jia constantly shuttle among the monsters and smiled. This girl was now completely immersed in it. Many of the disciples from the Qingmu sect had met Jia at the sect competition, and they were all talking about her enthusiastically. After all, in terms of the growth rate of her cultivation alone, she is the #1 genius in the Northern Territory. And looking at his current appearance, his combat power is really strong. Next, you will go down and replace the disciples of Wanjin sect. Please be careful. Shangguan Nanxian seriously warned the disciples. Yes. The Qingmu sect disciple responded excitedly, and then rushed down. When the disciples of Wanjian sect saw the disciples of Qingmu sect rushing forward to kill the monster, they finally stopped and began to collect their trophies. This time, everyone's harvest is not small. Jia rushed far away alone, and she didn't realize that someone had already come to meet her. When she was dealing with the monster, a sword light suddenly split the monster in half. She looked up and found that the person was actually Qiyu. Qiyu smiled, walked up to Qiyu and punched a monster to death. Go back. I'll do the rest. Xia Qiyu also smiled. She also wanted to have a good fight. Okay. Then be careful. Qiyu nodded, then turned around and started cleaning up her trophies. She didn't need to worry about Qiyu's strength at all. She specially set aside a storage ring to collect the monster's corpse. After finally collecting everything, she flew up to the mountains in the air. At this time, all the disciples of Wanjian sect have returned. Not bad. Everyone is back. Lu Bing nodded with satisfaction. These monsters were not high in cultivation, but everyone knew how to cooperate. but they were all still alive and well.
Come on! Let's go back to the camp. After we get back, you can go to the exchange office to exchange these corpses for points, which can then be exchanged for elixirs and other things.
Lu Bing mentioned and took everyone back to the camp. As soon as he returned to the camp, Lu Bing left. Jia followed the disciples to the exchange office and found that many monks were coming in and out, which was quite lively. It turned out that besides their entrance to the plain, there were monsters attacking in other places. Chapter 648 Beast Tide 4. Jia came to the exchange office and gave them all the monsters in the storage ring. When several disciples saw Ji Yao with so many corpses of monsters, they were all shocked, and their eyes changed when they looked at her. Ji Yao didn't take it seriously, and then turned around and left after getting the points token. She was going to get to know the camp. This beast tide is present in the northern and western regions, and there is no chance that the two parties will encounter each other in the future. There were also a lot of people coming from the northern territory this time. Everyone else went to the front line. Only the people from the alchemy sect did not go to the front line, because their main task was to refine alchemy. And most alchemy cultivators are not very powerful in combat, so it would be a pity to lose them like this. Along the way, Gio has seen many people conducting private transactions, and a market has spontaneously formed here. But there was nothing she needed here, and it wasn't worth her staying too long. Finally, she arrived not far from the alchemy room. This place was actually more lively than the exchange office, and among them, the outside of a tent was particularly lively. Jiyu was a little curious. Could it be that the person here was some kind of alchemy master? Because most of the elixirs that everyone needs now are rejuvenation elixirs and rejuvenation elixirs. It is unlikely that an elixir master will appear to refine elixirs.
Give way! Give way!
When Jiyu was curious, a group of people suddenly ran behind her, and they hurriedly squeezed towards Jiyu. Ji Yao frowned and stepped aside slightly, while the group of disciples hurriedly ran towards the busy tent, as if they were afraid that the elixir would be gone. Only one disciple noticed their abruptness and stopped with some embarrassment, wanting to apologize to Ji Yao. But when he turned around and saw Ji Yao, he was stunned. Ji Yao was already rude when she saw the other party, and now she was looking at her like this, and she frowned in displeasure. The disciple finally came to his senses, but his face suddenly turned red. He had never seen anyone so handsome.
I'm sorry. We didn't mean it.
The disciple stuttered a little, and glanced at Gio sheepishly.
It doesn't matter.
Gio nodded lightly, not having a good impression of him. She took one look at the popular tent and planned to turn around and leave. After all, there was nothing to see here.
That fellow Taoist is not a senior.
The disciple only now noticed that Ji Yao was actually a Jin Dan cultivator, and quickly changed his mind.
Is something wrong?
Gio looked sideways at him and asked.
We are just going to redeem the elixir. We really didn't mean to bump into the senior.
The disciple didn't dare to look directly at Ji Yao. A few of them actually offended the senior Jin Dan.
Yeah, I got it.
Jia nodded and didn't take it seriously. She wasn't so petty.
Is there any alchemy master here who is refining alchemy?
Ji Yao asked smoothly.
Oh, that's Fairy Zhao Yashi from the alchemy sect.
The disciple replied with some embarrassment. The reason why a group of them were so anxious was to get to the front of the line and redeem the elixir from the fairy. Ever since Fairy Zhao came to the camp, there have been people coming and going here every day, all wanting to take the opportunity to talk to the beauty. But he didn't expect that a more beautiful beauty would appear here. When Jia heard this, she suddenly realized that it was Zhao Yashi, the Danzong genius, who ranked second on the Northern Territory beauty list. Chapter 649 Beast Tide 5. After understanding what was going on, Ji Yao was no longer curious, turned around and left. It seemed that these male cultivators always wanted to take the opportunity to talk to someone when they saw her beauty. The disciple didn't expect Ji Yao to leave immediately, and looked at Ji Yao's back with a sense of loss. It wasn't until Ji Yao's figure completely disappeared that he went to line up.
What's wrong with you? You're here now. Be careful because the elixir will be gone soon, and we won't have a chance to see Fairy Zhao.
Some of the disciples' friends didn't quite understand why the most positive person in the past was so slow this time.
I just saw a beauty. More beautiful than Fairy Zhao.
The disciple looked at his friend, a little annoyed that he didn't ask the beauty's name before.
Not better than Fairy Zhao. Hey.
Fairy Zhao is second on the beauty list. Could it be that you have also met Fairy Jianyao?
The friend sneered. Fairy Jianyao is famous for being mysterious. He has seen her in the Northern Territory. There are very few people.
Maybe it's really her? After all, Wanjian sect is here too.
The disciple mumbled back, saying that she was indeed more beautiful than Fairy Zhao.
Wake up. She's a 31-year-old genius who has advanced to the golden elixir, which sect wouldn't support her well if she meets one, for fear of falling down. This beast wave is so dangerous. How could they let her come here?
That friend said, shaking his head. Which sect would be willing to give up such a treasure? The disciple was right when he heard it, and stopped refuting. It might be someone he didn't know.
Come on. It's our turn.
The friend patted him excitedly. Finally, they were in line, and the two hurried forward. On the other side, Xia received the communication talisman from Luo Chuan and went to the tall building. As soon as she entered, Xia felt that she was locked by several qi machines. Xia frowned. This feeling of being investigated was very unpleasant. But fortunately, this kind of exploration only happened in a moment, and everyone took it back.
I've met all the seniors.
Xia stepped forward and saluted the senior nascent souls. There are more than a dozen nascent soul monks here. Some from the 4 major sects, some from the 4 major families, and some Zhiyao have never seen before and should be from middle-level families. The nascent soul monk led by Yejia this time was Zhiyao's 4th uncle, who was looking at Zhiyao with a smile.
As expected, he is a disciple of Venerable Jian Song. He is really talented and well-deserved.
The Yuaning monk from the Dan sect looked at Zhiyao and boasted with a smile.
Yes. Yes.
Others also agreed. Let's not mention whether Zhiyao is excellent or not. With the relationship between Jian Song and Luo Chuan, everyone has to give her face.
Oh, so what if he is a genius? He is just an early-stage golden elixir. So don't die among the monsters.
Xian Zhou, a nascent soul monk from the Shenin sect, suddenly mocked and looked at Zhiyao with a sneer. No one expected Xian Zhou to speak like this, and the scene became awkward for a while. Luo Chuan couldn't listen to what others said about his junior sister, and immediately looked at Xian Zhou with murderous intent.
Why? You're not allowed to tell the truth? Humph. Others are afraid of you, Luo Chuan. But I'm not afraid.
Xian Zhou was very angry when he looked at Luo Chuan. He and his master have had grievances with their Jian Song ancestral peak lineage for a long time, and they will not give them face. A junior sister whom my master once liked very much ended up falling in love with Jian Song and would die for him. And he had fallen in love with a female disciple of the Qingmu sect before. But he didn't expect that person to like Luo Chuan. Chapter 650 Beast Tide 6. Thinking of these sad past events, Xian Zhou wanted to rush up to Luo Chuan for a fight.
Uh-huh. Fellow Taoist Xian is still as joking as always.
The nascent soul monk from Danzong hurriedly came out to smooth things over, fearing that they would really fight. Most of the people in the Alchemy sect have good tempers, and because of the elixir trade, they usually have a good relationship with the disciples of the other 3 sects, and everyone will give him face. But this Xian Zhou is also famous for his bad temper. In one sentence,
the stones in the pit are smelly and hard.
It's just that his temper has offended countless people. It's not that he has a bad character, but that he has an unforgiving mouth. Sure enough, Xian Zhou didn't give him any face at all, and snorted coldly and continued.
Who is kidding? Some people don't know how to quickly level up. Maybe they can't even defeat the 6th level monster.
As soon as he said these words, even the 4th uncle of the Yi family couldn't bear to listen. He knew that Xian Zhou always targeted the lineage of Venerable Jian Song, but it was too much to say that his family was 17.
Ha! We 17 are really not as good as you, fellow Taoist Xian. Who doesn't know that you have advanced to the golden elixir when you are more than 120 years old?
The 4th uncle of the Yi family looked at Xian Zhou mockingly. Who doesn't know that his talent was extremely poor before?
And he didn't advance to the golden elixir until he was over 100 years old. Then he got an unknown opportunity, and suddenly he soared into the sky. Xian Zhou's face turned green when he heard this. This was the last thing he wanted to mention. Xia was speechless listening to them below. It was obvious that this person had some beef with his senior brother and was taking it out on himself here. But she wasn't angry at all. She could prove to him with her strength that no one in her Jian Song Zhu peak was weak.
Okay, stop arguing and let's get down to business.
At this moment, a nascent soul female cultivator from the Shenin sect spoke up. Seeing that his senior sister had already spoken, Xian Zhou did not dare to continue making trouble.
You are Yi Zhiao. You are indeed a good boy.
The female cultivator first praised Xia officially, and then started talking about business.
We are here to ask you to help us set up formations for several valley entrances. so that the monsters can attack the valley entrances later. Of course, you are not the only one. We will recruit all disciples who know formations.
The female cultivator looked at Jia with a smile. During the previous battle at Yejia, many eyes saw that she could arrange formations out of thin air. This is definitely a master-level figure. But they have never heard of such a formation technique. But this girl also has a strong background. Otherwise, someone would have asked her how to do it. Jia didn't expect that this was why they called her here. She raised her eyes and looked at Luochuan. And she was relieved when her senior brother nodded to her. It seems that this mission should not be too dangerous. Otherwise, senior brother would not be able to agree to go by himself.
Yes.
Jia agreed to the task. It would be good to be able to contribute to the Northern Territory.
Ha ha. Good boy. Then you go back and rest for a while. We will call you when the time comes.
Seeing her agree, the nascent soul female cultivator smiled slightly. This little girl is quite intelligent and not full of arrogance because of her talent.
Junior, please take your leave first.
Jia bowed and then left.
Humph.
Xi and Zhou snorted coldly when he saw Jia retreating, thinking she was wise.
Junior brother Xian.
The nascent soul female cultivator's face darkened. This junior brother Xian is really a stick. Don't even look at what's going on now. Chapter 651 Beast Tide 7. Luochuan has also been locking Xi and Zhou. He and his master don't care. But if he wants to touch his junior sister, he can't keep him. However, Xi and Zhou didn't know that Luochuan had such thoughts. He was simply angry with Luochuan. And at the same time, he was a little envious of Ji Yao's talent. Jia left the high-rise building and went to Xiaofeng City to buy a map. I just came here and don't know anything about these passes. Since he was going to set up a formation, he had to figure out what was going on first. After buying the map, Jia returned to her camp. After taking out the house, she went back to the room and took out the map. The entire northern region and the northwest region are hundreds of thousands of kilometers long. And these places may be chosen as attack locations by monsters. It's just that the roads in some places are rugged. Or there are some special circumstances. So the monsters have no choice. As for the remaining places, there are several places that are particularly vulnerable to attack. One of them is the plain where Jia and the others went. According to the senior's wishes, he should go to several places and set up formations in those places so that he could resist the disciples for a period of time after their defeat, so as to buy some time for the supporting monks behind him. After all, once these gates are breached, the monsters will scatter in all directions without restraint, and it will be extremely difficult for the Northern Territory to deal with them again. While studying the map, Jia studied how she wanted to set up the formation, and which terrain was suitable for which formation. If possible, she did not intend to use the formations of the formations belonging to the factions, but chose the factions that are currently circulating and relied on the things on the scene to directly depict the formations. But this was her first time. She had only tried to carve array discs before, and this was her first time using local materials like this. Early the next morning, Jiyu received a message from Luochuan and rushed towards an exit of the camp. As soon as she passed there, she found that there were dozens of people waiting there. There were 2 Jindan monks inside, 1 male and 1 female, and the rest were all Foundation Establishment disciples.
Everyone will obey Yi Jiao's instructions for this operation and fully cooperate with her arrangements. After setting up formations at several checkpoints, we will rush back immediately. If there is any danger, your life safety is the first priority.
The Yuaning female cultivator warned these people with a serious look, and at the same time took out a more detailed map and handed it to Jiao, which had already marked the places where the formation needed to be set up.
Disciple, obey!
All the disciples agreed in unison, but their eyes always glanced at Jiao. It turns out that the Northern Territory beauty list is all true.
Go!
The nascent soul female cultivator smiled at Jiao, then turned and left. Jiao looked at the dozens of disciples in front of her, and then said seriously,
"Since I am responsible for this mission, I hope that everyone can obey the orders and not cause the entire mission to fail because of one person."
She was afraid that if she met that kind of smart aleck person, everyone would have to save him.
Yes.
Everyone agreed enthusiastically, and they must listen to the beauty's words. Jiao didn't say much, just took out a spirit boat and threw it into the air.
Let's go!
Jiao took the lead and walked up, and the remaining disciples followed one after another. Jiao looked at the map, chose the nearest pass, and flew over in the spirit boat. There are only 7 female disciples among the disciples this time, and the others are male disciples. Therefore, Several female disciples gathered together, and it was good to have someone to talk to. Chapter 652 Beast Tide 8. But Jia was sensitive to the fact that other female disciples were afraid to approach the golden elixir female cultivator. Could it be because of her cultivation? But looking at everyone's eyes, in addition to fear, there is also a trace of disgust? Jia raised her eyebrows curiously. It seemed that this golden elixir female cultivator had a story. At this time, the female cultivator also looked at Jia, but just glanced at her indifferently, and then looked outside the spirit boat.
Very Jianyao.
Those female cultivators were also observing Jia before, and found that she didn't seem particularly arrogant. So someone took the initiative to say hello.
Hello.
Jia smiled and nodded. Seeing that Jia was so easy to get in touch with, the female cultivators all came over. After all, they should seize the opportunity to make friends with talented disciples.
Very Jianyao. You have to be careful. Our trip may not go smoothly.
One of the girls with a bun face said to Jia mysteriously.
It didn't go well? Why?
Jia's expression immediately became serious. If there was really any danger, she could prepare in advance.
Although I don't know. It will definitely not go well.
The girl with the bun face said, and glanced in the direction of the golden elixir female cultivator.
Yes. Yes.
Other female cultivators also echoed, looking worried. Jia frowned. What does this have to do with the golden elixir female cultivator?
What basis do you have?
Jia still planned to ask clearly. After all, she brought these people out, and she had to take them out properly. The girl with the bun face hesitated for a while, but still chose to send the message to Jia.
That's the female golden elixir monk named Jiang Yi. She is very famous. And the reason for her fame is not because of anything else, but because she is unlucky.
The girl with the bun face shuddered when she thought of the legend of that female monk.
Unlucky? How unlucky can it be?
Jia asked curiously, raising her eyebrows.
I heard that few people who are friends with her will survive. And as long as they are close to her, the bad luck will be contagious. Her bad luck is such that you can never imagine that you will be so unlucky.
The girl didn't know what to say, but she really didn't dare to approach her. Although Jia was a little curious, she didn't care much. No matter how unlucky she was, it should be okay. Right? I don't know who is more unlucky than the golden elixir female cultivator or her own luck. But in the end, she still kept an eye out to be prepared for any sudden situations. After all, most of the rumors in the cultivation world had their origins. Since so many people are afraid of her bad luck, it might actually be something serious.
However, her bad luck is also strange. Even though she is unlucky, she can always save the day. But the people around her often don't survive the next day, even if they are really unlucky.
The girl with the bun face was a little distressed. When I saw Jiang Yi on this trip, I almost cried.
That's it.
Jia nodded and looked at the lonely Jiang Yi, inexplicably seeing a hint of loneliness in her. After all, most people really can't look away from their relatives and friends who have died due to their own bad luck. If it were me, I probably wouldn't dare to make new friends. Several girls did not dare to keep talking about Jiang Yi. After all, he was also a Jindan monk and could not be offended. Everyone turned around and started discussing the experience of this beast wave. Chapter 653 Beast Tide 9. An hour later, everyone finally arrived at the first pass. Jia was not in a hurry to lower the spirit boat. She first used her spiritual consciousness to scan the area below. After confirming that there was no danger, she lowered the spirit boat.
We're here.
Jia put the spirit boat away after everyone went down. This place is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and there is a valley in front of it. It is a place that is easy to defend but difficult to attack. If the monster wants to get through, it needs to break through this valley. And there are some flying monsters, and some high-level monsters that may have to be shrouded in midair. Jia frowned and began to think about the terrain here, and what formation should be used better. The other 2 Jindan monks in the factory were also walking around, planning to see how to set up the formation. Only those foundation building disciples stayed quietly, waiting for orders at any time.
Fellow Taoist Jiang. Fellow Taoist Lin. What formation do you think is suitable here?
Jia came to the 2 of them, intending to listen to their opinions. After all, the 2 of them are much older than me, so they might have good suggestions.
9 transformation soul leading array,
Jiang Yi said coldly, his face expressionless throughout.
Well, fellow Taoist Zhang's choice is very suitable.
Lin Wei, the male golden elixir cultivator, also nodded in agreement. The terrain of this place is excellent. And if it is equipped with the 9 turns leaving soul formation, it will be even more powerful. If the monster wants to attack, it must spend some effort.
This is a good choice.
Gio nodded after hearing this. The 9-turn soul formation uses a combination of illusion formation and attack formation. Each link is linked together. A total of 9 levels must be passed before one can truly break out of the formation. For those low-level monsters, it is indeed very suitable. After all, most low-level monsters are not very intelligent, and it is impossible to pass the 9 levels.
But what level can we arrange for this formation? If you don't have talent, you will be able to create a 4th level formation.
Lin Wei asked Gio modestly. Gio looked at Jiangyi and saw that she was also nodding. It seemed that she could only create 4th level formations.
If we want to set up this formation, we definitely need everyone to cooperate. Otherwise, it will take a month just for this formation.
Gio turned to look at the disciples and began to assign work.
Later, the foundation building disciples will divide the work and find a suitable place to carve the basic lines. The 2 fellow Taoists will be responsible for some of the complex lines. As for the final connection, I will do it.
In this natural environment, when engraving a formation, you don't have to worry about it being scrapped if it breaks midway like a formation disc. When carving an array, you can carve its other parts first, and then connect everything together to form a complete array. The most important thing is the final connection. If there is even the slightest difference, the formation will be scrapped. But everyone else is of a lower level than him. So this last step can only be completed by himself.
Disciple, I obey.
The foundation building disciples quickly agreed and began to assign the sections that each person was responsible for. After the assignments were made, everyone separated and began to look for things that could depict the formation. Gio watched everyone start working in an orderly manner and nodded in her heart. Fortunately, they were all relatively reliable disciples. But what formation should I use in midair? You can use the attribute power here to keep the formation running without worrying about time. But what specific formation is more lethal, so that they won't dare to try it again after trying it? Chapter 654 Beast Tide 10. After all, if those monsters keep attacking the formation, or encounter high-level monsters, they can violently break the formation. Therefore, you must think of a formation that can scare them and prevent them from easily trying to break the formation. After thinking for a long time, Xia suddenly remembered that there was an ancient formation in the ancient formation book that Nangong Yu gave her. That formation is called
Dozhuan Xingshi Grand Formation.
This formation can suddenly teleport people away when the formation is violently broken. If the monster breaks the formation, it will find itself suddenly somewhere else. After returning here, they will definitely come back to break the formation without giving up. At this time, they will find that they have been teleported away again. This situation will definitely cause a certain amount of panic to the monsters. It's just that this formation does not belong to the formation sect. So you need to try to change the method of drawing the formation yourself. Xia doesn't know whether she can succeed, but she plans to give it a try. In the future, she will eventually integrate other formations into the formation sect. After calming down her mood, Xia released Yunling and stepped on it to rise into the air. Others also noticed Xiao's behavior. Some didn't understand what she was going to do, but they didn't care much and continued to immerse themselves in doing their own things. Xia looked at the sky, and the method of depicting the great formation of stars came to mind. And then she stretched out her right hand and drew the first stroke according to its painting method. On the other side, Jiangyi stared at the shattered stone in his hand, frowning. This was already the 10th stone that had broken in her hands. She dropped the stone in her hand and searched around for something she could use. Soon, she discovered a stone wall outside a cave. This stone wall was obviously very suitable for carving formations. Jiangyi went straight to the outside of the stone wall. A disciple on the side didn't care about carving the formation at the moment and quickly moved to another place. Jiangyi paused, then continued to walk to the stone wall, took a carving pen and started carving. But before she even finished a few strokes, the stone wall suddenly began to collapse, and eventually the entire cave collapsed. The huge collapse sound startled Gio and almost made her lose all her efforts. She tried to stabilize the formation and looked down, only to see that something collapsed below and there was dust everywhere. And Jiangyi was standing in front of the collapsed ruins, looking incomprehensible. The surrounding disciples all looked at Jiangyi in horror. Sure enough, this man was as unlucky as the legend said. The disciple who had just moved his position was also patting his chest happily at this moment. Fortunately, he ran fast.
Otherwise he would definitely be buried under the cave. When Jia saw that no one was injured, she continued to draw the formation. At this time, she thought it was Jiang Yi's mistake that damaged the cave, and she didn't know that it collapsed on her own. Jiang Yi clenched her fists, but her heart was filled with a feeling of powerlessness. She didn't know why she was so unlucky. The day the baby was born, his family changed from a wealthy family to a down-and-out family in debt. And I can choke when I drink milk and choke when I eat. As long as you carry money, it will fall. And if you walk, you will fall. Later, he finally lived to the age of 5 and started to practice. Even absorbing spiritual power would cause problems, and he would almost become possessed at every turn. An accident is bound to happen as soon as you go on a mission. And several of your good friends were implicated and died because of your luck. Gradually, everyone noticed that she was abnormal and began to stay away from her. She has no family background, no master, no friends, and no spiritual pets. Some people are alone. Chapter 655 Beast Tide 11. Jiang Yi's expression changed several times. But finally, he loosened his fist and looked for another place again. All the disciples avoided her. After all, everyone was afraid of being implicated and suffering unreasonable disasters. Finally, Jiang Yi chose an open space and started carving directly on the open space. This time, nothing happened again. 3 hours later, Jia concentrated on painting the last stroke, and suddenly a formation pattern flashed across the sky, and then disappeared. The disciples were shocked by this formation. They all looked up and saw the formation gradually disappearing. Jiang Yi frowned. She had never seen such a formation method before. She could draw a formation out of thin air without the help of formation discs, formation flags or spirit stones, or carving formations. Ji Yao breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that her formation was successfully completed. In the past few hours, she had been highly concentrated and did not dare to relax at all, fearing that all her previous efforts would be wasted because of a small mistake. Many disciples have already finished the formation below. Jia fell to the ground, put Yunling away, and started to check if there was anything wrong. The disciples selected from the camp all had relatively good foundations in formations, but Ji Yao didn't find any problems. Finally, Jiu came to Jiang Yi. Just when Jiu was about to speak, she suddenly noticed something falling from above, and she quickly dodged away. Jiu was speechless as she looked at the bird poop that fell from her previous position. She was really lucky. It seemed that even if she survived the disaster, her luck would not be that good. At this time, Jia didn't know that this bad luck was brought by Jiang Yi in front of her, and thought that she was too unlucky. Jiang Yi lowered her head silently as she watched Jio almost being hit by bird droppings. Now, even if you are not a friend, it is dangerous just to get close to her. Fellow Taoist Jiang did a very good job. Jiao found that Jiang Yi was very talented. The formation he drew was perfect, without any flaws, and the intensity was also controlled very well. Yes! Jiang Yi just responded lightly, then silently stepped away. When Jia saw her retreating, she raised her eyebrows. It seemed that she was not lovable, and the other party didn't want to touch her. But she doesn't force it. As long as she cooperates well and completes the task. Jia checked all the parts. After finding no problems, she began to prepare to connect them. Everyone, pay attention to your surroundings. Jia warned everyone and then began to connect parts one by one. Half an hour later, Jia finally stopped carving, and a formation suddenly appeared directly. This is a 6th grade 9-turn soul-leaving formation. Other disciples, including Jiang Yi and others, did not expect Jia to be able to create a 6th grade formation. This is a formation master. Many disciples were upset. Not only did Fairy Jianyi's cultivation grow rapidly, but she was also so talented in formations. They didn't know how she practiced. Okay, we have completed this first task. Jia looked at the formation in front of her with satisfaction. Her own formation was taught by her master and Nangongyu and was produced by experts. Let's go! Let's go to the next pass. Jia took out the spirit boat and waved the disciples up. Jiang Yi walked silently at the end, keeping distance from everyone. But just when she stepped onto the spirit boat, her feet suddenly slipped, and she was so startled that she quickly flew away from the spirit boat. Chapter 656 Beast Tide 12. Jia noticed the movement and looked towards the spirit boat, but found nothing wrong. It's just that Jiang Yi is standing in midair at this time, looking very bad. The other disciples were all staring at Jiang Yi. If she hadn't been there, they might have started talking. After all,
Have you ever seen how many monks slip while walking? At this time, Shiyu also remembered what they said about Jiang Yi's unlucky physique. It's just slipping. It's nothing.
Let's go!
Shiyu didn't take it to heart and greeted Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi nodded, returned to the spirit boat, found a corner and sat down.
Everyone, hurry up and restore your spiritual power. We must hurry up and set up the formation as soon as possible.
Shiyu reminded her quickly as she saw that everyone was already tired at this time. After hearing this, everyone took the elixir and began to meditate to restore their spiritual power. Shiyu stood on the deck to protect them and looked at the surrounding environment. Not long after, Shiyu suddenly stopped the spirit boat.
Get ready to fight.
Shiyu looked at the group of flying eagles that suddenly appeared in front of her with a serious expression, and quickly warned. This sudden change woke the disciples up from their meditation, and everyone was a little frightened when they saw the densely packed flying eagles in front of them.
It seems that they should be the vanguard of the monster beasts. We just happened to meet them.
Lin Wei frowned tightly. Although the flying eagles were not of high rank, they were too numerous. If it really continues to be consumed, I'm afraid many disciples will be injured. When those flying eagles saw Zhi Yao's spirit boat, they pounced on it one after another. Zhi Yao's heart trembled, and she threw a piece of thunder net out. And then she held the Yuan sword and struck out with the sword's artistic conception of thunder attribute. Suddenly, a large piece of flying eagle was burned directly by the divine thunder and fell down. Everyone did not expect Shiyu to be able to launch a group attack. They all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this. Everyone threw various spells at Fei Ying. Jiang Yi's magic weapon is a knife, but she is not a sword practitioner. She just likes to use knives. As she slashed out with her sword, a red sword light suddenly flashed and knocked down a large number of flying eagles. At the same time, she made a magic spell with her left hand. Suddenly, the surrounding trees suddenly began to wither, but her own cultivation level suddenly increased by 1 level. Then she threw dozens of fireballs towards the eagles. The fireball crackled and burned, and countless flying eagles fell. Shiyu also noticed Jiang Yi's attack, and was a little surprised when she saw that the surrounding trees had absorbed spiritual power from her. Is there such an operation? But she just looked at it, and then went back to her own battle. She flew towards the group of flying eagles, and countless lotus flowers rose up wherever she passed, wrapping the flying eagles. The chaos sky fire burned fiercely, and the flying eagles disappeared without even leaving their bodies. Shiyu looked serious, and used various methods frequently to kill the flying eagle extremely quickly. And no one has ever seen such a beautiful attack method, especially the female cultivators, who are a little envious in their hearts. An hour later, everyone's spiritual power was exhausted again, leaving only 3 golden elixir monks Zhi Yao still holding on.
There aren't many flying eagles left. Let's destroy them in one fell swoop,
Zhi Yao said towards the 2 of them, and then struck out with a reincarnation. As soon as the sword came out, there was a chi-chi-chi sound in the air, and a powerful force of destruction came. Even Jiang Yi and the 2 of them had their hairs standing on end. Chapter 657 Beast Tide, 13. As soon as reincarnation went away, it sucked in countless flying eagles and disappeared in the blink of an eye. As expected, the black door appeared again, and the souls of countless flying eagles flew into the black door and then disappeared. Jiang Yi and Jiang Yi also used their own methods to deal with the remaining flying eagles.
These flying eagles are not worth much spiritual stones. If you want them, I will give you a quarter of an hour to collect them,
Shiyu said to the disciples. They didn't have much time to waste.
Yes.
The disciples were all excited. No matter how valuable it was, they couldn't stand the huge quantity. This time I came out and made a real profit. I didn't put in much effort, but I didn't expect that there would be an unexpected surprise. Everyone got off the spirit boat and began to collect Fei Ying's body. On the other side, several ghost cultivators from the 9 nether hell were dumbfounded when they saw the monster souls appearing in front of them. Who can tell them why the souls of monsters can now come to H.L. to be reincarnated? Could it be that things have changed?
Go! Contact the Venerable quickly.
Gui Xiaojia patted Gui Xiui beside him. Ghost Xiui did not dare to delay and hurriedly ran towards the main hall of Lord Jiuming. Venerable Jiuming was currently consulting the classics, trying to figure out why monks could reincarnate. This is really unreasonable. However, he had already looked through the classics of H.L. during this period and found no relevant records.
Honorable sir, I have an important report to report.
The disciple's voice came from outside the hall.
Come in.
Venerable Jiuming put away the books and looked at the disciples who ran in anxiously.
But another monk came to reincarnate?
Lord Jiuming raised his brows, thinking of this possibility.
No. No. There is no monk soul.
Ghost Xiui paused for a moment, then continued.
It's the soul of a demon beast. But there are still many demon beasts.
What? Lord Jiuming was startled, stood up suddenly, and rushed towards the boundary. Since ancient times, those who can be reincarnated are mortal bodies, including humans and animals. However, the monster has entered the path of spiritual practice. How can it be reincarnated? But when he saw a large area of monster souls in front of him, he had to accept this fact. This world has changed.
Take them down and reincarnate.
Venerable Jiuming looked at them for a long time, but didn't see any problems. He could only wave his hand and instruct his disciples to take them away. Lord Jiu Nether has a headache. This 9 nether hell has been in his hands for more than 800 years, and there has never been any major mistakes. But now these abnormalities made him a little worried. How could the rules of heaven possibly change? This is impossible. But he had no way of calculating the place where they fell during their lifetime, let alone finding the reason for their reincarnation. Venerable Jiuming thought for a while, sent the communication talisman to several elders, then left the HL and rushed to the ground. In this case, the only choice is to go to that guy Ji Shizi for a fortune-telling. On the other side, Xia and the others had already reached the second pass and began to set up the formation. Everyone has had the experience once, and it was much smoother the second time. A few hours later, the formation arrangement for this pass was completed. Xia nodded with satisfaction and invited everyone to get on the spirit boat. But before they could leave, the mountains below suddenly began to shake violently.
Earthquake?
Xia looked at the suddenly cracked ground in front of her and shouted in surprise. Chapter 658 Beast Tide 14. The earthquake was so rapid and violent that the entire mountain range fell apart. The ground cracked, and countless trees collapsed. And the formation that Xia and the others had just made couldn't resist such a strong force of nature. The stones depicting the formation were destroyed one after another, and the formation fell apart. After a while, the earthquake stopped. Seeing this mess, Xia didn't know what to say for a moment.
How could an earth dragon turn over? Yeah. It's really sudden. Could it be again?
Everyone was guessing, secretly looking at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi clenched her fists tightly, not knowing what she was feeling inside. She suddenly didn't understand the meaning of her existence. Is it just to hurt others? What's the point of living like this?
Don't think too much.
Xia noticed that Jiang Yi suddenly had a tendency to become obsessed and quickly patted her shoulder. There was no warning for this earthquake. It just happened. How could it be blamed on her?
Thank you.
Jiang Yi also came to his senses at this time and got away from that emotion. She almost let her inner demon take advantage of her just now. After the earthquake completely subsided, Xia lowered the spirit boat again and started carving anew in the ruins with her disciples. When some things were destroyed, they replaced them with others. In this way, Xia and the others spent several hours again and finally completed the formation again. This time, everyone stayed for a while to confirm that there was no problem before continuing to the next location. As soon as Xiaqiyue and Luo Qili returned to the camp, they went to the territory of Wanjian's sect and wanted to find Jiao, but were told that she had gone on a mission.
I don't know what kind of mission Jiao is on.
Luo Qili frowned. The beast tide was coming, and there was danger everywhere.
Let's go!
Seeing that Jiao was not there, Xiaqiyue didn't stay much and rushed towards the exchange office.
Are you okay?
Xiaqiyue and the others had just arrived outside the exchange office when they saw a person lying there, and a female revisionist asked him concernedly.
I'm fine.
The male cultivator scratched his head stupidly and got up from the ground.
As long as you're fine. Take this elixir and recover your injuries.
The female cultivator's voice was very gentle, which made people feel very comfortable.
Thank you. Fairy Zhao.
The male cultivator held the elixir in his hands and planned to keep it well. After all, this was the elixir specially given to him by Fairy Zhao. For the first time, he felt that the injury was worth it.
Then I won't bother you. Go and redeem it.
After saying this, the female cultivator turned around. What a beauty! A flash of surprise flashed in Luo Qili's eyes. The female cultivator was wearing a light blue robe with some vague patterns embroidered on it. And she was also very refreshing, with just an ordinary jade hairpin on her head. Xiao Yashi also noticed Xiaqiyue and Luo Qili at this time, and there was also a hint of appreciation in her eyes. She smiled slightly and nodded towards Xiaqiyue as a greeting. Luo Qili returned the favor with a smile, while Xiaqiyue glanced at her lightly and went directly to the exchange office. Luo Qiuli didn't expect Chi-Chio's reaction and immediately followed. Although Chi-Chi is relatively cold towards strangers, at least he won't be so rude to others. After all, don't reach out to hit the smiling person. They greet you so friendly, so there is no need to deny face to Chiyue. Chapter 659 Beast Tide 15. Zhao Yashi didn't expect that the woman in white would react like this, and she felt a little aggrieved. As long as she has grown up, it seems that no one has ever hated her. But we are just strangers, so there is no need to care. Although she thought so, Zhao Yashi was still not happy, and her face darkened.
Xianzi Zhao, are you okay?
The male cultivator just now was a little angry. The female cultivator in white was unreasonable and unreasonable. Fairy Zhao greeted her so kindly, but she didn't take Xian Zhao seriously at all.
I'm fine.
Zhao Yashi smiled reluctantly and left quickly. It's not a shameful thing for others to see this kind of thing. When the disciple saw that Fairy Zhao was in a bad mood, he left in a hurry, and he felt even more dissatisfied with the female cultivator in white. The female cultivator must be jealous of Fairy Zhao's beauty. He immediately followed him into the exchange office and deliberately walked next to Xia Chiyue. When he heard her tell her sect and name, he remembered it firmly in his heart. After the man exchanged his monster corpse for points, he immediately went to find his group of brothers. He was going to tell them that Fairy Zhao had been wronged, and everyone must seek justice for Fairy Zhao. Soon, rumors began to spread among the lower-level disciples that Xia Qingyu, a disciple of the Qingmu sect, was jealous of the beauty of Fairy Zhao of the Dan sect and bullied her.
Chiyue, now they are all rumoring that you bullied Fairy Zhao at Danzong.
Luo Qiuli was a little helpless. The two of them were together at all times. So who bullied whom?
Yes.
Xia Qiyue responded lightly, not caring about the comments of these outsiders.
I guess the female cultivator in blue robes we met today is Fairy Zhao.
Luo Qiuli recalled the beauty she met before, and her beauty was confirmed to be on par with Chiyue. This kind of person must be famous on the beauty list, and it is undoubtedly Zhao Yashi. Xia Qiyue didn't say anything. She had already guessed it.
Qiyu, you seem to dislike her very much. Did you know her before?
Luo Qiuli remembered Chiyue's abnormality and couldn't help but ask.
I don't know him. I just instinctively don't like him.
Xia Qiyue always does what she wants, and she won't pay attention to people she doesn't like. Zhao Yashi just now was beautiful and had a good temperament, but she didn't like it at first sight. This is not because of jealousy. After all, Jiyu ranks ahead of Zhao Yashi in terms of appearance and talent. How could I be jealous of her? It just doesn't suit your eyes.
Well, we don't have to pay attention to them. Have a good rest tonight. We will continue to kill the monsters tomorrow.
Luo Qiuli comforted them gently. In the past 2 days, the level of the monsters has gradually improved, and the casualties of monks in the Northern Territory have also increased. 10 days later, Xiao and his party finally completed their mission and were ready to return. Thinking of what happened during this period, Xiyu sighed. In the past few days, she has experienced 3 earthquakes and 2 mudslides. There was a pass close to the sea, and there was a tsunami. This chance really made her start to believe that it was really Jiang Yi's luck. When he met the vanguard monster troops again 2 days ago, he rescued Jiang Yi, but turned around and buried her in a tsunami. Fortunately, my current cultivation is not affected by the tsunami. Otherwise I would have drowned. Jiang Yi also realized this, and now began to actively avoid her, and was unwilling to have contact with her. Chapter 660 Beast Tide 16.
Everyone, be prepared at any time. We have encountered the vanguard of monster beasts several times recently. We have obviously begun to explore the road and plan to attack from other places. We don't know if we will encounter monster attacks on the way back. Everyone must be highly vigilant at all times.
Xiao warned everyone with a serious look. Everyone on her side is alive and well this time, and she doesn't want anything to happen to her on the way back.
Disciple, obey!
All the disciples responded seriously. They also knew the seriousness of the matter. After all, the chance of encountering monsters during this period was quite high. Seeing that everyone really took it to heart, Xia didn't say anything more and drove the spirit boat to the camp. The journey was uneventful, which made everyone in Xia not used to it. But just when she was about to return to the camp, Xia felt a chill in her heart for no reason.
Be careful!
Xia noticed a murderous intention and immediately warned loudly. Then she quickly accelerated her spirit boat to escape.
Boom!
Just as Ling Zhou escaped, a huge palm suddenly fell down from where it was and hit the ground. The ground immediately sunk, leaving a huge palm print. Xiao also saw clearly at this time that the opponent opposite was actually a demon cultivator who had transformed. Those who have not transformed into human form can only be called monsters. And only those who have successfully transformed can be called monster cultivators. The person in front of him has clearly transformed into a demon cultivator in the middle stage of nascent soul. Judging from the palm print, his original body should be a black violent bear. The black storm bear has always been known for its violent temper and tyrannical fighting power. It is a ruthless character that is not easy to mess with.
Foundation building disciples will go back to the camp to find Senior Yuan Ying to come and support me. 2 fellow Taoists will help me first and intercept him for a while,
Ji Yao ordered after looking at the situation in front of her. This demon cultivator couldn't handle it with just a few of them. Fortunately, it's not too far from the camp, so I should be able to hold on until my seniors come to support me.
Okay.
Jiang Yi and Lin Wei agreed and came to Ji Yao's side. The foundation building disciples were debating whether to leave, so Ji directly gave the order to Ling Zhou and took them to fly directly to the camp. The 3 of them, Ji Yao, stood in the air, took out their magic weapons, and stared at the demon cultivator in front of them with vigilance. They did not take the initiative to speak or rush to take action. After all, their purpose was to delay time.
TSK. Are those people in the Northern Territory crazy now? Do they dare to let out a treasure like you?
The demon cultivator stared at Ji Yao and licked his lips. This guy must taste beautiful.
Senior, you are joking. Didn't the Northwest Territory release a treasure like you?
Ji Yao said nonsense seriously. Since the other party was talking, she would just talk nonsense with him.
Ha! Interesting and interesting.
The demon cultivator looked at Ji Yao playfully. Is this golden elixir cultivator so courageous now?
TSK. TSK. You act like this and I can't bear to kill you. How about you become a maid with me?
The demon cultivator touched his chin, looked at Ji Yao, and thought carefully. Many demon cultivators like to kidnap people to become maids. So maybe you can consider it yourself.
Senior, aren't you afraid that your boat will capsize in the gutter and die at the hands of a maid?
Ji Yao saw that the other party was taking this evil and crazy route. So she became arrogant according to the routine. According to the general routine of novels, this type of man will find this kind of woman challenging and then become full of interest. Sure enough, when the demon cultivator saw this, he became even more interested in Ji Yao. It was really rare to meet such an interesting person. Chapter 661 Beast Tide, 17.
Then come back with me. I won't kill you anymore,
the demon cultivator said as he approached Xiao and reached out to grab her. Ji Yao shuddered and slashed out with a lightning-attributed swordsmanship conception. Jiang Yi and Lin Wei also took action one after another and attacked the demon cultivator. The demon cultivator sneered and slapped Jiang Yi with the palm of his hand. He immediately slapped her down in the air and hit her hard into the pit of his previous palm. Then he slapped Lin Wei down with the same palm. After all, the gap in cultivation was too big, and the 2 of them were like ants in his eyes. But Ji Yao seized the opportunity and struck with several swordsmanships in succession. The sword's artistic conception struck the demon cultivator's palm, creating a long wound, and blood immediately remained.
You are a sword cultivator.
Seeing the wound on his hand, the demon cultivator's face darkened. This golden elixir female cultivator actually hurt herself, which is an unforgivable crime. She didn't answer, and slashed past with another sword intent, followed immediately by a timed sword intent. The demon cultivator snorted coldly and smashed his fist towards the Kendo artistic conception, causing it to fall apart immediately. But at that time, the sword intent acted on him, causing him to pause for a moment. At this moment, Ji Yao immediately threw out several divine thunder wolves and rushed towards him. After one breath, the demon cultivator regained his ability to move, but was suddenly bitten by several heavenly wolves, and the divine thunder immediately penetrated his body. At the same time, the Sirius outside exploded directly. The demon cultivator was distracted by the thunder that was running through his body, and spit out a small mouthful of blood. At the same time, the explosion of the divine thunder destroyed his robe, leaving holes everywhere, making him look quite embarrassed. The demon cultivator raised his head and looked at Ji Yao fiercely. But he underestimated her. Someone can actually control the 9 heavens' divine thunder. This is a punishment from heaven. For their demon cultivators, what they fear most is thunder tribulation. Every time they overcome a tribulation, they will have a narrow escape from death, which is much lower than the survival rate of humans. Although she hurt the demon cultivator, she didn't feel happy at all. Her attack methods could only hurt the opponent's skin,
If that's the case, then I can't keep you.
The demon cultivator smiled coldly, suddenly roared to the sky, and actually changed back to his original state. It was a black violent bear about several feet tall. It stared at Ji Yao with a pair of big copper bell-like eyes, and swept over with a casual palm. And Jiang Yi, who had just climbed up from the pit, happened to hit this palm, and was smashed into the pit again. Poof! Jiang Yi spit out a large mouthful of blood, and then fainted completely. Ji Yao's heart trembled, and she threw out a few wolves with her left hand, and then struck them with a reincarnation with her right hand. The previously invincible reincarnation failed in the face of the huge gap in cultivation. That palm directly shattered reincarnation and swept towards Ji Yao. Poof! Ji Yao was blown away by the palm and hit a small mountain behind her. The huge palm force destroyed the entire mountain peak, burying Ji Yao inside.
Humph! You want to hurt me? You really don't know the heights of the world.
The demon cultivator snorted coldly and stepped towards Ji Yao. With every step he took, a huge crater appeared in the ground. Lin Wei finally climbed out of the hole and stabbed the demon cultivator in the back with his sword. The demon cultivator turned around, held the blade of the sword directly in his hand, and then swung it around, throwing Lin Wei away and hitting the ground unconscious. Chapter 662 Beast Tide 18. Xia on the other side finally climbed out of the ruins at this moment. At this time, her face was covered with dust, and there were a lot of mud branches in her hair. She looked extremely embarrassed.
TSK, you're quite resistant to being beaten.
The demon cultivator was a little surprised to see Ji Yao actually getting up. Their bodies are notoriously fragile, but I didn't expect that this person's physical fitness was quite good. Ji Yao smiled helplessly. She had been injured by the palm just now, and her time sword intention and divine thunder were already on guard against him, so they could not hurt him at all. And now even reincarnation can't cause any harm to him. All he can do is resist with his fists. After all, that is the aspect of his cultivation that is closest to his nascent soul. The demon cultivator did not have the mentality of pity for the beauty. After approaching Ji Yao, he slapped her down again. Ji Yao's heart sank. She teleported away from the place, and then appeared behind the demon cultivator, gathering all her spiritual power and punching him. This punch struck down, and the demon cultivator's back made a heavy sound, but it did not cause any harm to him. Ji Yao was shocked when she saw this, and immediately teleported away. Sure enough, the demon cultivator immediately turned around and punched Ji Yao where he was just now. Chi chi chi. The whole air made a sound of collision and friction, which made Ji Yao's scalp numb. His own body training was like playing tricks in front of a real high-level demon cultivator, and it did no harm to him at all. Ji Yao had no choice but to release the Chaos Sky Fire directly, commanding it to be divided into 10 parts, and attack the demon cultivator from all angles. The demon cultivator noticed the power of the Chaos Sky Fire and frowned. It turned out to be a strange fire. What he hated most was thunder and fire. Unexpectedly, this female cultivator had both, so he really couldn't keep her, now that she has become enemies. If she runs away and grows up in the future, she will be the unlucky one. The demon cultivator began to exude strong murderous intent. He raised his eyes and locked Ji Yao firmly, while he began to move to avoid the chaotic sky fire. Ji Yao thought carefully about her attack method, and suddenly thought of a method that might be effective for him. She also used her spiritual consciousness to lock onto the demon cultivator, then gathered all her energy and suddenly formed her soul into a needle, attacking towards the demon cultivator's sea of consciousness. The demon was avoiding the chaos heavenly fire, thinking that Ji Yao was at the end of her rope, and didn't expect that she would still attack with her soul. Ugh! Ji Yao's soul needle pierced directly into his sea of consciousness, causing him to groan in pain. The demon cultivator's heart trembled, and his soul immediately pressed towards Ji Yao's soul. Ji Yao sensed something was wrong and immediately withdrew the soul attack to avoid being affected by the demon cultivator. At this time, a trail of blood flowed down the corner of the demon cultivator's mouth, and his eyes were bloodshot. He glared at Ji Yao fiercely. His soul was hurt by this hateful human being. The demon cultivator immediately punched Ji Yao regardless, venting his anger. Just as Ji Yao dodged, the demon cultivator punched her again. Poof! Ji Yao was hit, and was punched away directly. The demon cultivator followed up a few steps, and punched Ji Yao's back again, knocking her back again. Ji Yao spat out a mouthful of blood again. A sharp pain came from her lungs, and her internal organs were already bleeding. The demon cultivator was in a state of anger at this time, and was beating Zi back and forth like this. Chapter 663 Beast Tide 19. Chaos Skyfire also lost the control of its master at this time, and it had not yet developed spiritual intelligence. It also stopped attacking at this time, and stood aside stupidly. Jia felt like she was being thrown around like a rag doll. Severe pain invaded her. She could feel that several of her ribs had been broken. But at this time, she suddenly found that the black and white gas in her body was spinning at high speed and merging into her limbs. Gradually, she felt that her injuries were beginning to heal. This discovery made her happy. This black and white gas seemed to have the effect of restoring blood. In this way, the demon cultivator kept hurting Jiao, beating her around like a toy. But Jiao has been repairing herself. Just after repairing, she was injured. And after being injured, she was repaired again. And the cycle continued like this. It wasn't until after a long time that the demon cultivators were tired of fighting and their rationality gradually returned, that they stopped. Jiao was knocked away this time and fell to the ground. She lay on the ground unable to move at all. The injuries in the body were slowly repaired. The demon cultivator had almost vented his anger, and he frowned and looked at Jiao. Something was wrong with her. He still knew his own fighting power. After such a long attack, she should have turned into a ball of meat. But why was the other party's body still fine? The demon cultivator approached Jiao, squatted down, and looked at her curiously. In his opinion, Jiao had been completely injured by him, and had no ability to fight back. So he had no defense at all. Jiao tried her best not to reveal her flaws, and planned a sneak attack on the opponent. The demon cultivator regained his human body at this time, and stretched out his hand to poke Jiao, wanting to feel whether her ribs were broken. Jiao resisted the urge to break his hand, and silently sensed the recovery of internal injuries. After confirming that Jiao's ribs were still fine, the demon cultivator frowned in confusion. This was unlikely. When he attacked her before, he could clearly feel that her bones were broken by him. And the other party obviously didn't have time to take the elixir. How did he recover from this injury? Jiao felt her body recover, and she found the opportunity to suddenly jump up and punch the opponent's chin. The demon cultivator was hit by a punch and fell backwards. 2 of his teeth fell out. Blood flowed out, and the corners of his mouth quickly swelled. Jiao seized the opportunity and jumped up, punching the opponent's dantian. The figures of several white tigers flashed past, and the 9 heavens divine thunder struck the demon cultivator's dantian. In an instant, the divine thunder entered the demon cultivator's dantian. Poof! The demon cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood and punched Jiao. Jiao was startled and teleported to leave, but was knocked down by a punch and fell to the ground again. She felt extremely helpless, as she was completely a toy in the opponent's hands. Bah! The demon cultivator stood up and spit out the blood and teeth in his mouth. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. Huh? You are really powerful. The demon cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood again. His heart filled with anger. He actually suffered a loss from her. Humph! The demon cultivator snorted coldly, came to Jiao, and stepped directly on Jiao. This was the scene Luo Chuan saw as soon as he got closer. His junior sister was lying on the ground not knowing whether she was alive or dead, and the demon cultivator was about to step on her. A murderous intention flashed through Luo Chuan's heart, and he slashed at the demon cultivator with a murderous sword. Chapter 664 Beast Tide 20. Poof! The sword struck directly at the demon cultivator, and immediately, a deep wound with bone visible appeared on his body. The demon cultivator retracted his feet, glanced at Jiao who was lying on the ground, then looked up at Luo Chuan who was approaching, sneered, and actually chose to run away. His mission this time was to come over and check out the situation, and his elder brother would not allow him to alert the enemy. However, these 2 people were firmly remembered by him, and he would definitely repay the injuries he suffered today in the future. Luo Chuan didn't chase him either. Since he was a demon cultivator, he would encounter him sooner or later. He rushed straight to his junior sister's side, and just now, he was worried about helping his junior sister up. But Jiao suddenly stood up on her own. Luo Chuan was stunned. Could it be that the junior sister was pretending to be injured before? Senior brother, you are here. Jiao was very happy to see her senior brother coming. If it weren't for my senior brother, I might have suffered a little more. Are you okay? Luo Chuan was still not reassured and roughly checked Jia's situation. But there really isn't any problem. It's okay. It's okay. But I don't know if the other 2 fellow Taoists are okay, Jia said, and ran towards the pothole. When he looked into the pit, He found that both of them were unconscious. Xiyu jumped down into the pit, quickly fed the two people rejuvenation pills, then helped them up, placed them on the enlarging Liyuan, and drove them out of the pit.
Let's go!
Seeing that everything was fine here, Luo Chuan took Qi Yao back to the camp. He had just come out of the high-rise building before and met the group of disciples who came to move rescue troops. I heard that the junior sister actually met the nascent soul demon cultivator and almost scared him to death.
Junior sister, if you encounter situations like this in the future, you must learn to escape.
Luo Chuan felt that it was very necessary for him to discuss this issue with his junior sister. Junior sister always likes to take matters into her own hands and doesn't like to back down. This is also the most common quality of sword cultivators. However, his junior sister always encounters these dangers, which makes people very worried.
I know, senior brother, but if we don't delay for some time, none of those disciples may be able to go back.
Xia also knew that she couldn't defeat the demon cultivator. If she was the only one, she would have escaped. But with her own with so many foundation-building disciples, I have this responsibility myself.
You?
Luo Chuan sighed helplessly. He actually knew the reason and understood his junior sister's concerns. But in his opinion, no matter how many other people's lives are, they are not as important as his junior sister. However, he also knew that the junior sister had her own persistence. So he stopped trying to persuade her. After the two returned to the camp, Jia first went to the nascent soul monk of the Shenin sect to report the situation, and handed Jiang Yi and the two to her. At this time, the injuries of the two people have tended to calm down, and there is nothing serious. This mission was completed very well, and everyone was assigned a lot of points. After Jio dealt with this matter, she returned to Wanjian sect's headquarters. Along the way, she had heard many people mentioning that there was another fairy Zhao in July. Jiyu frowned. Could it be that Chiyua had some conflict with that fairy Zhao? Could it be that fairy Zhao is a vicious female supporting character? Jia thought for a while. And the person who could be called fairy Zhao must be Zhao Yashi of Danzong. But in the original work, this person has no role at all. The one who really has a role is the daughter of the head of Danzong, the little princess of Danzong. Usually in novels, the daughters of the heads of clans are quite unruly and stupid. They look down on the heroine in various ways, get into feuds, and then drive themselves to a dead end. Chapter 665 Beast Tide 21. But when she thought that her own ending had changed, it was normal for others to change. So Jia didn't worry about it anymore. She sent a messenger talisman to Chiyua and found that she was still in the camp and not on a mission. Jia did not go back to the station and went directly to the Qingmu sect station.
Fairy Jianyao.
Many Qingmu sect disciples were greeting Xiyu along the way. Xia all smiled and returned the greetings one by one.
Chiyua. Chioli.
Xia looked at Chiyua and Luo Chioli, who were talking, and greeted them softly.
Here we come.
Xia Chiyua smiled, looked Xiyu up and down, and was relieved when he found that she was not injured.
Ji Yao. Come here quickly.
Luo Chioli smiled softly and waved to Ji Yao. As soon as Ji Yao sat down, she found that they were studying the map of the area.
Recently we have received news that a large number of monsters have begun to move here. And it is not just the vanguard troops from before.
Luo Chioli frowned unbearably. Several Qingmu sect members have fallen in the past few days. I am a disciple in the foundation building stage. If some more high-level monsters come, I don't know how many disciples will perish.
Then we must be careful when we go on a mission.
Jia did not expect it to happen so soon. After all, this beast tide will last for several years. If a large force is sent so early, it is unknown how many disciples will be sacrificed in the future.
Well, let's all be careful.
Luo Chioli nodded. She had the lowest cultivation level, so she had to be especially careful.
You should pay more attention to yourself.
Xia Chiyua looked at Ji Yao and said seriously. Every time she met Ji Yao was in deep danger. Among the three people, Ji Yao has the worst luck and should pay the most attention to safety.
Well, I know. By the way, I heard a lot of people mentioning you and Fairy Zhao. What's going on?
Xiyo never thought it was Chiyua's problem. Chiyua was never the person to take the initiative, stir up trouble.
It's okay. We are not celebrating the festival.
Xia Chiyua shook her head. She didn't pay attention to these things at all. Nowadays, it is because the monsters and beasts are still relatively low level that these people are in the mood to discuss right and wrong. When that time comes, how to save one's life every day will be a problem.
Well, we met her at the exchange office that day. Chi Chio just ignored her. Somehow it came out that Chi Chio was jealous of Fairy Zhao and bullied her.
Luo Qiuli shook her head, feeling helpless. This rumor is really all kinds of added fuel in jealousy. Beyond recognition.
That's it.
Jia nodded. It seemed that the two of them really had nothing to do with each other. It was just that these people were idle and always wanted to watch the fun.
How was your mission?
Xiaoqiu didn't want to say these things, so she changed her subject and began to learn about Jiao's mission. Jia began to tell them about this encounter. Northwest Territory Monster Forum. Black Storm Bear returned to the main altar and went to their meeting hall.
Lao Jiu is back?
The boss, the black dragon at the peak of the later stage of nascent soul, greeted happily as soon as he saw the Black Storm Bear coming back.
Brother.
Black Storm Bear was not in a very happy mood. He didn't expect that he couldn't even deal with a golden elixir female cultivator this time, and was even injured.
What? But what happened?
Seeing his ninth brother like this, Heijia frowned in worry.
Well, I met a guy who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth.
Black Storm Bear's face was gloomy. When they meet next time, he will definitely take the other person's life. Chapter 666 Bees Tide, 22.
Ha ha. It seems that a human has offended my ninth brother. When the time comes, we will flatten the entire northern territory for him.
Black Jiao's heart was full of ambition and pride. Although the senior demon cultivator in the transformation stage told him that this wave of beasts was an opportunity to hone the demon beasts. But he didn't think so. This time, he wanted to completely break through the defense line and occupy the northern territory. As for the southern territory, another group of monsters is attacking, and the leader is his mortal enemy. This time, I will compete with him severely and make him surrender under my feet.
Yes.
Black Storm Bear nodded and began to think about how to kill Jiyao directly. On the other side, Jiyao and Qiyu lived a life of fighting monsters. Monster attacks have appeared at several passes, and people from the northern territory have been assigned to different places. With the formations Jiyao and the others had set up before, those monsters couldn't attack them at all. The disciples first crossed the formation to fight the monsters, and when their spiritual power was exhausted, they retreated and took the elixir. Those monsters will be intercepted by the formation, and some even die directly in the formation. Everyone is very satisfied with the existence of the battle method, which has greatly reduced the mortality rate of their disciples. Jiyao here was studying the sword formation while frantically strangling the monsters. The ancient book that Nandong Yu gave her previously recorded a sword formation that required 10 monks to exert its power. It's just that it's an ancient formation after all, and it's a little different from today's situation, so it needs to be slightly modified to work better. If there is this sword formation, the survival rate of the disciples of Wanjian sect will be greatly improved. After all, according to common sense, 10 early stages of foundation building can't defeat 1 early stage of golden elixir. But if this sword formation is used, 10 early stage foundation building monks can surpass the combat power of 1 early stage golden elixir monk. This kind of improvement is very scary. Jia spent half a month living this repetitive and regular life, and finally successfully modified the formation. She mentioned this matter to Luo Chuan and Lu Bing. So one night after everyone had a truce and returned to the camp, they organized the disciples to start listening to Ji Yao's lectures. Jia acted as a teacher for the first time, seriously analyzing the power of the sword formation and precautions for her disciples. Immediately, he arranged for the disciples to start practicing and personally guided them on the issues.
Uncle Jian Song has taken on a good apprentice.
Lu Bing sighed as he looked at Ji Yao, who was busy. This girl has a strong sense of collective honor and will not only care about herself, but also for the sake of the entire Wanjian sect.
Yes.
Luo Chuan nodded, feeling a little proud that his little junior sister had really grown up and was growing up very well. The night passed with everyone rehearsing, and on the second day, everyone excitedly went to fight monsters, wanting to test the power of the sword formation. In just one night, everyone has not really understood the formation. They have only learned a rough idea. They still need to continue to understand during the battle and work hard to cultivate a tacit understanding among the disciples. Shiyu was very satisfied. She was very happy to be able to help everyone with her own strength. For the disciples who used the sword formation, each of the 10 people went to their respective positions and played their own roles. Shia observed it and found that the 10 people in the sword array directly swept through a large area of monsters, much faster than she could kill the enemy. And those disciples were also extremely excited, and their hearts were filled with excitement when they saw the monster beasts dying. These were all points. Chapter 667 Beast Tide, 23. Seeing that everyone was gradually getting on the right track, Jiyu was no longer distracted. At this time, it was no longer enough for her to kill the monsters with one punch. Most of the monsters today were 6th level monsters, with occasionally a few 7th level monsters. The cultivation level of the 7th level monster is the same as that of Jiyu, but her combat power is still not as good as Jiyu. After all, she has now realized the artistic conception of swordsmanship. What was in front of her right now was a 7th level rhinoceros, its 2 long horns reflecting light under the sun. The rhinoceros looked up to the sky and roared, then rushed towards Jiyu, splashing countless dust along the way and making the ground dent. Jiyu didn't panic and struck directly with a kendo artistic conception. This sword directly flew the rhinoceros away and cut off one of its horns. Suddenly the rhinoceros shook its head in pain and wanted to touch its horns with its paws, and its flick caused the blood on its head to fly everywhere, and Jiyu could only stay away from it. At this time, the rhinoceros was vulnerable, so Jiyu did not waste any time and struck it with her sword again, cutting off its other horn. The rhinoceros lost its mind in pain and began to run rampant among the monster beasts, and finally rushed into a team of 10 disciples. The disciples were all excited when they saw it was a 7th level monster. They calmed down their emotions, waved their swords at the same time, and operated according to the formation they had learned. Suddenly, the power of the 10 swords merged into a white light, covering the 7th level monster. When the white light disappeared, the rhinoceros had wounds all over its body. At this time, the rhinoceros was covered in scars. Seeing that her disciples were able to deal with the rhinoceros, Jiyu did not intend to intervene. She turned around and struck at the other monsters with her sword. Immediately, the artistic conception of thunder-attributed swordsmanship enveloped a large area of low-level monsters. When they disappeared, there was a large area of corpses of low-level monsters on the ground. It's just that the corpses of the monsters injured by the thunder-attributed swordsmanship were a little too miserable to look at. There were wounds all over the body, and the edges of the wounds were slightly rolled up by the lightning, and the fur was burnt. Jiyu didn't stop for long and rushed towards the group of monster beasts on the other side. Nangong family in the central region. Nangong Che was saying goodbye to his parents and Nangong Yu. This time he was going somewhere. The last time he was in the secret realm. He received an inheritance from a senior, and there was a map in that inheritance, and many of the treasures of his predecessor were there.
Xiao Che, do you really want to go?
Lu Huanxue frowned and asked worriedly. The place Xiao Che is going to this time is the territory of the demon cultivator, and it can be said to be full of dangers.
I'll accompany you.
Nangong Yu looked at Nangong Che indifferently, and everyone was worried.
I'll go with you. You're even busier.
Nangong Yu's father, Nangong Yueza, took over the conversation, and it was most appropriate for him to accompany him.
No, you still don't trust me? Besides, it says on it that only Yuan monks can enter the cave. It's useless for you to go.
Nangong Che lay down on the chair and rocked the chair back and forth.
That's the demon realm.
Lu Huanxue stepped forward and slapped Nangong Che on the head. Everyone was worried about him. This kid was so good. He sat like an uncle.
Hey, be gentle, or you'll beat your son silly.
Nangong Che hurriedly sat upright, touched his head and shouted.
Don't worry. When have you ever seen your son suffer? It's only me who hurts others.
Nangong Che didn't care. He had cultivated to nascent soul. So what storms and waves hadn't he seen before? It's just a trip to the demon realm. Chapter 668 Beast Tide 24.
Say another thing?
Lu Huanxue was so angry that she grabbed one of his ears.
That's the demon realm, not the central realm where you can wander around. What if you accidentally provoke a demon cultivator?
Lu Huanxue has always been uneasy. Her youngest son has not let her worry about it since he was a child. It's running around.
Hey, be gentle. I know. I will be careful.
Nangong Che quickly expressed his attitude. His mother would do this every time she went.
Since you know what's appropriate, we won't stop you. Go and come back early. Don't always play outside and never come home.
Lu Huanxue breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that he had listened. When the child is older, it is really impossible for him to keep him close to him. Nangong Yu looked at Nangong Che from the side, and in the end just gave him some 8th grade formation discs and talismans without stopping him. And Nangong Yueza has always said that his wife will do whatever she says. Since Lu Huanxue has agreed, he has nothing to object to. The day's battle was over, and Jiyu followed the large army back to the camp. The disciples were all talking excitedly about what they had gained on this day. They did not expect that the formation was so overbearing and could directly increase their strength by 1 level. Everyone was talking in low voices. And at the same time, they all admired Xiao more and more. Especially some of the disciples who started with Xiao. The master's uncles have already reached the golden elixir. But they are still lingering in the foundation building stage. I can't help but admire them. When Jia returned to the camp, she went to redeem points first. When the disciples at the exchange office saw the pile of unrecognizable corpses of monsters released by Jiao, their eyes widened in shock. They glanced at the corpse, and then looked at Jiao in disbelief. How could such a stunning beauty be so cruel? Jiao was a little embarrassed. Of course she knew that this pile of monster corpses was a bit horrific. But the thunder attribute was already overbearing. Let alone the thunder attribute swordsmanship. She coughed in embarrassment and reminded the disciples to collect the corpse quickly and give her points.
What's going on here? Who killed the monster? It's too cruel.
Suddenly a surprised female voice came. Jia looked back and saw a female cultivator in blue robes in the middle stage of Foundation establishment frowning and looking at the monster on the ground with some discomfort and fright. This female nun has a beautiful and refined face, giving people a gentle but kind and generous first impression. Jia thought about it and knew that this person was Zhao Xianzi, Zhao Yashi, whom everyone knew.
Fairy Jia now killed us.
The disciple at the exchange office looked at Jiao and replied with some embarrassment. Only then did Zhao Yashi notice Jiao standing aside. As soon as she raised her eyes, she was stunned. The beauty in front of her was wearing a golden robe, with a red lotus on her forehead. She stood there and looked at him coldly. She had always thought that she had extraordinary looks. And she had always thought that the Northern Territory beauty list was untrustworthy. But now that she saw Fairy Jianyao, who was ranked number 1, she believed that it was all true.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say what I said about you.
Zhao Yashi was a little at a loss because her bad words were actually heard.
It's okay.
Jia shook her head and didn't take it to heart. She just turned around and asked the disciples at the exchange office to exchange points for her. After all, Zhao Yashi is an alchemy cultivator, and it is normal to have such a reaction when seeing the corpse of a monster when she rarely uses knives or guns. Chapter 669 Beast Tide 25. But when Zhao Yashi saw Ji Yao being so cold, she felt that she had offended someone.
Fairy Jianyao, I really didn't mean it. And the corpses of these monster beasts are not that big.
Zhao Yashi explained hurriedly. She didn't want others to misunderstand her.
It really doesn't matter. Don't take it to heart.
Jiyu interrupted Zhao Yashi. This matter was not a big deal in the first place, so there was no need to keep apologizing. Zhao Yashi was speechless and didn't know what to say for a moment. Jiyu smiled lightly at her and left the exchange office. Zhao Yashi stood there and looked at Ji Yao's back with some discomfort. She really couldn't speak. She was a little annoyed. Looked down at the corpse of the monster on the ground, and sighed. In fact, she was just a little surprised for a moment. Although she rarely killed animals, she didn't think there was anything wrong with killing animals. It's just that the appearance of these monsters was too cruel, and she was frightened. Fairy Jianyao is now a genius disciple in the Northern Territory. He should not have offended her the first time they met. It seems that I can only find a way to make her change her opinion of him in the future. Zhao Yashi sighed, settled the alchemy points with her disciples, and left. In the days that followed, Jia found out strangely that Zhao Yashi always came to her when there was nothing wrong. As long as she returned to the camp, she would definitely meet her. As soon as he met her, she would always talk to him. And he couldn't show too much resistance, so he could only respond perfunctorily. Sometimes, she always wanted to give herself elixirs. She had no shortage of elixirs, so she naturally refused. But she still made her confused. If she hadn't been a woman, she would have doubted whether Zhao Yashi had fallen in love with her. Soon, there were rumors in the camp that Fairy Jianyao from Wanjian sect had a very good relationship with Fairy Zhao from Danzong, and they were like sisters. What's more, it was said that Fairy Jianyao learned that Fairy Zhao was bullied by Fairy Duobao of Qingmu's sect, and decided to stand up for her. This series of operations made Jia look confused. Who spread this nonsense?
I heard that you want to stand up for Fairy Zhao.
Xia Qiyu raised an eyebrow and looked at Jia. Luo Qiuli was also on the side, covering her mouth and snickering.
No. How is it possible?
Jia quickly shook her head, joking. Who is that Fairy Zhao? Can it be compared with her July? In her opinion, Zhao Yashi was not as good as even a hare in July.
I'm always waiting.
Xia Qiyu looked at Jia with a half-smile.
I'm not familiar with her.
Jia waved her hands quickly. She was really wronged. She didn't know why Zhao Yashi was so familiar.
Fairy Jianyao.
Suddenly a female voice came. And Jia's heart skipped a beat. She was really afraid of something. Xia Qiyu raised her eyebrows, raised the corners of her lips, and smiled at Jiyao. Then looked up at Zhao Yashi who was approaching. Luo Qiuli smiled maliciously at Jiyao, and sat aside to watch the show. As soon as Zhao Yashi got closer, she saw Xia Qiyu. Her steps suddenly stopped. And her whole body stopped. She didn't expect that this impolite woman was actually a friend of Fairy Jianyao. And she seemed very close to her.
Fairy Zhao, what do you want from me?
Jia twitched her lips and smiled perfunctorily. She really didn't like this kind of familiar person. But to be specific, the other party didn't do anything. And he wasn't a bad person. He couldn't act too much. So he could only stay away as much as possible. Chapter 670 Beast Tide 26.
I just applied to Master. She allows me to go to the front line to kill monsters. Let me go with you.
Zhao Yashi was a little excited when she thought of this. When she first started practicing, she also liked fighting and felt very happy. A sense of accomplishment. Later, as his talent for alchemy was discovered, he was well protected. And no one in the sect was willing to put himself in danger. This time, I finally got Master's consent. And after repeatedly promising to follow Fairy Jianyao obediently, Master relaxed. Jia felt a headache when she heard this. What does it mean to follow her?
This is inappropriate.
Xia Qiyu stared directly into Zhao Yashi's eyes and firmly rejected her. Who doesn't know that Dan Xiao is weak in combat? So wouldn't following Jiyao just be a hindrance? What should you do if you encounter danger? After all, this is a battlefield, not a game.
I will definitely be obedient and not run around.
Zhao Yashi suddenly became anxious and looked at Jiyu expectantly. Jiyu frowned. This Zhao Yashi was actually a little naive. Her living environment was too simple, which made her take things for granted.
I don't want to be with you. You can find someone else by yourself.
Jiyu refused directly. She always made friends by chance. But Zhao Yashi was obviously not in the same world as her. Her environment was too comfortable, making her unwary of her surroundings. If she had evil thoughts, she might not know why even if she died on the battlefield.
But I have made an agreement with Master. Don't worry. I have the means to save my life. And I will definitely not implicate you.
Zhao Yashi's eyes turned red. And she felt a little sad when she heard Ji Yao's rejection. Sure enough, Fairy Jianyao was still angry with her. Jia rubbed her forehead with a headache. Such people were more difficult to deal with than those who were arrogant and domineering. But no matter what she said, she would not be soft-hearted. But at this moment, Jiyu received the communication talisman from Luo Chuan.
Junior sister, please take Zhao Yashi from Danzong with you on this mission. Her master has a good relationship with her master.
Luo Chuan's voice came from it, making Jiyu frown even more.
But if you encounter danger, abandon her.
Luo Chuan paused and said bluntly. Zhao Yashi laughed happily when she heard the first part. But her smile froze on her face when she heard the second part. Xia Qiyu smiled with satisfaction when she heard Luo Chuan being so straightforward. Luo Qiuli was also holding back a smile. This Jia's senior brother was really a wonderful person. Jia was a little embarrassed. She had known that her senior brother would say this. So she walked aside and listened. She thought her senior brother was going to give instructions about something related to the battle. It's good now. It doesn't matter if she makes Fairy Zhao laugh or cry.
Ahem. In that case, you can follow me. But I hope you can listen to my command and don't run around at will.
Since the senior brother had spoken, he agreed. However, it is definitely impossible for him to abandon her and run away first when encountering danger. So he must make an agreement with her. Otherwise he will be in trouble if he falls into danger.
Okay. Okay. I will be obedient.
Zhao Yashi quickly nodded in agreement and smiled happily. At this time, she had also forgotten Luo Chuan's words. Seeing her heartless reaction, Jiu could only smile helplessly.
Be careful yourself and listen to your senior brother.
Xia Qiyu warned Jiu, worried that she would be implicated by Zhao Yashi. Chapter 671 Beast Tide 27.
Don't worry. I know. You should be careful too.
Jiu agreed seriously. Now the battle situation is getting more and more pessimistic. Even without Zhao Yashi, she has to be more careful. This time on the mission, Jia took Zhao Yashi with her. All the disciples were very curious about Zhao Yashi and always stared at her secretly. Uncle Master was too aloof and had a relatively high level of cultivation, so they didn't dare to take a second look at him. But this Danzong Xiaoyashi and Fairy Zhao give people a very friendly feeling. Xiyu didn't care what other people thought and flew down with Xiaoyashi when she got there.
Just follow me. I will leave some low-level monsters for you. Remember not to run away to other places.
Xiyu turned to look at Xiaoyashi and warned her again.
Understood.
Xiaoyashi nodded excitedly and nervously. She hadn't moved her hands for a long time. Xiyu didn't say much when she saw this. She rushed directly into the group of monster beasts on the opposite side and began to kill the monster beasts. She beheaded a slightly higher level monster, and then drove a second level monster in front of Xiaoyashi. Presumably Xiaoyashi can still kill such a low level monster. Sure enough, Xiaoyashi only needed one sword to end it. Ji Yao felt relieved after seeing this. At least, she could still deal with low level monsters. In this way, Xiao killed the monsters and drove the low level monsters to Xiaoyashi. At the same time, she focused on her, fearing that something would happen to her. While Ji Yao was busy behind the monster, the Black Storm Bear was observing everything coldly. He sneered, looking at Ji Yao, who was killing many monsters among the monsters. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. There are many attack points in the northern region, but this one has the most monsters killed. He came here specially to find out the reason, and found out that this was actually the territory of the sword cultivator. And at the same time, he also discovered this woman who haunted him in his dreams. He had long heard that human sword cultivators were powerful in battle, and now he saw that they were indeed well-deserved. A 6th level monster can't even make a single move in her hands. But she's a genius. I don't know if such a genius disciple can be used as a threat to make mankind pay any price? The Black Storm Bear's eyes started to roll, and he started to have bad ideas. Shiyu's attention was all on the monster and Xiaoyashi, and she didn't notice that the monster not far away was staring at her eagerly. Gradually, Xiaoyashi has begun to deal with 3rd level monsters, which are not much different from her own cultivation. At first, she was a little panicked, and she was fighting hard to separate from the monster. Later, she gradually mastered the trick and was able to end the battle a little faster. But looking at Ji Yao's back, Xiaoyashi silently felt admiration in her heart. She didn't expect Fairy Jianyao to be so powerful, completely isolating danger and protecting her silently. It will be great when I can be like her. Just when the two were fighting fiercely, a big palm suddenly appeared in the sky and slapped the two fiercely. Ji Yao was startled, teleported to Xiaoyashi, and took her to hide aside. Unfortunately, teleportation can only be performed by yourself, and you cannot use it with others. Xia could only use the previous transformation to hide far away. Poof! But the two of them were too slow, and they were slapped with big palms one after another, and were directly hit on the sunken ground. This palm not only injured Ji Yao, but also killed a large number of monsters. Chapter 672 Beast Type 28. Poof! Xia spit out a large mouthful of blood. If her robe had not blocked part of the attack, she would have been seriously injured. Xiaoyashi was knocked unconscious by the palm and fell unconscious in the pit. Although she also has defensive magic weapons, her cultivation level is not high, and she has never refined her body, so she cannot withstand the palm of the nascent soul demon cultivator. Ji Yao's heart trembled, and she immediately lifted her up and fed her a pill. Ha! Little girl, long time no see. Black Storm Bear looked down at Ji in the pit and smacked her lips. Unexpectedly, at this juncture, she was still in the mood to care about the people next to her. Who are you? Black Storm Bear's palm also alerted other disciples. They immediately sent messenger talismans to Luo Chuan and Lu Bing, and at the same time approached Black Storm Bear nervously. After all, my great-uncle was just photographed, and now he doesn't know whether he is alive or dead. It's just that everyone's cultivation level is low, and they have no confidence in their hearts. So everyone is very nervous. Xiao also heard the voices of other disciples, and her heart tightened. She must not let anything happen to so many disciples. The other party was obviously coming for me. Senior, what did you do? Xiao immediately interrupted, attracting the Black Storm Bear's attention. Black Storm Bear looked at the disciples approaching. Except for those Jindan monks who had a little fighting power, the others were like ants in his eyes. He glanced at the others, completely ignoring them. Little girl, I remember the punch you gave me last time. Tell me, which of these disciples should I kill first? Black Storm Bear is not without intelligence. Now it is obvious that there is an easier way to take him away. It was the junior's fault before.
I hope the senior will not implicate innocent people.
Jia frowned. She must not implicate other disciples.
Oh, how about you come with me? I won't touch them.
Black Storm Bear smiled. With such a treasure in hand, there will definitely be unexpected surprises.
Follow you?
Jiu's heart sank. If she went to the territory of the monster, the possibility of coming back alive would be too low. But I can't defeat him. And if I don't follow him, I'm afraid there won't be a single disciple left here.
Junior is really scared. And I don't know what the senior wants me to do.
The only way Jiu can think of now is to delay time and see if anyone can detect the abnormality here.
Little girl, don't play tricks on me and want to delay time for someone to save you.
Black Storm Bear had thought it through before going back. This girl is used to delaying time. I won't be fooled again. When the human comes last time, I will be in trouble again. Jia did not expect that this black violent bear was so smart. He was not as impulsive as recorded in the classics. He only knew how to act on impulse.
Let's go!
Black Storm Bear sneered, jumped directly into the pit, grabbed Jiao's shoulders, and carried her away towards the distance. Jia wanted to resist, but looking at Zhao Yashi and the disciples outside, she could only suppress her impulse and was captured by the Black Storm Bear. On the other side, Lu Bing and Luo Chuan, who were having a meeting to discuss the latest tactics, rushed to the plane as soon as they received the summons. But when they arrived, Ji Yao had already been captured. The other disciples were fending off the monsters, while anxiously hoping that Luo Chuan and the others would arrive soon.
Which direction are they going?
Luo Chuan's face was terrifyingly gloomy, and his whole body was filled with strong murderous aura. Chapter 673 Beast Tide 29. All the disciples were frightened by his aura. This was the first time they saw Jinju and Luo Chuan like this.
Going over there.
A Jindan disciple stood up and said. Luo Chuan looked in the direction Ji Yao left and chased after her. But not long after, Luo Chuan lost the aura of the demon cultivator, and he had no idea where they had gone. He could only search in the huge mountains. But Lu Bing did not follow. There were still so many disciples here, and she couldn't leave them alone. She came to the pothole and helped Zhao Yashi up, only to find that she was seriously injured and completely unconscious. Lu Bing frowned. This man was Dan Zong's treasure. Now that something happened, he didn't know if there would be any disputes.
Let's go back today.
Lu Bing saw that most of the disciples were frightened, and everyone was a little uncertain. And now I don't know if there will be high-level monsters coming. If there are, my disciples will be in danger. Now take them back first, and then go to discuss with everyone. The other party has actually sent out high-level monsters, and it is time for you to send out high-level monks. Shia was held in the hands of Black Storm Bear all the way. She wanted to run away several times, but failed to seize the opportunity. Black Storm Bear has long known that Ji Yao is very cunning, and is on guard against her. As soon as he entered the mountains, he used special means to cut off his breath to avoid being caught up. Now that I have this little girl in my hands, I can make requests to humans. Black Storm Bear carried Ji Yao back to the main forum in a happy mood. The boss, He Jiao, was very surprised to see He Bao Xiong coming back with Ji Yao. But seeing her cultivation level, He Jiao instantly understood He Bao Xiong's plan.
Old Jiao, I have you. I brought back such a precious baby.
He Jiao happily patted He Bao Xiong's shoulder and kept looking at Ji Yao with his eyes. Jia noticed the evil intention of the black dragon and frowned tightly. It's just that it seems that these two people don't intend to kill him at present, and they may have other evil ideas.
Brother, it was this little girl who made me suffer last time. Don't underestimate her. She is very good.
Black Storm Bear initially thought that such a beautiful human genius could be mastered with just one finger. Crush her to death. Who knows? The boat almost capsized in the gutter.
And this girl can withstand beatings very well. She has a tough life.
Black Storm Bear glared at Ji Yao with a smile but not a smile. Obviously, he was very upset that he had beaten Ji Yao for so long but nothing happened to her.
Oh, it's extraordinary for you, a little girl, to be praised so highly by Ninth Brother.
He Jiao touched his chin and his eyes brightened when he looked at Ji Yao.
But the more genius you are, the greater the effect will be. Tell me, what price are you guys willing to pay for you?
As soon as Jia heard this, she understood what they were planning. He actually wants to use himself to threaten the monks in the Northern Territory. It's a pity that I don't have that weight yet. So I'm afraid they will be disappointed.
Senior is joking. Junior is just a golden elixir monk. How can he have such value?
Jia shook her head and acted very calmly. Since they don't plan to kill him at the moment, he should obey first and then find an opportunity to escape.
TSK. You girl is interesting and courageous.
He Jiao didn't expect that at this time. This girl was not afraid at all. Chapter 674 Beast Tide 30.
Senior has no ill intentions towards this junior. So what is there to fear about this junior?
Jiao's face was calm, but she was thinking about how to escape. This is the territory of monster beasts. When I came here, I saw high-level monsters everywhere.
Very good. Ha! I like your temperament.
Heiju was very satisfied with Ziyao's knowledge and laughed heartily.
Brother, let's lock her up.
Black Storm Bear was afraid that his eldest brother would be influenced by Ziyao. So he hurriedly interrupted. This girl is deceptive and cannot be fooled.
Then lock her in the dungeon.
Heiju didn't care. He was busy discussing how to invade the Northern Territory with other brothers recently, and he really didn't have much time to care about her.
Okay.
Black Storm Bear nodded and took Ziyao to the dungeon. Not long after, Ziyao was taken to the entrance of a cave. Walking all the way in, there are prison cells everywhere you pass, with a water prison on one side and an ordinary prison cell on the other. There are prisoners in many cells, including cultivators and monsters. In one of the water prisons, there was a 9th-level demon cultivator. His entire body was locked up with special chains, and he was spread out and nailed to the wooden board behind him by several arrows. The water had already reached his waist, but Jia couldn't tell what his true form was. Jia took one more look at the demon cultivator, and then was led forward by the Black Storm Bear. Finally, she was thrown into a regular cell.
Little girl, please stay with me for now. Don't do any tricks. Otherwise, I will make your death ugly.
Black Storm Bear smiled cruelly and threatened Ziyao before leaving. Jia didn't dare to make any move until the Black Storm Bear had walked away for a while. She first took a look at the cell. There was actually a formation here, and it was a 7th-level formation, which was a bit tricky for her at the moment. She came to the door of the cell and wanted to see if she could find a way out. However, as soon as her hand touched the pillar, she felt a sharp pain in her heart. She was so shocked that she immediately backed away and did not dare to get closer. Who built this place? Ziyao was very surprised. Most of the demon cultivators had simple thinking, and those who knew how to use formations were rare. What's more, these complex defensive measures were obviously not the work of the demon cultivators. No wonder the demon cultivator left him here so confidently. It turned out that he was sure that he wouldn't be able to escape. It's no wonder that there were even 9th-level demon cultivators in the water prison just now who couldn't escape.
Little girl, don't waste your efforts. If no one lets you go, you won't be able to get out.
The person in the next cell is a middle-aged monk with a late-stage golden elixir cultivation. He is lazily leaning against the wall. Reminded Dao Zhio. They were just like her when they came in, always wanting to escape. But after decades, she has not been able to escape. Now she has become accustomed to the life here. When Zhao heard the words, she looked at the speaker and found a late Jindan senior with messy hair and tattered robes looking at him.
I've met Senior.
Zhiyu saluted immediately.
Hey, Senior. He's just a poor man living on his last breath.
The monk spread his hands and lost confidence in the future. Since entering this dungeon, he has not advanced for decades. When the golden elixir monk's 500-year lifespan is reached, he will die.
What did the little girl do to get caught?
The monk asked Zhiyu curiously. No one has come in here for a long time. Chapter 675 Beast Tide 31.
Recently, the monsters in the Northwest Territory are fighting against the Northern Territory. I offended the Black Storm Bear and was caught.
Zhiyao did not hide anything and said it directly.
Northern Territory? Are you from Northern Territory too? Which sect?
The monk suddenly became energetic and sat up straight.
This junior is a disciple of Wanjin's sect.
Jia did not expect that this senior was also from the Northern Territory.
Turns out to be a disciple of Wanjin's sect.
The monk muttered to himself, looking a little lost. It was only then that he noticed Qiyao's cultivation. She had advanced to the Golden Core stage in her 30s. She must be a genius disciple of Wanjin's sect.
Who does this girl learn from? Junior. I learned from Master Jiansong.
Jiyu smiled and answered truthfully.
He is actually a disciple of Venerable Jiansong. No wonder he has such a high level of cultivation at such a young age.
The monk sighed, and then said,
I am a disciple of the Qingmu sect. I heard before that there is a flower of the spiritual realm in the northwest region. So I came here to practice and want to find it. Who knew that I offended that dead black dragon and actually trapped me here for decades, and occasionally brought me some food to prevent me from starving to death. Flower of the spiritual realm?
Gia was shocked when she heard this. How could such a legendary thing be in the Northwest Territory? The flower of the spiritual realm is actually just a kind of flower in legend. Whether it actually exists or not has not yet been determined. It is just rumored that as long as you find the flower of the spiritual realm, you can successfully escape Chiffon continent and go to the spiritual realm. It's just that Jiao doesn't really believe in the existence of this thing. After all, in order to ascend to the spiritual world, monks need to overcome tribulations. Even if there is such a thing, it is probably something that improves one's cultivation, and is unlikely to directly ascend to the spirit world.
Yes, I also got the news by chance. Now it seems that it is just false news.
The monk shook his head. He was too impulsive at the time, and was carried away as soon as he heard about the flower of the spiritual realm. In this huge world of monsters and beasts, there is no place where a golden elixir cultivator like me can wander blindly.
That's it.
Gia nodded, took out the cushion from the storage ring, and sat down immediately.
Beautiful girl. Where is this?
Gia sat down and released Lao Bai, which was also suffocated during this time.
The Dungeon of Monsters.
Gia smoothed Lao Bai's hair. After surviving the death disaster, her relationship with several little guys has become deeper.
What? Why did you come here?
The white fox jumped up and down anxiously. It had heard about this dungeon. Although it is not a monster from the Northwest Territories, it has heard its father talk about the dungeons of monsters from the Northwest Territories. It is said that this dungeon was formed after the ancient war, and was later used by those monsters. It's not that this dungeon is powerful, but that it is very powerful among the monster beasts, because it has high-level formations, and those who enter can hardly escape. This is very powerful in the world of monsters. After all, there are too few monster cultivators who know how to use formations. Even phantom foxes like them, which have their own talent and inheritance, can only use phantom formations, and they can't do other formations.
I was caught.
Gia spread her hands helplessly. She didn't expect that she was still so unlucky even though she had already passed death. It seems that my own luck is not very good. Not much different from the original Yijiao.
Then you're not hurt. Are you?
Baihu ran to Jia nervously, raised her hand, looked around, and checked her body. Chapter 676 Beast Tide, 32.
I'm fine. Don't worry. I just have to find a way to leave here.
Jia frowned and replied. The demon cultivator's plan was to use himself to negotiate terms with the Northern Territory. But as a golden core cultivator, he wears that weight. Furthermore, even if there were, she would not want to drag the Northern Territory down by herself. Therefore, she could only find a way to escape by herself.
But I heard that there are high-level formations here. If you break the formation by force, you will definitely be discovered. But if you understand the formation, I don't know how long it will take.
Baihu is still relatively satisfied with Ji Yao's current level of formation. Understand?
Yes. You have to think about it carefully.
Ji sighed, resignedly sat down near the wall, and began to study the formation. Baihu thought he couldn't help, so he didn't bother Ji Yao. He just sat aside obediently, and helped Ji Yao pay attention to her surroundings. The Jindan monk next to him suddenly brightened up when he saw that Ji Yao seemed to be able to break the formation. But in a blink of an eye, thinking of Jiu's age, this sense of expectation was suddenly extinguished. After all, she is still too young to be able to master this 7th level formation, not to mention her high level of cultivation. It is obvious that all her time is spent on cultivation. Nowadays, I just want to try everything. He sighed, leaned against the wall again, and closed his eyes. On the other side, Nandong Che had already set off from home and started heading towards the demon realm. He was traveling while traveling. For him, enjoying life was far more important than cultivating. He went to find a cave just because he thought this kind of life was more interesting and exciting. Not because of the treasures in the cave. The life of a monk is too long. How boring would it be if he couldn't find anything interesting to do?
Have you heard that something big has happened in the demon realm recently?
Nandong Che was eating at an inn when he heard the discussion of several people at the next table. Suddenly, his curiosity was piqued.
I've also heard that it seems that a few demon clan bosses had a falling out. Isn't that right? I heard that Yu Peiqing, the precious son of Red Demon, and Si Ruochen, the disciple of Qin Mo, had a grudge. Then Yu Peiqing was beaten by Si Ruochen until half of his body was left. My life is gone. My Dantian is almost gone. This is not just a hornet's nest. The Red Devil has such a precious son at such an old age. and the copycats come to the door directly. It just so happens that this Qin demon is also a protector of shortcomings. Her apprentice, Flame Demon, is said to have a demonic body. Can't she protect her well? It was originally a battle between two god transformation monks. Later, their friends joined in one after another. Now this demon realm is in chaos. Yes. Recently, no one dares to go to the demon realm to do business, for fear of being implicated.
Nandong Che raised his eyebrows when he heard this. The current situation in the demon realm is really interesting. It's a pity that my trip has a purpose. Otherwise I could just join in the fun. He twitched the corner of his mouth and continued on his way after finishing his meal. Jia sat in the dungeon for 3 days, concentrating on deciphering the formation in front of her. But as she observed, she felt more and more that this formation was a bit strange. She always felt that this formation was a combination of two formations, but she couldn't tell what the specific formation was. She frowned in distress, took out Nandong Yu's ancient books from the storage ring, and began to compare them one by one to see if she could see any flaws. Chapter 677 Beast Tide 33. She rummaged all the way, and after a long time, her finger stopped on a page. She carefully observed the formations in the book, and the formation on the wall just now appeared in her mind, and she began to verify each other between the two. Is this really the formation? Ji Yao was overjoyed. After her careful consideration, she discovered that one of the formations here was actually the formation in this book. In this case, then I can slowly unravel this formation by comparing it with the ancient books. As for the other formation, let's continue to study it slowly. Just do it. Ji Yao immediately began to crack the formation in earnest.
Brother, the Northern Territory has recently sent out high-level monks. It's time for us to dispatch too.
Black Storm Bear has long wanted to go to the battlefield. He wants those in the Northern Territory to see how powerful they are.
I heard that the hateful smelly snake has also begun to attack the Western region recently. But the demons in the Western region seem to be fighting among themselves recently, which gave him an opportunity. Huh?
The Black Dragon snorted coldly as he said it. Unexpectedly, it was if I had taken advantage of that smelly snake. I would have chosen the Western region if I had known earlier. I originally thought that the remote areas in the Northern region would be the easiest to win. But now it seems that I may have to waste a lot of effort.
Humph. Then we have to speed up the progress. Otherwise they will get ahead of us, and we will be in trouble in the future.
Black Storm Bear snorted coldly and said dissatisfied.
Well, that's it. In a few days, we will all be dispatched to catch them off guard.
He Jiao sneered. He had heard of the previous wars, which lasted for several years. I am not that patient.
Okay, I'll take that girl with me then.
Black Storm Bear thought of Ji Yao in the dungeon, and his mood finally improved. Maybe this girl can play an unexpected role.
Okay, then we will have a meeting to discuss it when the second brother and the others come back.
Heiji nodded, feeling a little excited. Soon, it will be time for him to dominate the entire Northern Territory. Ji Yao threw the last spirit stone towards the formation, and the entire formation rippled. Formation patterns flashed, and then slowly dissipated. The Jin Dan cultivator, who was closing his eyes to rest, was awakened by this change. He immediately stood up and approached Ji Yao.
Little girl, can you break up the formation?
The Jin Dan monk looked at Ji Yao nervously and expectantly.
Junior knows a little bit, but there is still one formation that I haven't fully understood yet.
Ji Yao smiled. She was very happy to solve a formation, although she did it according to the solution in the book and did not understand it. 7th level, but she still felt a sense of accomplishment.
Okay, it's great that you know the formation.
The Jin Dan monk seemed to see the hope of leaving, and his whole person suddenly became energetic.
Little girl, do you think this is a good idea? You work hard to unlock this formation, and then in return, I will take you out.
The Golden Elixir monk couldn't care about anything else at this time, and just wanted to leave here.
Oh, Senior, can you escape?
Ji Yao was worrying about this matter. Now that only one formation has been unlocked, it is not easily noticed by those demon cultivators. But once all the formations are unlocked, the people imprisoned here will definitely escape, and the demon cultivators will definitely be alarmed. In the end, no one may be able to escape.
Yes, I have Earth Spirit roots. I once learned a 1,000-mile Earth escape technique by chance, which can help you escape.
The Golden Elixir monk is still very confident in himself. Most people can't detect his Earth escape technique. Arrive. Chapter 678 Beast Tide 34.
I just don't know. Little girl, if you still have the elixir to restore your spiritual power,
The golden elixir monk was a little embarrassed. Over the past few decades, his elixirs have been exhausted, and it cannot absorb spiritual power for cultivation. So now there is no spiritual power in his dantian.
Yes, I still have the spiritual recovery pill here, but I don't dare to guarantee whether this formation can be solved successfully.
After hearing the words of the golden pill cultivator, Jia felt a glimmer of hope in her heart. As long as she solved it by herself, she could succeed. Escape from the dungeon. By then, the Northwest Territory will be so big that it will be much easier to hide.
Okay, then hurry up and get out of the formation, and I'll help you keep an eye on it.
Seeing Jiu agreeing, the Jinan cultivator suddenly felt happy. The formation just now can be solved, and the formations that follow will definitely be able to be solved as well.
Okay, Senior, you need to restore your spiritual power first.
Jiu nodded and handed over a bottle of spiritual recovery pill.
Thank you, little girl.
The golden elixir monk took the elixir bottle with emotion, poured out one elixir, drank it, and began to meditate. Jiu turned back and continued to study the remaining formations. She could not find this formation in the ancient books. It was this formation that isolated these cells one by one. The slightest touch would send a sharp pain in her heart, giving her a headache. She had never seen this formation in her previous inheritance. But it was also a 7th level formation, which really made her wonder what to do. She sighed in her heart and began to accept her fate and continue to comprehend. Luo Chuan searched for more than 10 days in the mountains, but could not find any trace of his junior sister and the demon cultivator. Where could this man hide? Luo Chuan frowned and was about to continue searching when he received a message from Lu Bing.
Senior brother Luo, we just received news from the demon cultivator that they have captured junior sister Yi and want us to open this gate to let them in. In the next battle, they will bring junior sister Yi with them.
Luo Chuan frowned even more after hearing this. It turned out that the demon cultivator had this idea. Since Wanjin sect is guarding this pass, they will definitely not let the monsters come over. It's just that his junior sister was threatened, and he had to find a way to rescue her. As long as they bring the junior sister over, he is sure to rescue the junior sister. Thinking of this, he didn't delay any longer and chose to go back to the camp. These monsters actually want to harm junior sister without any long-sightedness. So let them never come back this time. Luochuan's whole body was filled with murderous aura. He glanced at the mountain range coldly, and then returned to the camp. Lu Bing was also very distressed when he received the news, and could only wait for senior brother Luo's decision. They must not let the monster pass. Otherwise Wanjin sect will become the center of the Northern Territory. But if they were asked to give up junior sister Yi, that would be impossible. In the past, maybe everyone valued junior sister Yi because of venerable Jiansong. But now they value her as a person. Her talent is destined to be the mainstay of Wanjin sect in the future. Senior monks like them are very aware of junior sister Yi's current status in Wanjin sect. If junior sister Yi really died in this beast wave, she wouldn't even know how to explain it to the sect.
Hey!
Lu Bing let out a long sigh, feeling a little dissatisfied with Zhao Yashi in his heart. She had already heard from her disciples that junior sister Yi was in deep danger just to save her. If it weren't for her, Wanjin sect wouldn't be in this dilemma. Chapter 679 Beast Tide, 34. Now that Zhao Yashi is being cared for well, her injuries have healed, and she is firmly protected by Danzong. Junior sister Yi, who took pity on them, is still suffering. Thinking of this, Lu Bing's prejudice against Zhao Yashi deepened. Xia Qiyu on the other side also had a problem at this time, and was also kidnapped by a Yuaning demon cultivator during the fight. But this demon cultivator did not put Xia Qiyu into a cell. When he kidnapped Xia Qiyu, he was seriously injured by the sword of Shengguan Nanxian, who suddenly appeared. Fortunately, he had the 1,000 miles teleportation talisman. Otherwise, he would have been told where he was now. Just in case, he gave Xia Qiyu a poisonous pill to prevent her from killing him while he was injured. Although he is a demon cultivator, he has been among the crowd since childhood and has a very flexible mind. He took Xia Qiyu to a cave. He couldn't help but kneel on the ground, covered his chest, and spit out a mouthful of blood. Xia Qiyu looked at him coldly, with murderous intent in her heart. She hated others threatening her the most. However, she was poisoned by the poison pill and lost all her spiritual power, unable to take action at all.
What? You want to kill me?
The demon cultivator smiled evilly at Xia Qiyu with blood on the corners of his mouth. He just thought this woman was very interesting. Looking at his face, she didn't have any fluctuations. She was really different from other women. So he thought of catching her back. As everyone knows, Xiaqiyue has already seen the faces of the two brothers Nangongyu and Nangongche. And the face of this demon cultivator cannot make her have any fluctuations.
Yes.
Xiaqiyue looked at him coldly, not hiding his murderous intent at all.
Ha! It's really interesting.
A flash of interest flashed in the demon cultivator's eyes. And it was indeed different. The demon cultivator sat lazily on the ground, took a pill, and looked at Xiaqiyue while opening the pill.
My name is Emo. What's your name?
Emo raised the corner of his mouth and asked evilly.
It has nothing to do with you.
Xiaqiyue's eyes were unkind, and she didn't want to talk to him at all. She was thinking about how to escape. But if Ji Yao were here, she would definitely be a little surprised when she heard the name Emo. Because in the original work, this Emo is one of Xiaqiyue's suitors. In the original work, there are many outstanding male cultivators who like Xiaqiyue, including spiritual cultivators, demon cultivators, and even Buddhist cultivators. And this Emo is the male partner of the demon cultivator. He first kidnapped Xiaqiyue during the battle between beasts, and later gradually fell in love with her as they got along. Unfortunately, Xiaqiyue wanted to kill him. Every time they met after that, Xiaqiyue waved her sword at him and never gave him a good look.
TSK. 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 Beauty is so heartless.
Emo pretended to sigh and shook his head, but with a smile on his face. He found her more and more interesting now. Xiaqiyue was being teased at this time, while Ji Yao was struggling to figure out the formation. She had a headache looking at the formation in front of her. She had been in this dungeon for more than 10 days. She had a hunch that she would be taken away soon. If she doesn't untie the formation quickly, she might not be able to leave. Thinking of this, she became a little impatient.
Beautiful girl. Don't worry. You can definitely do it.
Bai Hu looked at the anxious Ji Yao and hurriedly comforted her. Today it is no longer the ignorant one it was before. It is now a beautiful girl's little cotton-padded jacket.
Yes, I understand.
Ji Yao took a deep breath, calmed down the impatience in her heart, and once again devoted herself to the relief formation. Chapter 680 Beast Tide, 35. 3 days later, Heijio and several of his brothers stood on the high ground of the main altar, with all kinds of monsters standing densely below. Everyone was very excited, and the air was stirring.
Brothers, the time has come for us monsters to rise. This time, we must break through the major defense lines in the Northern Territory, then invade the Northern Territory and completely occupy it. As long as we expand our territory, our brothers and sisters can thrive. There is no need to fight for survival of the fittest through this kind of war anymore.
Black Jiao expressed his ambitions with some excitement. He will lead his monster army to conquer the entire Northern Territory, followed by the Eastern Territory, the Southern Territory, and finally even the Central Territory will become their territory. The entire Chiffon continent will become a world dominated by monsters.
Roar!
All the monster beasts below roared excitedly, and the roar of the monster beasts echoed throughout the mountain range. Ji Yao, who was concentrating on relieving the formation, was frightened by the roar and almost tilted her head. Now she has an idea of her own and is trying it out. Whether she can succeed or not depends on this last point. Ji Yao tried her best to block out the surrounding sounds and continued to break up the formation. The white fox walked around nervously. When it heard the roar, it knew that the monster army was about to set off. Then, the other party will definitely come to capture the beautiful girl. Now that the formation has not been unlocked, what will happen then? The Jinden monk was also very anxious, but he did not dare to rush Xia at all, for fear of disturbing her, so he could only worry by himself.
Brother, where did this fourth brother go? He went to another pass before. Why did he lose the news?
Black Storm Bear was a little worried. The fourth brother was never a person who disappeared for no reason, and now it was obvious that something was wrong.
Yes, I don't know where he is, but with his ability and intelligence, nothing will happen to him. Let's go to the front line first, and he will come by himself when the time comes.
Black Jiao was not very worried. Among the brothers, the fourth child is the smartest. He grew up among people, and would not easily fall into human schemes.
Okay, then I'll bring that girl over and then set off.
Black Storm Bear smiled and rushed towards the dungeon. Xia on the other side is reaching the most important step. This last step is related to whether her solution is correct.
Senior, if this last step is successful, please ask Senior to take us away immediately.
Xia turned back to look at the golden elixir monk.
Don't worry. I will do what I say.
Jean Dan Monk replied sincerely. He is not a villain, and cannot do anything treacherous. Xiyu smiled. Calm down. And threw the last spirit stone towards the last node. Boom! The formation was finally cracked. But there was a huge sound. The Black Storm Bear had just stepped into the dungeon when he heard the sound. And the entire dungeon began to shake. Run! Xiyu didn't expect the reaction to be so big, and quickly shouted towards the Golden Pill Cultivator. The Golden Core Cultivator was also shocked. Without the restraints of the formation, he immediately rushed over, grabbed Ji Yao, and started to escape with her. The White Fox had already jumped into Ji Yao's arms, and was ready to run away, when Black Storm Bear arrived. What he saw was when the two of them suddenly disappeared together. You dare! The Black Storm Bear let out a shocking roar, and immediately punched the ground hard. Chapter 681 Beast Tide, 36. Poof! Ji Yao and the Golden Core Cultivator were both injured by the punch, and the Golden Core Cultivator's escape speed suddenly slowed down. Ji Yao's heart sank, and she immediately took out the elixir and gave it to him. If they wanted to escape now, they must still have this senior. The Black Storm Bear was so angry that he recovered his true form and began to smash at Ji Yao's cell. At this time, everyone else in the dungeon began to flee in panic, and the dungeon was about to collapse. Want to escape? Black Storm Bear smiled cruelly and punched those people directly. Those people had been imprisoned for so long that they had no spiritual power. How could they withstand these angry punches? Everyone was beaten to death and injured, and they all fell to the ground unable to escape. Oh! You are still as arrogant as ever. The demon cultivator, who was previously locked in the water prison, broke free from the chains, walked out of the cell, and stood outside the door looking at the Black Storm Bear coldly. Are you looking for death? Black Storm Bear was not in the mood to talk nonsense with him at this time, so he punched him directly. Get out! The demon cultivator shouted coldly and punched him directly. Poof! The Black Storm Bear was directly punched away, fell into Ji Yao's previous cell, and hit the wall hard. Just because you want to kill me! You are overestimating your capabilities. The demon cultivator smiled coldly and ran out without paying any attention to the black bear on the ground. He still had things to do. Wait for me! Black Storm Bear lay on the ground, with blood on the corners of his mouth, gnashing his teeth and staring at the demon cultivator's back. He stood up and quickly fled out of the dungeon. Just as he was getting out, the entire dungeon collapsed completely. All the people who had been injured before were buried in it and could never escape again. The Black Storm Bear turned around and looked at the collapsed dungeon entrance with a gloomy expression, hating Ji Yao in his heart. As expected, he still underestimated her. If he had known better, he would have killed her directly. Black Storm Bear smiled coldly. Sooner or later, she would die in his own hands. She will definitely go back to fight. The Black Storm Bear punched the entrance of the dungeon to vent his inner anger, and then ran towards the Black Dragon's place. The Black Dragon couldn't wait for the Black Storm Bear to come back, so he realized something was wrong and felt a little uneasy. Ninth brother, are you okay? As soon as the Black Dragon saw the Black Storm Bear coming back with blood on the corner of his mouth, he quickly stepped forward worriedly. Several other brothers also quickly stepped forward with concern. Humph! That bitch actually destroyed the dungeon and ran away. Thinking of the destruction of the dungeon, Black Storm Bear was heartbroken and bleeding. For thousands of years, this dungeon has never been cracked by anyone. I didn't expect that it would fall into the hands of that bitch now. What? Several people were shocked. The dungeon was too useful. Did that disciple of Wan Jinsek do it? Heiju asked viciously, exuding murderous intent. Yes! It's her! Black Storm Bear clenched his fists tightly, wishing to tear Ji Yao into pieces. Humph! Then they have to pay the price. Let's go! Black Dragon snorted coldly. They will definitely regret it. Roar! The monsters roared loudly and began to move towards several passes. Ji Yao and the Golden Core Cultivator were still running desperately underground. At this time, the ground began to shake violently. It was obvious that the large army of monsters had already set off. Senior, we have to hurry up. Xiyu was anxious. She couldn't send a message talisman to her senior brothers underground to tell them that the monster had arrived. But as soon as they emerge, they will be discovered by the monsters above and cannot run away. So they can only stay underground. The vibration caused by the running of these monsters made Jia's heart beat rapidly, as if they were stepping on her heart. Chapter 682 Beast Tide, 37. Okay. The Jean Dan monk was also very nervous. After all, he had been locked up for too long, and now he was a little unfamiliar. The two of them raced nervously with the monster, trying to run back quickly.
Junior brother Luo.
These disciples have just arrived. Are you sure you want them all to go to the pass? Are you going to take turns?
Lu Bing asked with a frown. The sect has recently sent 3 batches of disciples. The original plan of the sect was to rotate these disciples, which would not only reduce casualties, but also allow them to get training. But junior brother Luo now asked all his disciples to go to the battlefield, which really puzzled her.
The large army of monsters should be attacking soon. I have also sent messengers to other sect families. Believe it or not, it is their business.
Luo Chuan has already guessed the monster's plan, and he is always thinking about his junior sister's safety.
How could it be? In the past, it would take the second year for the large army to arrive.
Lu Bing looked at Luo Chuan in surprise.
Since they want to use junior sisters to negotiate terms, they will obviously take this opportunity to break through our gate. It is impossible to come without a large force.
Luo Chuan felt that the demon cultivator would definitely not miss this opportunity. Since if you want to break through the barrier, then you will definitely come together.
Then just listen to senior brother Luo.
Lu Bing nodded when he heard this. He was originally an assistant, so he could just give his opinions. In the end, we still have to listen to senior brother Luo's decision.
Well,
let's go. Luo Chuan nodded, walked out of the tent, and then the two of them led all the disciples of Wanjian sect to the pass. At other points, only the Luo family, the Yi family, and the Qingmu sect listened to Luo Chuan's message and sent all their disciples out. The leaders all knew that Luo Chuan was not an innocent person. Since he thought so, there must be something wrong.
This Luo Chuan is really mentally ill. Who doesn't know that the beast tide will last for several years, and the large army will not come until the next year? He actually asked all the disciples to guard the pass. Are you crazy?
Xi and Zhou snorted coldly. With a sound, he was so angry when he thought of Luo Chuan.
Junior brother Xian, don't speak nonsense. Fellow Taoist Luo must have a reason for doing this.
The nascent soul female cultivator from the Shanin sect looked at Xi and Zhou with a headache. The grudges between the two people would always mislead junior brother Xian's judgment.
Did I make a mistake? I just want to go to his Wanjian sect disciples. Our Shanin sect will follow the usual arrangements.
Xi and Zhou waved his sleeves and immediately went out to make arrangements. The nascent soul female cultivator felt a little uneasy. Luo Chuan meant that not only all the disciples had to go, but high-level cultivators like them also had to go to the pass. Although the rules of beast tides had been similar for countless times in the past, this time she always felt that what Luo Chuan said made sense. After much hesitation, she still chose to believe Luo Chuan. Since junior brother Xian wasn't going, she would go by herself, just in case. After making up her mind, the nascent soul female cultivator chased after the disciples of Shanin sect. Xi and Zhou stayed in the camp and smiled coldly at the back of his senior sister. These women were so fascinated by Luo Chuan's face that they had no ability to judge at all. Xi and Zhou didn't care at the moment, turned back to his tent, and began to meditate. Xiao and the golden elixir monks fled for a whole day. At this time, countless monsters had already run in front of the two of them.
I'm afraid we can only go up if we look for opportunities,
the golden elixir monk said in a deep voice. Now that there are monsters everywhere in front of him, he can't find a chance to return to the ground. Chapter 683 Beast Tide 38. And this 1,000-mile Earth escape technique consumes extremely spiritual energy. If this little girl hadn't had enough pills, he wouldn't have been able to hold on long ago.
This place is very close to the pass. We can only wait until they start fighting and run out. Otherwise we will definitely be discovered immediately.
Xia was very calm at this time. This time, the monsters came out in full force, and the figure was very big.
Okay, let's get closer.
The golden core cultivator nodded and chose to listen to Xia. After all, she was more familiar with this place.
Ninth brother, and I will go to the Wanjian sect's pass. Second brother, you guys will go to several other passes.
Black Jiao wanted to deal with Jiao himself, so he naturally had to go to the Wanjian sect's pass. In addition, sword cultivators have the strongest combat power, so they also need to deal with their high-level cultivators themselves.
Okay.
After several demon cultivators discussed it, they led their respective teams and rushed towards several passes. The Black Dragon and the Black Violent Bear led a large group of monsters to the Wanjian sect pass. On the other side, Xia Qiyu and Nakayamo unconscious, and began to flee for his life in the mountains. This poison was developed when I came here to make elixirs. I originally had some poison, but I used it up when I was killing monsters. Xia Qiyu took advantage of Emo's relaxation of vigilance to drug him, and then ran away without any delay, thinking of being forced to get along with him these past few days. Xia Qiyu's eyebrows darkened, and she would return these humiliations to him bit by bit. An hour later, Heijia led a large army to the pass, but he did not expect that there would be a large group of disciples waiting for them. The Black Storm Bear immediately saw the black-clothed sword cultivator standing in the distance, because as soon as he appeared, he was targeted by his murderous intent. Luo Chuan frowned and looked over and over at the monster beasts with his consciousness, but he didn't find his junior sister. His heart sank. Could it be that something happened to his junior sister? All of them were actually dispatched. Lu Bing looked at the completely invisible group of monster beasts in the distance, and his heart sank. Fortunately, he listened to senior brother Luo this time. Otherwise, when they came to rescue, the disciples sent out would be afraid. All have been sacrificed. The disciples of Wanjin sect are also very nervous, especially the group that came recently. There are so many monsters here. It is destined to be impossible for all of them to go back. Everyone's mood was a little heavy, but at the same time, there was a sense of ambition and pride in their hearts. They want to defend the Northern Territory and their hometown.
Where is my junior sister?
Luo Chuan has his eyes firmly on Black Storm Bear. As long as he dares to say that something happened to his junior sister, he will kill him with one sword.
She ran away.
Black Storm Bear originally wanted to stimulate them by saying that Ji Yao was dead, but feeling Luo Chuan's momentum, he still gave up.
Speaking of this, we have to have a good break with you humans.
Black Jiao raised his hands and looked at Luo Chuan and Lu Bing with disdain. The two people's highest cultivation level was at the late Yuaning stage. Not his match.
We kindly invited the disciples of Wanjian sect to be our guests. She was so nice that she destroyed our dungeon. How can we compensate her?
Black Dragon sneered and looked at Luo Chuan provocatively. When Luo Chuan heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the junior sister had really escaped on her own. Ji Yao and the Golden Pill cultivator stopped underground and listened to the movement on the ground. Hearing what Heiji said, she rolled her eyes. This person was too arrogant. He would be afraid of being punished by his senior brother. Chapter 684 Beast Tide 39.
You kidnapped my disciples of Wanjin sect, and we haven't had time to ask you for an explanation. But you have the nerve to ask.
Lu Bing looked at the black dragon opposite and smiled coldly. These demon cultivators really opened their mouths.
Humans nowadays are really arrogant.
The black dragon snorted coldly, and then clapped his palm forward. This palm was the signal to start a war, and the situation of mutual confrontation suddenly changed. Countless monsters rushed to the pass and began to attack. All the disciples of Wanjian sect also rushed forward. They formed Professor Jiao's sword formation and began to strangle the monsters. The golden elixir monk flew in the air and faced the opponent's 7th and 8th level monsters. The black dragon's palm was also split by Luo Chuan's sword, and one person and one demon cultivator were able to get on top of it. The black dragon's cultivation level is equivalent to the peak of the nascent soul of human cultivation, which is a small level higher than Luo Chuan. In addition, the demon cultivator has thick skin and thick flesh,
and it is impossible to tell the winner for a while. Lu Bing, on the other hand, faced off against the Black Storm Bear. The two had similar cultivation levels and similar combat capabilities. Sword cultivators have advantages over ordinary cultivators, but facing demon cultivators with hard bodies, they do not have much advantage. Feeling the sound of fighting coming from above, the Jindan monk took Xia to find a place where there was no sound.
Little girl, let's go up from here,
the golden elixir monk said to Ji Yao.
Okay.
Xiyu nodded and took 2 bottles of elixirs to the golden elixir monk again. This time the beast wave. The senior will definitely not just leave. Then when fighting, elixirs are very much needed.
Thank you.
The golden elixir monk held the elixir bottle tightly, firmly remembering Ji Yao's kindness in his heart.
Let's go!
The Jindan cultivator led Ji Yao and broke through the ground in one fell swoop. As soon as he returned to the ground, a 7th level monster ran from behind. Ji Yao shuddered, turned around, and a lightning attribute swordsmanship struck the monster's body.
Roar!
This sword directly cut a large gash in its back, and the bones were clearly visible. Stimulated by the severe pain, the monster swung its claws towards Ji Yao. Ji Yao looked at it coldly,
teleported behind the monster, and slashed its neck with a sword. Boom! The monster suddenly fell to the ground, raising countless dust, just as the Jindan cultivator wanted to help. He found that Ji Yao had quickly dealt with the monster. He looked at Ji Yu in surprise. Has he been imprisoned for too long? Is the current world already so magical? This is a 7th level monster. He was at the same level as this little girl. And he could be killed with just 2 moves? Are all the sword cultivators so good now? The golden elixir monk was very lucky at this time that he didn't have any bad thoughts in the middle. He originally thought that this little girl had a high level of cultivation and spent all her time on cultivation. So she was relatively simple. Now it seems that people are not afraid of what they do at all. Where is the strength? What is there to be afraid of? But this was not the time to think about this. The golden pill cultivator turned around and joined the battle. Old bye. Don't look for high-level monks. The white fox kept clamoring to come out to help Ji Yao. But Ji Yao finally let it out. Don't worry. I know. The white fox clapped his paws, jumped into the battlefield in a few steps, and threw the formation towards a large group of monsters. Suddenly, the monster was trapped by the illusory formation and stood there stupidly. The white fox was overjoyed, ran forward, stretched out his paw, and slashed the neck of a monster beast. And the monster died just like that. Chapter 685 Beast Tide 40. Finding that this method was good, the white fox took action against the remaining monsters. Seeing that Lao Bai was very measured and did not provoke high-level monsters, Jia felt relieved and started to join the battle. Although Lao Bai is already at the 8th level, its actual combat power is not very strong. Its main attack is to set up illusion formations, and it is an excellent auxiliary. However, when fighting alone, it is safer to find low-level monsters. Jia was killing monsters while looking for high-level monsters, because once other low-level disciples encountered high-level monsters, the casualties would be terrible. So she had to deal with those high-level monsters first. Soon, Ji Yao locked onto an 8th level saber-toothed tiger. This saber-toothed tiger has 2 teeth as sharp as swords, and it is biting a disciple on the neck. Ji Yu was startled and immediately slashed out with a reincarnation. Roar! The saber-toothed tiger was attacked, and was so shocked that he spat out the disciple in his mouth. Reincarnation struck it, and although it didn't suck it into the realm of life and death, it still completely cut off one of its legs. The disciple was thrown far away and had lost the breath of life. Seeing this, Ji Yao felt a pain in her heart. This disciple had spoken to her before, but she didn't expect that he would have died now. Jia raised her head and looked coldly at the howling saber-toothed tiger in the distance, exuding a strong murderous aura, and all the momentum was gathered together. She struck him again with a fierce reincarnation sword, and in her heart she just wanted the saber-toothed tiger to die. Boom! When the sword went down, the place where the saber-toothed tiger was suddenly exploded, and the saber-toothed tiger was sucked in by the reincarnation, struggled for a few times, and disappeared completely. This huge sound attracted everyone's attention, and they all looked over. After discovering that it was Ji Yao, Luo Chuan finally relaxed and concentrated on dealing with the black dragon. When the black dragon and the black storm bear discovered that it was Ji Yao, they all sneered and planned to kill Ji Yao after killing the person in front of them. Jia looked at the bomb placed thoughtfully. The power of her sword was obviously much stronger than before. Is it because of his murderous aura bonus? Or is it your determination to want the other person to die? Jia couldn't figure it out for a while, and could only continue to verify it in the next battle. In this way, she began to look for high-level monsters everywhere and use reincarnation to deal with them. 9 hells. Go Xiujia and Gui Xiui looked at the souls of monster beasts that kept appearing at the entrance of the world, and were a little stunned. I thought it was just a matter of having souls again. But why are these groups of people appearing? Please report to His Holiness quickly. Gui Xiui came back to his senses and touched Gui Xiujia with his elbow. Ah? Oh. Gui Xiujia nodded blankly and sent the communication talisman to Lord Jiuming. The Venerable went out some time ago and has not come back yet. Let's go. Send these monsters into reincarnation. Gui Xiui helplessly pulled Gui Xiujia forward to guide the souls. Central Territory Tianji Sect. While Venerable Jiuming was understanding the matter with Ji Shizi, he received a message talisman from H.L. A bad premonition suddenly arose in his heart. Sir! Countless demonic beast souls suddenly poured into the boundary. Ghost Xiujia's anxious voice came from the communication talisman. Look! It's here again! Venerable Jiuming rubbed his forehead with a headache. This H.
L has existed for hundreds of millions of years, and nothing like this has ever happened. Now, these sudden appearances of souls really made him a little uneasy. Ji Shuzi frowned, already having an answer in his mind, but not intending to say it out loud. Chapter 686 Beast Tide, 41.
Countless corpses of monsters?
Venerable Jioming began to mutter to himself. Suddenly, a spiritual light flashed through.
Is it the beast tide in the northwest region?
His eyes lit up, as if he had guessed the truth of the matter.
Hey, tell me, could it be a war between the beast tides in the Northwest Territory, the Northern Territory, and the Western Territory? After all, so many monster beasts suddenly fell together. This is the most likely possibility.
Lord Jioming looked at Ji Shuzi, hoping that he would figure out what to do. He could calculate everything in the past, but he didn't expect that when he asked this time. Ji Shuzi said he couldn't calculate anything.
I don't know. It should be so.
Ji Shuzi shook his head. This time's incident really couldn't be calculated, but he could guess. He was not sure at first, but now combined with these monster beasts that suddenly died in groups, he was 100% sure. It seems that it must be related to Jian Song's young apprentice. After all, she was the only one who could make herself think of nothing. Among the people he had met, there were only two people with strange luck. One is Jio, and the other is Jia's friend whom I met last time. Xia Qiua. That girl has a very good character, and the old guys all admire her. At the same time, she has very good luck. He calculated carefully and found that the girl's luck was actually related to the future of Chenfeng continent. However, he didn't tell anyone about it, fearing that leaking the news would put her at risk.
Forget it. Since you can't figure it out, I'll make a trip myself. I want to see who caused the noise.
Lord Jioming patted the machine hub on the shoulder and said, then tore apart the space, rushed towards the northwest region. Ji Shuzi frowned and hesitated before sending a communication talisman to Jian Song, asking him to remind her young apprentice to keep a low profile. Even he couldn't tell whether this matter was a good thing or not. If it was leaked, the little girl's life might not be peaceful in the future. The Beast Tide War is still going on, and the ground is already covered with corpses of monster beasts. Similarly, many disciples of Wanjian sect have also lost their lives. This was the result of their use of the sword formation. If they had resisted directly, more disciples would have died. Shio looked at the demise of her disciples, and her heart was filled with grief, anger and murderous intent, which also led her to kill monsters without mercy. The spiritual power in her body has always been very sufficient. With the bonus of murderous intent, the combat power of reincarnation has also increased exponentially, which makes her look like a murderous god at this time. Those high-level monsters are all intelligent. At first, everyone rushed forward to fight Jia, but seeing countless high-level monsters being defeated by her with just a few moves, the monsters were frightened. They even wanted to run away when they saw Jia. But unfortunately, Jia would not give them a chance. At this time, even Lu Bing was frightened by her formation. She only took the time to glance at Jia a few times, and she had to admit that Zhu Feng specializes in killing God. Senior uncle Jian Song and senior brother Luo Chuan are both famous killer gods in the Northern Territory, and they are not merciless when killing people. Nowadays, even this little junior sister who looks cute is so vigorous, which is really surprising. After seeing Jiao's performance, the disciples of Wanjian sect were also infected by her indomitable momentum. They all tried their best to kill the monsters without caring about their own injuries. After this battle, Jiao's status in their hearts gradually changed. She used to be the #1 beauty in the Northern Territory, but now she is their role model. Chapter 687 Beast Tide, 42. Jia was killing the monster seriously while paying attention to the black door that always appeared. She vaguely felt that it should be the door to H.L. However, as long as you embark on the path of cultivation, no matter what species you are, you cannot be reincarnated. Therefore, she was not sure. After all, it would be shocking if he really sent their souls to H.L. It is very likely that he will be hunted by the dark forces in the future, and many people will speculate about what treasures or skills he has. In fact, it is just the artistic conception of understanding. On the other side, Black Jiao had been injured by Luo Chuan, leaving many deep visible bone scars on his body.
Boy, you are indeed a sword cultivator, with strong fighting power.
The black dragon snorted coldly, and suddenly transformed back into his true form. Suddenly, a huge black dragon appeared in midair, blocking all the light in the sky. Realizing that her vision had darkened, Jia looked up and saw a black dragon hovering in the air. Go! Jia threw a 9-heaven god thunder ball towards the belly of the black dragon in midair, and at the same time struck it with a reincarnation. Luo Chuan glanced at the black dragon coldly and struck it with the same sword. With this sword, even gaps appeared in the space, and the faint sound of wind could be heard. The black dragon didn't notice Jia at all. He was focused on Luo Chuan. Upon seeing this, he opened his mouth wide and breathed fire at Luo Chuan. When the flames and the Kendo artistic conception met, they actually melted into each other. Roar! But Jiyu's attack arrived. The divine thunder and reincarnation hit the black dragon's belly hard, and a big hole was immediately blown out. The divine thunder crackled on the wound, and blood flowed and dripped on the ground. The disciples and monsters on the ground all gave way. The black dragon felt the pain and bent his head to glare at Jiyao, the instigator. Jia looked at the huge head in front of her and tightened her grip on Li Yuan. She was probably completely annoyed by it. When Heiju saw that the person who hurt him was actually Jiyao, the anger in his heart became even deeper. It was this bitch again. It spat out spiritual fire at Jiyao angrily, then turned its head to face Luo Chuan again, but slapped its tail in Jiyao's direction. Seeing that the spiritual fire was not surprised, Shiyu released the chaotic sky fire. She teleported a few times to avoid the black dragon's tail, and at the same time struck its tail with a sword. As soon as Chaos Skyfire sensed the spiritual fire, it rushed forward excitedly and absorbed all the spiritual fire. Shia saw that the black dragon's main means of attack were physical attacks and spiritual fire, so she commanded the Chaotic Sky Fire to begin to circle around the black dragon. As soon as it breathed out fire, the Chaotic Sky Fire would come forward to devour it. With the help of Chaos Sky Fire, Luo Chuan felt much more relaxed. He didn't have to worry about the spiritual fire at all. He could just draw his sword. Roar! After enduring Luo Chuan's attack, the black dragon howled in pain. There were already countless wounds on his body, bleeding everywhere, and he looked extremely terrifying. Jiyu suddenly appeared in one place, used Divine Thunder and Reincarnation to cause damage to the black dragon, and then teleported away. This made the black dragon particularly angry. This human being was too cunning, and it couldn't hurt Jiyu with its tail. However, many monsters and disciples were accidentally injured. Soon, everyone gradually moved their positions and stayed away from the black dragon. Roar! Black Jiao was so angry at the attacks from Luo Chuan and Jiao that he went crazy and couldn't control his inner anger at all. It began to slap the ground randomly, while spitting fire in all directions, and finally used its body to directly hit Luo Chuan. Chapter 688 Beast Tide, 43. Poof! Jiao was hit by the all-round attack of the black dragon, and she hit the ground hard, sinking deeply into the pit, spurting out a large mouthful of blood, and her lungs were actually broken. Ugh! Jiao grunted in pain, laid down in the pit, took out the pill, took it, and began to draw out the potency. Although the black and white gas can repair the injury, it is not as fast as the elixir. When Luo Chuan saw the black dragon approaching, he gathered all his spiritual power and slashed towards its body. Roar! Luo Chuan was hit by the black dragon and was knocked back more than 10 meters, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. The black dragon was almost split into 2 pieces by Luo Chuan's sword. It swung its body in pain, trying to relieve the pain. At this time, Xia also flew out of the pit. Seeing the appearance of the black dragon, she flicked her fingertips and released 2 9 Heavenly God Thunder Sirius wolves, heading straight for the black dragon's wound. Roar! The black dragon sensed the approaching aura of destruction and quickly ducked to the side, then turned around and sprayed a burst of spiritual fire towards Xiyao. Xia teleported several times to get close to the black dragon, found its wound and threw another thunder ball into it. After throwing the thunder ball in, Xiyao teleported away again, not wanting to be hit by the black dragon again. As soon as Luo Chuan saw that his junior sister was far away from the black dragon, he charged up and slashed out again. This sword contains 10% of Luo Chuan's skill. As long as it strikes the black dragon, it can kill half of its life. However, just when the sword's artistic conception was about to strike the black dragon, a demon cultivator suddenly appeared in front of the black dragon and caught the sword move. A ray of light suddenly appeared behind her, sweeping in all the sword moves. Suddenly, the sword moves disappeared without a trace. It was just that the demon cultivator himself was also shocked by the sword move and flew back a certain distance before stopping. with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. The black dragon also regained his consciousness when he saw the demon cultivator.
Seventh sister, why are you here? Aren't you staying at the main altar?
Heiju asked in surprise, while looking at Luo Chuan warily. Jia also noticed the beautiful demon cultivator at this time, and already guessed that she was a peacock. Peacock has a magical power that everyone knows very well, which is called the five-color divine light. When the peacock's cultivation reaches a certain level, the five-color divine light can be used for everything. Anything that comes in front of the five-color divine light will be swept away, no matter whether it is an attack method or a magic weapon. There is no exception. Therefore, no one is very willing to provoke the peacock clan. However, the peacock in front of me is still far from good at first glance. Now it is nothing more than a 9th level monster. And I don't know if her bloodline is orthodox, because the peacock clan's clan is not in the northwest region, but in the southeast region, like the White Fox's hometown.
Brother, something happened in the main forum.
Peacock looked anxious. This matter was beyond her ability to handle, so she could only come to find her brother. Heijia's heart sank when he heard this. Chimei was never one to make a fuss out of a molehill. Since she said so, it was no small matter.
Retreat!
Black Dragon roared. And then he and Peacock attacked Jiao and Luo Chuan again. But this time, they were just buying time for the monster to retreat. Black Storm Bear was fighting with Lu Bing, and was unable to react when he heard Black Dragon's order.
Let's go!
After reacting, he shouted loudly at the monsters. Soon, the monsters ran away one after another, and some of the slower ones were killed one by the disciples of Wanjin's sect. Chapter 689 Beast Tide, 44. When most of the monsters ran away, the Black Dragon and the Peacock looked at each other, turned and fled towards the northwest region. Luo Chuan and Ji Yao did not catch up. If this was a trap by the monster, it would be troublesome. After all, it was just the two of them who were facing thousands of monsters. Ji Yao stood in midair, looking at the corpses of monsters and disciples mixed together on the ground, feeling very heavy. Natural selection in the world of cultivation is really cruel.
Clean up the battlefield!
Luo Chuan was not in a good mood. In this battle, Wanjian's sect lost many disciples.
Yes!
Ji Yao nodded, landed on the ground, and began to sort out the disciples' body. After the battlefield was roughly cleaned, everyone buried all the disciples together. Everyone's heart is heavy, and many people's friends have died. Some unfamiliar disciples had just made lifelong friendships on the battlefield, and they were separated forever. No one had time to know more about it.
Go back to the camp.
Lu Bing sighed and took the initiative to lead his disciples back. Jia looked back at the battlefield coldly and glanced at the northwest region. These accounts will always be settled.
Let's go!
Luo Chuan patted Jia's head comfortingly and took her back to the camp. On the way back to the main forum, Heiju sent messages to several other brothers one after another, and everyone withdrew. In this battle, the Shinin sect and several middle-level families suffered heavy losses, and numerous disciples were killed or injured. The Shinin sect was even worse. The nascent soul female cultivator was seriously injured. When Xi and Zhou got the news and rushed there, she had only one breath left. After all, being besieged by two demon cultivators with a higher level of cultivation than himself, it was good to survive. Xi and Zhou looked at the seriously injured senior sister and felt filled with guilt. He blamed himself and was unwilling to listen to Luo Chuan's reminder. Otherwise such a thing would not have happened. He sent a message to the Shinin sect, waiting for the sect to send new people, and at the same time, he took his senior sister back for training. The injury this time is serious. I'm afraid the senior sister will have to recuperate for at least a few years. This time he made a major mistake, and he could only strive for meritorious service to atone for his sins. In this battle, there were heavy losses at every pass. After all, the Northern Territory did not expect that the monsters would attack so early, so not many disciples were imported. Xiaoqi Yue finally escaped Emo's capture, but failed to return to the pass. Instead, she accidentally fell into a trap during her escape, and inside this trap is actually a cave where a god-turned-demon cultivator lives.
How could this happen? Roar!
As soon as the Black Dragon returned to the main altar, he went to the tunnel directly below the main altar. When he saw that the flower of the spirit realm in the spiritual pool had disappeared, he roared angrily. Several demon cultivators stood behind the Black Dragon, all very scared.
Seventh sister, who did this?
The Black Dragon didn't care about his own injuries. His eyes were filled with blood red, and he looked at the peacock cruelly and asked,
Yes. It's the demon cultivator from the dungeon before.
Peacock lowered his head guiltily, not daring to look at the black dragon at all. The eldest brother trusted her and asked her to stay and guard the main altar. But now he has thrown away all the sacred objects.
I can't beat him at all.
Peacock recalled the scene at that time and realized that he was no match for him at all. But fortunately, his goal was the holy object, not to kill the monster. Otherwise, he would have been dead by now.
Oh! Look for him for me. You have to dig 3 feet into the ground to find him.
The black dragon waved his sleeves, and the entire tunnel suddenly began to collapse. Chapter 690 Beast Tide, 45. Several demon cultivators ran to instruct their disciples to start looking for traces of the demon cultivator, leaving the black dragon standing alone in the cave. The black dragon's whole body was full of sycophancy, and at the same time, he was a little scared. He destroyed the entire tunnel, then left the tunnel and began to look for traces of the demon cultivator everywhere. This
flower of the spirit realm
was left by the master of these brothers and sisters, and they built a base camp here specifically to protect the flower. It won't be long before it matures, and their master will come to get the flower. Unexpectedly, someone else was the first to get there. He couldn't even imagine what would happen to the master after he found out that the thing was gone. Thinking of his master's brutal methods, Black Dragon shuddered. I'm afraid none of their brothers and sisters will survive. Therefore, he really hated the demon cultivator, and Ji Yao who released the demon cultivator. He once heard from his master that the demon cultivator was said to have grown up with humans and had a great relationship, but he did not sign a contract. Later, the master killed the human being in front of the demon cultivator, caught the demon cultivator, and locked him up. Just thinking about it, the black dragons all knew the demon cultivator's hatred towards them. In the eyes of the demon cultivator, these monsters were not his kind, but enemies.
Other passes suffered heavy losses.
Lu Bing shook his head towards Luo Chuan and said with a sigh, if senior brother Luo hadn't warned everyone in advance, the casualties might have been even heavier. No one expected that the monsters would attack in advance this time, completely subverting the previous default rules.
I don't know what happened to make them give up halfway and go back.
Shio was a little confused, but she knew the determination of Heiju and the others very well. But the peacock said that something happened to the main altar, and it would be no small matter for them to go back.
Yes, it comes and goes in such a hurry. It's really confusing. I don't know when they will attack again.
Lu Bing frowned in confusion. This time the monster appeared out of common sense. The cards made her feel unsure.
They will definitely not come back in a short time. But the peace will definitely not last long. We need to send people to pay close attention to guard against them.
Jia looked at Lu Bing and analyzed seriously.
Well, I'll make arrangements right away.
Lu Bing nodded and immediately went to make arrangements.
Be careful during this period. I always feel that they have bad intentions towards you.
Luo Chuan waited until Lu Bing left, then approached Qi Yao and gently smoothed her hair that was messed up by the battle.
I'm afraid they want to kill me now.
Jio spread her hands helplessly and destroyed their dungeon by herself. She had been so cruel to the black dragon before, so she might have been completely targeted.
So you have to be careful. I'm worried that they will come to kidnap you again. During this period, they won't do anything. It just so happens that everyone is resting for a while. So you stay in the camp and don't go out. You know?
Luo Chuan looked serious. He looked at Ji Yao and told him to stay in the camp. If something happened, he could get there immediately. If he ran out, everything would be hard to say. After all, not every junior sister could escape.
Okay, I will listen to senior brother.
Jiu agreed with a smile, and then separated from Luo Chuan. She returned to the Wanjian sect's headquarters, took out the hut, and had a good night's sleep. She didn't sleep well that night. Her dreams were filled with scenes of Wanjian sect disciples fighting monsters and finally falling. Chapter 691 Beast Tide, 46. Early the next morning, Shio got up. She rubbed her forehead and let out a sigh of relief, hoping that the beast tide would end soon and that fewer disciples would die. Jiu patted her cheeks, smiled reluctantly, and ran to Qingmu Sect's residence. She originally went to find Chichio, but when she went there, she only saw Luo Chioli sitting outside the tent with a sad face.
Chioli, why are you alone? Where is Chiyue?
Chiyo was a little confused. She opened Chiyue's tent and took a look, but found no one.
Chiyao, what should I do? I was captured by the demon cultivator before Chiyoyue, but I couldn't catch up with him. Uncle Shangwan didn't let me chase him. He went to find Chi himself.
Luo Qiuli's eyes were red. She watched Chi being abducted by the demon cultivator. But she was completely powerless, and had no way to rescue her.
What?
Jia was shocked when she heard this. Qiyue was actually captured by the demon cultivator.
Really? Uncle Shangwan has gone to find her now. But there is still no news.
Luo Qiuli held her hands tightly. In this battle, many Qingmu sect disciples died. She couldn't even imagine what she would do if. What if something happened in July? Jia tried her best to suppress the anxiety in her heart, and began to search for the original work. She didn't remember the plot clearly, but she roughly remembered that in the original work, Chi was indeed kidnapped by the demon cultivator. And the demon cultivator would eventually fall in love with Chi. Later, Chi stunned the demon cultivator and ran away. Finally, he accidentally ended up in a demon cultivator's cave. In the cave, she inherited the magical power of the demon cultivator and obtained the
Eye of Destroying Illusions.
From now on, all illusions and formations in the world will be invisible to her. Whether you hide your cultivation or change your appearance, she can see it clearly. Even if you use a robe that isolates your spiritual consciousness, it will be useless against the
Eye of Delusion.
This
delusion-destroying eye
is very important to Chi, and will be an important support for her to hunt for treasures everywhere in the future. And during this experience, she didn't suffer any injuries, and returned to the camp safely. Her cultivation even increased, and she was almost ready to form a pill. Knowing what Chi was going to face, Ji Yao breathed a sigh of relief. As Tiando's biological daughter, Chi should be fine.
Don't worry. Nothing will happen in July. Since Senior Shangwan is gone, it will definitely be fine. You should have a good rest first. The monsters are likely to come back in a few days, and you will need to go to the battlefield.
Jiyu, comforting Luo Qiuli. Although this comfort was not very convincing, it still persuaded Luo Qiuli.
Okay, then I'll go rest first. And you should be careful.
Luo Qiuli smiled reluctantly and stood up. There's no point in waiting for it. It's better to regain your energy and kill more monsters when the time comes. After Jia and Luo Qiuli separated, they prepared to return to the sect's headquarters.
Very Jian Yao.
A surprised female voice suddenly came from behind. When Jia heard it, she recognized that it was Zhao Yashi's voice. Suddenly, her pace quickened. If the situation didn't allow it, she would have teleported away.
Very Jian Yao. Don't leave. Wait for me.
Zhao Yashi looked at Jia's footsteps without stopping and hurriedly followed her. Soon, she stopped in front of Ji Yao.
Very Zhao. Is something wrong with you?
Jia looked at Zhao Yashi with a headache, fearing that she would follow her to the battlefield again.
I'm here to say thank you.
Zhao Yashi looked at Jia with a blush. Chapter 692 Beast Tide, 47.
No. Just take care of yourself.
Jiu smiled faintly, replied and planned to leave. Alchemy geniuses like Zhao Yashi are well protected by Danzong. She almost lost her life when she went to the battlefield before. The senior officials of Danzong definitely don't want her to have more contact with him. After all, he is a swordsman who doesn't care about his life.
I'm fine. I'm really fine.
Zhao Yashi reached out and took Jiu's hand. After Jiu stopped, she opened her arms and turned around, trying to prove that she was fine. Jia looked at Zhao Yashi helplessly. Her innocent temperament was suitable for living in the secular world.
As long as you're fine. I'm still busy preparing for the next battle, so I won't talk anymore.
Jiu smiled. In fact, she liked a simple person like Zhao Yashi. But she didn't know why. She always felt that she couldn't have more contact with her. Since she came to the world of cultivation, she has paid special attention to her intuition. After Jiu finished speaking, she staggered away and left. Zhao Yashi wrung her hands, bit her lips, and looked at Ji Yao's leaving figure, feeling very sad in her heart. She is not really a fool, and she can clearly feel Fairy Jinya's rejection of her.
Junior sister, what's wrong with you?
Shangwan Shiza, the genius senior brother of Danzong, looked at Zhao Yashi's red eyes and stepped forward with heartache.
Senior brother, are you here? I'm fine.
Zhao Yashi didn't expect that senior brother would come to the front line, and she suddenly laughed happily.
Yes. As soon as I heard that you were injured, I rushed over immediately.
Shangwan Shiza checked Zhao Yashi briefly, and breathed a sigh of relief after finding no physical problems. When he heard the news before, he was almost scared to death.
I'm really fine. Let's go back quickly. Master will be very happy to see you.
Zhao Yashi stepped forward and took Shangwan Shiza's arm. then dragged him towards the tent. At this time, she had long forgotten the previous unpleasantness. Shang Guanshiza was pulled by his junior sister and turned around to look in the direction of Jiao. But he only saw the back of a female cultivator wearing a golden robe. 7 days later, support troops from various sect families arrived one after another. This time, except for the Dan sect, the 3 major sects all sent more than 10,000 people. They were obviously angry at the previous tricks of the monsters and planned to make them pay the price. When her disciples arrived, Ji Yao took the responsibility of teaching them the sword formation. Now, everyone has learned well, and Ji Yao's status has been improving invisibly. And it has long been different from before she came. At night, Ji Yao always felt a little uneasy. The demon cultivator had not come over for so many days, which made her feel something was wrong. She came to her senior brother's tent and called Luo Chuan out.
Senior brother, I always feel that something is wrong tonight. Do you think the demon cultivator will attack the pass at night?
Ji Yao frowned, trying to suppress the uneasiness in her heart. But her heart was beating extremely actively.
It's possible. Then I'll go and have a look at the mountains over there.
Luo Chuan also felt that something was wrong, so he planned to go and have a look.
I'll go too.
Ji Yao also wanted to take a look so she could take precautions in advance. Just when Luo Chuan was about to refuse, Ji Yao spoke again.
If you don't take me, I will go by myself. Let's go together then.
Luo Chuan helplessly patted Ji Yao's head and agreed to Ji Yao's request.
Let's go!
Ji Yao took out Yunling and rushed towards the mountains in the northwest region with her senior brother. Chapter 693 Beast Tide, 48. Yunling's speed was extremely fast, and he led Ji Yao to the nearest mountain range in an hour. Yunling wanted to continue moving forward, but Ji Yao controlled it to stop.
Brother, there seems to be a sound in the distance.
Ji Yao spread her consciousness, but found nothing.
They're coming! Quick! Let's go back!
Luo Chuan's spiritual consciousness range was wider than Ji Yao's, so he discovered the running herd of beasts.
Okay!
Ji Yao was shocked when she heard this, and immediately ordered Yunling to run back. Luo Chuan, on the other hand, was sending communication talismans to several other Yuanying monks in the camp, asking them to quickly lead their disciples to guard the pass. If the barrier is broken, it will be difficult for them to annihilate the monsters. After receiving the news, the Yuanying monk who was resting quickly gathered all his disciples and rushed towards the pass.
Don't be afraid. There should be enough time.
Luo Chuan saw Ji Yao worried and wanted to reassure her.
Yes.
Ji Yao nodded. The speed of the monsters was not as fast as that of Yunling. It would definitely take a lot of time to reach several checkpoints. The monks from the northern territory should be able to make it in time.
Fortunately, you asked to come and take a look today. Otherwise it would have been dangerous. I didn't expect the monster to be so cunning this time.
Luo Chuan was very happy in his heart. If the monster had not been discovered first, I am afraid that the disciples in the northern territory would have suffered this time. Ji Yao just shook her head, probably knowing who it was because of. Monsters are generally more straightforward and rarely know what tactics to use. The one who can come up with this idea is probably the male partner of the demon cultivator in the original work. After all, he was a cunning character in the original work. But in the original book, the war between monsters lasted for several years, and she couldn't figure out why the monsters were so aggressive this time. By the time Ji Yao and Luo Chuan returned to the Wanjin Sect Pass, Lu Bing had already led all his disciples to stand at the pass and waited seriously.
How well everyone has learned the formation during this period will be revealed tonight. Do you have the confidence to fight back the monsters?
Lu Bing saw Ji Yao and the others coming back, and began to cheer for the disciples.
Yes!
The disciples replied excitedly, wanting to rush forward and have a fight immediately. Ji Yao looked at the excited disciples and smiled slightly. The disciples of Wanjian sect are all great people.
Senior brother Luo, how long until the monster comes?
Lu Bing looked at Luo Chuan, a little nervous. It's not that she is afraid of death, but that she is afraid of the death of these disciples.
Almost.
Luo Chuan turned around, stood in midair, and stared coldly at the direction the monster came from. Ji Yao also stepped forward, holding Li Yuan in her hand, ready to take action. Then, she released both the white fox and the little white ball.
Old Bai, you and Xiao Bai Tuan take care of each other. If you encounter danger, run away and don't resist. You know?
Ji Yao looked at Bai Hu seriously and warned.
I will do it. Don't worry. Beautiful girl.
White Fox promised seriously, carrying the little white ball on his back. It will definitely ensure the safety of the little white group.
Yeah.
Xia nodded with a smile and stopped looking at them. Both Lao Bai and Xiao Bai Tuan need to go through battles to truly grow up. Xiao Bai Tuan is not tired of Xia this time. And he also knows the seriousness of this matter. When he thought about those monsters trying to hurt his sister, he wanted to swallow them all. Lu Bing looked at the disciples of Wanjian sect and watched as they began to spontaneously prepare the sword formation. They came to Luo Chuan and began to wait for the arrival of the monster. Chapter 694 Beast Tide, 49. Half an hour later, the monster army finally arrived. The Black Dragon originally planned a sneak attack, but they didn't expect that humans were already waiting for them.
Brother, they actually knew it.
Peacock didn't expect the news to leak out.
Well, it doesn't matter. So what if they know it? There is only one ending, and that is death.
The Black Dragon's sinister eyes were focused on Ji Yao. Soon, his master would be back, and he didn't dare to think about his master's reaction if he knew that the flower of the spirit realm had been stolen. Therefore, as soon as he recovered from his injuries, he quickly led the monsters to attack the northern region, hoping to be able to make meritorious deeds and make his master calm down. The Black Dragon and the Peacock stepped forward and looked at Gio and the others from a distance.
Little girl, today, I will kill you.
He Jiao looked at Ji Yao and said through gritted teeth.
Today, we will kill you too.
Gio looked at the Black Dragon coldly. It was because of them that so many disciples died. Today, we must seek justice for them. And Luo Chuan also locked his eyes firmly on the Black Dragon. His eyes dark.
Then let's see who can have the last laugh.
Black Dragon sneered and punched Ji Yao in the direction. This time, he deliberately brought Peacock with him, so that he could deflect many attacks for him when necessary. When Luo Chuan saw this, he immediately stood in front of Ji Yao and struck with his sword.
Charge!
At this moment, the war broke out completely, and the disciples of Wanjian's sect rushed towards the monster one after another. Lu Bing faced the Peacock and slashed it with his sword. At this point, the melee began. This time, Wanjian sect sent many golden elixir monks over. So Jia did not intend to deal with high-level monsters, but focused on the Peacock. The senior brother and the Black Dragon were equally powerful in battle, and it was impossible to tell the winner for a while. The best way is to deal with the Peacock first, and then the three of you can kill the Black Dragon together. After making up her mind, Jia first released the chaotic sky fire to help her senior brother deal with the Black Dragon, and then observed the Peacock. This Peacock is indeed powerful. Lu Bing's attacks were all brushed away by her 5-color divine light, and she was able to counterattack the attacks that were brushed off by her, which was really difficult to deal with. Lu Bing didn't expect this demon cultivator to be so difficult to deal with, and his heart suddenly tightened. Peacock breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was not dealing with the male sword cultivator. Although I brushed off the male sword cultivator's attack last time, I was also injured by the sword's move, so I took good care of myself when I returned home. Seeing that Lu Bing was struggling, Ji Yao also joined in. She first released a few wolves towards the Peacock, and then struck it with a reincarnation sword. Sirius approached the Peacock, which immediately made the Peacock tremble. Monsters have an instinctive fear of divine thunder. Feeling the strong aura of destruction, the Peacock quickly released the 5-color divine light and swept Sirius in.
Ahem!
But Tianlang spontaneously exploded as soon as he entered, giving her no chance to resist control. Instead, she was slightly injured. But before it was over here, Ji Yao and Lu Bing were both attacking. Peacock could only use the 5-color divine light to brush again. But this time, her 5-color divine light failed to work.
What is this?
Peacock shouted in shock, because she discovered that the sword moves made by the golden elixir female cultivator could not be brushed away by the divine light. Not only that, it also collided with his own 5-color divine light and wanted to swallow her divine light. Chapter 695 Beast Tide 50. Xia also didn't expect that this artistic conception of life and death would not be wiped away by the 5-color divine light, and she wanted to go back and devour it. She was certain in her heart, and she slashed out several reincarnations in succession. When Lu Bing saw that the swords of Peacock and junior sister Yi were at loggerheads, he felt happy and struck with his sword again. With the blessing of reincarnation behind him, the 5-color divine light became a little unstable, and he had no energy to control Lu Bing at all. Therefore, this sword struck directly on the Peacock, causing her to fly backwards.
Roar!
Peacock was injured, and the severe pain allowed her to regain her true form. She roared into the air, then lowered her head and opened her mouth. Suddenly, a strong hurricane struck.
Countless monsters and disciples on the ground were swept up by the hurricane, and then violently thrown far away. Jiao and Lu Bing quickly avoided it, running away and attacking at the same time. Black Jiao, who was fighting with Luo Chuan, suddenly felt a chill in his heart when he saw that Seventh Sister had turned back to their true form. Could it be that Chimei's five-color divine light is not working well? Luo Chuan took advantage of the Black Dragon's distraction and struck the Black Dragon with a sword, looking for death. Black Jiao looked at the large wound on his chest, felt angry in his heart, and slapped Luo Chuan with his paw. Luo Chuan looked at him coldly, and when he approached, he suddenly threw out a few formation diagrams and enveloped the Black Dragon. He never liked to use formations in fights, but seeing that his junior sister might be in danger, he had to find a way to fight quickly. On the other side, the peacock spits out hurricane winds and attacks indiscriminately. Shio and the others will attack wherever they hide. Therefore, the entire pass was messed up by the hurricane. The monsters and Wan Jin sect disciples were blown everywhere, and even the white fox and the little white group were blown far away. Senior Sister Lu, help me block it for a while, Jia said to Lu Bing, then stretched out her hand and began to carve a formation, intending to intercept the peacock's hurricane. Otherwise, if this continues, the disciples below will have to answer here. Okay. Lu Bing nodded, stood in front of Ji Yao, and struck at the incoming hurricane with a sword. Boom! The sword move collided with the hurricane and exploded violently, with a huge impact hitting the two of them. But Lu Bing did not step aside. He took out a defensive shield from the storage ring and held it firmly in front of him. Poof! The shield shattered, and the impact fell on Lu Bing, causing her to take a few steps back. When the peacock saw that the two of them stopped running, he vomited a hurricane again and attacked. Lu Bing's heart tightened, and he struck out with his sword to face the hurricane again. But he did not dare to move away at all, fearing that junior sister Yu would be attacked. Senior Sister Lu, get out of the way! Jia had just set up the formation and saw the attack coming, but Lu Bing was still in front. When Lu Bing heard this, he quickly avoided the hurricane and flew to the side, without Lu Bing to hinder him. The hurricane hit all the way in the direction of Xiao, but stopped a few inches away from Jiao. A formation rose up and surrounded a large area near the peacock, and there was no way for the hurricane to break out of the formation. Let's go in! Jia glanced at Lu Bing, and then teleported several times into the formation. Lu Bing saw this and rushed in, slashing at the peacock with his sword. Jiyu took advantage of Lu Bing's attention to attract the peacock, teleported behind the peacock, gathered all the spiritual power into her hands, and punched the peacock hard on the head. Suddenly, a fist mixed with divine thunder fell on the peacock's head, causing several white tigers to flash past. Chapter 696 Beast Tide, 51. Suddenly, the peacock was hit on the head and plummeted towards the ground. Just when it was about to touch the ground, peacock suddenly braked and stopped, but its head was buzzing, and everyone was double-imaged. There was also blood stains on the corners of her mouth, and she looked confused. Lu Bing took the opportunity to strike with his sword, and the sword struck Peacock right in the chest. The severe pain stimulated the peacock, causing her to spread her wings and flap randomly. Jia repeated the previous trick, teleported to her side, and then attacked her head with all her strength. As soon as the blow hit her, she stepped back and let Lu Bing make up for it with a sword blow. The two of them cooperated flawlessly, wounding the peacock with one sword after another. Seeing that the peacock was getting weaker and weaker, with wounds everywhere on his body, the Black Dragon panicked and wanted to go to the rescue. But Luochuan would not give him a chance, and used formations and sword moves to trap it tightly, making it impossible to escape. Jia and Lu Bing looked serious and continued to cause harm to the peacock. A quarter of an hour later, the peacock could no longer hold on and flew staggeringly in midair. Seeing this, Ji Yao drew out the divine thunder from her body and threw a thunder ball towards the peacock. The thunderball quickly surrounded the peacock, and suddenly exploded with a boom. The peacock screamed miserably and swung its body violently, trying to break away from the divine thunder. But Shenlei seized the opportunity and drilled into her body along her wounds. Peacock was already at the end of his strength, but he could no longer hold on and fell to the ground. Boom! A large pit formed on the ground, and countless dust rose up, startling the fighting monsters and disciples. Jia watched Peacock fall to the ground and made sure that she was not faking. Then she teleported to her side, slashed her neck with a sword, and then quickly moved away. Poof! Blood splattered on Peacock's neck,
She struggled painfully for a few times, and then gradually stopped moving.
Seventh sister!
Black Dragon looked at the breathless peacock below in disbelief and roared in shock. Seventh sister was a peacock. How could she die like that?
It's all you. Everything now is your fault. I want you to die.
The Black Dragon's eyes were completely covered with red, and he attacked Jiyu regardless. The formation intercepted him, and Luo Chuan also used sword moves from behind to hurt him. But the Black Dragon didn't care, and slammed into the formation with his body. The brothers and sisters grew up together, and depended on each other for hundreds of years. He really couldn't accept this fact. The death of Qimei made him completely lose his mind. Now all he could think about was killing Ji Yao to avenge Qimei. Jiyu watched the Black Dragon frantically bumping into the formation, and swallowed nervously. His appearance was really scary. Lu Bing frowned and stood in front of Ji Yao, holding a spiritual sword to protect her, waiting for the Black Dragon to break through the formation, so that she could meet it immediately. Jiyu looked at Lu Bing's back and smiled warmly. Boom! The formation could no longer withstand the impact of the Black Dragon and completely collapsed.
Roar!
The Black Dragon roared and rushed over. Lu Bing struck at the Black Dragon with his sword. Ji Yao also came out from behind, threw the Divine Thunder with one hand, and struck with Reincarnation with the other. Luo Chuan also struck with his sword from behind. Roar! The Black Dragon swung its body angrily, waving its tail towards Ji Yao and Lu Bing. Puff! Ji Yao and Lu Bing had no time to dodge, and were directly swept away and flew backwards into the distance. Lu Bing tried his best to steady his body and flew to Ji Yao to catch her. Chapter 697 Beast Tide, 52.
Thank you, Senior Sister Lu.
Ji Yao thanked her sincerely, stood firm, stretched out her hand and wiped the corners of her mouth. And when she lowered her head, she saw that it was indeed covered in blood.
Let's go!
Lu Bing glanced at Ji Yao, then approached the Black Dragon again and struck it with his sword. Ji Yao also followed. This time she was always paying attention to the movements of the Black Dragon, and immediately teleported away when the opportunity came up. The three of them used their own unique moves to deal with the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon had rough skin and thick flesh, and was highly cultivated, but it could not withstand the indiscriminate bombardment of the three men. His movements gradually slowed down. His consciousness slowly returned, and the blood redness in his eyes slowly receded. Ji Yao and the others did not dare to relax at all, and kept bombarding the Black Dragon. Roar! The Black Dragon roared in pain, his body now covered in scars. He could feel his life force draining away, which made him panic. But he couldn't deal with three people. He wanted to escape, but Luo Chuan used a formation to stop him. There was no way he could do it, so he could only resist desperately. About 3/4 of an hour later, when Lu Bing's spiritual power was almost exhausted, the Black Dragon finally couldn't hold on any longer. There was blood flowing everywhere on his body, staining his body red, and there were blood stains everywhere on the ground. At this time, his heart was also broken, leaving only a body that was about to fall apart. Heijia thought about the ambitions of the brothers and sisters before setting off, and thought about the happy times of these hundreds of years, and he shed a tear in pain. He couldn't hold on anymore, and hoped that his other brothers could win. And the only thing I can do now is to try my best to ease their obstacles. Black Dragon made up his mind, and closed his eyes in pain.
Get out of the way!
Luo Chuan was startled and shouted at Ji Yao and the others. At the same time, he threw several high-level formation diagrams to the ground to isolate the disciples on the ground. Ji Yao and Lu Bing sensed something was wrong and quickly ran away. However, before they could completely run away, there was a loud noise in the sky. A powerful impact struck, knocking Ji Yao and the two away, falling several thousand meters away and hitting the ground hard. Poof! Ji Yao spit out a large mouthful of blood and lay on the ground, with all her lungs broken. Severe pain shot through her body, leaving her unable to even lift her fingers. Lu Bing was also seriously injured. He vomited a few mouthfuls of blood and lay motionless on the ground. Luo Chuan also tried his best to dodge, but the self-destruction of the nascent Soul Peak Demon Cultivator was stronger than the full blow of the God Transformation Cultivator. There was no way he could withstand it. He was knocked away by the impact and hit the ground. But his injuries were much lighter than those of Zio and the others. The self-destruction of the Black Dragon shattered the entire past beyond recognition, and countless disciples and monsters were affected. They were dead, injured, and fell in pieces on the ground. If Luo Chuan's formation hadn't blocked some damage, all these disciples and monsters would have been annihilated. Luo Chuan took the elixir stood up and staggered towards Jiao.
Senior brother.
Jiao smiled weakly when she saw Luo Chuan approaching. Even though the black and white gas was repairing her body, it couldn't offset the damage she suffered. She only felt pain all over her body.
Don't be afraid. It's okay.
Luo Chuan knelt down, fed her the elixir, gently rubbed her head, and comforted her gently.
Well, I'm not afraid.
Jiao endured the pain and smiled reluctantly. After taking the elixir, she closed her eyes and began to dissolve the elixir. Chapter 698 Beast Tide, 53. Luo Chuan quickly came to Lu Bing's side and also fed her the elixir.
Thank you, Senior brother Luo.
Lu Bing smiled reluctantly. At this time, she was not much better than Jiao.
Well, you recover from your injuries first.
Luo Chuan nodded and stood up to protect the two of them. Luo Chuan looked at the disciples in the distance, who were also struggling. Some of the more lightly injured disciples slowly stood up and began to help other disciples. Countless monsters were affected by this self-destruction and died one after another. But those disciples calmed down a little and started to eliminate the living monsters again. Luo Chuan looked at the disciples who were stumbling to clean up the monsters and smiled softly. This is his disciple of Wanjin sect. It didn't take long for Ji Yao's injuries to be mostly healed under the dual effects of the elixir and black and white gas. She didn't care about continuing to heal her injuries, quickly got up and ran towards the center of the previous explosion.
Lao Bai! Xiao Bai Tuan!
Arriving at the center of the explosion, Ji Yao called out to Bai Hu and the others, but she couldn't find them even though her consciousness spread out. Ji Yao sent her own elixirs to the seriously injured disciples while holding her sword to deal with the remaining monsters.
Old Bai!
Ji Yao's eyes turned red because she had not noticed the traces of the white foxes.
Beautiful girl! We are here!
The white fox rushed over from a distance carrying the little white ball on its back and jumped directly into Ji Yao's arms.
Are you okay? Are you injured?
She had carefully checked the bodies of the two little ones, fearing that the self-destruction just now would affect them.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm smart. I sensed the danger early and ran away with the little white fox.
The white fox said sternly. In fact, it was just because the black dragon and peacock attacked too hard, which seriously affected it and the little white fox, Bai Tuan. So he ran far away to deal with the monsters on the side.
It's okay.
Ji Yao breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, gently rubbed their heads, then put them down and continued to clean up the monsters. Soon, Lu Bing and Luo Chuan also joined the cleaning team. Those low-level monsters were no match for these people, and were destroyed one after another. If these monsters are let go, they may cause harm to the Northern Territory in the future, so they can only be dealt with. After about half an hour, everyone finished cleaning up the scene. Many monsters were destroyed by self-destruction. They had no value and could only be discarded. The other relatively intact ones were collected by the disciples.
Junior Sister Yi, here you go.
Lu Bing took out Peacock's demon pill and handed it to Ji Yao.
This? Senior Sister Lu.
This? Jia did not expect that Lu Bing would give this demon pill to herself, and was a little surprised. Although she was the one who killed the peacock in the end, the main attack came from Lu Bing. It really wasn't her turn to take the demon pill.
Take it. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to deal with her by myself, and I might even get hurt. Besides, this demon elixir doesn't have much effect on me, but it's different for you.
Lu Bing smiled, putting the demon pill into Ji Yao's hand. This beast wave also gave her a new understanding of Ji Yao. This is a person who is worth getting to know. And he is also a person who really has a bright future. Being friends with her is a beneficial and harmless thing from every angle.
Thank you, Senior Sister Lu.
Seeing that Lu Bing really wanted to give her the demon pill, Ji Yu chose to accept it.
Senior Sister Lu, I can't take advantage of you too much. You happen to be injured. These pills are given to you so that you can recover from the injury as soon as possible.
Jia took out several pill bottles, which were filled with various high-level pills. For Lu Bing, it is definitely much more useful than the demon pill. Chapter 699 Beast Tide, 54. But this demon pill is really useful to Ji Yao. As long as you work harder to absorb spiritual power and reach the middle stage of the golden elixir, as long as you take this demon pill, you can successfully advance to the middle stage of the golden elixir. But because of the self-destruction of the black dragon, the demon elixir no longer exists, which is really a pity.
Then I'm welcome.
Lu Bing smiled and took the elixir bottle, liking Ji Yao even more.
Let's go back.
Seeing that Ji Yao and the others had finished speaking,
Luo Chuan led everyone back to the camp. As soon as they returned to the station, Luo Chuan and Lu Bing went to the attic, only to find that no one had returned yet. Let's go separately to provide support. Luo Chuan looked at Lu Bing and said, and then went to the gates of Shanin sect and Qingmu sect respectively. Xiao is not sure about this. At this time, she is responsible for the aftermath of these disciples. In this battle, Wanjian sect lost more than 2,000 disciples, which is really a pity. Xiao placed the seriously injured disciples in the tent, and then took some less injured disciples to the exchange office to exchange for pills. Very Jianyao. A voice of surprise came, which immediately made Xiao's heart tighten. She looked back at Zhao Yashi helplessly. Why did she always meet him? But this time, there was a very handsome Jin Dan male cultivator beside her. Shangguan Shiza had long been curious about Fairy Jianyao, whom his junior sister kept praising. So he followed him as soon as he heard that he saw her. But as soon as Xia turned around, he was stunned, and a blush crept onto his cheeks. He had never seen such a beautiful girl. Xianzi Zhao, Xiu said low and planned to take her disciples back. Fairy Jianyao, are you not injured? How is the situation of Wanjian sect this time? Is the pass okay? Zhao Yashi asked a lot of questions. She was also very worried about the situation of this beast wave. You go back first. Give the elixir to those disciples, and let everyone heal their wounds. Xia couldn't answer the questions for a while, so she could only turn around and tell the disciples to go back first. Yes. All the disciples agreed in unison and left immediately. Now Xi's words, for them, are orders that need to be obeyed. Zhao Yashi looked at the respect for Ji Yao in the eyes of those disciples, and was a little envious. Although she was a true disciple, she did not have such a status. The war in Wanjian sect has ended, and more than 2,000 disciples have died, Xiu said in a heavy tone. After so many years, she still couldn't look down on life and death. Even though she understood the artistic conception of life and death, she still couldn't let go. These disciples have really disappeared from this world. Gone forever. I didn't mean to ask this. Zhao Yashi was at a loss for a while seeing Ji Yao's depressed mood. It's okay. I have to go back and take care of the disciples, so I'll leave first. Xiao really had no intention of continuing with her, and at the same time, she also kept the seriously injured disciples in mind. Oh, okay. Then you get busy first. Zhao Yashi quickly stepped aside and let Ji Yao leave. Brother, did I say something wrong to make Fairy Jianyao unhappy? Zhao Yashi looked at Jiu's back and asked with a frown. Senior brother? After waiting for a long time and no response, Zhao Yashi turned to look at Shangguan Shiza. Huh? What did you say? Shangguan Shiza was looking at Ji Yao's back in a daze, and did not hear Zhao Yashi's words at all. Forget it. It's nothing. Zhao Yashi shook her head in frustration and continued to go back to the tent to refine elixirs. Shangguan Shiza looked at Ji Yao's back and felt a little excited, but he forced himself to go back to the tent to refine the elixir. Chapter 700 Beast Tide, 55. Xia returned to her station, and has been busy taking care of her disciples' injuries. If some disciples are too seriously injured, and the exchanged elixirs are useless, Xia will take out her own high-level elixirs. Thanks to her mother, Xiyue and Nandongyu, Xia had too many elixirs, and now with the addition of black and white gas, she used less elixirs. It just comes in handy now. We are used to seeing Xia's decisiveness and appearance in killing. This is the first time for everyone to see such a gentle Xia. Many disciples are blushing, and their hearts are pounding. After a long time, all the seriously injured disciples finally came over, and began to recover from their injuries. Xia also breathed a rare sigh of relief. I just don't know what's going on in other places now. After waiting for 2 hours, finally, people started to come back from the camp. Xiu was overjoyed and hurried towards the Qingmu sect's residence. Xiu! Xia saw Xia Qiyue from a distance and shouted happily. Xia Qiyue had just returned to the station when she heard Xia's voice. She turned around and saw Xia waving to her not far away. A smile crept up the corners of her mouth, and Xia Qiyue couldn't help laughing. This was the first time for many Qingmu sect disciples to see Xia Qiyue's smile, and they were not only amazed but also surprised. Compared to how she looked so murderous on the battlefield before, the contrast was really huge. Xia smiled and jogged a few steps, came to Xia Qiyue, took her hand and began to check her body, muttering, "You are not injured, are you? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" "Huh? I'm fine." Xia Qiyue shook her head,
held Jiyu's hand, and led her back to her tent. Luo Qiuli, who was completely ignored by Ji Yao, blinked helplessly, in the face of danger. For Ji Yao, July was indeed the most important. She smiled, shook her head, and followed.
Hey, Qiuli, you're not hurt, are you?
Jiyu also saw Luo Qiuli and asked worriedly.
Finally saw me?
Luo Qiuli looked at Ji Yao teasingly and asked playfully. Jiyu was a little surprised that Qiuli had such a playful side. And at the same time, she was a little embarrassed because she had ignored her before.
Qiuli, you are so beautiful. Who can't see you? Hee hee.
Jia took Luo Qiuli's arm and shook her in a flattering way. The corners of Luo Qiuli's mouth raised, and she stretched out her hand to pinch Ji Yao's cheek.
How is your Wanjin sect doing?
Xia Qiyue asked Jia after watching the two of them finish arguing.
Not so good. The black dragon actually exploded. In the end, more than 2,000 disciples of the sect died.
When Jio said this, she put away her smile and sat on the stool. Luo Qiuli also sat down silently. The Qingmu sect also suffered heavy casualties this time.
Where is your Qingmu sect?
Jia asked after seeing that the expressions of the two of them were not very good.
It's a bit more tragic than you.
Xia Qiyue was not an emotional person, but she still felt sad for her comrades, who were fighting together.
Alas,
Jiyu sighed, not knowing what to say.
I hope you're okay. I have to go to Yejia Station.
Jiyu was originally worried about Qiyue. After all, she disappeared before. Now that she saw that she was fine, Jiyu was relieved. The four major families have relatively small barriers to control, and the danger is not that great. The main pressure is on the three major sects, so there shouldn't be much of a problem.
Well, you go ahead.
Xia Qiyu nodded, knowing that she must be worried about her family members. Jiyu was very happy to be able to choose to see her for the first time. Chapter 701 Beast Tide, and
then you guys have a good rest. I'll leave first.
Jiyu stood up and left. As soon as he walked out of the tent, he saw Shangwan Nanxian.
Senior Shangwan.
Jiyu greeted with a smile. It was he who rescued Qiuyue when she disappeared this time.
Well, are you injured?
Shangwan Nanxian nodded calmly.
I'm fine. I have to go to his house, so I won't disturb you.
Jiyu originally just wanted to say hello and had no intention of chatting.
Well, you go ahead.
Shangwan Nanxian nodded, staggered away from Jiyu, and entered the tent. Jiyu also hurried to the Yejia station.
Qiyu, this is for you.
As soon as Shangwan Nanxian entered the tent, he handed an egg to Qiyu.
What is this?
Chi-Chi looked at the pure white egg with some confusion.
This is what I met when I entered the demon cultivator's cave to look for you. It should be the descendant of that demon cultivator. I kept it for no use, so I gave it to you.
Shangwan Nanxian explained and didn't look back. Just left. Luo Qiuli looked at the egg on the table, looked at Qiyu with envy and said,
TSK, TSK, TSK. Uncle Shangwan is so kind to you.
Ever since I met Qiyu, I have often seen Master Shangwan's concern for Qiyu. In the past, she, like everyone else, felt that Uncle Shangwan was always cold to others. But she didn't expect that he was all kinds of warm-hearted towards Chi-Chi.
Well, Master is very good.
Xia Qiyu nodded, the corners of her mouth raised slightly, remembering the various protections Master had given her in the demon cultivation cave. This was the first time she had completely hidden behind a person, thinking of how he had taken care of her in life. Xia Qiyu felt a warm feeling in her heart. Her master was really good. She received the egg into space, hoping to hatch it soon. It was a companion given to her by her master.
Fourth uncle, are you okay?
As soon as Jiyu arrived at the station, she saw a wound on the arm of Yejia's fourth uncle.
It's okay. A little injury. Sure, Chi. Are you okay?
The fourth uncle of the Yi family didn't care much about himself, but cared more about Ji Yao. After he came back, he heard that the pass guarded by Wan Jian's sect encountered a demon cultivator and blew himself up.
I'm fine.
Jiyu smiled and shook her head.
How are the Yi family disciples doing this time?
Jiyu stopped smiling and asked seriously.
Alas, although it is not as serious as your Wanjin sect, hundreds of people have also died.
The fourth uncle of the Yi family sighed heavily, although he was mentally prepared when he came. Facing this situation now, he still let it go. People are sad. This time, in addition to the dependent disciples, many of the Yi family's own disciples also died.
Well, we must make good compensation to their families.
Jiyu pursed her lips,
feeling heavy. Don't worry. We will do a good job. The fourth uncle of the Yi family nodded. These disciples all sacrificed for the Yi family and the Northern Territory. The Shanin sect finally returned to their base. This time, they also encountered a demon cultivator who blew himself up. And Xian Zhou was seriously injured as a result. If Luo Chuan hadn't rescued him, he might have perished. Thank you. Xian Zhou awkwardly thanked Luo Chuan, then turned around and was helped to leave. Thanks to Luo Chuan for discovering the beast tide in advance and reporting it to them. Thanks to Luo Chuan for saving him and the disciples of the Shanin sect. He just said thank you. But he still didn't like Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan didn't take it to heart. From beginning to end, he didn't know where this person's hostility towards him came from. But he didn't care either. Chapter 702. Something happened to Nangong Che. The three major sects suffered serious losses in this beast tide war. Although they won in the end, no one was happy. Of the 9 demon cultivators, only one demon cultivator escaped. And it was Yamo who kidnapped Xia Qiyue before. After Yamo escaped, he returned to the main altar. Looking at the now lifeless main altar, he punched the ground hard. Beiyu, wait for me. The beast tide war has ended, and everyone has gone back to their homes. A month later, Jia followed Luo Chuan back to Wanjian sect. Everyone was tired from this battle. And so was Ziyao. During this period, there will always be disciples who die from time to time. And everyone is under great psychological pressure. Jia didn't dare to think about how uncomfortable it would be if the beast tide continued for several years like before. As soon as she returned to her Tianzhan peak, she took out the house and went into sleep. This sleep lasted 3 days. It wasn't until the 4th day that Jia woke up from her sleep. All the fatigue on her body was gone. She stretched herself out contentedly and felt the warm sunshine when she walked out of the room. Jia took out a deck chair, sat down and basked in the sun comfortably. This kind of plain and warm life is really good. Jia gently rocked the recliner and hummed softly. Girl, come to Zhu Peak. Jian Song's heavy voice came, immediately frightening away Jiao's comfort. Could it be that something happened? Jia frowned and quickly got up and hurried over. As soon as he arrived at the main hall, he found Jian Song looking worried. But the senior brother is not here. Here you are? Your senior brother has been sent out to support the western regions against the beast tide. Jian Song saw Ji Yao looking for his eldest disciple and took the initiative to clear up the confusion. I understand. Ji Yao nodded. She almost forgot that in the original work, Luo Chuan later also went to the western regions to provide support. This time, the demon cultivators attacking the western region were unexpectedly large in number and too powerful. However, the god transformation monks in the western regions had an internal strife because of something. And they were so inseparable that they didn't care about the beast tide at all. With no other choice, the western region asked for help from the northern region, hoping to send some monks to help. Luo Chuan went to the western regions for this reason. And Qiyue also followed Shengwan Nanxian to the western regions to start a new experience. The western region is also the place where Luo Chuan's feelings for Qiyue deepened in the original work. But now, no matter how Jia looks at it, she doesn't see any special behavior from her senior brother towards Qiyue. Not long ago, your uncle Cai Chen received a message saying that something happened to Xiao Che. He has already rushed back. Jian Song frowned and said worriedly, I just want to tell you that I will leave immediately. Demonic realm. When his disciples were in trouble, they all rushed over to help immediately. Now that something happened to Xiao Che, he definitely couldn't ignore it. What? What happened to Nangong Che? Jia was shocked when she heard this. Did he go to Songlong realm in the end? Some time ago, Xiao Che went to the demon realm to look for some kind of cave. As a result, not long ago, his soul lamp suddenly had a problem. There was only a little spark left, and he was in danger of falling at any time. Jian Song was also very worried. He had experienced he was still a little scared when Guoji's soul lamp went out. Jia's heart skipped a beat. Could Nangong Che still fall like in the original work? Master, I want to go too. Jia was more anxious than anyone else, because she knew that Nangong Che was a mortal person just like her before. Chapter 703 Search. Okay, then I'll take you with me. Seeing Jia being so anxious, Jian Song agreed. Then let's go quickly. Jia tried to calm down her inner anxiety. At this time, she finally realized how they were worried about her. Jian Song nodded, grabbed Ji Yao's Jian Song with one hand, tore open the space with the other, and rushed towards the demon realm. The demonic territory is deep in the western territory,
and a long way from the northern territory. So it takes time to reach it. On the other side, Nandongyu and his parents also set off together.
Yueza!
Lu Huanxue shed tears as she was held in Nandongyue's arms and carried through the space.
It's okay. Don't worry. We can definitely rescue him.
Nandongyue suppressed the worry in his heart, hugged her tightly with one hand, and comforted her. They didn't know where Xiaoqie went to the demon realm, and the soul lamp could only rely on blood connections to sense the approximate range. Whether he can find Xiaoqie is not easy to say. His biggest wish now is that Xiaoqie can persist until they arrive. Nandongyu sped up and rushed to the demon realm, leaving his parents behind. There was cold air pressure all over his body, and his expression was indifferent, with a hint of murderous intent. Jian Song led Ji Yao along the way. Even though Ji Yao felt uncomfortable due to traveling through space, she did not stop. In this way, the two finally arrived in the western region half a month later. It's just that this place is too marginal, and is still some distance away from the approximate scope of Nandong's accident. And the news Jian Song got from Cai Chen was that Nandong's soul lamp was now about to be extinguished, and he could no longer hold on. And Ji Shizi even gave Nandong a fortune-telling, and the outcome, he calculated, was actually death. Everyone was anxious, and the Nandong family's large forces were sent to the demon realm. Even the several ancestors of the gods, who were in charge of the Nandong family, were dispatched. After all, Nandong, as a direct disciple of the Nandong family, has top-notch cultivation and talents, and is a disciple that the Nandong family attaches great importance to. Ji Yao's heart sank when she heard that Nandong was also facing death. But she didn't know if he could be as lucky as herself and successfully survive the death. After all, their fates were different. After Jian Song asked about the general direction, he took Ji Yao through the space again. Finally, they stopped at the place where the soul lamp could give the final preparation guidance. As soon as they arrived, Nandongyu stepped out of the space.
You're...
Jian Song sighed in his heart when he saw Nandongyu's whole body filled with a murderous aura. After knowing Yur for so long, this was the first time he saw him like this.
Uncle Jian Song.
Nandongyu called Jian Song calmly, then glanced at Ji Yao and said nothing. Ji Yao was not in the mood to talk. She looked anxiously at the big place in front of her, feeling a little confused. The soul lamp can only guide you here, but with such a large area, how can you find Nandong? Nandongyu and Jian Song dispersed their consciousness at the same time and moved toward the surrounding area, wanting to see if there was any trace of Nandong. But since Cai Chen and the others are not here, it means that there is no news about Nandong nearby. Sure enough, neither of them could discover Nandong's location.
Let's search separately. With more people and strength, we will definitely find it,
Jian Song suggested to Nandongyu. And then he took Ji Yao to choose a direction to search. Nandongyu also chose a direction and flew all the way, searching for Nandong's whereabouts with his spiritual consciousness. Nandongyue and Lu Huanxue also arrived and chose to look in another direction. Chapter 704 Search 2.
Boy, I discovered an ancient monk's cave before, but there is a barrier and only nascent soul monks can enter. However, when I passed there a few days ago, I found that the barrier disappeared. Now you are about to advance to the golden elixir, just in time to practice,
Chinemo said, looking at Siruachin sitting at the bottom. This disciple of hers is really a genius. It was less than 10 years since his cultivation was abolished, and he became a demon cultivator. But he was already on the verge of advancing to the golden elixir level. The heavenly demon body, the #1 spirit body of the demon clan, truly deserves its reputation.
Okay, Master.
Siruachin nodded, his whole body filled with demonic aura. This was because he was about to advance to the next level, and could no longer suppress the crazy surge of demonic aura. As the master of Inma, Chinemo is also his master. Some time ago, I met Yu Pei-Qing. Originally, I didn't deal with him very much because of July. When they met at that time, he provoked himself, saying that he didn't know if Chi-Chi would care about him if he knew that he had become a demon cultivator. This just touched the hidden worries deep in his heart. So he took action against Yu Pei-Qing. This fight stirred up a hornet's nest. Yu Pei-Qing's father, Chiemo, came to the door and wanted to make him die to apologize and pay the price. Fortunately, his master and master protected him, and he was able to survive.
This is the map. The red marked point on it is the exit from the cave. Be careful,
Chinemo said, and handed some life-saving supplies to Siruachin.
Thank you, Master.
Siruachin thanked him sincerely. cherishing the kindness of master in his heart.
Go!
Qin Imo waved his hand lightly. Si Ruochen put his things away and left. Qin Imo looked at Si Ruochen's back and nodded with satisfaction. Although her disciple was filled with a gloomy aura, he was actually a very simple person. In fact, he just lacks care.
Master, I think Nangong Che should not be found in this direction.
Jia frowned and stepped on Yunling. Looking at the vast plains around her, she always felt that this was not the direction Nangong Che came from. But this was just an intuition and could not be confirmed.
Then where do you think we should go?
Jian Song asked Xiang Tiu. A monk's intuition does not come from thin air.
Over there.
Jia followed the feeling in her heart and pointed in a direction, which was exactly the direction Nangong Yu went before.
Then let's go over there.
Jian Song nodded, turned around, and started searching the other side. Jia followed up and touched her heart, trying to slow down her heartbeat. An uneasy feeling lingered in her heart, and she couldn't get rid of it. The two of them searched carefully and met many monks along the way, but neither of them restrained themselves, and their spiritual consciousness completely covered them downwards. The monks all felt offended, but felt Jian Song's spiritual consciousness and did not dare to move. That's the monk who transforms into gods. This search took another 2 days to pass. Everyone searched seriously, but there were still no clues. Finally, all three of them reunited. As for others, they searched in other directions.
Coming here this way. The area here is a little too peaceful. I always feel something is wrong, but I didn't find anything when I scanned it with my spiritual sense.
Jia frowned. The western region is the territory of demon cultivators and Buddhist cultivators. Along the way, they saw a lot of people. Many magic cultivators. The entire western region is very lively, but this area nearby is extremely deserted. However, all kinds of magic grass grow nearby, and it doesn't look like a place where no magic cultivator has set foot. Chapter 705 Formation I. After all, there are many high-grade magic grasses, and it is impossible for these magic cultivators to remain indifferent. Or there's something here that makes them afraid to get involved. Either it wasn't like this before, or the demon cultivator didn't know there was magic grass here.
Yes, it is indeed not normal here, but there is indeed nothing wrong with it.
Jian Song also noticed something was wrong, but no matter how he looked, he found no problem. Nandong Yu didn't say anything, and scanned the surroundings over and over again, trying to find Nandong Che.
Since the spiritual consciousness cannot be found, we will use the naked eye to look for it.
Jia thought of some novels she had read before. There were some places in which the spiritual consciousness could not be found, and the naked eye was needed. Because monks are accustomed to using their spiritual consciousness as their eyes, they often ignore this point.
Okay.
Jian Song and Nandong Yu both nodded. The three of them separated again and began to inspect inch by inch with their naked eyes. Jia looked at the magic grasses around her, found the direction where the magic grasses were most abundant, and searched there. Suddenly, a rabbit ran out, startling Zio, who was concentrating on it. There are ordinary mortal rabbits in this place. Jia was a little surprised, since she came to the world of cultivation. The animals she has seen are all spiritual beasts, and at worst they are mutated rabbits. Unexpectedly, there are ordinary rabbits in the demon realm. Jiu was keenly aware of something unusual and followed the rabbit quietly, and the rabbit grazed along the roadside, jumping all the way, and finally came to the outside of its hole. Its cave is at the bottom of a small hill, leading to the other two cave entrances. Jiu looked at the small hill. The soil on it looked relatively new, as if it had been renovated from the ground. Just as the rabbit was about to enter the hole, Jia caught it and put it aside. Then she took out Li Yuan and slashed down on the hill with her sword. The thunder attribute swordsmanship struck the hill and exploded suddenly. Suddenly, dirt and gravel splashed, and Jia hurriedly avoided it. When all the dust fell to the ground, Jia found that the hillock was gone, but there was a stone tablet lying flat underneath. It is carved with simple and elegant patterns, and there are high-level formations on it. This stone tablet is actually a formation eye.
Master, senior brother Nangong, come quickly.
Jia felt happy and immediately shouted towards Nandong Yu and the others. As soon as the two of them heard Ji Yao's call, they rushed over. Nandong Yu discovered the formation as soon as he arrived, squatted down and started to decipher the formation. Ji stepped aside, stood up, and looked at Nandong Yu nervously. I hope this is the place they are looking for. Jian Song patted Ji Yao on the shoulder, telling her not to panic. Jia also knew that only by staying calm could things be solved better. But in this situation, she was really nervous and somewhat looking forward to it. After the formation is unlocked, this is the place they are looking for. After about a quarter of an hour, Nandongyu finally unlocked the formation. The formation here is a 9th level formation from ancient times, which has surpassed the level of formations in Confronting continent. Although Nandongyu had been exposed to ancient formations before, and had studied the 9th grade formations, this was his first time encountering them, so it took him some time. After the formation was unlocked, the patterns on the stone tablet suddenly began to move, and finally formed the shape of a key. Boom! The stone tablet began to move slowly to the side, and finally formed a big hole. Chapter 706 Puppet. Be careful! Nandongyu looked back at Jiyao, and jumped down first. Jiyao followed closely, while Jian Song was responsible for cutting off the back, and the two of them protected Jiyao in the middle. This hole is relatively deep, and fortunately Jiyao and the others are cultivators. Otherwise they would be shattered into pieces as soon as they jumped in. When the three of them landed at the bottom of the pit, they were immediately hit by a stench. It was a stench that had been sealed for a long time, and was mixed with the smell of rotting and fermenting things. Jiyao immediately turned off her sense of smell and felt better. Nandongyu took out a luminous pearl and illuminated the road ahead. Jiyao looked forward and saw that it was an ordinary passage with nothing around it. The three of them cautiously moved forward along the passage. Tick-tock! Tick-tock! Along the way, there are always water drops falling, which seems a bit abrupt in this empty passage. Soon, the passage ended, and a stone door appeared in front of the three people. It's just that this stone gate has a large palm print, which is deeply sunk. Nandongyu raised his eyes lightly, and put his hand directly on it. Jian Song blocked Jiyao behind him, fearing that something would appear when the stone door opened. As soon as Nandongyu put his palm on it, the palm print shrank by itself, and finally just fit his hand into it. Click! A crisp sound sounded, and the stone door began to move upward slowly. Nandongyu took back his hand and looked at everything indifferently. It wasn't until the stone door was completely raised that Jiyao came out from behind her master and looked inside the stone door, where she saw countless puppets. Inside is a relatively spacious square, with countless puppets standing motionless in the square. Jiyao's heart sank. The puppets were made of extremely hard materials, and were huge in number. Once a few of them entered, they would definitely trigger the formation and the puppets would attack. There are still some puppets lying in the square. Some are missing arms and legs, and some are intact. It must be a path that Nandongyu has carved out before. Nandongyu took a glance at the situation inside and stepped in. This step indeed triggered the machine formation, and all the puppets turned their necks stiffly and looked towards the door. Jiyao's heart trembled, but she also stepped in, while Jian Song followed Jiyao. Don't run around! Nandongyu turned around and told Jiyao, then glanced at Jian Song. The two reached a consensus instantly and protected Jiyao. Okay! Jiyao nodded. Now is not the time to show off. He is still strong enough to deal with some puppets. But facing so many puppets, it is best for him to stay around them. Don't ask for more help. At least don't hold me back. Let's go! Nandongyu said softly, and struck the puppet in front with his sword. Jian Song and Jiyao were back to back, forming a triangle with Nandongyu, and each struck at the puppet in front of them with their swords. There are many magic weapons in the world of cultivation, but as an offensive magic weapon, the spirit sword is the most popular, and the number of monks who use the spirit sword is also the largest. As a magic cultivator, Nandongyu also likes simple but powerful magic weapons such as spiritual swords. So his natal magic weapon is also a spiritual sword. Although he is not a sword cultivator, his attack power is no worse than Jian Song. His cultivation is even a little higher than Jian Song. As soon as the seal of Confronting continent is released, he will be able to ascend immediately. His sword swept through a group of puppets, and they all fell to the ground in pieces. Chapter 707 Old Friend. Jian Song's combat power was also extremely powerful. With one strike of his sword, he destroyed a large number of puppets. Only Jiyao struck with a sword, which only caused a puppet to pause for a moment, leaving a long scratch on its body. This is the difference between the cultivators of the transformation god and the cultivators of the golden pill. The puppet in front fell down, and Nandongyu took a few steps forward, and Jiyao and Jian Song quickly followed. There were just too many puppets in the square, and soon new puppets blocked the way. The three of them destroyed the puppets in the same way as before and moved forward. Jiyao was protected by the two people the whole time, And when she finally reached the end of the square, she destroyed a few puppets in total. At the end of the square is another stone door. Jian Song and Ji Yao resisted the puppets behind them, and Nan Dongyu was responsible for opening the door.
Rumble!
The stone door slowly opened, and several people quickly stepped out. The puppet's range of activity is only the square, so it is impossible to chase it out. After leaving the square, there is an endless grassland in front of us. There's even sun shining in the sky. Jia almost thought she was still on the ground.
This should be a small world, probably made of some kind of space debris.
Jian Song saw Jia's confusion. The scene below was very similar to the small world formed by those space debris. This small world can breathe life, but it is not a complete system. Just like the one in front of us, there is only grassland. It is very likely that this world only has the origin of wood and the origin of earth. I just don't know if there is anything else further away.
I see.
Jia had indeed read records about space debris in some classics, but she didn't expect to encounter them today. As the three of them stepped onto the grassland, a soft touch suddenly came from the soles of their feet, as if they were stepping on soft cotton. When Siruachan arrived at the place on the map, he found that someone had already arrived first. He looked down at the dark hole, hesitated, and jumped in. On the other side, Jia didn't know that her old friend had also come over and was searching the grassland carefully. This grassland is very unique. Every grass in it is exactly the same, without any difference. Moreover, there is no animal in the huge grassland. Just like a fake grassland, flying was prohibited on this grassland. So the three of them walked along the grassland for half an hour before reaching the border of the grassland. It was a river with milky white water. Nan Dongyu casually took out a spiritual stone and threw it into the river. Something magical happened. The high-grade spiritual stone absorbed the milky white liquid and gradually turned into a top-grade spiritual stone. I saw that the spiritual stone became more and more transparent and bright, and finally suddenly exploded into powder and fell into the river. Jia was shocked. There was so much spiritual power in the river that it could advance the spiritual stone. You must know that in order to upgrade a low-grade spiritual stone to a higher grade, you need to absorb spiritual power over time. The faster one is in certain places with dragon veins. And this milky white liquid is neither dragon vein nor spiritual marrow. Why does it have such strong spiritual power? This place is on the edge of the grassland, and it is already possible to fly. Nan Dongyu tried to step into the air to cross the river, but as soon as he got a little closer, he noticed an extremely strong spiritual power rushing towards him. The spiritual power in his body suddenly began to riot, and he was unable to maintain his body shape at all, let alone fly across the river. Nan Dongyu quickly landed on the ground and stared at the river for a while, not knowing what to do. Chapter 708.
Meeting on the Magpie Bridge. This river is so strange. I don't know how Nan Dongche spent time. Or is he nearby?
Jia looked at the river with some suspicion and thought, not knowing where Nan Dongche was.
He once got a flying magic weapon, which allows him to fly without spiritual power.
Nan Dongyu explained to Ji Yao. This was the first time he said such a long sentence.
I see.
Jia frowned and thought, how to cross the river?
Yes, I know a formation that should be able to let us pass.
Jia suddenly remembered a formation that her master once taught her, which can fly without the help of spiritual power. This was specially taught to her in order to prevent her from falling into a place of extreme spirituality in the future.
Then try it.
Jian Song responded.
Okay.
Jia nodded, and the specific drawing method of that formation appeared in her mind. This formation has a romantic name, called the
Meeting on the Magpie Bridge
formation. Its origin is from some fairy tales in ancient times, and its specific origin cannot be studied. The principle of this formation is to use the power of attributes to build a bridge across the land of extraordinary spirits and lead to the front. And this place happens to be a space fragment, with strong space attribute power that can be used. Jia studied the formation in her mind and stretched out her right hand to draw towards the sky. Nan Dongyu and Jian Song stood aside without disturbing her, waiting for Jia. Neither of them doubted that Ji Yao could not succeed from beginning to end. A quarter of an hour later, Ji Yao made the final stroke. A burst of glow appeared in the sky, forming a colorful bridge across the river. The three of them did not rush up immediately, but observed the bridge. After a while, there was no change on the bridge. So Nan Dongyu took the lead and walked up. With the barrier of the formation, the river did not have any impact on Jio and the others, and the two of them successfully passed the river. Jio didn't put away the Magpie Bridge, either, since they would use it when they came back anyway. On this side of the river, There was also a grassland. It was no surprise that the three of them passed through the grassland while searching. This time, the end of the grassland is finally not a river. Here is a valley shrouded in mist. There are poison barriers everywhere, as well as various poisonous herbs, some of which have long been lost.
I'm afraid this is a poison cultivator's territory.
Jian Song looked at the poison everywhere and finally understood why Xiao Che came to find this cave. Xiao Che has been interested in alchemy and medicine since he was a child. And he is also very interested in poisons. Many people have suffered from poisons on him. I'm afraid he came here just for these lost poisonous weeds. Jia took out the detoxification pills she had obtained before from the storage ring and began to rummage carefully. After all, there are various poisonous weeds in the valley, which can lead to poisoning if you are not careful. It's just that these elixirs usually only cure one kind of poison, and they are not suitable. At this moment, Nandong handed over a medicine bottle.
Thank you, Brother Nandong.
Jia didn't show any pretense. She took the medicine bottle, took out the elixir, drank it, and then gave the medicine bottle to Jian Song. After all three people took the detoxification pill, they walked into the valley together. As soon as Jiu entered, she found that her spiritual consciousness could not be used, and the surrounding area was completely white. And the naked eye could only see very close places clearly.
Don't get separated,
Nandong whispered to Jiu, taking the lead and walking in front. He tried his best to avoid poison barriers and poisons along the way. After all, some of them were lost herbs, and he had no antidote. Chapter 709 Nandong Che. Jia moved forward cautiously, trying to reduce her size as much as possible, fearing that she would touch the poisonous weeds beside her. But the black and white gas in her body was a little excited, and the speed of rotation was much faster. After a while, all three of them realized something was wrong. Those poison barriers actually moved towards Xi Yao and surrounded her. Xi Yao was a little stunned and didn't dare to move. What do these poison barriers mean? Nandong stretched out his hand and was about to wave away the poison barrier when he found that the poison barrier was suddenly absorbed by Ji Yao. Immediately afterwards, those poisonous barriers seemed to have found an outlet and poured into Ji Yao's body one after another.
Girl, are you okay?
Jian Song looked at Ji Yao's rosy face and asked with some uncertainty. He thought that the young apprentice would be deeply affected by the poison. But in the end, he was not affected at all.
I'm fine.
Ji Yao shook her head. She just looked inside her dantian and found that the poison barriers were embedded in the black gas. Moreover, the black gas now occupies a larger area. It seems that I will have to study this black and white gas carefully at some point, and how it can be used. Seeing that Ji Yao was really fine, the two of them felt relieved and did not ask Ji Yao about her method of absorbing the poison barrier. Everyone in the world of cultivation has his or her own opportunities. The three of them continued walking towards the valley. Without the poison barrier, the road became much smoother. They just had to make sure not to touch poisonous weeds. It didn't take long for the three of them to find a wooden house standing in front of them. In front of the wooden house is a poison garden, which contains many high-level poisonous weeds. On the other side of the wooden house is a crystal-clear river, with fish playing happily in the water. Jia thought of the places she passed along the way and felt that it really looked like the spaces in those texts. It's just that in comparison, this world is too simple. I think the poison cultivator should be researching poisons here. The three of them walked forward and found signs that some herbs had been pulled out in the medicine garden. Jia felt happy. All this showed that Nandong Che was probably in this room. Everyone thought of this and came to the wooden door. Nandong gently pushed open the wooden door, and instantly, Nandong Che's figure appeared in his sight. At this time, he was lying on the wooden table, and bottles and cans were scattered everywhere on the ground. Nandong took a few steps to squat down next to him, and quickly helped him off the wooden table. As soon as Jia walked into the room, she saw Nandong Che, whose face was green and black, and the corners of his mouth were covered with black blood.
Nandong Che!
Jiu exclaimed and hurried to Nandong Che's side. Jian Song also stepped forward, and the three of them looked at the unconscious Nandong Che worriedly. Nandong quickly took out the detoxification pill and gave it to Nandong Che. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and input spiritual power to help him open the pill. But as soon as his spiritual power entered, he felt a fire that burnt everything. And Nandong Che's heart has been burned by these firepower. And it can be said that now he only has one breath left to hang on. The detoxifying elixir was powerful, but it had no effect at all.
Look at him!
Nandong let go of his hand and put Nangong Che into Jiu's arms, then lowered his head to study the bottles and jars on the ground, trying to see what was going on with the firepower in Nangong Che's body. Jiu looked at the unconscious Nangong Che in front of her, her eyes quickly turning red, because the breath of life in his body was already very weak. She wanted the Nangong Che who needed to be beaten before, not the Nangong Che in her arms, who would fall to the ground as soon as she let go. Chapter 7:10-9 Nether Flame Poison. Jian Song felt very uncomfortable when he saw that Xiao Che, who had been active since childhood, had become like this. He also explored Nangong Che's injuries, and was startled by the strong firepower in his body. This is somewhat like an inflammatory poison, but I don't know what kind of inflammatory poison it is. Ji Yao felt Nangong Che's cold body and looked at Jian Song's reaction. Her heart sank. It should be the 9 Nether Flame Poison. Nangong Yu picked up an empty bottle, with a little bit of the 9 Nether Flame Poison still remaining in it. What? Jian Song was shocked when he heard this and exclaimed, how could it be the 9 Nether Flame Poison? Ji Yao was also shocked when she heard this. It turned out to be the extremely overbearing Jiuyo Flame Poison. When he was poisoned, the only way to cure him was to find the Jiuyo Cold Spring and feed it to him. Jiuyo Flame Poison and Jiuyo Cold Spring are both products of Jiuyo Hell, and the two are related. Above the Jiuyo Cold Spring, there is poisonous fire floating. No one can go to the 9 Nether Hells now, unless they are ghost cultivators. Jian Song frowned. Ghost cultivators rarely interact with human cultivators, and they don't know many ghost cultivators. Moreover, even ghost cultivators may not know where the Jiuyo Cold Spring is, let alone be easily contaminated by the Jiuyo Flame Poison. The 9 Nether Hell occupies a vast area, but the majority of them are ghost cultivators from the reincarnation H.L. There are also many ghost cultivators distributed in other parts of the 9 Nether Hell. I have a way to go. Jia thought of her, step by step, and said quickly, and you should be able to take one person with you. But this is also Jiu's idea. She is not sure whether she can bring someone with her. Really? That's good. Jian Song looked at the young disciple with some surprise, but suddenly thought of something inside. Is there any way to protect Xiao Che's heart first and wait for us to come back from Jiuyo? Now Nangong Che's injuries were too serious, and he was afraid that he would no longer be able to do it before they came back. Moreover, in his current condition, he cannot be taken away from Jiuyo at all. No! Nangong Yu shook his head, exuding sycophancy. Jiuyo Flame Poison has only one nemesis, and that is Jiuyo Cold Spring. His brother is right in front of him, but he can't save him. Jia panicked when she heard what Nangong Yu said. In her opinion, Nangong Yu is the kind of omnipotent being, whether it is in the original work or in their contact. But now he is helpless. Could it be that Nangong Che really can't survive this death disaster? Ji Yao found it unacceptable, so she took out various elixirs for Nangong Che to take and melted the elixirs for him. However, these have no effect at all. Jian Song sighed. He also knew the power of Jiuyo Flame Poison, and now Xiao Che was obviously in a dead end. If he didn't stabilize his injury first, Xiao Che wouldn't be able to wait for Jiuyo Han Quan. Nangong Yu clenched his fists tightly, looking at his younger brother, who was losing vitality in Ya's arms, feeling powerless for the first time. His mission since childhood has been to protect his family and his relatives. But now, he failed. Jia was so anxious that tears fell down. She suppressed her sadness and searched for various solutions in her mind. Suddenly, she thought about her black and white gas. Can he heal his own injuries, absorb poison barriers, and perhaps protect Nangong Che? Xiao is not sure either, but now she can only treat a dead horse as a living horse doctor. She put her hand on Nangong Che's chest, and her consciousness came to the Dantian, trying to draw the black and white gas out and into Nangong Che's body. Chapter 7:11 Stabilizing the Injury. Hurry up. Xia looked at the black and white gas motionless, feeling extremely anxious. Can it only be used by yourself and not others? Xia felt a flash of despair in her heart, but she still refused to give up. She worked hard to calm down her inner impatience, using her spiritual consciousness to gently touch the black and white gases over and over again, communicating with them and guiding them out. Finally, they moved. The black and white gas entered Nangong Che's body along Yi's palm, and began to swirl around Nangong Che's long-destroyed lungs. After some of the black and white gas was drawn out, Ji Yao's body automatically generated black and white gas again, which was no different from the original. Ji Yao drove the black and white gas in Nangong Che's body, gradually repairing his lungs. Gradually, his heart began to recover a little. Xiao was delighted. It was really useful. When Nandongyu and Jian Song saw Xiao's expression, they both used their spiritual consciousness to check Nangong Chei's heart and found that he was gradually recovering.
Girl, is this useful to Xiao Che?
Jian Song asked with some surprise.
It's just a little effective. It should be able to stabilize his injury until we get back to Jiuyou Cold Spring.
Xiao found that although her lungs were slowly repairing, the poison of inflammation was still in her body. Sure enough, just as he was recovering, the inflammation began to attack again and began to destroy his lungs. It's just that when the inflammatory poison destroys a little, the black and white gas repairs a little, forming a cycle. Jian Song and Nandongyu were relieved when they saw this. Although they could not cure Nangong Chei's inflammation poison, they could at least sustain it.
Here, take Xiao Che back, and the girl and I will go to Jiuyou to get the cold spring.
Jian Song looked at Nandongyu and said,
I'll go.
Nandongyu looked directly into Jian Song's eyes and replied firmly. This, Jian Song hesitated for a moment before agreeing to Nandongyu's proposal. After all, he has a higher level of cultivation than me and knows everything. So the girl will be more secure if she goes with him.
Okay. Then you should pay attention to safety and protect the girl.
Jian Song told Nandongyu with a serious expression.
Yes.
Nandongyu nodded, stretched out his arms to hug Nangong Chei, stood up, and walked out of the wooden house first. Ji Yao and the other two hurriedly followed, planning to return the same way and then go to Jiuyou. The three of them walked in a hurry, fearing that something would go wrong with Nangong Chei. The sooner they could get the cold spring, the better. Just when the three of them were about to set foot on the Magpie Bridge, Jia looked up and saw Si Ruochen on the bridge.
Si Ruochen? Stinky girl?
The two of them exclaimed at the same time, not expecting to meet in this situation. Ji Yao looked at Si Ruochen's body filled with demonic aura, and her heart sank. Could it be that they are all going to follow the path in the original work? Is the power of heaven so powerful? But this was not the time for small talk, and Ji Yao had no way of knowing more. Si Ruochen also saw the anxiety on Ji Yao's face. He looked at the person in Nandongyu's arms, and found that the person was seriously injured, and understood the reason.
I'm in an emergency now. This is my new communication talisman. I'll find you when I come out. By the way, Qiyue is also on the border of the Southern Territory, resisting the beast tide. You can go to her. She has always been worried about you, but I can't contact you.
Jia and the other three also walked onto the Magpie Bridge, and she handed him her communication talisman. The previous communication talisman can no longer be used after surviving the death tribulation.
Okay, I understand.
Si Ruochen held Ji Yao's communication talisman tightly, finally letting go of the worries he had felt during this period. She did not stay away from herself because of her own demon cultivation. Chapter 712 Encounter.
There are poisonous weeds over there. Be careful. I'll leave first.
Shiyu reminded Si Ruochen, gave him a bottle of detoxification pill, and hurried back the way he came. Si Ruochen looked at Ji Yao's hurried back, then looked down at the medicine bottle in his hand, and smiled softly. As long as Ji Yao and Qiyue don't mind his identity, it doesn't matter what other people think of him. He turned around and continued moving forward, making up his mind to go out and find Chi-Chi. He hasn't seen July for a long time. He misses her very much. On the other side, Zhio and the other three finally ran out of the cave and returned to the ground.
Master, Nandong Che will leave it to you. Senior brother Nandong and I will go directly to Jiuyou.
Shiyu did not dare to delay at all.
Okay, don't worry. Be careful along the way.
Jian Song took Nandong Che and warned Ji Yao again. This Nine Nether Hell is notoriously dangerous, not to mention the place where the Nine Nether Cold Spring is.
We will.
Jia nodded and wrote it down seriously.
I will protect her.
Nandongyu looked at Jian Song and promised seriously. Junior sister Yi took risks for Xiao Che, and he will definitely protect her as long as he lives.
Okay, then go ahead.
Jian Song was relatively relieved about Yu, but was just worried about his little apprentice.
Let's go!
Nandongyu held Jia with one hand, tore open the space with the other, and rushed toward the realm of Jiuyou. Seeing the two people leaving, Jian Song took out the spirit boat and put Nangong Che on it. At the same time, he sent a communication talisman to Qin Chen and the others. As soon as Lu Huanxue received the news from Jian Song, she couldn't help crying anymore. During this time, she didn't know how she could bear it.
It's okay. There is hope if Xiao Che is found. Let's go find them first.
Nandong Yueza felt happy in his heart. As long as he was still alive, there would always be a way.
Okay.
Lu Huanchua wiped her tears, and the two quickly rushed over. Soon, the two of them arrived, as did Cai Chen and Ji Shizi.
Xiao Che.
Lu Huanchua's eyes were red, and she gently touched his face. Her little Che was always full of energy and bouncing around. When will it be like this? Almost exhausted and motionless? Ji Shizi counted with his fingers and found that Nandong Che's death suddenly had a glimmer of life. But he couldn't figure out what this life was.
Jian Song. Is your little disciple trying to find a way to save Xiao Che?
Ji Shizi still couldn't help but ask.
Yes. She and Yer went to the Nine Nether Hell to look for the cold spring.
Jian Song nodded. Lu Huanchua and Nandong Yueza heard that Jiao had gone to Jiao Hell, and their hearts were full of gratitude to her. They all know how dangerous H.L. is, and as monks, it is difficult to get down. But Ji Shizi felt that it was indeed the case. As long as there were completely undetectable things, most of them had something to do with that girl. But since she intervened, maybe Xiao Che could really get through it. After all, that girl not only survived her own death, but now even the rules of heaven have been changed, and monks can reincarnate.
Let's take Xiao Che back first. That girl is a lucky girl. Don't worry too much.
Ji Shizi comforted them and revealed a little information. When everyone heard what he said, hope was ignited in their hearts. After all, Ji Shizi is not a person who knows how to lie. The few people no longer stayed any longer and rushed back towards the central region with Nandong Che. Nandong Yueza also passed the news that Xiao Che had been found to the Nandong family. The people who came out to search also rushed back one after another. Chapter 713 Nine Nether Hells. On the other side, Nandong Yu and Ji Yao have been traveling through space. Although there was black and white gas to help alleviate the discomfort, Ji Yao's body was not strong enough to withstand the pressure of quickly traveling through space for a long time. Nandong Yu also thought of this. He held Ji Yao in his arms, and took out several defensive weapons, and placed them on her body in an attempt to relieve her of some pressure. Ji Yao endured the pain and bit her lip tightly. She couldn't stop at this time. Nandong Che was still waiting for them.
We'll be there soon. Just hold on a little longer.
Nandong Yu looked down at Ji Yao in his arms, looking at her biting lips that were bleeding, and stretched out his hand.
Let go.
He gently pinched Ji Yao's chin. Only then did Ji Yao realize that she had bitten her lips subconsciously. Seeing her open her mouth slightly, Nandong Yu gave her a pill.
Bite this.
Nandong Yu took out a spiritual fruit from the storage ring and placed it in front of Ji Yao's mouth. Ji Yao leaned forward slightly and bit into the spirit fruit. The juice from the spirit fruit also flowed down her mouth and into her throat, immediately alleviating some of her urge to vomit. This is very similar to the feeling of motion sickness. I feel very nauseous. My head hurts, and my whole body is squeezed, as if it will be crushed at any time. Ji Yao bit the spirit fruit and hugged Nandong Yu tightly, leaning against his chest uncomfortably. All she could think about was reaching the Jiao realm as soon as possible. Seeing how uncomfortable Ji Yao was, Nandong Yu speeded up again, trying to arrive as quickly as possible. This sudden acceleration made Ji Yao even more uncomfortable. Nandong Yu tore apart the space with one hand and gently stroked her back with the other, helping her get rid of the nausea. In this way, it took the two of them half a month to finally reach the southern realm of the Nine Nether Hell. Nandong Yu and Ji Yao stepped out of the space and reached the ground above the boundary of the Nine Nether Hell. Nandong Yu reached out and took out the spiritual fruit from Ji Yao's mouth, fed her the elixir, put his hands behind her back, and used his spiritual power to speed up the opening of the elixir for her. Ji Yao didn't refuse. Now she needed to race against time to recover her body before going down to the Nine Nether Hell. It's just that his body is still too weak to withstand such a movement through space. If it weren't for Nandong Yu's protection, he would have been squeezed by space and died. It seems that I still need to strengthen my physical fitness. After a while, Ji recovered as before.
Brother Nandong, I will use my skills to take you down later, but you can't leave me too far.
Ji Yao's current range of Bubu Xinglian is not very wide, and the two of them cannot be separated too far.
Okay.
Nandong Yu nodded in agreement. Ji Yao recited the technique silently in her heart, and suddenly countless red lotuses rose up from under her feet, floating at Ji Yao's feet, and lifted her off the ground. Ji Yao stepped closer to Nandong Yu, and immediately Honglian appeared at his feet.
Let's go!
Ji Yao and Nandong Yu were very close and walked side by side with him. The two came to the entrance of Jiao Hell. There was a huge stone tablet with the word, 9 Nethers, written on it. Next to the stone tablet was a cave. When the two of them walked in, they fell into darkness. But the red lotus beneath his feet was emitting red light, probably able to illuminate the road ahead. It's just that the red light looked extremely weird and terrifying in the darkness. And Jia swallowed nervously. After all, the place she is going to now is the legendary underworld in this world. Those are places where only ghosts go. Chapter 714 The Boundary. The entire passage is winding and winding, going downwards as you go, a bit like a spiral staircase in the real world. There is nothing else in this passage except black. The two of them walked along the passage for a full 2 hours, and finally arrived at the boundary of the 9 nether hell. 9 nether hells coming down from this passage is the underworld at the beginning, and through the underworld is the vast and far-reaching 9 nether hells. As soon as Jia and Nangong Yu arrived at the entrance to the underworld, they were discovered by Gui Xiujia and Gui Xiui, who were standing guard. Who? Gui Xiujia was startled and asked loudly, because he discovered that the other two were actually human cultivators. Living human cultivators. Gui Xiui looked at Jiu blankly. Jiao, who was originally a stunning beauty, looked even more beautiful against the red lotus at her feet. Gui Xiui has been staying in this underworld. When he saw such a beauty, he suddenly saw something strange.
Hello! We are here for training.
Jiu smiled friendly. Although human cultivators and ghost cultivators didn't deal with each other very much, there was no conflict, because everyone has different cultivation resources. There are rarely any fights. Gui Xiujia frowned. Judging from the appearance and cultivation of these two people, they were both good and bad, so they shouldn't be bad people. However, knowing people and faces but not hearts, Gui Xiujia did not dare to let down his guard at all.
You send a message to the Venerable and ask if they can be let in.
Gui Xiujia looked at Ji Yao and the two of them warily, and said to Gui Xiui. But after waiting for a while, I didn't receive any response. He turned around and saw that Ghost Xiui was looking at the female cultivator in a daze, which was really embarrassing.
Gui
Xiujia's voice increased, startling Gui Xiui.
Huh? What's wrong?
Gui Xiui turned around to look at Gui Xiui in confusion.
Forget it. It's okay.
Gui Xiujia reluctantly took out the communication talisman and reported the matter to Lord Jiuming. Venerable Jiuming had just returned from the surface not long ago. He went to the northern and western regions where he fought with monsters, but he couldn't find anything, mainly because when he got to the northern territory, the battle was over.
Sir, there are 2 people who came to our boundary. Should we let them pass?
Gui Xiujia's puzzled voice came from the communication talisman. Lord Jiuming frowned. Why are even human cultivators joining in the fun now? Hasn't the elixir that allowed monks to resist the erosion of Yin Qi been lost? Why is there another cultivator coming to cause trouble now? Lord Jiuming was already a little upset because of those soul matters, and he felt even worse after hearing the news. He snorted coldly, waved his sleeves, and a spiritual mirror suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. What was shown in the mirror was the scene at the boundary. As soon as the spiritual mirror appeared, Nangong Yu felt the feeling of being spied on, and raised his eyes coldly to look over. Venerable Jiuming was unprepared and was shocked by the opponent's spirit.
He's actually at the peak of divine transformation?
Venerable Jiuming also saw clearly Nangong Yu's cultivation at this time, and stood up suddenly. His brows furrowed tightly, and he didn't know why the other party came here. After thinking for a while, he replied to Gui Xiujia and agreed to let them in. It wasn't that he was easy to talk to, but the male cultivator looked like he was not a good person. If I don't let them in, I'm afraid this HL will be demolished. It would be better to have a friendly attitude, take the initiative to let them in, and secretly let people pay attention to their movements. If he really had evil intentions against Joyo, it would not be too late for him to take action. Chapter 715 Naiha Bridge. When Gui Xiujia received the reply from Lord Jiuming, his attitude immediately improved a bit.
Please!
Gui Xiujia took the initiative to step aside and returned to the side to continue standing guard.
Thank you.
Jia thanked with a smile, and stepped into the real 9 nether hell with Nangong Yu.
Everyone's gone, but you're still watching.
Gui Xiujia couldn't stand the way Gui Xiui couldn't walk when he saw a beauty. Give him an angry look.
Ghost
Xiui scratched his head and smiled sheepishly, then returned to his post. As soon as Jia and Nangong Yu entered the 9 nether hell, they felt an extremely heavy Yin Qi attack. Suddenly, Bubu Xinglian automatically generated a protective shield, completely isolating the 2 people from the Yin Qi. At that moment, Ji Yao felt that the Yin Qi was about to penetrate her body. and she didn't dare to think about what would happen if she was exposed here all the time. The two of them kept walking forward. And soon, a bridge appeared in front of them. In front of the bridge there is a stone tablet with the word Naiha written on it. There is also a line of small words engraved on the stone tablet. Don't look back on the past. On the bridge, a young woman with an attractive appearance was sitting in black clothes. Next to her, there was an exquisite jade bowl. Could this be the legendary Naiha bridge and Mingpa soup? Jiya was a little surprised for a moment. She always thought that this was made up in this world. Nan Nongyu saw Jiao being slightly dazed and thought she was scared. After all, the underworld looked either black or red. And it did look scary. Don't be afraid. Nan Nongyu reached out and grabbed her hand, leading her onto the Naiha bridge together. In his opinion, this is just a way to not make Jiao afraid. Jiyu is also quite neurotic. She knows Nan Nongyu's skills, so she doesn't think there is any problem with this, and obediently follows him to the Naiha bridge. When Pameng saw Nan Nongyu, her eyes suddenly lit up. She immediately lay on her side on the bridge, supported her head with one hand, and gave Nan Nongyu a wink. Fellow Taoist, would you like a bowl of Mingpa soup? All the worries in the world will be forgotten. Mingpa completely ignored Jiao and only had Nan Nongyu in her eyes. Nan Nongyu just looked at her indifferently and planned to cross the bridge directly. Taoist friends are heartless. Ming Yang is so sad. Mingpa held her heart in a pretentious manner, like a girl holding her heart. Jiao couldn't help laughing, but after laughing out loud, she quickly pursed her lips and looked at Pameng apologetically. She didn't laugh out loud on purpose. She just thought this Mrs. Ming was quite interesting. What a beautiful sister. No wonder fellow Taoist Master Ming looks down on Mrs. Ming. Pameng sighed and stretched out her hand to touch the corners of her eyes. Nan Nongyu and Jiao were already a little anxious, but they couldn't fly or mess around in the underworld, so their progress was slow. But I don't want to waste more time here. Nan Nongyu didn't reply at all, and just passed by Pameng with Jiao in hand. Fellow Taoist, little girl, do you want to look back? Pameng asked seductively towards the backs of the two of them. Jia subconsciously wanted to turn back, but suddenly she remembered the words, "Don't look back," written on the stone tablet. She resisted the urge and walked firmly forward. It's really interesting. Someone actually came to H.L. Pameng smiled. She had not seen a human being in 1,000 years. Before she became a ghost cultivator, she was also a human being. Chapter 716 Previous Life. The two of them walked across the Naiha bridge and came to a narrow path. This path meandered along the Naiha bridge. Both sides of the path were covered with flowers from the other side. Shia and the others walked along the path for a quarter of an hour before they came to a stone. 3 life stones? Shia looked at the 3 words on the stone and murmured. It turned out that there really was a 3 life stone. The Sanxing stone is at the end of the trail. After passing the Sanxing stone, there is another trail. But except for this trail, there are rivers on both sides. Therefore, the two of them could only stop in front of the Sanxing stone. Jia looked at the Sanxing stone with some curiosity. Can she really see her own 3 lives? Suddenly, a woman appeared on the stone and was pushed out of the operating room. The nurse beside her held a crying child in her hands. Honey, you've worked hard. A man rushed to the woman's side, touched her hand and kissed her forehead. Husband, that's our daughter. Jiu. The woman looked at the crying baby happily, with tenderness on her face. Jia looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar woman and tears fell instantly. That was her mother in her previous life. Oh, our baby Jia. You must grow up healthy and happy. Wife, look, the baby doesn't cry anymore. Uh-huh. She must know that I am the father. The man seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. Things were normal, and I was hurriedly showing off to my wife. Jia raised the corners of her mouth slightly. It turned out that her parents also loved her when she was a child. After a while, the whole family was discharged from the hospital. The man loved the woman very much and would greet her every day. When he got home from work, he would hold Jia and play with her. This wonderful life lasted for 5 years. Gradually, the man always came home very late. As soon as he came home, he would smell of alcohol all over his body and fall asleep on the sofa. The woman's initial caring attitude turned into complaints, complaining that the man was busy at work and had no time for her and her daughter. One day, the man went out to socialize and drink again and didn't get home until early in the morning. The woman couldn't help but break out and quarreled with the man. Why am I working so hard? Isn't it for this family? So that our daughter can have a good life?
The man smashed the water glass angrily, and the water glass fell to the ground with a loud sound and shattered on the ground. The loud quarrel between the two woke up the child, who burst into tears. The woman didn't care to continue arguing with the man and hurriedly went to comfort the child. This happened more and more, and eventually it happened every week. At first, they had to take care of their children and always avoided her when quarreling. Later, they couldn't bear it anymore and would start quarreling at any time. Every time there was a quarrel, the children would cower in fear and cry. Crying? Why are you crying? Isn't it because of you that I work so hard?
The man yelled at the child. He worked so hard for this family. Why are he still dissatisfied with him? The man slammed the door impatiently and walked out, while the woman held the child and cried. Gradually, the child became quieter and more well-behaved. Every time the woman cried, the child would only hug the woman tightly. In the end, the child didn't even dare to make a sound when he cried. The last time the two quarreled, the man took action. He slapped the woman and knocked her to the ground. He has forgotten that this is the person he once loved deeply.
I don't love you anymore. Let's get a divorce.
The man took one last look at the woman and left without any regret. Chapter 7:17 Don't Look Back. The woman lay on the ground crying in pain, crying for her broken family and her lost love. The child cowered in the corner in fear, his little body shaking non-stop. She still doesn't understand what divorce means. It's just that she didn't see her father again for a long time. Later, she began to live with her father for 1 year, and her mother for 1 year. Later, her mother found a rich man and had a child of her own. And she started calling the child baby. They never quarreled about raising a family again. Her father's job is getting better and better. He bought a big villa and married a young, beautiful, gentle and considerate girl. All the bad things have passed. Only the children have no past. She is very sensitive to other people's looks every day, studies hard, and helps raise her little brother. When she first learned to cook by herself, she didn't get a word of praise from anyone. Only, "It tastes bad," from her brother. After that, she stopped cooking. When she was older, the child began to apply to her parents for boarding school. But her parents ignored her and gave her a large amount of living expenses every month. In their view, they gave their children a prosperous life. The child would only go home once a year, during the winter and summer vacations. The school did not allow anyone to live in the house, so she would rent a house to live in. If she gave her more money, someone would make an exception and rent it to her as a minor. Her parents didn't think anything was wrong. Throughout the year, they never called her to express concern about how she was doing in exams or whether she had enough to eat. But when she gets home, the child's mother will smile and ask her, "Are you back?" Every time this happens, the child can't help but his eyes turn red. And then he nods, pretending not to care. There is always a glimmer of expectation in her heart. Maybe her mother loves her too, right? But every time when I met my brother, I was an outsider, a temporary sojourn in their home. Later, when her children grew up and went to college, she began to work part-time jobs to earn money in her free time. She was also busy with various part-time jobs during winter and summer vacations. At night, her only hobby is to lie in bed and read novels and TV series. Except that she has a cooler personality, has few friends, and likes to be alone. Her life is no different from that of ordinary college students. One night, after she stayed up late to finish reading a novel she liked, she died in her sleep. Her parents came and took her away. After many years, the man and woman quarreled again, blaming each other for not taking good care of the child. Only this time, both men and women cried. Gia laughed when she saw this scene. She wiped the tears on her face. In fact, her parents still cared about her a little bit, and that was enough. From now on, she will be the 17th member of the Yi family in Confronting continent. There is no turning back to the past. Tears fell again, and she turned back to look at Nangongyu. In this life, she had too many people who loved her, and she was very happy. Nangongyu had no previous life, and he didn't see anything on the Sansheng stone. Just watching Yi looking at Sanshengqi sadly. He must have seen his previous life. He did not speak and chose to stand aside and accompany her silently. Seeing Gia looking at him, he stretched out his right hand and gently wiped away her tears. His left hand still held her tightly and led her into the Sansheng stone. Chapter 7:18 Pond of Rebirth. After Gia read the memories of her past life, the Sansheng stone turned into a transparent stone tablet. The two of them walked directly through the stone and came to the intestinal trail again. And the Sansheng stone returned to its original appearance again. Standing well, Jiao had also calmed down her mood, smiled at Nandongyu and said,
"Let's go!"
Nandongyu nodded and continued walking forward with her. This time, the path was longer, and the two walked for a long time before they came to a huge house. The plaque on the house has the 3 characters,
Pond of Rebirth,
written on it, which should be the place where the soul is reincarnated. Jiao shook Nandongyu's hand nervously. Inside was the gathering place for mortal ghosts. Even if she has overcome her fear of ghosts, she will still be a little frightened.
"Don't be afraid."
Nandongyu's cold voice came, inexplicably soothing Jia's fear. She nodded and stepped in. As soon as he walked into the pond of purity, various sounds suddenly came from him. The entire Piranha pond is divided into 6 sections, and there are corridors in the middle of the 6 ponds. Nowadays, there are many ghost cultivators in the corridor, and there are many souls who need to be reincarnated. These souls are all eligible for reincarnation, and some who committed many evil deeds during their lifetime will be sent to the 18th level of HL after death, where they will suffer the pain of soul whipping. All souls that can be reincarnated will drink Mengpa soup. But even after drinking Mengpa soup, some souls still have obsessions and are unwilling to reincarnate. They have even forgotten what obsession is, but they don't want to start a new life at all. At this time, there are several pools of rebirth. There were 3 women and 1 man, all wailing and struggling not to jump into the pool of death. The ghost cultivators in the pond of rebirth held them captive, trying to push them down into the pond of rebirth. In the end, they fell down, but they still struggled to climb up. This kind of thing happens every day, and the ghost cultivators are not surprised. They just did what they should do, since they were determined not to reincarnate. They didn't force it. Just like that, they climbed up. Looking stupid, the ghost cultivators continued to move forward with them. But most of the souls are very good. Not long after jumping into the pool of rebirth, they sank and started a new life. Jia and Nandongyu saw that there was no soul in the corridor for the time being, so they walked up. The ghost cultivators also discovered Jiyao, and everyone looked at them warily. But since they were able to come in, and the ghost cultivators did not receive an order to capture them, they should have been tacitly allowed. Therefore, the ghost cultivators just stared at the 2 of them warily, but did not stop them. Jia and Nandongyu speeded up, passed the pond of rebirth very quickly, and left the house. Jia exhaled a breath of turbid air, and sighed thinking about the few souls who had obsessions and were unwilling to be reincarnated. I don't know what kind of obsession it is that can still be remembered after they lose their memory. The 2 continued to walk forward, and after a while, they saw a huge pit with a tower standing in the pit. This tower has a total of 18 floors, and is located in a huge pit. Jia put down her consciousness and saw the words, Reincarnation Tower, written on the plaque on the 1st floor. As for those ghost corrections who came out of the tower just now, their previous souls should have been imprisoned in the tower. However, they did not need to pass by the reincarnation tower, so they just took a look and left. The main areas of the underworld are the places just now. The other areas are the residences of ghost cultivators and their medicine gardens. Chapter 719 Jiao, Ji Yao, and the 2 walked fast together. After a day, they finally walked out of the underworld and came to the vast 9 nether hell.
"Senior brother Nangong, where should we find Joyo Cold Spring?"
Jia looked at the vast Joyo hell with a heavy expression. There are really too few records about Joyo. Even the records of the underworld just now are not comprehensive enough, let alone the vast Joyo hell. Nandongyu let go of Jia's hand. This place was no longer as scary as the underworld.
"I don't know. Try your luck."
Nandongyu shook his head. The Joyo Flame Poison and Joyo Cold Spring had no special characteristics, but they should be in some cave or valley. Jia's heart sank when she heard this. She was afraid that the longer it was delayed, the greater the influence of the poison would be on Nangong Che. What if the inflammation poison is cured in the end, but it affects his future cultivation? A wanton person like Nangong Che should not have anything become an obstacle in his life.
"Let's go!"
Nandongyu took Jia together and began to search everywhere. He extended his consciousness and tried his best to find a place where the cold spring might appear. The news of the arrival of cultivators in Joyo Hell quickly spread throughout Joyo, and even many ghost cultivators said they saw the pair of handsome men and beauties. In the end of Joyo Hell, Chu Mo twitched his lips as he listened to the people at the table next to him vividly describing the 2 cultivators. It's boring to practice a lot. No matter how beautiful you are, what does it matter? It's just a skin. The little girl was still interesting. But unfortunately, I haven't seen her for a long time. Thinking of how scared she once was, Chu Mo couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. I don't know how that girl's cultivation is now. She should have made great progress. After all, she is also a little genius.
I heard that those two people seem to have come to Jiuyo to find something. One of them is still at the peak of divine transformation. So Lord Jiuyo didn't care. Tell me, are you getting some news that our Jiuyo actually has a treasure buried? Hey, where can there be any treasure? How dare they look for it so blatantly? They are not afraid of being robbed. What are you hiding? How can you rob them? You can't beat them.
This sentence touched everyone's hearts, and they were all speculating whether they were really here for some treasure. For a moment, everyone was a little confused and couldn't sit still. Soon, Chu Mo was the only one left in the packed inn. Chu Mo drank the wine in the cup and stood up. This day was so boring. It would be good to join in the fun. Jio and Nandong Yu have searched many places, but they have not found any trace of Han Quan. However, there is no need to rush this. After all, the Nine Nether Hell is a complete underground southern domain. The scope is so large that they cannot find it all in one time. It's just that in such a big place, I'm searching aimlessly, and I don't know when I'll find it. Originally, she planned to ask the ghost cultivators for information, but recently she discovered that the ghost cultivators looked at them both with unfriendly eyes. Something was wrong. There are ghost cultivators everywhere here, and they are the only human cultivators. If it weren't for Nandong Yu's high cultivation level, I'm afraid these ghost cultivators would have already made up their minds and taken action. Ji Yao immediately became more vigilant and did not dare to inquire about the news anymore. The two of them could only continue to search. Chapter 720 Don't Look. A few days later, Jia and Nandong Yu came to a city. Netherworld City.
Let's go in and see if we can find a chance to find out some news about Jiuyo Han Quan.
Jia looked sideways at Nandong Yu, asking for his opinion. Usually Han Quan would not appear in the city, if it were not for the purpose of gathering information. There was no need for the two of them to go in and waste time.
Yes.
Nandong Yu nodded lightly and looked up into the sky in the city. He felt that someone was looking at them. It was a cultivator who should be the city lord of the city. Ji Yao and Nandong Yu approached the city. Suddenly, the lively crowd at the city gate quieted down, and everyone looked at Ji Yao and the others in surprise. Shi Yu was numb and completely turned a blind eye to their gazes. Ever since she came in, every ghost cultivator had the same expression when they saw them. The two of them walked calmly through the group of ghost cultivators and observed the shops along the street. Finally, Ji Yao and the two chose an inn where they could eat and stay. When she came to the counter, Jia looked at the shopkeeper here and asked in a low voice.
Shopkeeper, I want to ask you something. Do you know where the Jiuyo Cold Spring is? I don't know.
The shopkeeper looked up and glanced at Ji Yao, then lowered his head.
Bang!
Nandong Yu threw a bunch of soul stones on the table, and the shopkeeper's eyes suddenly shone in shock. This is the best soul stone. Ji Yao also recognized that it was the soul stone. She looked sideways at Nandong Yu with admiration, but she didn't expect that he even had the ghost cultivator's currency.
I know. It's just outside the gate of Netherworld City in the west direction. About dozens of miles away. You can see it if you go there.
After the shopkeeper said that, he reached for the soul stone.
Are there any other places?
Jia asked with a frown. As soon as she heard his description, she could guess that the cold spring must be an ordinary cold spring. If it is said that there are cold springs somewhere, then the possibility is higher.
I don't know about that.
The shopkeeper shook his head. He knew about this cold spring.
Let's go!
Nandong Yu said to Ji Yao.
Oh!
Ji Yao nodded obediently, looking back at the soul stones as she walked. There is so much information that can be gleaned from so many top-grade soul stones, but it is really not worth it to get such an answer. Nandong Yu saw that she always looked back at the soul stone, turned his head and asked lightly,
Do you like it?
With that said, he put all the soul stones in the storage ring into storage bags and handed them to Ji Yao. These were all obtained by him once breaking into the ghost repair cave, but now they are of use.
For me!
Shi Yu's eyes lit up, and her money-loving instinct kicked in.
Yeah.
Nandong Yu nodded, stopped talking, and continued walking out of the city. Jio happily accepted the soul stone and followed. After a while, the two of them arrived at the cold spring. Just seeing Han Quan, Jia's face turned green. Who will tell her who the ghost cultivator in this pool is?
Don't look!
Nandong Yu reached out and covered Jiya's eyes. The cold spring was full of ghosts bathing naked. Although he is a ghost, he has transformed into a human form, which is not something that a child like Jiya can see. Jiya's ears instantly turned red. She had seen a lot of shirtless boys in this world. I didn't think it was anything at first. But when Nandong did this, it seemed that he was a little. Jiya turned around obediently and stopped looking. Nandong put down his hand and began to use his spiritual consciousness to explore whether the cold spring here had any associated inflammatory poison. Chapter 721 Meeting Chuimo again. Although the possibility is unlikely, Nandong is not willing to miss any possibility.
Hey! Look! There is a little lady over there who is too shy to look at us.
A ghost cultivator spotted Jiya and immediately started teasing her loudly. This ghost was a lustful person before he was alive, and he remained the same after becoming a ghost cultivator. He always loved to tease those beautiful female ghosts. At this time, he could only see Jiya's graceful back, completely ignoring Nandong who was standing beside him, with his many years of experience. Just by looking at her back, he knew that this girl must be top-notch.
Little lady, let's have some fun together and take a dip with the young master.
The ghost cultivator's voice stopped suddenly, and Nandong just slapped him lightly, knocking him out of his wits. The surrounding ghost cultivators were so frightened that they did not dare to move, for fear of offending this human cultivator and ending up with the same fate. Jiya was speechless when she heard someone teasing her, but she had no intention of paying attention to him. But she didn't expect that the rear suddenly became quiet, just as she was about to turn around to see what was going on. Nandong held her hand.
Let's go!
Nandong had finished exploring, and did not find the cold spring he was looking for. Jiya nodded, and was no longer curious. They wanted to find other places.
Stay away from people with evil intentions.
Nandong warned Jiya as he walked away. In his opinion, junior sister Yi is still a child. In the world of cultivation, everyone under the age of 50 is considered a child. Children need to be well protected. He doesn't want her to be exposed to these dirty things.
I know.
Jiya was a little surprised that senior brother Nandong would preach to her, and a feeling of warmth arose in her heart, seeing that she had listened. Nandong said no more, and took her on the journey of searching. A few more days passed, and the two still found nothing. They searched everywhere themselves, and also inquired for information again. But in the end, all they found were ordinary cold springs. Jiya sighed heavily. The sky is huge. How long will it take to find it after searching so aimlessly? Just when Jiya was frowning, a somewhat familiar voice came.
Little Yao Yao?
Chuimo didn't expect that the person who came into Joyo was actually Jiya, and looked at her in surprise. Jiya heard the sound, and as soon as she looked over, she saw Nandong's back suddenly blocking her. Nandong looked at Chuimo, guarding against what he might do.
Senior brother Nandong. I know this senior,
Jiya said from behind. After hearing this, Nandong stepped aside and stood aside without saying a word. Chuimo glanced at Nandong, but he didn't expect that he was really a cultivator at the peak of becoming a god.
Senior,
Jiya greeted with a smile. She still remembered Chumo's life-saving grace.
Little Yao Yao, I miss you so much after not seeing you for so long.
Chuimo still had no formal appearance and teased Jiya as soon as they met. He observed Jiya carefully and found that the little girl had grown up. Nowadays, Chunluo is becoming more and more beautiful, and his cultivation level is getting higher and higher. He is an out-and-out genius. But at this moment, the little girl was actually with a man, and there was a protective shield outside.
Ha ha. The senior style is still the same.
Jiya twitched her lips. As long as he didn't return to his true form, everyone would be friends.
Why did you come to Joyo?
Chuimo was a little curious. No one in Joyo was willing to come.
Senior, we are here to look for the Joyo cold spring. Have you heard where there is a cold spring?
Jiya looked at Chuimo expectantly. If he didn't know it, it would be even harder to find it. Chapter 722 Valley.
Joyo cold spring? But the one with accompanying inflammation and poison?
Chuimo frowned. But he didn't expect that the purpose of the little girl coming here was actually this.
Yes.
Jiya nodded quickly, and looked at Chuimo with wide eyes.
I have indeed heard of this thing. But it is said that it is very dangerous there. Even the monks who transformed themselves into gods have died before. So gradually no ghost cultivator dared to go there.
Chuimo remembered that there was something in the classics he had read before. Records. But I don't know if tens of thousands of years have passed, and whether there have been any changes.
Really? Senior, can you tell us where it is?
Jiya was a little overjoyed. finally hearing some news.
I'll take you there. I happen to be bored anyway.
Chu Imo was also a little interested and wanted to experience the dangers of this place where even the cultivators of the transformation god dared not set foot.
Then thank you, Senior.
Jiyu quickly thanked her. It was great to have someone to lead the way.
Follow me.
Chu Imo waved his hand carelessly, turned around and rushed towards the place recorded in the classics. Nandongyu did not doubt Chu Imo and followed Ji Yao because he believed in Ji Yao's vision of people. Since she believes in him, then she believes in him. The three of them traveled quickly and finally arrived at the place recorded in the classics 7 days later. Jiyu took a look and saw that it was indeed a valley.
Did you see it? There is a cave there. According to the classics, the cold spring is right there,
Chu Imo said, pointing to a huge cave in the valley. Jiyu took a look at the surrounding environment. The valley was full of chain formations, one after another. It was obviously artificially arranged, probably to prevent others from coveting the things inside. This valley is not shrouded in mist like other valleys. The view here is very clear. There is nothing else in the valley except flowers, plants and trees. And it is these flowers, plants and trees that form countless formations.
The formations here are complicated, and it's too difficult to get in.
Ji Yao looked at the two people and said. Nandongyu glanced at it and found that there were at least 1,000 formations combined here, including low-level formations and high-level formations.
TSK. Who did this? So crazy.
Chu Imo didn't understand the formation, but he could also see the danger here.
The only way is to untie the formation. But I found that the formations here are still regular. We don't need to untie all the formations. Just open a way to the cave, and that's it.
Jia found that if she wanted to go in, there is a way. Those formations are not particularly high level, and she should be able to handle them by herself.
The first formation is the maze formation. I'm afraid we will be separated,
Ji Yao explained to Chu Imo with a serious expression. This master was so thoughtful. He was afraid that they would be the first to form a team like them. Just separate them.
Then I'm afraid I won't be able to get in.
Chu Imo frowned. He didn't know the formation at all, so there was no other possibility except getting trapped.
Senior, just wait for us here.
Jia looked at Chu Imo gratefully. She was already grateful that he could bring them here.
Okay. If you are in danger, I will come in again. You should be careful. It is very dangerous here.
Chu Imo did not show off and agreed to Ji Yao's suggestion. If you go in by yourself, you will be held back. It is better to respond outside. If there is danger, you can still lend a helping hand.
Okay. Senior brother Nangong. Let's go!
Jia greeted Nangongyu and jumped down the valley together. Chapter 723 Continuous Formation. As soon as she landed, Jia fell into a maze, and Nandongyu's figure was no longer around her. There are all kinds of tall trees around, and each tree is not randomly distributed, but has its own function, and together they form this maze. Jia carefully checked each tree, trying to find the formation. Finally, her eyes rested on a strange tree. This tree grows crookedly and is obviously different from other straight trees. Jia squatted down and carefully looked at the lines on its trunk, but found nothing wrong. She looked up along the trunk, finally stood up, and her eyes fell on a branch. Jia took out Li Yuan and cut off the branch with a sword. Suddenly, the formation was shattered, but suddenly fire came from all directions, and Jia suddenly felt like she was in a sea of fire and was about to be roasted. She immediately released the chaos heavenly fire. As soon as the chaotic sky fire appeared, it rushed towards the surrounding flames and swallowed them into its belly. Jia followed its footsteps and avoided the flames from all directions. It didn't take long for those flames to be swallowed up by the chaotic sky fire. The formation changed again, and what appeared in front of Ji Yao was a 9-nether cold spring. Jia withdrew the chaos sky fire and glanced at the cold spring. This move was useful against people who didn't know how to use formations. Unfortunately, I already knew that I was in a formation and there would never be a cold spring before I entered the cave. Obviously, this is a phantom formation, and this cold spring is the formation I. Jiyu struck directly with a thunder-attributed Kendo artistic conception, and suddenly the cold spring exploded, and the formation was shattered again. This time, it was her parents who appeared in front of Jiao, looking at her with smiles.
17.
Zhao Qianyu called Jiyu with a smile. Jiao looked at her parents and smiled, but she knew in her heart that this was a fantasy. Parents are the eyes of the formation. Although she knew it was a lie, Ji Yao still hesitated for a moment to kill her parents with her own hands. But she still struck it with a sword. And her parents were still waiting outside for her to come home. You? Zhao Qianyu only had time to shout in disbelief before disappearing into nothing with night breeze. Ji Yao's expression did not change at all. This illusion could not completely sink her into it. What's more, after possessing the flower of the soul, one's soul becomes clearer, and it is not easy to confuse oneself. In this way, Ji Yao broke through one series of formations after another, and finally reached the last formation. This is the last level leading to the cave. But because of this, it was herself who appeared in front of Ji Yao. Ji Yao's heart was not disturbed, and she directly launched the attack. But the fake Ji Yao actually knew Ji Yao's moves and struck with a sword. Ji Yao was startled and hurriedly avoided it. But she still had a section of her hair cut off. After the attack, the phantom stopped moving and looked at Ji Yao coldly. I'm afraid this phantom just learned his own tricks temporarily. Ji Yao probably guessed the principle of this phantom. As long as she didn't do it herself, she wouldn't be able to learn anything else. She tentatively threw a thunderball over. And sure enough, the shadow also imitated Ji Yao and threw a thunderball over. This won't work at all. There's no way he can deal with her. Ji Yao thought about the method, and finally planned to use a close attack. As long as she was fast enough, she could kill her before she learned it. Just do what you said. Ji Yao suddenly disappeared, teleported several times to come behind the shadow. And while she was still learning how Ji Yao disappeared, he punched the back of her neck hard. Chapter 724 Molten. This move was indeed effective, and the shadow was completely dissipated with one punch. The formation disappeared again, and this time, no new formation appeared. As soon as Ji Yao walked out of the formation, she saw that Nandong Yu was already waiting and left Ji Yao. At this time, Yin Qi was surrounding him everywhere. Nandong Yu, on the other hand, was resisting the Yin Qi and preventing it from entering his body. Ji Yao was startled when she saw this, and hurriedly stepped forward, spinning the lotus step by step to cover him together. As soon as Honglian appeared, the Yin energy ran away automatically. Nandong Yu glanced at Ji Yao and found that she was not injured. He was very satisfied. It seemed that junior sister Yi had studied the formation very seriously. The two of them didn't waste any time and walked towards the cave cautiously. As soon as she stepped into the cave, a strong wave of hot air came towards her, making Ji Yao jump. In just a few breaths, Ji Yao was already covered in sweat. Ji Yao stretched out her hand to wipe the sweat from her face. She was so hot just from the contact. She didn't dare to think how uncomfortable Nangong Che was before. That is the poisonous fire, the center of these hot air. No matter how hot the heat was, they couldn't stop the two of them. Soon, they walked through the passage of the cave and entered the depths of the cave. At this time, Ji Yao was sweating like rain. Her hair was wet, and her head was too hot. Neither of them had water spiritual roots, let alone ice spiritual roots, and the spiritual power in their bodies could not help them cool down at all. It's just that Nangong Yu's cultivation level is higher, and his ability to resist the heat is stronger. But he is still sweating profusely.
Is this lava?
Ji Yao looked at a large pit that appeared in front of her, filled with boiling lava. The lava bubbles gurglingly and occasionally explodes. This piece of lava blocked the path of Ji Yao and the two of them, and they had to pass here first if they wanted to go in.
Yes.
Nandong Yu nodded. The magma was too hot, and it might not be easy to pass through it. Ji Yao tried throwing out a magic weapon, wanting to test the power of these molten slurries. As a result, the magic weapon was melted instantly as soon as it passed over the magma, and eventually turned into a puddle of water and fell down, becoming part of the magma. Ji Yao didn't expect that the molten lava would be so domineering, and her heart sank. How is this going to get over? I'm afraid it will turn into a puddle of water once it passes.
I'll give it a try,
Nandong Yu said lightly, and then stepped into the air above the lava. Suddenly, his robes began to melt, and a strong wave of heat rushed directly towards him. Nandong Yu lightly slapped his palm downwards, temporarily resisting the heat, but found that he couldn't hold on for long. He quickly returned to Ji Yao. When he went out just now, he not only had to face the lava, but also the erosion of Yin Qi. But if he brought Ji Yao with him, he was worried that she would not be able to withstand the heat of the lava. Ji Yao watched Nandong Yu retreat, and her heart became heavier. It was obvious that Han Quan was inside, but she was stuck here. She looked down at the hem of Nandong Yu's cassock, and found that a small piece was burned there. He was wearing high-level robes, but they couldn't withstand the lava.
Sister, let chaos give it a try. Maybe it won't be afraid. Xiao Lian in the Sea of Consciousness spoke. Chaos Sky Fire is not afraid of fire. So this lava should be no problem either. Ji Yao thought about it. Maybe the Chaos Heavenly Fire could deal with the lava. She released the Chaos Heavenly Fire. This chaotic sky fire has not yet developed its spiritual intelligence. And some of its actions usually require orders from Ji Yao. Chapter 725 Fire Spirit. But this time, as soon as it came out, it spontaneously ran towards a corner of the magma. Ji Yao was shocked and didn't know what happened to it. But when Chaos Sky Fire approached that corner, a fire spirit suddenly appeared and ran away. Chaos Sky Fire followed closely behind, wanting to devour it. This is the instinctive reaction of spiritual beings in heaven and earth when they encounter opportunities. The fire spirit is made of this molten lava, and it is really related to this molten lava. Ji Yao's eyes lit up when she looked at the fire spirit. These were places with fire. After a long period of accumulation, it was possible for the spiritual creatures of heaven and earth to be generated. Huoling has a certain IQ, but he will not just wait to be caught. If the Chaos Heavenly Fire can swallow more fire spirits, it is likely that spiritual wisdom will be born. It's just that this fire spirit is really cunning and keeps changing directions, making it impossible for Chaos Sky Fire to catch up. Gradually, the two of them ran away and ran along the passage in front. Ji Yao spread out her spiritual consciousness and followed the Chaos Sky Fire, worried that something would go wrong with it. It's just that these two are like hide and seek. One is hiding, and the other is chasing. Huoling could not get rid of the Chaos Heavenly Fire, so he became anxious and crawled into a gap, trying to escape through it. But Chaos Skyfire refused to give in at all, and just followed him in. As soon as they passed the Joyo Hanquan, the two little guys paused for a moment, and then hurried back. The freezing ability of the cold spring is too strong, and the two of them can't bear it at all. Finally, the fire spirit ran towards this side again. Ji Yao took out Li Yuan, and when Huoling wanted to stagger them and escape, she struck it with a sword. This sword startled the fire spirit, but it was successfully intercepted. Chaos Skyfire seized the opportunity and swooped over, wrapping the fire spirit directly. But in the blink of an eye, Ji Yao could no longer see the existence of the fire spirit. Chaos Skyfire is not feeling well at this time. It is now like a newborn cub, suddenly swallowing such a spiritual creature of heaven and earth, which is somewhat difficult to digest. It started to wander towards Ji Yao. Just as Ji Yao stretched out her hand to catch it, it suddenly paused and fell down. Sensing that it was now working hard to absorb the advancement, Ji Yao felt relieved and put it away. Without the fire spirit, the heat of the molten magma is rapidly decreasing, and the intensity of the boiling is gradually becoming smaller. Ji Yao and Nandong Yu were not in a hurry, but chose to wait. When Nandong Yu felt that Ji Yao could pass, he stretched out his hand to pull Ji Yao over and took her up with him. Even though the heat had gradually dropped, Ji Yao was still sweating instantly, and even the ends of her hair were damaged by the heat and curled slightly. Nandong Yu casually cast a spell to form a layer of defense underneath Ji Yao, isolating her from the heat below. Soon, the two of them landed on the other side and passed through the lava. Ji Yao was a little excited at this time, but she had to restrain herself. Previously, her consciousness had seen that Joyo Hanquan was not far away. But if she just went in like this, she might not be able to bear it. Even the fire spirit couldn't stand the coldness, let alone himself. Moreover, there is still fire poison above the cold spring. If you accidentally get a little bit of it, you may suffer. Nandong Yu also took this into consideration. He turned to look at Ji Yao and said, "I'll go there by myself and wait for me." "No, you had to resist the Yin Qi in the past. How could you get the cold spring?" Ji Yao objected. Without her, he would have to concentrate on dealing with the Yin Qi, which would be dangerous. Chapter 726-9 Nether Cold Spring. Nandong Yu looked at Ji Yao steadily, and nodded when he realized that she really wanted to go. Since she wants to go, then take her there. If a monk retreats blindly when facing danger, his practice will be delayed. Anyway, I just need to protect her more. Ji Yao originally planned to tell him her concerns, but Nandong Yu agreed, causing her to hold back what she was about to say. Ji Yao took out a few defensive talismans from the storage ring and patted them on her body in an attempt to avoid being hurt. After the two of them were ready, they continued walking towards the passage. The closer we get to the end of the passage, the less heat there is and is replaced by a chill. Ji Yao shivered from the cold, and goosebumps appeared all over her body. This is still in the passage. After walking for a while, the two of them arrived at the entrance of the cave. Ji Yao calmed down and stepped in.
She just stretched out one foot. But ice quickly formed on that foot and spread up her legs and up her body. Jiao was startled and immediately used her spiritual power to stop the ice cube in that place. The ice stopped spreading. But one of Jiao's legs was frozen. Seeing this, Nandongyu squatted down slightly and put his hand on the place where Jiao had condensed into ice. Suddenly, the ice began to peel off, turning into pieces and falling to the ground.
Don't worry,
Nandongyu said to Jiao, and then took out his strange fire. His strange fire has not appeared on the list of strange fires, but its power is not small. Even if he reaches the stage of becoming a god, it can play a great role in his battle. As soon as the strange fire was released, it excitedly circled around Nandongyu several times. After discovering Jiao, it began to try to get closer to Jiao. Jiao smiled and stretched out her hand towards the approaching Ihua. But the Ihua was so startled that he stepped back, looking at the strange fire that has opened its spiritual intelligence. Jiao is a little envious. She doesn't know when her chaotic sky fire will be able to activate her spiritual intelligence and become another little friend of hers. But at this time, she also noticed that the surroundings were gradually getting warmer. Jiao's eyes lit up. With the strange fire, maybe they could successfully obtain the cold spring. Nandongyu communicated with Ihua's spiritual consciousness, and Ihua also understood his role. It began to grow slowly, like a protective shield from the outside, firmly protecting the two of them. Although there are flames all around, the flames do not hurt people at all, but make people feel very warm.
Go in.
Nandongyu led Jiao closer to the cave entrance. This time, Jiao was finally no longer frozen. As soon as she entered the cave entrance, Jiao opened her mouth slightly when she saw the scene in front of her. It's like a paradise on earth. What appeared in front of them was a huge cold spring. The surroundings of the cold spring were full of small flowers of various colors, and white smoke was rising in the middle of the cold spring. And this white smoke actually has the faint shadow of a dragon, which is really magical. In the middle of the cold spring, a black lotus bloomed. It was extremely conspicuous among the white, and had a different kind of beauty. There is a small piece of red gas floating above the black lotus, which is the poison that Nangong was poisoned by.
What kind of lotus is that? Why is it black?
Jia frowned in confusion and asked Nandongyu beside her. She had heard of lotus flowers of various colors, but she had never heard of black lotus flowers. And judging from its appearance, she was sure that this thing was definitely not a mortal thing. Chapter 727 Black Lotus.
I don't know.
Nandongyu looked at the black lotus and recalled the records in the classics that he had read, but found nothing. Jiao didn't expect that Nandongyu didn't even know about it, so it seemed like this thing was extraordinary.
What we want to get is the living water at the eye of the cold spring. It may be a bit difficult to dive down.
Jiao had a headache. She was here, protected by the strange fire, and she felt a faint chill. The water at the spring was even colder, and I didn't know if I could dive in successfully.
Try it.
Nandongyu took out 2 diving beads and gave one to Jiao. The two held the beads in their mouths and jumped down the cold spring hand in hand. As soon as she jumped out of the cold spring, Jiao shrank from the cold. The strange fire was also infected by this bone-chilling chill, and its scope became smaller and smaller, and it would eventually wrap up Jiao and the two of them. The two felt a sense of urgency and took the time to swim towards the bottom of the center of the cold spring.
Be careful!
Jiao had something in her mouth and could only shout vaguely, because she discovered that there was a monster next to the root of the lotus. Nandongyu also saw the monster and stopped with Jiao, but the monster just glanced at the two of them lazily and lay motionless on the bottom of the pool. Jiao and the two should not act rashly, because this monster is an 11th level monster, which is equivalent to the divine transformation stage of human cultivation. This monster is very small, with a long tail and a head like a fish, but it has 4 claws and looks very weird. At the bottom of the cold spring pool, their strength will be limited, and it will definitely be very difficult to fight. Nandongyu walked up to Jiao, blocked her behind, and then continued to approach the monster. Jiao followed him closely. After all, they would be invaded by the cold spring if they were separated. Seeing Nandongyu getting closer and closer, the monster became a little impatient. It also felt the aura of Nandongyu, who was not a minor player. No one can take away its treasure. It roared at Nandongyu, trying to drive him away. But Nandongyu was determined to win Han Quan, and nothing could stop him. Seeing that he insisted on getting closer, the monster could no longer resist attacking him. It opened its mouth, and suddenly an ice arrow shot towards Nandongyu. This ice arrow is not an ordinary ice arrow. but it is emitted after absorbing the cold spring. A strong sense of coldness came, and Nandonyu faced it with a sword. Jia also stood up from behind Nandonyu and threw a thunder ball to intercept the ice arrow.
Bang!
The three attacks collided and exploded immediately. Suddenly, the entire cold spring boiled, and countless cold spring water rose into the sky. And this huge impact also threatened the Black Lotus. The monster suddenly panicked and quickly turned around to protect the lotus. The flame poison on the top of the Black Lotus was also hit by the water column rising into the sky, and actually fell into the cold spring. When Ji Yao raised her head, she saw that the poison had been divided into several small pieces and fell in their direction, without melting in the water. A small piece of flame poison also fell from the head of the monster at the bottom of the lotus. The monster was startled and wanted to run away, but was reluctant to let go of the Black Lotus, fearing that Ji Yao and the others would steal its treasure. Ji Yao and Nandonyu had already retreated. This poison was no joke. The small piece of flame poison fell towards the bottom of the Black Lotus, and the monster fled away for a distance after being contaminated by just a little bit of the flame poison. At this time, it looked like a big hole had been corroded by sulfuric acid on its back. Chapter 728 Fighting. Ji Yao's heart skipped a beat because of how powerful the poison was. It was too overbearing. Fortunately, they had escaped. But things were far from that simple. After the poison fell into the bottom of the pool, it began to spread, spreading to the surroundings at a speed visible to the naked eye. The monster learned its lesson and ran away quickly. Nandonyu condensed a spell and threw it, but it was useless. He struck with a sword, but it was useless. I threw a formation disc over, but it was useless. Ji Yao watched Yendu getting closer, and she felt anxious and threw a thunder ball over, but it still didn't work. She sent a reincarnation towards the spreading poison, but it had no effect at all. The hearts of the two of them sank. The poison fell into the cold spring and became so overbearing that no method could resist its erosion. Originally, the simple fire poison was not so terrifying. It could be collected, but you had to be extra careful during the process to avoid getting it on your body. But after falling into the cold spring, this flaming poison was like an overlord, and no one could do anything about it. Nandonyu saw that Yendu had come over immediately, and pulled Ji Yao to swim upward and out of the cold spring.
What should we do now?
Ji Yao took out the waterproof beads from her mouth and asked helplessly. Originally, both of them could get the cold spring, but they encountered a monster. Nandonyu took out a jade bottle from the storage ring, pointed the mouth of the bottle at the cold spring, and pinched a hand with his other hand. Suddenly, countless cold spring water rushed towards the jade bottle. However, these cold spring water are not the cold spring water at the spring outlet, and the effect is not good when used for treatment. Gradually, Ji Yao saw that some of the flaming poison was also sucked into the jade bottle, until finally the jade bottle was filled, and the cold spring was much lower. Now, standing by the spring, the two of them could see the bottom of the cold spring pool. The Black Lotus looked better, and its branches were also exposed. However, the monsters were all injured by the poison, but this Black Lotus was not affected at all.
There is still poison at the bottom of the pool.
Ji Yao frowned and looked at the spring, where there was still a small patch of poison left. Nandonyu didn't say anything, took out a jade bottle again, and began to absorb the cold spring. The water in the pool is getting less and less, but the poisonous flames are motionless, firmly occupying the spring. The newly flowing cold spring water is contaminated with inflammatory poison. Seeing that this method didn't work, Ji Yao came up with the idea of black and white gas and wanted to draw it out again. However, no matter how she communicated, the black and white gas remained unmoved and showed no reaction. Just as the two of them were working hard, the monster that had escaped before ran back again. When it saw that the cold spring water was almost drained, it roared angrily and attacked the two of them. Its body began to surge, and at the same time, it spit out ice arrows and attacked. Nandonyu had to stop the jade bottle and turn around to resist the attack of the monster. He slashed at the monster with a sword, and at the same time, he pulled Ji Yao and suddenly disappeared. Then he appeared behind the monster and slashed with his sword again, now that he is not in the cold spring. Although there are some restrictions on taking Ji Yao with him, Nandonyu's combat power is still much stronger. This sword directly split the monster into two halves.
Roar!
The demonic beast let out a shocking roar and charged madly. Ji Yao and Nandonyu tried their best to avoid it, but the cave was only so big, so they were still inevitably hit. This collision happened to be in the direction of the spring. The two tried their best to stabilize their bodies,
But before Gio could relax, they were hit by the crazy monster again. Chapter 729 Fetching Water. This was a full-strength blow from the 11th level monster. Neither of them could keep their balance and fell towards the spring. When Nan Gongyu saw this, he stretched out his arms to hug Gio, turned around suddenly, and let his back fall towards the spring. Gio was startled. It would be over if the poison hit her. She felt anxious, and instinctively stretched out her hand to punch out, trying to destroy the poison at the spring and prevent Nan Gongyu from hitting it. At this moment, there was only one thought in her mind: to destroy Yendu. It was this punch that actually guided the black and white gas out of the body, and a black and white bagua was hit on the flame poison. At this time, Nan Gongyu also hugged Ji Yao and ran into her, but he happened to bump into Ba Bagua. Finding that he was not affected by the poison, Nan Gongyu immediately left with Ji Yao. "Are you okay?" After the two of them stood still, Ji Yao quickly pulled Nan Gongyu over to check if there was anything behind his back. "It's okay." Nan Gongyu shook his head, raised his head, and glanced coldly at the monster. They were almost injured just now. It's okay if he gets hurt, but it's not okay if he hurts junior sister Yi. She is risking her life for Xiao Chei's sake, and he must protect her. He struck it with his sword again, and at the same time slapped its head with a palm. This attack was full of strong murderous intent, making Ji Yao behind him feel threatened, with goosebumps all over her body. "Roar!" The monster roared unwillingly, but still failed to dodge the attack. It was hit by the attack and fell down. After falling to the ground, its head and body were shaking violently, and it gradually became unresponsive. Nan Gongyu stepped forward, took out its inner elixir, and handed it to Ji Yao. "Thank you." Ji Yao smiled slightly, and then stopped. When he came for Nandong Che, he formed a karma with the Nandong family. By accepting this inner elixir, he could end the karma. This is a good thing for Nandongyu, who is about to ascend. The two of them killed the monster, then turned around and looked back at the spring, where the black and white gossip was constantly rotating. Every time it rotated, the poison would be absorbed by it. Ji Yao was a little surprised. In the past, this bagua could absorb poison barriers, but now it dared to absorb even fire poison. It was really powerful. It's just that such a powerful black and white gas is not completely under his control. To be precise, he is not yet able to fully control it. Seeing that the inflammation poison was getting less and less, Ji Yao felt happy in her heart. Nandong Che was saved. A quarter of an hour later, the flame poison was finally completely absorbed, and the black and white gossip did not need Ji Yao's command. It got back into her body and merged into the black and white gossip in her body. As if nothing happened, Ji Yao and Nandong quickly stepped forward, took out the special jade bottle, and started to collect the spring water at the mouth of the spring. Soon, one bottle was full, and the two again took out more jade bottles to collect spring water. After all, these spring waters are precious, and no one has too much. After the two received 3 bottles, they stopped. The two stood up and prepared to leave, while Nangongyu came to the black lotus and carefully dug it up by the roots. Then he took out a portable medicine garden from the storage ring and planted the black lotus in it. "Here you go." Nandongyu handed Ji Yao the medicine garden and a bottle of cold spring water, plus a few bottles of spiritual spring water, which can be used to promote the growth of plants. "I just want the cold spring water." Ji Yao took the cold spring water and left the others untouched. This time, it was all up to him to kill the monsters. He had no ability to resist against the 11th level monsters. Chapter 730 Siege. "It's of no use to me." Nandongyu put the thing directly into her hand. He never lacked treasures, nor did he lack this lotus. Moreover, the purpose of his trip was Cold Spring, and it was thanks to junior sister Yi that he could get it. So she deserved all these things. "Thank you, senior brother Nangong." Seeing his firm expression, Ji Yu reluctantly accepted the black lotus. Now they need to go back quickly. There is no need to waste time for these things. The two of them lost no time in leaving the cold spring. When they returned to the entrance of the cave, they found that the previous formation passage had been covered again. The two stepped into the formation and were separated again. At this time, Ji Yao was more excited, and her speed of dismantling the formation was much faster. It didn't take long for her to return to the outside of the valley and join Chuemo. Chuemo watched the two people come out and was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the two of them could escape without any injuries. Could it be that there are no more dangerous things in this place now? What he didn't know was that the most dangerous thing inside was the flaming poison. Without Ji Yao's black and white gas,
he might not have been able to escape unscathed and obtain the cold spring.
Let's go back.
Gio looked at Chuimo and said happily.
Okay. But I think we need to solve some troubles first.
Chuimo smiled evilly and clapped his hands in one direction. Nandongyu also took action at the same time, choosing another direction and sweeping across with his sword. Suddenly, several ghost cultivators lost their souls and completely perished. Others did not expect that the two of them would take action immediately, and they were all shocked for a moment. They all felt that this was the base camp of ghost cultivators. Human cultivators did not dare to take action, and it was impossible for ghost cultivators to help human cultivators deal with them. At this time, Xia also saw the ghost cultivators around them, at least hundreds of them, surrounding them from different directions.
You human cultivators are too arrogant and don't take us ghost cultivators seriously at all?
A nascent soul stage ghost cultivator snorted coldly and stood up to question.
And you, as a ghost cultivator, actually teamed up with human cultivators to attack compatriots. Are you a traitor?
He pointed at Chuimo with his finger, very angry.
Oh, I advise you to take your hand back. I can't guarantee that it will stay on your body.
Chuimo smiled. He always lived a free life and did things according to his own mood. Even the Lord Jioming could not control him. These people, which onion is it? The nascent soul ghost cultivator was frightened by Chumo's aura, but he didn't want to lose face.
Humph.
He could only snort bravely and put his hand down, but he was unwilling to just stop. According to records, there was a 9 nether cold spring here, which was very good for their ghost cultivation. They couldn't get in before, but it's different now. Someone took it out for them. Joyo's things belong to them, and human cultivators cannot get involved.
Let's go!
Chuimo glanced lazily at the ghost cultivators, waved to Zhiyao, and planned to leave. But I didn't expect that several Yuaning ghost cultivators suddenly stood up and stretched out their hands to stop Chuimo and the others.
People can leave, but the cold spring water stays.
They didn't want to offend Nandongyu, so as long as they knew what was going on and left the things behind, they wouldn't embarrass them.
Get out!
Nandongyu was also in a hurry to go back at this time. He had no intention of fighting with them, and directly slashed at the nascent soul ghost cultivators with his sword.
Wait a minute, fellow Taoist!
Suddenly a shout came, trying to block Nandongyu's move. It's a pity that he was a step too slow in the end, and those nascent soul cultivators died without a single move from Nandongyu. Chapter 731 Leaving. The surrounding ghost cultivators were really scared now. Those were nascent soul stage ghost cultivators, and they died so suddenly, and the owner of the voice just now appeared. It was Lord Jioming. He had been paying attention to the situation here, but unexpectedly, he was still a step too late.
This Taoist friend came to Joyo and didn't give me any face?
Venerable Jioming looked gloomy. This man didn't stop even after he told him to stop, causing him to lose face in front of these ghost cultivators. It must be retrieved.
Want to fight?
Nandongyu looked at Jioming indifferently. He had never understood what fear meant.
You?
Lord Jioming choked. This person really doesn't understand the ways of the world. At this time, he should give in and let himself have a step to get down. This situation now makes him very embarrassed. I'm afraid he won't be his opponent in a real fight. If he doesn't fight, he will lose face.
Senior, I'm very sorry. We were just in a hurry to go back and save people.
Jia saw that Lord Jioming had no killing intention and figured out the reason. She spoke quickly. After all, it was impossible to expect Nandongyu to say this.
Ahem. In that case, I will not care about you because of your eagerness to save people. But if there is a next time, I will make it impossible for you to get out of this 9 netherworld.
Lord Jioming snorted coldly. Then he looked at the ghost cultivators around him and gave instructions.
Pass my order. All ghost cultivators are not allowed to attack them.
After speaking, Venerable Jioming glanced at Nandongyu and left. The ghost cultivators around him were a little embarrassed. Even Lord Jioming wouldn't let them take action. It seemed that he was really no small person. Those nascent soul ghost cultivators are really a pity.
Tisk!
Chuimo raised his eyebrows slightly and sneered. This Lord Jioming is really the same as before.
Let's go!
Ji pursed her lips and moved forward quickly with Nandongyu. Chuimo also followed. The little girl was very busy this time, so he stopped teasing her. After more than 10 days, the three finally returned the same way and arrived at the underworld.
Ah!
Suddenly a scream came, causing Zio and Nandongyu to stop.
Don't look! This is the ghost from the 18th level of HL screaming.
Chuimo was used to this kind of situation and was not surprised at all. This
Tower of Reincarnation
houses countless evil-doing ghosts, and these ghosts undergo various tortures every day. The three of them continued to move forward. Jia looked back at the Reincarnation Tower while walking. It was very similar to the TV she had watched in her previous life. When they came to Naiha Bridge again, Pimeng was in a daze out of boredom. When she saw Zhio and the others coming back, her eyes suddenly lit up.
Fellow Taoist, did you miss Ming Yang and came here specially?
Pimeng gently stroked her temples and cast a flirtatious look at Nan Gongyu. But Nan Gongyu didn't even give her a moment of peripheral vision and walked straight past her.
Little girl, would you like a bowl of Mingpa soup?
Seeing Nan Gongyu ignoring her, Mingpa curled her lips and brought Mingpa soup to Ji Yao.
Thank you, beautiful sister. I won't drink.
Ji smiled. This Pimeng's character is really cute.
Oh, the little girl is really discerning.
Pimeng covered her mouth and laughed. Finally, a little girl called her sister and praised her for her beauty. Being called Pa and Pa all day long makes her look old.
Okay, just listen to what she said, but don't take it seriously.
Chu Mo glanced sideways at Pimeng. This guy was still as narcissistic as ever. Chapter 732 Nangong Family.
Shut up!
Pimeng became angry when she saw Chu Mo. This man had always liked to hit her.
Sorry, beautiful sister. We still have things to do, so we'll leave first.
Jia was eager to return home at this moment, and she had no intention of watching them flirt.
Let's go. Let's ignore her.
Chu Mo pushed Ji Yao forward and continued walking.
Little girl, come and play with Ming Yang when you have the chance.
Pimeng shouted towards Ji Yao's back. She was really bored after staying at Naiha Bridge for hundreds of years. At first, she found it interesting that there were always ghosts who would not forget the past and would tell her about their lives. But gradually, she discovered that the lives of those people were not really that different. Everyone is struggling to survive in the secular world.
I really have to thank you, Senior, this time. Otherwise, we wouldn't get the cold spring at all. I heard that this cold spring is good for the cultivation of ghost cultivators. So I will give this bottle of cold spring to my senior.
Shiyu smiled, took out the jade bottle, and handed it to Chu Mo.
Thank you.
Nan Dongyu sincerely thanked Chu Mo, then took out his bottle of cold spring and handed it to Chu Mo, while pulling back Ji Yao's hand holding the jade bottle.
Keep it for yourself.
He glanced at Ji Yao lightly.
Okay. Then I'll accept it.
Chu Mo reached out and took the jade bottle from Nan Gongyu's hand, and smiled with a twitching smile. He put the jade bottle into the storage ring, then pulled Jiu aside and whispered to her.
Xiao Yao Yao, don't be deceived by that man. Stay away from him.
Chu Mo deliberately didn't use the sound transmission, just to let Nan Gongyu come.
Ha.
Jiu smiled awkwardly, and senior brother Nan Gong must have heard it.
I'm leaving now. I'll find senior next time.
Xia withdrew her arm and hurriedly ran away, fearing what he would say again.
Senior brother Nangong, let's go!
Jiu smiled guiltily. Senior brother Nangong shouldn't be angry. Right?
Yeah.
Nangong nodded, stretched up one hand to hug Jiao, and used the other hand to tear apart the space and start rushing back towards Nangong's house. Chu Mo looked at the place where they disappeared and touched his chin. He didn't know Nangong's skills, but he was just afraid that this little girl would be taken advantage of. After all, this is holding hands and hugging. That little girl is so stupid that she still thinks that people are just being nice to her.
Alas!
Chu Mo sighed and went back to Jiuyo to tease Pimeng. After a month of non-stop traveling, the two finally returned to Nangong's house. Nangong stepped out of the air, and the Nangong family discovered it. Everyone had been looking forward to their return every day, but now they found out immediately. Several people came out of the room together and saw Nangong slowly falling down with Ji Yao in his arms. Lu Huanxue immediately looked at Nangong with admiration. It's okay for you to hug him so quickly. Jian Song was shocked when he saw Ji Yao leaning in Nangong's arms. He walked forward and asked with concern.
What's wrong? She's injured? Where is the injury?
Others also stepped forward with concern and looked at Jia nervously.
I'm fine. It's just that it's a little uncomfortable to shuttle through the space cracks.
Jiu felt embarrassed by everyone's concerned looks and quickly stepped away from Nangong's arms.
I see. It's okay. You will be able to tear apart space by yourself soon.
Jian Song patted Ji Yao's head happily. His disciple was so good that it wouldn't take long at all. Jia smiled sheepishly and did not refute. Chapter 733 Encounter. Nandong Yu watched them chatting and walked towards Nandong Che's room. When everyone saw them coming back and their expressions, they knew that Xiao Che was fine. So they all breathed a sigh of relief and no longer worried.
Yao Yao, it's all thanks to you this time.
Lu Huanxue stepped forward and took Ji Yao's arm. She heard what Venerable Jian Song said. If it hadn't been for Yao Yao, Xiao Che would have been doomed this time.
Senior Lu is serious. Thanks to senior brother Nandong, we were able to get the cold spring this time.
Ji Yao shook her head.
Hey, that's what he should do. Thank you for your hard work.
The more Lu Huanxue looked at Ji Yao, the more she liked her. He sighed in his heart. When can you marry her? It was also the first time for Nandong Yueza to see Ji Yao. He had heard Lu Huanxue talk about her many times and praised her in various ways. At first, he thought he was exaggerating. But when he saw him, he turned out to be a good boy. Just thinking of yours technique. He sighed in his heart. He was afraid he was going to miss it.
Let's go in and see Xiao Che.
Jian Song felt proud when he saw that his disciple was so popular. And he said that he had the best disciple. Everyone rushed towards Nandong Che's room together, leaving Ji Shizi walking at the back. He glanced at Ji Yao's back meaningfully and counted with his fingers. Sure enough, as he thought, Nandong Yu's destiny of being lonely all his life has changed. And a love line has appeared. And he couldn't figure out the direction of the emotional line at all. So the answer was obvious. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up. They had watched Yer grow up. He had no emotions and 6 desires since he was a child. And he couldn't understand the joy, anger, sorrow and joy of the world. It can be said that his life is incomplete. Now, finally, there are changes. Jia followed everyone to the room and saw Nandong Yu sitting by the bed, giving Nandong Che the power to force poison. And the dark blue on Nandong Che's face gradually disappeared, and his face slowly turned rosy.
Poof!
Nandong Che spit out a large mouthful of black blood, expelling all the poison from his body. Nandong Yu gave him the pill and resettled him on the bed.
Is Xiao Che okay?
Lu Huanxue still wanted to make sure.
It's okay.
Nandong Yu stood up and replied calmly.
As long as it's okay. It'll be okay.
Lu Huanxue finally moved away from the big stone in her heart and laughed.
Let's go out first and let Xiao Che have a good rest.
Cai Chen suggested. It would be easy for Xiao Che to be disturbed by so many people staying here. Everyone walked out with relaxed smiles on their faces. As soon as they walked to the door, 2 people walked towards them. One is Nandong Shi, and the other is Lu Lianxue.
Shuer is here.
Lu Huanxue was very happy to see Lu Lianxue coming. During this time, Shuer often visited Xiao Che and cared about him very much. Shuer grew up watching her. And at first it was because she was the
Shuer
of the Lian generation. So she always had to care about her. Later she discovered that Shuer was very sensible and a lovely child. Lu Lianxue smiled slightly when she heard this. Just as she was about to answer, she saw Ji Yao in the crowd. And Nandong Yu was standing next to her at this time. The smile on Lu Lianxue's face gradually faded. But she still greeted several elders politely. Nandong Shi looked at Ji Yao and frowned tightly. Why is this person so haunting and always hanging around Brother 7? Could it be that she really wants to marry into her Nandong family? Huh. But a monk from the Northern Territory really dares to think about it. Chapter 734. Yes.
Shuer, come, and we'll introduce to you. This is Yijia. Yao Yao.
Lu Huanxue introduced Jia to Lu Lianxue enthusiastically. Nandong Yueza looked on with helplessness. Everyone knew about Lianshue's feelings for Yer.
But she,
the mother-in-law, thought it was a brother-sister relationship. Sure enough, Lu Lianxue was not feeling well. But she pretended to be calm and calm.
We have met. Senior Lu.
Jia smiled and greeted Lu Lianxue.
What's your name? Senior? She is your sister. Even if you are of the same generation, you can call her Sister Shuer.
Lu Huanxue pretended to be angry and glared at Ji Yao, not liking that she was so outspoken. Jia just smiled. This person liked Nandong Yu in the original work. If she had contact with him, the other party would definitely not like her. Why should I bother others? Lu Lianxue didn't answer, and the scene became a little weird for a while.
TSK. I'm a genius. How can I think highly of Sister Lianxue?
Nandong Shi saw that Ji Yao was not used to it and said sarcastically. And she felt that she was holding it back on purpose. But Ji Yao didn't feel anything as soon as she said these words. On the contrary, Lu Lianxue's face darkened. Ji Yao looked at Lu Lianxue's face and felt a little suppressed laughter in her heart. Are you sure, Nandong, she is not scolding Lu Lianxue? But judging from her arrogant expression, it shouldn't be the case. Maybe her emotional intelligence is too low.
Sheer. What are you talking about?
Lu Huanxue's face darkened. Does Sheer know how to speak? If she meets someone who is short-tempered, she will offend both of them. Nandong, she was very aggrieved. Her eyes instantly turned red. My mother-in-law actually scolded her for an outsider, completely disregarding her face. She glared at Jia fiercely. This was the same person. When had she ever been wronged like this? Jia rolled her eyes in her heart. She didn't say anything or did anything, but she could still attract hatred.
Okay, girl. They have worked hard. Let her rest.
Jian Song couldn't bear to see anyone provoking his precious little apprentice. He also wanted to remind the Nandong family that his little apprentice was Xiao Chei's savior. Why are you being wronged like this?
Quick! Take Yao Yao down to rest. I've already asked people to clean up the yard.
Lu Huanxue blamed herself. Yao Yao was already feeling so uncomfortable just now, but he was still here to introduce her out.
Yes!
Nandong Yu nodded lightly, hugged Ji Yao in his arms again, and disappeared in a flash. In his opinion, this method was simple and direct, and he had no idea how exciting it would be in the eyes of others, especially Lu Lianxue. She couldn't control her expression at all. Her eyes widened in disbelief, looking at the place where the two disappeared. A little stunned. Her brother Nandong had never been close to a woman, but now he was holding a woman in his arms? Nandong, she was even more surprised and opened her mouth wide. So it turned out that the woman wasn't just wishful thinking? She must have used some method to blind Brother Qi and seduce him. Nandong, she hates Ji Yao even more. Others are not surprised. After all, they have seen it before. Only Ji Shuzi sighed. Lian Shui could be regarded as someone he had watched grow up. She was a lovely and good child. But now her thoughts were destined to be in vain. Love in the world is the most complicated, but it is still as simple as these old bachelors.
Brother Nandong, I can walk by myself. You don't need to hold me.
Xiao didn't think that he had any ideas about her or was taking advantage of her. She also knew that Nandong Yu was definitely doing it for convenience. Chapter 735. Wake up. It's just that this method is too hateful. And now Lu Lianxue must have regarded herself as a love rival. This pot is really easy to carry. Nandong Yu didn't say anything and opened the door directly.
Have a good rest.
Nandong Yu turned around and looked at Xiao. Seeing that some of her hair was messy, he stretched out his hand to smooth it down for her. Ji Yao's face was a little hot. It was because the other party was too focused, just thinking about his skills. The heat slowly subsided.
Okay, senior brother Nandong, you should go back and rest.
Ji Yao smiled and nodded. The two of them had not rested for several months.
Okay.
Nandong Yu smoothly pushed her hair behind her ears, then withdrew his hand and left. Ji Yao couldn't wait to enter the room and fell asleep. During this period of time, not only was she mentally stressed, but traveling through space was really uncomfortable for her. She had been enduring it for a long time. Ji Yao slept for 3 whole days. No one bothered her, but they felt very distressed when they thought she was so tired. Especially Lu Huanxue and Nandong Yueza. They were very grateful to Ji Yao, but at the same time, they felt a little guilty. As a little girl, she should be pampered, and she shouldn't have to work so hard. The two also discussed in private that no matter whether she and Yur could get together or not, they would treat Ji Yao as their own daughter. After all, this is a life-saving grace. 3 days later, Ji Yao woke up. She stayed in bed for a rare moment, wrapped in a quilt and nestled in the bed. The sunlight shone in through the window, giving her the illusion that she had gone back to her previous life. After staying in bed for a while, she got up and stretched contentedly. Sure enough, sleep was very important. She opened the door and walked out of the yard, planning to see Nandong Che.
Hello, Miss Yi.
Along the way, the disciples of the Nandong family greeted Xiao. Everyone now knows that this girl saved the little overlord of the Nandong family. Xiao smiled and nodded in response, which often made those male disciples blush. When I arrived at Nandong Che's yard, I found that everyone was there, including Lu Lianxue and Nandong Shi. Of course.
Yao Yao, have you rested? Are you still feeling unwell?
Lu Huanxue hurriedly stepped forward, holding Ji Yao's hand, and asked with concern.
I'm fine.
Shi Yu smiled and shook her head. Now she is full of energy.
As long as it's okay, I'll be relieved. You said that Xiao Che should wake up today.
Lu Huanchua looked at Ji Yao gratefully.
Really?
Ji Yu's eyes lit up. She was finally about to wake up. She was really not used to facing Nandong Che lying so quietly.
Let's go in and wait.
Lu Huanchua pulled Ji Yao and walked toward the room together. And everyone followed.
Sister Lianxue, look at her. She really comes from a small place. She has no manners at all.
Nandong She pulled Lu Lianxue and looked at Ji Yao angrily. This person has no manners at all, and doesn't know how to greet other people. However, Lu Lianxue did not speak, and her expression was cold. This could only mean that they had a good relationship, and were extremely close to these seniors. Only Nandong She would think so. Didn't you see that the other elders smiled gently when they saw her coming? Nandong She looked at Lu Lianxue and said nothing. She didn't want to say anything anymore. So she followed him in. Everyone sat down in the room, and began to wait for Nandong Che to wake up. After half an hour, Nandong Che suddenly groaned. Chapter 736 Healing from Injury.
Xiao Che, are you awake?
Lu Huanchua was the first to rush to the bed, and looked at Nandong Che excitedly. She almost lost Xiao Che.
Mother?
Nandong Che opened his eyes, and saw his mother with red eyes. And for a moment, he didn't know where he was. Isn't he in the demon realm? He looked around again, and saw that the room was full of people.
Am I in an illusion?
Nandong Che muttered to himself stupidly. And now his mind is still a little unclear.
Is it possible that the poison burned out your brain?
Lu Huanchua frowned and reached out to touch Nandong Che's forehead.
Okay. Xiao Che just woke up. And his consciousness is not very clear.
Nandong Yueza reluctantly grabbed Lu Huanchua's hand. His Shuer is still as cute as ever. It was her silly appearance that I liked at first. At this time, Nandong Che finally came back to his senses, and remembered his previous experience in that cave. At that time, he saw the jade bottle, and opened it curiously. As a result, the poison suddenly floated out, and was inhaled by him. After that, the poison began to burn his internal organs. And even thinking about it now still makes him feel heart-wrenching pain.
It's okay.
Nandong Yu stepped forward to check Nandong Che's body, and found that he had fully recovered. When Nandong Che heard this, he looked inside in disbelief. Unexpectedly, the injuries inside his body actually healed, leaving no trace at all. He also knew about the inflammation poison. How could it be so good?
Brother, am I injured?
Nandong Che sat up, and looked at Nandong Yu inquiringly.
Junior sister Yi.
Nandong Yu replied calmly.
Little girl, did you save me?
Nandong Che looked at Ji in the crowd at this time.
I just helped a little. I owe it to senior brother Nandong to get the cold spring on this trip.
Ji Yu smiled, and felt relieved when she saw that Nandong Che had recovered. Nandong Che also saved his life when he was in the tribe before. It was what he should do to save him.
Oh, now the little girl can save me. It's my brother who taught me well,
Nandong Che said exaggeratedly. His injury healed, and he was in the mood to talk nonsense again.
What are you talking about?
Lu Huanchua reached out and slapped him, staring at him with a smile on her face.
Hey, I'm just telling the truth.
Nandong Che smiled flatteringly at Lu Huanchua.
I haven't settled the account with you yet. You have grown up. Didn't you say that nothing will happen to you? I told you not to be so arrogant. But you always refuse to listen. Did you suffer a big loss this time? If it weren't for Yao Yao, I won't be able to see your mother anymore.
Lu Huanchua became angrier as she thought about it, and grabbed Nandong Che's ears.
Oh, my mother. I was wrong. I was wrong. I will never dare to do it again. Dad, please take care of your mother. Do you see what she did to you and your precious son?
Nandong Che howled in pain.
Whatever your mother does is right.
Nandong Yueza stood firmly on Lu Huanchua's side. Ji saw the three of them making a fuss and started laughing, just turning her head to see Nandong Yu standing aside with an indifferent expression. Ji Yao suddenly felt a touch of distress in her heart. Senior brother Nandong is such a nice person, but he can't feel the warmth and happiness. She reached out and gently took Nandong Yu's hand, and then held it tightly, as if this could warm him up. Nandong Yu lowered his head, and saw junior sister Yi smiling sweetly at him. Chapter 737 Farewell. He stretched out his other hand, and pinched Ji Yao's cheek gently. He had seen his father do this to his mother, although he didn't understand what it meant. He just instinctively wanted to do it. Ji Yu smiled. In fact, she really wanted to see what senior brother Nandong looked like when he smiled. It must be very pretty. Lu Lianxue had been paying attention to the two of them, and when she saw their interaction, she felt heartbroken instantly. She always thought it was the female cultivator who always pounced on Brother Nangong. But now she finally knew that Brother Nangong treated her differently. A man who has never wanted a woman to get close to him now not only does not reject the other person's closeness, but will also take the initiative to make such intimate gestures towards her. She was extremely sad in her heart, but she still had to endure it and couldn't show it. Her pride does not allow her to show her weak side in front of outsiders.
Okay, Xiao Che is fine. Let's go out first.
Cai Chen smiled gently. With a group of people in the room, it was a bit crowded after all, so he still left time for their family. Except for Lu Huanxue and Nangong Yueza. Everyone else came out.
Senior brother Nangong. Since Nangong Che is fine, let's say goodbye first.
Yu said goodbye to Nangong Yu. She wanted to visit the western regions. She was worried that Yu and her senior brother were still there. In addition, she met Siruachan, who had become a demon cultivator some time ago, and she wanted to find out what happened.
Okay.
Nangong Yu nodded. This matter had already delayed her a lot of time.
Ha. Let's go first.
Jian Song said, patting Nangong Yu on the shoulder.
Yeah.
Nangong Yu nodded. Ji Shuzi looked at Nangong Yu and shook his head. The little girl was about to leave, and she didn't know how to keep her. The road to marrying a wife would be long and arduous.
Let's go!
Jian Song said to his two friends with a smile, and then led Ji Yao to tear apart the space and rush towards the location of the beast tide in the western region.
Brother Nangong.
Lu Lianxue came to Nangong Yu and wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. It seems like there is no point in saying anything now. After hearing this, Nangong Yu looked down at her, waiting for her next words.
It's okay. I'm just happy for Xiao Che.
Lu Lianxue smiled reluctantly. Nangong Yu nodded and turned back to the room. Cai Chen and Ji Shizi saw that the matter was over and left, leaving Lu Lianxue and Nangong Shi standing in the yard.
Sister Lianxue, don't worry. Seventh brother is like this.
Nangong Shi said. Her voice lowered. In fact, she didn't have much confidence to say this. She also saw the interaction between the two just now, and she just said this to comfort Lu Lianxue. He has liked Sister Lianxue since he was a child and has been her follower. He has long recognized her as his seventh sister-in-law. Unexpectedly, something went wrong now.
I'm fine. I'll go back first.
Lu Lianxue smiled reluctantly, and then left in a flash. Hey, Nangong Shi wanted to comfort her a little more, but she didn't expect that she would leave right away. On the other side, Jian Song took Ji Yao to the human cultivator station of the beast tide in the western region, and quickly found the station in the northern region. It's just that there is no one at the station at this time. They should be out to fight off the beast tide.
Master, let's go to the front line and take a look.
Jia frowned. The beast tide here has not ended for so long. I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with.
Okay, let's go!
Jian Song nodded and rushed to the front line with Ji Yao. Chapter 738 Beast Tide in the Western Regions. As soon as the two arrived at the front line, they looked at the battle situation below and frowned tightly. The battle between the monsters here is a bit too fierce. Those monsters are attacking as if they are desperate, which is really abnormal.
Master, there seems to be something wrong with these monsters. They are different from the ones we encountered at that time.
The monsters in the North Territory also knew the pain and ran away. Unlike the monsters now, as if they had taken stimulants.
There is indeed a problem. Let's find your senior brother first.
Jian Song also noticed that something was wrong, but he did not take action as soon as he arrived. Instead, he began to search for traces of Luo Chuan. The two of them searched for several checkpoints before they saw the monks from the Northern Territory. This time everyone going to the Northern Territory was arranged at a pass. As soon as she arrived, she saw Luo Chuan, who was fighting a 10th level monster. She looked down again and quickly found Chi-Chi's figure. It's just that things don't seem right in Chi-Yu at this time. She is full of spiritual energy and is about to advance to the golden elixir. Jio's heart sank, and she immediately rushed down to block the monster's attack for her. Every time a monk advances to a first level, he must find a safe place to advance without any interference. Otherwise it is easy for things to go wrong and go crazy. It doesn't matter if you advance to a lower level. You can even break through in battle. At this time, it was obvious that Chi-Chi could no longer suppress the spiritual power in her body. As long as she used her spiritual power, she would probably advance on the spot. Chi-Chi was indeed unable to hold on any longer. The spiritual power in her body had begun to spread everywhere, and under her own forcible suppression, her meridians swelled to the point of abnormal pain. Just when she could no longer hold on, She saw Ji falling from the sky.
You hide behind me and advance after the battle is over.
Ji didn't care to talk to Chiyue and directly joined the battle. Seeing Ji Yao's figure in July, she felt relieved. Every time she saw Ji Yao, she would feel at ease, which she had never experienced as a killer since she was a child. She hid behind Ji Yao and smiled slightly as she watched Ji Yao kill a monster beast with one sword. It is enough to have a confidant like Ji in life. In this life, I must protect her well. Jian Song saw his young apprentice rushing down and saw Chi Chi, and instantly understood his young apprentice's plan. However, none of the monsters around him were too strong, so he just let them be. His attention was focused on his eldest disciple. After all, it was a 10th level monster. It would not be easy for Luo Chuan to kill him. Luo Chuan, on the other hand, was completely focused on the battle and had no idea that his master and junior sister had arrived. The monster beast opposite was originally a cow, and some of them were so powerful that they could not fall behind even Luo Chuan's sword. The two of them were fighting back and forth, and these attacks would even affect the battle on the ground. When Ji was fighting, she could barely avoid the attacks from above. If she hadn't run fast, the punch just now would have hit her. There were more and more monsters around, and in order to protect Chiyue behind her, she was a little timid in fighting. She couldn't use them at all, and her combat power was reduced a lot. When Chiyue was attacked by the monsters behind her, she would still choose to take action. But every time she took action, she felt even more uncomfortable. But while Chiyue was fighting fiercely, a shocking roar of a beast suddenly came from the distance, startling all the people and monsters in the battle. Chapter 739 Advancement in July. Everyone stopped, and the monsters suddenly ran back after a brief daze. Chiyue was stunned. Why did these monsters start to escape? Even the monster that was fighting with Luo Chuan was fighting and retreating. When the lower level monsters were almost gone, he quickly ran away. Everyone was confused by this operation. After all, today's monster attacked as if it was desperate. It was really shocking to just run away.
Chiyue, can you still hold on?
Chiyue quickly turned around to care about Chiyue. Seeing that her face was not looking good, she felt a little anxious.
I'm fine.
Chiyue smiled weakly. Her meridians were too painful at this time.
Let's go back first.
Chiyue immediately took out Yunling and carried Chiyue up into the air.
Master, I will take Chiyue back first.
Jiao shouted at Jian Song and left. Luo Qiuli looked up when she heard the sound and saw Jiao and Chiyue. And Chiyue was overflowing with spiritual power. She suddenly became anxious. Uncle Shangwan was originally there, but he went to the northwest region for some reason and was not here at this time. Just because Zio was protecting Chiyue, she was a little worried in these places. Jiao had already run away when Luo Chuan heard the sound.
Go back.
Jian Song nodded towards Luo Chuan and chased Ji Yao first. It would be a bit difficult for that little girl alone to protect Chi Chi's advancement in a place like this.
All disciples clean up the battlefield immediately.
Luo Chuan saw his master chasing after him, so he was not in a hurry and ordered his disciples to clean up the battlefield.
Girl, if you don't go back to the station, let's go to the valley here.
Jian Song caught up with Ji Yao and pointed in another direction. He had been here before and knew a safer place. It would be troublesome if there was a large-scale attack by monsters in other places. And there are people from the western region stationed there. Who knows if there are people with ulterior motives?
Okay.
Xia nodded and followed Jian Song to another place. Not long after, they came to a valley, and Jian Song took them to a hidden cave.
Girl Chiyue, you advance well. Don't worry about the outside world. I'm here with my uncle.
Jian Song comforted Chiyue, fearing that these would affect her state of mind for advancing.
Thank you, Master Jian Song.
Chi thanked him sincerely.
Hurry up and advance. We'll guard you outside.
Jiao put her hands on Chiyue's shoulders and pushed her to sit down.
We're leaving.
Jiao waved her hand and followed Jian Song out of the cave. As soon as she came out, she began to arrange formations around her, tightly covering the valley. At the very least, she won't attract anyone's attention until she breaks through the golden elixir. Jian Song found a place to sit cross-legged and spread his consciousness to pay attention to the surrounding situation. July in the cave took a few deep breaths, and then disappeared in a flash. When she reappeared, she had already arrived in space. She has chaotic spiritual roots. Plus, she has widened her meridians, and her dantian is larger than ordinary people's. So she requires a huge amount of spiritual power. The spiritual power from the outside world doesn't work at all. It can only come from space. As soon as she came to sit down cross-legged near the spiritual spring, all her friends came running over and surrounded her worriedly.
Girl, advance well.
Ling Yu could now condense his soul into a physical entity and came to Chiyue.
Senior, once I advance to the golden elixir, this space will advance and be closed for a period of time. I'll ask you to take care of them then.
Chiyue looked up at Ling Yu and said weakly. Chapter 740 Hard Knot.
Don't worry.
Ling Yu nodded seriously. It was thanks to her that he was able to gather his soul.
Thank you.
After Chichio finished his instructions, he no longer suppressed his cultivation and began to absorb spiritual power wholeheartedly to prepare for advancement. Suddenly, the spiritual power of the entire space surged towards Chi-Chi. And the rich spiritual power contained in the spiritual spring was also attracted to Chi-Chi. Soon, Chi-Chi was firmly wrapped in spiritual power. Ling Yu called the little guys aside, and everyone looked at the huge spiritual cocoon with concern. Ji Yao and Jian Song were seriously protecting Chi-Chi in the valley. Suddenly, a communication talisman floated over.
Stinky girl, are you done? I came to the Beast Tide in the western region, but I couldn't find Chiyue.
As soon as he opened the communication talisman, Si Ruachen's voice came out. Ji Yao didn't expect that Si Ruachen hadn't met Chi-Chi yet, and was a little surprised. However, she still responded to the messenger truthfully and then ignored it. But not long after, another communication talisman came.
Junior sister, where are you? Fellow Taoist Shangwan is looking for his apprentice.
This time, it was Luo Chuan's voice. Zhio had not seen Shangwan Nanxian before, and was still wondering where he had gone. It would be best for him to come over now. Zhio immediately reported the address to Luo Chuan, and waited for Shangwan Nanxian to come over. And July in the space has now reached the most critical moment. She squeezed and squeezed the spiritual power she absorbed. And finally with a click, the barrier to the Pika Foundation building was broken. In an instant, she was ejected from the space and returned to the cave. When the outside world sensed Chi-Chi, countless spiritual powers gathered towards her. Chi-Chio calmed down, and the spiritual energy gradually began to gather into a golden ball in her body. It kept spinning, while still attracting spiritual energy. But at this time, she returned to her previous life in a trance. Chi-Chiyue was a little stunned when she saw the bead in her hand. This was exactly what she had snatched from the mysterious organization when she had gone through so much trouble to complete the task. Her mission this time was to assassinate the leader of the organization. And her mission was successful. But the price was that one of her hands was shot. And now she was in excruciating pain. She needs to go back to the organization immediately, and find the organization's doctors to remove the bullet. But before she could even take a step, she saw her brothers and sisters. 5 people surrounded her tightly, with guns in their hands.
Xiao Lu, what do you mean?
Chi-Chiyue frowned and looked at the youngest girl and asked. But in fact she already had a bad feeling in her heart.
Third sister, I'm sorry.
Xiao Lu didn't dare to look into Chi-Chi's eyes. After joining the organization, third sister had always taken care of him, hiding behind him whenever he was in danger. But now, in order to survive, he takes the life of his third sister.
Why?
Chiyue looked at the brothers and sisters in front of her and asked coldly. Although she has always been cold-blooded towards the outside world, she can be said to be wholeheartedly devoted to these brothers and sisters. Whenever there is danger, she rushes to the front, just to protect them. She never knew what it felt like to be protected. No matter how cruel the training was, she endured it. But now, these people are betraying her. This made her feel sad. She was a joke in this life.
Stop making things difficult for them. It's me who wants your life.
A tall woman in black walked over and looked at Chiyue with a mocking smile. Chapter 741, Inner Demon Tribulation.
Is it you?
Chi-Chi glanced at her lightly, and it turned out to be her.
TSK. He is indeed the #1 killer of Dark Knight. Even if he is about to die now, he is still so calm.
The woman continued to mock Chi-Chi. She hated this Chi the most. Relying on her high status, she never treated her like take it seriously. But what if the status is high and the strength is strong? It's not abandoned now.
Where's Feng Qian?
Chi-Chiyue didn't want to talk nonsense to her, so she asked directly about her last hope.
He was afraid that he could not help but kill you with his own hands, so he didn't come.
The woman pretended to be a winner, but actually she was very angry in her heart. Now, Feng Qian couldn't bear to see Chi-Chiyue die, so he left the matter to her. He just couldn't let go of July, but he had to abandon her in order to survive. After so many years of hard work, he still only has July in his heart. Chi-Chi lowered her head when she heard this. In fact, she already had the answer in her heart. But she still didn't give up. I was promoted by Feng Qian, and he has taught me many things. She had always regarded him as her own relative. But now, she was still abandoned.
Okay, hand over the bead. Don't waste time.
The woman could only stand farther away, fearing that Chi-Chi would fight back with her death. Although I don't like her, I have to admit that Chi-Chi is really powerful. No matter how difficult the task is, she can complete it without ever failing.
What do you mean?
Chi-Chi picked up the beads and raised his head to look at the woman.
Yes, that's it. Hand it over quickly.
The woman's eyes immediately lit up when she saw the bead. These people thought the mission was to kill the leader of the organization. But in fact the real purpose was for this bead, which was priceless. Once they get it, the big guys will compete to bid. And their Dark Knight will reach a new level. Others' eyes also lit up. The organization had said that as long as they got the beads and killed Chi-Chi, their status would be different. Chi-Chi was truly heartbroken when she saw the expressions on the faces of those she once thought were her brothers and sisters. There seemed to be no point in holding on any longer. She was too tired to live in this life. She wished she could grow up like an ordinary little girl, with parents who would nag her when her test scores were poor, friends who could complain when she was unhappy, and a boy she had a crush on when she was just starting to fall in love. However, these are too far away from her. If she could be reincarnated, she just wanted to be an ordinary person. She looked back at the cliff behind her and jumped down.
Third sister!
Xiaolu rushed to the edge of the cliff, but failed to catch the falling Chi-Yue. Others didn't expect Chi-Chi to jump at will. They all thought that Chi-Chi's character would definitely resist to the death.
Look for me. Go down and search. If we can't find the beads, we are all screwed,
the woman shouted anxiously. Chi-Chi closed her eyes at this moment, waiting to fall under the cliff.
Yijiao.
Suddenly a familiar voice came.
July! July is the best. I will protect you from now on.
Chi-Yue vaguely heard a familiar voice. Before she could recover, another familiar male voice came.
From now on, you will be my true disciple. Shangwan Nanxian. If someone bullies you, tell your teacher directly. Don't worry. If you are a good teacher, nothing will happen to you.
Chapter 742 Overcoming the Thunder Tribulation. Memories gradually came back. Chi-Yue thought of Ji-Yao, her master, Qiuli, and Si Ruichan. She thought of her new life. A life where someone cared about her and protected her. A tear slipped from the corner of her eye. The knot in her heart was finally untied, and everything in her past life was let go. She must cherish her new life and her relatives in this life. At this moment, the golden elixir finally stopped rotating and condensed successfully.
Look! July is almost successful.
Jia pointed to the dark clouds gradually appearing in the sky, feeling a little excited. The Thunder Tribulation is just around the corner. As long as the Thunder Tribulation passes, Chi-Chi will be a golden elixir monk.
Let's go to the side first.
Jian Song grabbed Ji Yao and led her to move her position. Shangwan Nanxian and Si Ruochan had also arrived before, and they also changed places to inspect the surroundings for any danger. Ji Yao stepped on Yunling, and there were more and more calamity clouds in the nervous sky. Although she knew that Chi-Chi would definitely succeed, she was still a little worried after experiencing a terrifying thunder disaster. Chi-Chio also felt the pressure of the thunder calamity. She stood up, came out of the cave, flew into the air, and stared at the calamity clouds in the sky. Soon, the first thunderstorm came down and struck hard towards Chi-Yue. Chi-Chio took out a bunch of magic weapons from the storage ring and rushed them all. Since the space suddenly closed before, she will never put everything in the space again. The magic weapon withstood most of the lightning tribulation, but the rest hit Chi-Chi and smashed her into the ground. Ji Yao and others were all sweating for her. Although the thunder tribulation in July was not like Ji Yao's Nine Heavens divine thunder, it was just an ordinary sky thunder. But it was much stronger than the thunder tribulation of ordinary people. Because her qualifications are so good, such monks will suffer more severe thunder disasters. Chi-Chi spit out a mouthful of blood, took a handful of pills, and then stood up. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and continued to face the next thunder disaster. There were 7 thunder tribulations in total. She used magic weapons to resist most of the first one, while the middle 4 were resisted directly with her body. She has always been training her body, and the skill she learned can also use the sky thunder to strengthen her body. But the thunder tribulation is too fierce, which makes her unable to bear it. She used her own tricks to resist the 6th heavenly tribulation, but it didn't have much effect. At this moment, Chi fell in the pit, vomited several mouthfuls of blood, and her consciousness was somewhat blurred. Her heart was broken. Her hair was all scattered, and her cassock was also somewhat torn. After struggling to take out a handful of pills from the storage ring and taking them, Chi closed her eyes quietly, waiting for her body to recover. The last rays of thunder began to gather, and the nearby sky darkened, attracting the attention of many people. But everyone saw Jian Song, the god-transforming venerable, sitting in charge, and they didn't dare to make any rash plans. They were all curious to see if they could successfully overcome the disaster. The power of the last thunder tribulation will be several times that of the previous thunder tribulation. Whether it can succeed or not depends on this. Gio clenched her hands tightly, and her fingers turned white from the pinching. I fell in July and I haven't come up yet, so I don't know what happened. After a while, Chi came out of the pit again, and the last thunder disaster also came down. Chi looked at Lei Jia coldly, gathered all her spiritual power, and struck out with a sword. The life that I had finally won would never be allowed to be ruined like this. Chapter 743 Advanced Golden Elixir. This sword had no effect at all, and all the lightning strikes hit Chi. She was finally hit hard into the pit, and the lightning tribulation kept flickering all the way down to the pit, and did not dissipate for a long time. Chi-Chi's whole body bones were broken. Her lungs were completely broken, and her soul seemed to be in disintegration. She tried hard to move her hands, but found that she could not do anything. I want to open my eyes and take a look, but I can't even open my eyes. Gradually, the thunder dissipated, but her vitality also gradually dissipated. Chi-Chi felt the loss of life, and her heart was filled with reluctance. I finally have everything now. Why do I want to die here? She doesn't want to. She wants to live well. Live better than before. Boom! Suddenly, the spiritual power in her body began to spin crazily again, and the bead from space actually penetrated into her golden elixir, and the two gradually merged into one. At the end, her golden elixir increased a lot again, and the color was not gold, but the white of the space bead. She looked at the motionless pothole, her heart twitching. She comforted herself over and over again that Chi was the heroine and nothing would happen to her. It's done! Suddenly, auspicious clouds floated in the sky, which immediately attracted Jiu's eyes. She looked at the auspicious clouds with some excitement, turned to look at Master, and shouted happily. And a tear of joy fell, but she didn't notice it at all. Silly girl! Jian Song rubbed Ji Yao's head dumbfounded. He hoped that his little apprentice would always have such a childish heart. There are more and more auspicious clouds, and at the same time, auspicious dew falls from the sky and begins to repair the injuries of July. At this time, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared in the sky. It turned out to be a Suzaku. It chirped towards the sky, flew several times in the air, and finally plunged into the July pit. The people watching in secret did not expect that there was a genius inside. They were all surprised and wanted to see what kind of person the advanced person was. Green Dragon, White Tiger, Suzaku, and Xuanwu are the four great divine beasts in ancient times. It would be great if a genius can have visions. But now this is Suzaku, and his future is limitless. Shangguan Nanxian and Si Ruochen were finally relieved at this time. They had been worried just now, fearing that Chi would not be able to survive. A quarter of an hour later, Xianglu disappeared. Sheng Yun also disappeared, and everything returned to calm. Chi-Chi's injuries were all healed. As soon as she came out of the pit, she was hugged by Ji Yao. Chi, you are great. You are really great. Ji Yao hugged Chi excitedly. The feeling of watching others go through tribulations was really uncomfortable. She would rather be herself. At least be able to survive, put some effort into it, instead of just watching from afar. Thank you. Chi Yue reached out and hugged Ji Yao, smiling softly. Thank you for pulling me out of despair. Thank you for giving me someone new to protect. Jian Song looked at the smile he had never seen before on Chi-Chi's face and nodded happily. Chi-Yue Yatu has always been burdened with something, but now she has finally let it go. Her whole person is completely different. She must have overcome her inner demons. Chi-Yue. Si Ruochen wanted to get closer to Chi-Yue, but he was afraid that she wouldn't like him, who was full of demonic energy. When Jia heard Si Ruochen's voice, she let go of Chi-Yue in embarrassment. Shangguan Nanxian stepped forward directly at this time, took out a cloak and put it on Chi-Yue, wrapping her tightly. Chapter 744 Party. Only then did Ji Yao notice that the thunder had damaged Chi-Chi's robes. But seeing Shangguan Nanxuan's careful behavior, Ji Yao laughed a little wretchedly. I wonder if the male protagonist is a little tempted now.
What are you thinking about?
Chiyue looked at Gio helplessly. It could be seen from this guy's expression that he definitely didn't mean anything good.
I'm thinking, whose Taoist companion will a man as good as Senior Shangwan be in the future?
Gio winked at Chiyue. Unexpectedly, Chi-Chi's ears suddenly turned red. If Ji Yao hadn't been paying attention to her, she would have missed it. Chiyue's eyes lit up. It looked like there was something going on. The CP that I knocked on finally became sweet. Shangwan Nanchuan's ears quickly turned red. His face turned cold. But he was observing Chi-Chi from the corner of his eye. In fact, the first time he realized that he was thinking about Chiyue was when she was captured by the demon cultivator during the beast wave. And he went to save her. The two of them encountered many dangers in the demon cultivator's cave. And Chi-Chi almost died in it trying to save himself. It was at that time that he noticed that his feelings for her were slowly changing. He wants to see her no matter what. And wants to keep good things for her. As long as he can stay with her. Even if he doesn't talk. He will feel sweet in his heart. Sometimes, just thinking about July, he can't help but raise the corners of his mouth.
Junior brother C. Are you okay?
Chichio quickly changed the subject. Fearing that Gio would ask more questions and embarrass everyone. She only recently noticed the difference between her master and her. Master is a man who is serious in speech and cold. But he always smiles tenderly at himself for no reason recently. When she first met him, she thought that Master suddenly had something wrong with his mind. It was not until the times became more and more frequent that the Master became more and more concerned about her. And she finally understood what he meant. The Master is really kind to her. And she actually has a slight affection for him. But she is still weak now, and is not in the mood for romance at all. It is better not to pierce this layer of window paper. Ji Yao suppressed a smile when she saw this. But stopped teasing Chi-Chi. After all, Chi-Chi was thin-skinned. When Siruachan saw Chi-Chi taking the initiative to ask about him, he felt relieved. Chi-Chi did not dislike him.
Thank you, Master Jian-Song, for protecting Chi-Chi.
Chi-Chi walked up to Jian-Song and bowed deeply.
We are all our own people. Let's not talk about this. Since you are fine, I, an old man, will leave first,
Jian-Song said with a smile, then glanced at Ji Yao, then tore open the space and left. Those onlookers also left one after another. After all, there was nothing cheap to pick up now. There were only 4 Ji people left in the valley. They were not in a hurry to go back. Instead, they found a place to sit down in the valley, took out the tablecloths and spread them out, planning to have a picnic and talk about the past. Chichio took out the spirit wine and spirit beast meat, and poured some spirit wine for several people.
It's been a long time since I've had such a good wine.
Jia took a sip and sighed.
Did the Wanjin sect treat you badly? Or did the Yi family treat you badly?
Siruachan said sarcastically, seeing that Jiao and Chiyue were still treating him the same as before. His venomous tongue started again.
Do you want to take care of it?
Jia rolled her eyes at him. This guy didn't know how to speak well.
I'll send you some wine to take back later.
Chiyue looked at Jio with a smile. As long as she likes it, she can do anything. Chapter 745 Pursuer.
Humph.
Siruachan snorted coldly, and drank the wine in the glass in one gulp.
Oh, you are so kind in Chiyue. But you can only give this wine to me. You don't need to care about other people,
Chiyu said in a deliberately exaggerated way, while looking at Siruachan in a showy way. Let you have a sharp tongue. Sure enough, Siruachan became even more angry when he saw this, and turned his head to the side without looking at Gio.
By the way, Junior Brother C, why did you choose to cultivate demons?
Chichio still asked the question he wanted to ask, when he suddenly disappeared. She thought about many possibilities, but she never expected that he had abandoned his spirit and became a demon. Gio also stopped joking and looked at Siruachan with a serious face. She obviously changed his experience and did not become a demon. Why did it end up like this?
I was chased by my brother in the family, and ended up in the cave of 10,000 demons. My cultivation was completely destroyed. Later, I met the senior flame demon who saved us before. He accepted me and taught me how to cultivate demons.
Siruachan laughed at himself, with a smile. He was hunted down by his clan brother until he lost all his cultivation. I'm afraid it's just him. Right? Jia and Chiyue's faces sank when they heard this. But they didn't expect that it was the C family that was the cause. But now the C family has been destroyed, leaving only some people who have been practicing outside and slipped through the net.
But it's okay. After cultivating demons, my cultivation speed has increased a lot, and I will be able to catch up with you soon.
Ruochen smiled meaninglessly. For him, there is actually no difference between cultivating demons and spiritual cultivation. I just don't want to draw a line between them.
Yes. It's just that the cultivation system is different anyway. There is nothing wrong with cultivating demons,
Jia said with a smile. In this continent, spiritual cultivation and demonic cultivation are not antagonistic, and everyone does not need to care about the issue of stance. Ruochen nodded, looked at Qiyu aside, and laughed when he saw that she did not express disapproval. Shangwan Nanxian sat aside and said nothing. Although Ruochen was a disciple of their Qingwu sect, he had nothing to do with him after all. But the way he looked at Qi made him feel a little uncomfortable. At this time, Shangwan Nanxian didn't understand the term, jealous. He just felt that he didn't like Ruochen. The four of them chatted here for a while, and then returned to their base. After all, the beast tide had not really ended yet. As soon as the few people returned to their station, a very handsome Jindan monk ran up to them.
Qi, are you okay?
The male cultivator looked at Qi nervously and asked, completely ignoring the others.
It's okay.
Qiqiu looked cold, just shook his head, and planned to leave.
Ah, you have advanced to the golden elixir in Qiyue? Congratulations.
At this time, the man also discovered that Qiyue had advanced. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he was sincerely happy for her.
Yeah.
Qi nodded, unwilling to say more to him. Several people left directly, leaving the male cultivator standing there looking at Qi's back.
Hey, suitor?
Jia bumped into Qiyue's arm with an expression on her face that she was looking forward to a good show.
Want to fight?
Qi raised his eyebrows, glared at Ji Yao, and quickened his pace. Jia was a little surprised. She always felt that something was different in July, but she couldn't tell exactly what was different. It's just that she seems to like July's current state better, because she can feel July's good mood.
Qiyue, wait for me. I was wrong. I am your suitor.
Jia shook her head and quickly chased after Qiyue, getting into trouble with Qiyue. Chapter 746, Inciting Hatred. On the other side, Jian Song was with Luo Chuan.
Why is the monster so abnormal this time?
Jian Song thought of the monster's behavior. It was obviously abnormal.
There should be demon cultivators controlling them. We have fought several times, but this time it is like this.
Thinking of the sudden retreat of the demonic beasts today, Luo Chuan has determined that there should be demon cultivators controlling these demons behind the scenes. Beast. As for them being so crazy, I'm afraid this monster has a very high level of cultivation, and is not easy to mess with. If you lose, there should be no way to survive. These monster beasts must be very afraid of that demon cultivator.
Well, leave this to me, and I'll go take a look. Just prepare for the battle.
Jian Song snorted coldly in his heart. He was afraid that there was an 11th level monster controlling him behind his back, and his apprentice would definitely not be able to handle it. Now that I am here, I must eliminate this danger for them.
Protect your junior sister well.
Jian Song told Luo Chuan and left. Luo Chuan also left the room and went to find Jia. After thinking about it, he knew where his junior sister would be. Sure enough, as soon as he arrived at the Qingwu sect's residence, he quickly saw Jia sitting in the yard talking to them. But before he could get closer, a female cultivator wearing a white cassock suddenly came to him.
Shinjuan Luo Chuan.
The woman looked at Luo Chuan with a slightly red face, her heart beating wildly. She almost died in the beast way before, but fortunately Lord Luo Chuan saved her. At that one glance, she fell in love with him, and later she found out that he was a monk from the Northern Territory.
Yes.
Luo Chuan responded lightly and walked straight past her towards Jia.
Senior brother.
Jia saw Luo Chuan and stood up with a smile.
Are you not injured?
Luo Chuan rubbed Ji Yao's head and asked with concern. He had heard from his master before that his junior sister had gone to Jiuyu, but unfortunately he was busy with the beast wave at the time and could not go there to help.
No.
Jia smiled and shook her head, then licked her lips in the direction behind Luo Chuan.
Senior brother. Who is that?
Jia looked at Luo Chuan with some gossip. It seems that not only Qiyue, but also her senior brother has a romantic interest.
I don't know him,
Luo Chuan said calmly. And he really didn't know him. When the female cultivator following behind heard what Luo Chuan said, her eyes suddenly turned red. She raised her head and glared at Ji Yao aggressively, then ran away crying. Jia lay down with a confused look on her face. Why was she glaring at her? Shouldn't she be glaring at her senior brother? She didn't do anything. Qi Qiyue looked at Ji Yao's expression and curled her lips into a smile. This girl was unknowingly causing hatred again. After all, the female cultivator likes senior Luo Chuan. Seeing how beautiful Ji Yao is, and how close she is to Luo Chuan, it's hard not to think twice. Ji Yao shook her head speechlessly. This girl is very beautiful, but her brain is not very good. She pulled Luo Chuan to sit down, and no longer thought about the female cultivator.
Master went to check the reason for the crazy attack of the monster. Let us not worry.
As soon as Luo Chuan sat down, he explained Jian Song's whereabouts.
Is there no danger?
Jia frowned. A little worried. After all, being able to control all monsters, the power behind it must not be simple.
You have to believe in Master.
Luo Chuan shook his head calmly. In his opinion, his master is omnipotent. What he can't do, as long as Master is here, he can definitely solve it.
Okay.
Jia nodded. In the original work, the Master was the second one to ascend, so he would definitely not be in danger so easily.
The next beast tide should be coming soon.
Shangguan Nanxian continued. Chapter 747 The Battle Between Demon Cultivators.
Yes, and the offensive may be more fierce,
Luo Qiuli said with some worry. Many disciples have been sacrificed in this battle. Now there is a fiercer battle. And I don't know how many disciples will be sacrificed. While everyone was discussing, the station suddenly sounded the alarm.
Come on! The beast tide is coming again.
Luo Chuan stood up suddenly and said, then disappeared, and went to organize the disciples of Wanjian sect. Shangguan Nanxian also began to summon the disciples of the Qingmu sect. No one expected that the monster would come back just after it retreated. After all the disciples were gathered, everyone rushed towards the pass. In the mountains of the northwest region, Jian Song was running fast, but suddenly stopped, because he found that there were two demon cultivators fighting in front of him. One was an 11th level demon cultivator, and the other was a 9th level demon cultivator. If Ji Yao were present, he would be able to recognize that the 9th level demon cultivator was the one in the dungeon. The gap in cultivation between the two was too big. The 9th level demon cultivator was obviously at a disadvantage. His whole body was covered in injuries, and he could no longer hold on. But his moves were very crazy, and it was obvious that he wanted to exchange his life for his life. After just a few glances, Jian Song was sure that there must be a blood feud between the two. Hydra was also very angry at this time. The white tiger opposite him was obviously lower in cultivation than him, but he still withstood his attack by relying on a trace of the blood of the ancient divine beast white tiger. And when he thought that the flower of the spirit realm that he carefully cared for was stolen by him, he became furious. It's also the fault of the black dragon. He couldn't handle such a small thing. Not only did he lose the beast tide in the northern region, he didn't even hold on to the most important flower of the spirit realm. If he hadn't died in the beast wave, he would have cleaned up the house with his own hands and never raised waste. Poof! Hydra attacked Bai Hu again, and immediately knocked him flying backwards. He fell to the ground and vomited blood. In the end, he couldn't hold on and recovered. Jian Song raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw this. It turned out to be a mutated tiger with white tiger blood.
How long do you have to watch? Fellow Taoist?
Hydra had actually discovered Jian Song a long time ago, but it just saw that he had no intention of intervening, so it didn't say anything.
Ha ha. Fellow Taoist must be the mastermind behind this beast wave. Right.
Jian Song laughed twice and stepped out. Bai Hu lay on the ground and glanced weakly at Jian Song. He had seen Jian Song from a distance when he was following his master.
So what?
Hydra looked at Jian Song with fear. After all, he was a god-forming monk, so he might not be able to get a good deal from him.
Nothing. Just asking.
Jian Song clasped his hands, not intending to interfere in the fight between them. It would be better to wait until both of them are hurt and take action quickly to deal with this 11th level monster.
Oh! Fellow Taoist, you are enlightened.
Seeing Jian Song's behavior, Hydra thought that he was afraid of him because of his lack of strength, and laughed mockingly.
Senior Jian Song, I ask you to deal with this Hydra. I am willing to offer the flower of the spiritual realm.
Bai Hu became anxious when he saw that Jian Song was not planning to take action. With his own strength, he couldn't avenge his master, so he could only rely on the hands of Senior Jian Song. And this flower of the spirit realm didn't have much appeal to him. He had stolen it in order to take revenge on Hydra. Since the death of his master, he has lost the motivation to move forward. If the master is gone, what's the use of having a higher level of cultivation? He just wanted to avenge his master, then find his descendants and protect them as they grew up. Chapter 748 Battle.
You are looking for death.
Hydra did not expect that Baihu would expose the news about the flower of the spiritual realm like this. It was immediately furious and slapped Baihu with a palm.
Don't be so angry, fellow Taoist.
Jian Song came to Baihu and easily received Hydra's palm.
You know me?
Jian Song turned to look at Baihu in confusion.
Yes. I was lucky enough to meet Senior when I followed the master before.
Baihu looked up at Jian Song weakly and said,
Humph. A majestic monster actually fell to being contracted by a human being. Instead of being ashamed. He is proud of it? It is simply an embarrassment to my monster.
Hydra looked at the white tiger on the ground mockingly. Treating humans as relatives. It is simply a shame for a monster to treat a fellow creature as an enemy.
Oh, it's my honor to meet the master,
Baihu said with nostalgia. When he was a child, he was abandoned by his family because of his meridians, which made him different from other ordinary tigers. No matter how other cubs bullied him, the family never cared about it. After all, monsters are all based on their strength. Later, he was injured by his own clan, almost losing his life, and met his master. Not only did she pick her back up, she also treated her injuries in various ways and gave herself all the care. Even though she couldn't practice at first, she never disliked herself. It was not until later that he activated Baihu's bloodline by coincidence and officially embarked on the path of spiritual practice. Everything she has was taught by her master, and she has never signed a contract with herself. Fearing that something might happen to her, he only had one relative in his life, his master, but he eventually died at the hands of Hydra. Over the years, he has lived with hatred every day.
I see. You are a contracted beast of mankind.
Jian Song nodded. In this case, no matter what position he stood on, he could choose to help him.
Are you going to stand up for him?
Hydra asked in a deep voice. After all, they were all in the stage of becoming gods, so it would be best not to take action.
That's right.
Jian Song smiled coldly, and suddenly struck the Hydra with his sword. Hydra was shocked by the power of this sword. This man's combat power was actually so strong. He hurriedly stepped back and then punched out. Suddenly, a huge fist appeared and met Jian Song's sword move.
Humph.
Jian Song snorted coldly. He was just an 11th level demon cultivator. It was simply a dream to defeat him. He struck with his sword again. On the other side, Ji Yao and others also joined the battle. Luo Chuan and Shangwan Nanxian were responsible for fighting against the high-level monsters, while Ji Yao and Qiyue teamed up to deal with the 8th level monsters. Ever since he advanced to the Golden Elixir in July, his combat power has been on a straight rise, and he cooperates flawlessly with Ji Yao. The two of them retreated while the other advanced, playing around with the monster, and finally killed it quickly. After discovering that cooperation is more effective than working alone, the two began a journey to eliminate monsters together. As the two men quickly killed the monsters, those monsters also noticed something was wrong, and ran away as soon as they saw Ji Yao and the others approaching. For a moment, a strange scene appeared in the war. Whenever Ji Yao and the others fell in love with any monster, they would stage a chase. The scene was a bit funny for a time. Si Ruochen and Luo Qiuli's combat power has also improved a lot now, and Si Ruochen is even closer to advancing to the Golden Elixir level. Luo Qiuli is now at the advanced stage of foundation building, and is almost at the peak of foundation building. Everyone devoted themselves to the battle, and wanted to end the beast tide as soon as possible. Chapter 749 Death of Hydra. This time, Hydra no longer had the energy to control those monsters, and he himself was in danger at this moment. There were wounds all over his body, and it was difficult to maintain his human form and regain his true form. 4 of his 9 heads have been chopped off by Jian Song, and it can be said that he was seriously injured. He spit out a mouthful of poison at Jian Song, then turned around and ran away. If he stays any longer, I'm afraid he will fall here. Jian Song felt a little impatient when he saw that he could not be killed. He did not expect that this monster was actually a Hydra with 9 lives. It was no wonder that he could cultivate to the 11th level. As long as his 9 heads are not completely chopped off, he will never die, and the destroyed heads will grow back after a while. Seeing him running away, Jian Song snorted coldly and slashed him with his sword. Poof! A head was cut off again. Roar! Hydra howled in pain, and the sound resounded throughout the mountains, and even Ji Yao heard it. When the monsters heard the painful sounds of the Hydra, they became a little uneasy and lost their sense of control when fighting. Ji Yao and the others seized the opportunity and captured an 8th level monster again. Jian Song chased after him and appeared next to Hydra in a flash.
He cut off 2 heads again with one strike of his sword. As soon as he succeeded in the attack, he quickly backed away. Sure enough, as soon as he stepped away, Hydra went completely crazy. He slapped his body randomly, and the severe pain made him scream. Seeing him like this, Baihu smiled sarcastically, never expecting that this day would come to him. Jian Song looked at Hydra coldly, without a trace of mercy in his heart. He had a different stance and was destined to be an enemy, so there was no reason to be soft-hearted towards the enemy. He slashed down with his sword again, and this time even cracks appeared in the space. It was enough to see how powerful it was. The greatest kindness to the other party was to let him die faster and less painfully. This sword struck directly on the remaining heads of the Hydra, and all the heads were chopped off. His body was still swaying, and Jian Song's last sword cut directly to 7 inches of his body, killing him completely. The huge body fell to the ground with a bang, splashing dust all over the ground. Jian Song stepped forward, took out his inner elixir and put it away, then put his body away as well. This is the 11th level monster meat, which is very useful to the young disciples. After cleaning up, he came to Baihu, knelt down and drank a healing pill for him. After Baihu swallowed it, he closed his eyes and worked hard to open the elixir. When the medicine took effect and the injury got better, he struggled and stood up.
Thank you, Lord Jiansong, for avenging me.
Baihu's eyes turned red as he spoke, and his master could finally rest in peace.
Alas, this person has passed away, and those who are alive should live a good life.
Jian Song patted the other person's shoulder and comforted him. He actually admired this demon cultivator, who valued love and righteousness, and was a good demon cultivator.
The flower of the spiritual realm that this junior got before is as a thank you gift to the senior.
Baihu took out the flower of the spiritual realm that he got before and handed it to Jian Song. Jian Song paused for a moment, then reached out and took it.
This is my communication talisman. If you need anything in the future, you can send me a message. As long as I can help, I will help you.
Jian Song handed him a communication talisman. Originally, the purpose of his trip was Hydra, and he would take action even without him. Therefore, it is still more valuable to accept this
flower of the spirit realm,
and the promise I made to him formed a cause and effect with him, which could just offset the flower. End of chapter 750.
Thank you, senior.
Baihu accepted the communication talisman, thanked him, and limped away. Jian Song looked at his back for a while and sighed. Sometimes the relationship between humans and contracted beasts is deeper than that between ordinary relatives. When it comes to life and death, contracted beasts may not actually want to live alone. He shook his head and disappeared from the spot in a flash. When he reappeared, he was above the pass. The 2 high-level monsters were almost defeated by Luo Chuan and Shangguan Nanxian. So he didn't care. Looking down, he saw Zhio and Qiyue fighting very excitedly. You and I cooperated very well with each other's swords. Jian Song smiled helplessly. Every time this girl started a fight, she became more fierce, which was far from her usual soft and cute appearance. Finally, he spotted a group of uncultivated monster beasts and slashed them with his sword. This sword directly chopped a piece of monster into pieces, and the huge impact spread in all directions, shocking everyone. The disciples did not expect that venerable Jian Song would take action, and they all became happy for a moment. It's not a good feeling to see a companion die. Jian Song struck down with his sword again. Now that he was here, he didn't want to sacrifice more disciples needlessly. With Jian Song's help, about half an hour later, the monsters were finally cleared away. Everyone began to take care of the battlefield spontaneously. Not many disciples died this time, and it was much better than they expected. After everyone finished cleaning the battlefield, Jian Song took them back. This time the Hydra was also dealt with. Their mission was completed, and the remaining monsters were a matter for the western region.
Everyone has worked hard this time. Our mission for this beast wave has been completed, and the rest is not our responsibility. Just take the 2 sect disciples back.
Jian Song looked towards Luo Chuan and Shangguan Nanxian ordered.
Yes.
Luo Chuan and Shangguan Nanxian both agreed, and it didn't take long for them to come out this time.
Girl, what are your plans? Are you going back with your senior brother?
Jian Song turned to look at Zhiyao and changed his tone instantly.
If you don't want to go back, Qiyue and I plan to go to the western regions to see, and see Rochin will take us.
Qiyu smiled. She didn't plan to go back. This time I just had the opportunity to go to the western regions and look for opportunities.
Well, you can.
But you come with me alone first,
Jian Song said, and took Qi Yao into another room. He casually set up a soundproof barrier, and then mysteriously said to Qi Yao,
Girl, I will show you a treasure.
As he spoke, he took out the
flower of the spirit realm. What is this?
Qi Yao looked at the pure white flower in front of her and asked with some confusion. After all, the
flower of the spirit realm
is a legendary thing. She has only heard of it and doesn't know what it looks like.
This is the legendary flower of the spiritual realm,
Jian Song said proudly with a little pride.
What? Really?
Qi Yao immediately opened her eyes wide and stared at the little flower curiously. Although this flower is full of spiritual energy, it cannot be seen that it is a spiritual creature from heaven and earth. Often the appearance of the spiritual creatures in heaven and earth is quite unique, or one can tell that they are extraordinary at a glance.
This thing is very useful in improving one's cultivation. It's a pity that one person can only take one piece.
Jian Song felt a pity. Otherwise this thing would have allowed the young apprentice to rise to nascent soul. After all, taking heaven and earth spiritual objects is not like elixirs, which will cause the foundation to be unstable.
Here, take this petal and this inner elixir.
Chapter 751 Goodbye Balrog.
Thank you, Master. You are the best.
Qi Yao put the things away with a smile, took Jian Song's arm, and started to act coquettishly.
That's not true. If I'm not a good teacher, who else can be good?
Jian Song raised his head slightly proudly. What else could he do to his precious apprentice besides pampering him?
Be careful yourself. Don't take this baby now. Wait until the golden elixir is at its peak to advance to Yuanying. Do you understand?
Jian Song patiently told Qi Yao that the baby should take effect at the right time.
I understand. Master, don't worry.
Qi Yao is not a child, so of course she knows when to use it. It's just that I currently have 3 high-level demonic beast inner elixirs, so I can find a suitable opportunity to advance to the middle stage of the golden elixir.
Let's go!
Jian Song rubbed Qi Yao's head lovingly. His precious apprentice was so good. Qi Yao nodded and followed Jian Song out of the room obediently.
Let's go!
Jian Song nodded towards the others and took the lead to walk out. After going out, everyone separated. Qi Yao, Qi Yue and Si Ruochen headed towards the western region together. Luo Qiuli, on the other hand, followed the Qingmu sect because she was about to advance, and it was not suitable for her to go out and practice at this time. Moreover, her cultivation was too far behind theirs, and she wanted to seize the time to practice and keep up. Even if you can't catch up, don't be too far behind.
Si Ruochen, where are we going now?
Qi Yao was not very familiar with the western regions and didn't know where to go.
I want to go back first to make sure you're safe, and then I'll take you around to have fun.
Si Ruochen hasn't gone back to report the situation after being out for so long.
Okay.
Qi Yao nodded. She was still short of saying thank you to the demon. If it hadn't been for his help, she might have died in the chaotic sea of demons. So the 3 of them rushed towards the demon valley of the western region. About 10 days later, the 3 of them arrived outside the demon valley. Qi Yu took a look and realized that it was indeed the demon valley. The entire valley was filled with terrifying demonic energy. It would be a bit scary if it was late at night. Si Ruochen performed a few tricks, and a passage appeared in the demon valley. He took the lead and walked in, followed by Jia and Qi Yue. After going around all the way, the 3 of them finally arrived in front of a house made of jade. And this is not an ordinary secular jade, but a magic-gathering jade. Magic-gathering jade and spirit-gathering jade are generally things that absorb and gather the cultivation medium. Jia clicked her tongue in her heart. He is really a rich man.
Master! Master! Ruochen is back!
Si Ruochen called softly towards the house. And then the door of the house opened spontaneously. The 3 of them walked in together and saw Qin Imo and Yen Imo sitting in the hall.
Are you willing to come back?
Qin Mayu teased Si Ruochen with a smile, his eyes rolling around Qi Yao and the other 2. There are really 2 outstanding girls, but I don't know which one is my disciple's sweetheart.
I've met 2 seniors.
Qi Yao and Qi Yue quickly clasped their fists and saluted.
Ha ha. No need to be polite.
Qin Imo waved his hand casually and leaned lazily on the back chair.
So it's you 2 little guys.
Yen Imo also recognized Qi Yao and Qi Qi at this time, and smiled with a smile on his lips. Both little girls have grown up.
Junior has not yet thanked Senior for saving his life. Thank you very much for Senior's helping hand.
Qi Yao bowed deeply. Okay, again.
Get up. I'm just seeing you fall in love. So don't take it to heart.
The demon used his spiritual power to lift her up. He couldn't really save her at first, so he still let her fall into the soul-devouring river. Chapter 752 Demonling City.
But girl, your cultivation is growing very fast. I'm afraid you will catch up with me before long,
Yen-Mo said and burst into laughter. Ji Yao smiled and replied,
If you want to catch up with your senior, I don't know how long it will take. After all, my senior is a famous genius monk in the western region. TSK. You girl can still talk.
Yen-Mo shook his head helplessly and stared at Ji Yao with a smile. He thought this girl was interesting at first, but it hasn't changed at all now. Yen-Mo saw that his apprentice was rarely so enthusiastic about a female cultivator, and looked at Ji Yao with some surprise. Her apprentice is now over 100 years old, but like her, he is still alone. The apprentices and children of my old friends are all over the place, but my own is still a lump in the tree. Siruochan was very happy to see Master and Ji Yao getting along happily. Here are the people he cares about.
By the way, come back this time and take care of the two little girls.
Yen-Mo was not in a hurry to let Siruochan advance. It would be bad if he advanced too quickly and couldn't keep up.
Okay.
Siruochan nodded and glanced at Chiyue beside him. Chi-Chi remained as cold as ever in front of outsiders, with no extraneous expression. Just at this glance, Yen-Mo discovered his little thoughts. It turned out that her disciple's sweetheart was this girl. She carefully observed Chi-Chi and found that she was in the early stage of the golden elixir at a young age, and her appearance was even better, so she was a perfect match for her disciple.
Then you go and play by yourselves. I'll talk to your master about something.
Yen-Mo smiled and waved his hand. Siruochan nodded in agreement and took Ji Yao out of the room.
Damao?
Ji Yao saw the demon beast of Balrog as soon as she came out, and immediately walked up in surprise. Damao snorted arrogantly as before, stretched out his hoof, and kicked up the dust on the ground.
Bah! Damao, did you do this on purpose? Huh?
Ji Yao stepped forward, reached out and hugged its head, and kept rubbing it until it deformed. Damao raised his head proudly, but did not resent Ji Yao's touch.
This little girl is pretty good. Damao likes her very much.
Yen-Mo observed everything outside and hinted at Yen-Mo with a wink.
Master, don't think about it. It's just a little girl.
Yen-Mo rubbed his forehead with a headache. Her master was always keen on finding a Taoist companion for him, and now he doesn't even let the little girl go.
What does it matter about the little girl? If you keep her, won't she become a big girl?
Yen-Mo said nonchalantly. People will always grow up.
I don't have that idea, so don't make random decisions.
Yen-Mo was afraid that Yen-Mo would do something, so he quickly expressed his attitude.
Oh, forget it. Forget it if you don't like it.
Yen-Mo sighed. It seemed that he would never see the day when he would have a Taoist companion. Outside, Ji Yao and Damao played for a while, and then they left the Demon Valley.
Let's go to Demonling City. There will be an auction there soon. We can go and have a look.
Siruochan wanted to buy a gift for his master and master.
Okay, but why do we always go to auctions together?
Jia raised her eyebrows. The last time the three of them met, they also went to an auction.
Because you have many spiritual stones.
Siruochan teased Jia.
Ah, do we need to use magic stones here? Then I will become a pauper?
Jia remembered that the storage ring only had spiritual stones, and not a single magic stone. Chapter 753 Buddhist Cultivation.
No. In addition to demonic cultivation, there is also Buddhist cultivation in the western region. There is also some spiritual cultivation, and spirit stones can also be used.
Siruochan shook his head and explained.
That's good. Otherwise Chiyue and I will just stare at each other.
Chiyue said happily, leaning on Chiyue.
I have a magic stone.
Chi-Chi raised her eyebrows and looked at Ji Yao pretending to be proud.
Okay. Chi-Chi, you are on his side now. Right. You actually bullied me too.
The three of them headed towards Demonling City laughing all the way.
Junior sister, where are you going?
Shangwan Shiza looked helplessly at Zhao Yashi, who was secretly trying to leave the clan.
I just went out to relax.
Zhao Yashi didn't expect to be discovered by her senior brother, and said with a guilty conscience,
Do you want to leave Danzhou?
Shangwan Shiza asked worriedly.
Shoo! Brother, please keep your voice down.
Zhao Yashi glanced around nervously, and breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that no one was around.
I want to go out and practice.
Zhao Yashi straightened her chest out. She didn't want to be unable to do anything except refining alchemy.
What? No. I'll tell Master. Shangwan Shiza became anxious when he heard this. It's only strange that junior sister's innocent temperament wouldn't be betrayed. If you dare to go, I won't recognize you as my senior brother. Zhao Yashi put her hands on her hips angrily. If the master knew about this, he would definitely not let her out. Junior sister, don't be willful. What if you sneak out and something happens? Shangwan Shiza frowned tightly, not knowing how to persuade his junior sister. Bah! Don't be so talkative. How could something happen to me? I brought a life-saving charm. So don't worry, Zhao Yashi said nonchalantly. She was fully prepared. It's not possible anyway. Shangwan Shiza shook his head resolutely. Senior brother, just let Cece go. I will come back safely. Seeing that the threat didn't work, Zhao Yashi could only act coquettishly. Then senior brother will accompany you. Shangwan Shiza relented. No. How can I practice if you go? Zhao Yashi shook her head, unwilling. Seeing her persistence, Shangwan Shiza finally relented and planned to follow her quietly. If you take her back now, she might run out on her own one day, and you'll be in trouble then. Senior brother, you are the best. Zhao Yashi excitedly stepped forward to hug him, turned around and ran away, fearing that Shangwan Shiza would regret it. After Zhao Yashi ran for a while, Shangwan Shiza followed her. A few days later, Zhao and the other three also arrived at Imoling City. This city existed in ancient times, and has been well preserved even after hundreds of millions of years. Zhao was attracted by the ancient atmosphere of this city as soon as she arrived. It is incredible that a city can be preserved for hundreds of millions of years. And it is only possible in the world of cultivation. The three of them paid the entry fee and entered Imoling City. The architectural style here is also different from today's, and there is a sense of history just looking at it. People are coming and going in the city, because the auction is about to begin. And there are many spiritual and demonic practitioners from all over the place. Master, look at that person's forehead. A bald Buddha sat bored at the door of the inn. Master asked him to observe these people to understand life. Unexpectedly, he suddenly saw a female nun with a red lotus on her forehead. What's wrong? A golden Denver cultivator held a Buddhist string in one hand and walked slowly to the door. Huh? Buddha Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw the red lotus on Ji Yao's forehead. Chapter 754, Destiny with Buddha. I've met my little friend. Buddha Xiao passed through the crowded crowd and came to Ji Yao. I've met fellow Taoist. Ji Yao immediately returned the greeting. This Buddhist cultivator's cultivation level was similar to hers, so it was appropriate to address him as fellow Taoist. Ha ha. Little monk thinks that this little friend is destined to be my Buddha. How about entering my Buddhist path? The Buddhist monk smiled kindly. There is no trace of murderous evil in this little friend. It is really rare in today's world. There are no distinctions between men and women among those who practice Buddhism. In fact, the only difference between the practice system and spiritual practice is that they rely on merit to advance. Therefore, the initial experience in Buddhist practice is generally in the secular world. When the cultivation level is higher, you can experience it in the world of cultivation. Shiyo didn't expect that this Buddhist cultivator would think that she was suitable for practicing Buddhism. And she couldn't laugh or cry for a moment. She is a sword cultivator. A sword cultivator with countless lives in her hands. And she does not look like a Buddhist cultivator. Sorry, I'm a spiritual practitioner. Shiya smiled and shook her head, rejecting him. Ha ha, I know, little monk. But you can come and find me whenever you want to enter the Buddhist path. Buddha cultivator did not force it, but still reminded him, my little friend is full of merits and virtues. You must be careful about practicing bad Buddhist practices. Don't be deceived. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for reminding me. Shiya nodded. She had already experienced this fact. Wasn't Lingji the evil Buddha back then? It's just that I was busy trying to survive the calamity of death. So I didn't know what happened to him in the end. Then I won't disturb you, little monk. After saying this, the Buddha left. TSK. Stinky girl. Why don't you shave your head and practice Buddhism? No one wants you anyway. Si Ruochen looked at Ji Yao with a look of shame. Who said that Buddhists need to shave their heads? There are many who don't shave their heads. If I go there, I definitely won't have to shave my head. Xia couldn't refute the latter part, so she could only refute the first part. Si Ruochen rolled his eyes. This girl really couldn't grasp the point. Let's go find an inn first. With so many people coming recently, I'm afraid it's hard to find an inn. Chi-Chi couldn't stand the two of them anymore and quickly interrupted. The two of them were bickering along the way, and the focus was on very childish dialogue. She wanted to free her ears. Okay. Xia took Chiyue's arm, smiled provocatively at Si Ruochen, turned around and walked in front. Si Ruochen glanced at Jiyao with envy, and he also wanted to win over Chiyue. Master, who is she? The little Buddhist cultivator was very curious. He rarely saw the master being so polite to spiritual cultivators. It's not someone you can mess with anyway. Buddhist Shou smiled mysteriously. This person had no karma at all. Buddhist Shou was just a decoration in front of her. If a fight really breaks out, Buddhist Shou will be a piece of meat on the chopping board for her to round and flatten. So powerful. The little Buddhist cultivator widened his eyes and looked at Ji Yao's back with admiration. He had always thought that Buddhist cultivators were the most powerful. But now there was someone he couldn't mess with. How powerful was she? Stop looking. Let me understand life. Buddhist Shou glanced at him and left. The little Buddhist cultivator stuck out his tongue. When he was still a secular person, he thought that these Buddhist cultivators were all solemn and kind. It wasn't until he became a Buddhist that he realized that all this was just an act. In front of outsiders, he looks like a virtuous monk. But behind the scenes, he is just like ordinary people. Moreover, the fight for resources among those in Buddhism was also fierce. And it was not at all as peaceful as he thought. Chapter 755 Black Mist. On the other side, Shio and the other three finally found an inn and asked for 3 rooms after searching for a long time. It's just that all the inns are full. But there are very few people in this inn. When Jiao and the other 2 walked in, everyone outside stopped and looked at the 3 of them with wide eyes. At that time, they just stopped in their steps, neither crossing nor not crossing. It was just that this inn was the only one left. The others were all full, so the 3 of them had no choice but to go in anyway. As soon as they walked in, the crowd outside suddenly became excited. Everyone looked at Gio and the others excitedly and chatted. Someone actually got in. I've gone in a few before. Hey, these young people are bold enough now. I'm afraid they are all outsiders and don't understand them at all. Stop talking and leave quickly. That's right. It would be terrible if we get into trouble. The crowd of onlookers dispersed, leaving 3 people who were a little confused, until the 3 of them booked a room. Shio was still a little confused. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid there's something wrong with this inn. Si Ruochen, is there something wrong with this inn? Shio lowered her voice and asked cautiously. I don't know either. Si Ruochen shook his head. It was also his first time here. He had been practicing since he came to the western region and didn't go out much at all. As soon as he went out, he met Jiu. Shiyue, do you think there might be a ghost here? Shiyue was a little frightened and shuddered when she thought of the scary appearance of ghosts. Even now she can deal with ordinary ghosts, but she can't bear the visual impact. Probably. Chi-Chi nodded seriously, deliberately scaring Ji Yao. Only now did she realize that this girl was actually afraid of ghosts. Bah. It's definitely impossible. Ji Yao shook her head, and then said, let's go out for a walk first. It's too stuffy in here. She couldn't admit that she was afraid of encountering something. She still needed to save face. Well, let's go. Chi-Chi suppressed a smile and did not expose her. The 3 of them got a room and ran away. The reaction of those people just now made them feel a little unsure. It is this unknown that is the most terrifying. After the 3 people left, a black mist suddenly appeared in the hall. The black mist tore a few times and formed a human face. It's just that this face is extremely scary, with misaligned facial features and a pair of empty eyes, which at first glance looks almost like a ghost. It's been a long time since I've smelled such a fragrant smell. Tiantian's lips were filled with nostalgia, and a light flashed in his empty eyes. He paused in midair for a while, then turned into black mist again and disappeared into the hall. After Xiao and the other 3 came out, they began to wander around the stalls outside. The 3 of them were all in high spirits, especially Xiao. After all, July was a big picker, and the feeling of picking up bargains was not a good one. Even if you can't pick it up yourself, it's not bad to watch her pick it up. Fellow Taoist, you are really discerning. I found this in the secret realm of Lu Feng. It's a big treasure. As soon as the stall owner saw Chi-Chi picking up a piece of silk, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he started to brag. Big baby, why don't you keep it for yourself and sell it? Si Ruochen said mockingly, which was all he could say. Jia praised Si Ruochen from the side. Only Si Ruochen could do such a shameless thing. Ahem. Didn't I want to leave the treasure to the destined person? The stall owner was a little embarrassed when he was asked. Everyone was so bragging. How could he meet such a monk? Chapter 756, Meeting Rongli Again. How many spiritual stones is this? Chiyu asked casually. In fact, her real target was another piece of cloth. 100 medium-grade spiritual stones. The stall owner offered the price with a smile. Why don't you go grab it? 100 low-grade spiritual stones are almost enough. Si Ruochen laughed in anger. This stall owner was really a big talker. The minimum is only 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones. If you don't want it, forget it. The stall owner shook his head. There are so many people recently. Even if they don't want it, maybe someone will take it back and buy it back? Then let's use these 2 pieces of cloth as a supplement. Chiyu pretended to pick up the other 2 pieces casually. The stall owner stared at the 2 pieces of cloth carefully, but still didn't see anything special about them. So he finally agreed. Chiyu took out the spirit stone and paid it to the stall owner, then collected all 3 pieces of cloth. Chiyu smiled. Others didn't know what it was, but she knew it. These are fragments of ancient battlefield maps. I don't know how many of them I have collected in July. I still want to join in the fun then. The 3 of them continued walking. After a while, Chiyu fell in love with another stone. Gio looked at Chiyu with envy. Why didn't she feel anything when she passed by? Sure enough, treasures are only available to those who are destined to have them. After shopping around by myself, there was no one who was destined to have them. After surviving the calamity of death, I was finally not so unlucky. But on the contrary, my luck was not as good as before. What opportunities could have been gained by going through some dangers in the past? But now there are none. This luck is really a mystery. And I don't know if it will get better in the future. Chi-Chi looked at the stone on the stall, her heart beating a little fast. The space in the body suddenly burned, and a golden elixir became hot. This is a treasure. She stretched out her hand, intending to buy it. But suddenly Cheng Yaojin intervened and took it away. Stall owner, I bought this. How many spiritual stones are there? A familiar voice came. Jia looked up and found that it was Rongli. Rongli held the stone in his hand tightly. Okay. This treasure was almost bought by someone else. Fellow Taoist, this thing was the first thing we took a fancy to. Si Ruochen looked at Rongli with a gloomy expression. This thing was the first thing Chi-Chi took a fancy to. Really? But I picked it up first. Rongli smiled and looked towards Zhiyao and the others. Fellow Taoist Yi? Rongli didn't expect to see Zhiyao again, and was a little surprised for a while. And I didn't expect that after not seeing her for a while. Her cultivation level improved and she became more and more beautiful. Just standing there was a beautiful scenery. Rongli smiled handsomely, knowing that the person he liked was indeed a good match for him. Li, who is she? A beautiful female cultivator wearing red clothes, with a whip around her waist asked coldly. She has never seen Rongli be so passionate about any woman. He has always been gentle and polite with a kind of alienation. And he always treats them with aloofness. This is my friend, fellow Taoist Yi Chiyao. Rongli smiled confidently, which made Zhiyao want to slap him in the face. Si Ruochen and Chiyue didn't expect that Zhiyao and this male cultivator knew each other, so they both looked at her. Fellow Taoist Rong, Zhiyao said low with a cold face. This person is so narcissistic. If he had been a little more enthusiastic, he might have been able to come up with a book on his own. Chapter 757 The pot comes from the sky. Ha ha. Fellow Taoist Yi is also coming to the auction? Rongli didn't care about Zhiyao's indifference. It was this that made her stand out. Well, fellow Taoist Lu didn't come? Zhiyao didn't expect that there would be another person next to Rongli this time. And she didn't know why Lu Xiangyu didn't come. Rongli suddenly stopped smiling and said in a serious tone. She and I got separated in the secret realm of the Changha River before, and I haven't found her since. Zhiyao did not expect this answer. Although Lu Xiangyu was stupid, he was not a bad person. If I can't be contacted after the secret realm, I'm afraid something has happened. Zhiyu stopped talking. It was not easy to ask more questions about this kind of thing. Can you return the things to us? Si Ruochen also saw that Zhiyu didn't like this male cultivator, and was not polite at all. When Rongli saw how rude he was, a murderous intention flashed through his heart. But he smiled on his face. Since I am a good friend of fellow Taoist Yi, I will give it to you. Rongli gave the stone to Si Ruochen. But he already had bad intentions in his mind. Once you buy a treasure, you have to protect it. In July, he bargained with the stall owner and finally bought the stone. Rongli looked at Chi-Chi from the side. This woman was quite good, with excellent appearance and qualifications. If it weren't for Taoist companion Yi,
This woman would be suitable to be his Taoist companion. However, it is good for her to be his concubine. Isn't it a beautiful thing for two sisters to serve him together? He was so confident in himself that these women would fall in love with him as long as he showed kindness to them. This is not because he is conceited, but because his experience has given him confidence. The daughter of some big family, the eldest sister of a sect, the saint of the demon clan, the daughter of a hidden family. Too many women fall in love with themselves. Cute, innocent, hot, all types. This only shows that he is absolutely attracted to women. As soon as the things were bought, Ji Yao dragged Chi Chi and the others away. This big stallion really made her want to beat him. But she wasn't sure she could beat him. So she couldn't act rashly. Otherwise she would have turned against him long ago. Every time she saw the other person's confident expression, she complained speechlessly, especially wanting to pry open his head to see what he was thinking.
Stay away from him. He has no good intentions.
Chi Yue frowned and warned Jia, fearing that she would be deceived. Just by looking at him, she knew what the male cultivator was thinking. She saw too many people like this when she was on a mission in her previous life. He had a lot of mistresses, hugging him from left to right. And he was obsessed with confidence when he was powerful, thinking that all women were the same as him.
I know. He is not a good person.
Jia nodded seriously. Lu Xiangyu was so infatuated with him. But as a result, he hooked up with another woman in the blink of an eye. She doesn't want this kind of scumbag as a friend.
Li, do you like her very much?
The female cultivator in red took the whip in her hand, slapping it time and time again, looking at Ji Yao's back.
Don't try to trick her.
Romley glanced at the female cultivator in red. She was the most possessive among all the women. If she really heard Daoist he, then his plan would be in vain.
Don't worry. How can I be willing to do anything to the person you care about the most?
The female cultivator in red smiled evilly. She was really tired of living if she dared to compete with her for a man. The female cultivator looked like a beautiful girl from a large sect. She was so stupid that it was easy to bully her. Chapter 758 Black Mist Sneak Attack. Shio didn't know that she had been defined as a silly girl of heaven. After being disturbed by Romley, they didn't want to go shopping anymore. The few people returned to the inn, ordered spiritual food, and found a table in the hall to sit down. Shia looked at the inn while eating spiritual food. The whole city was very lively now. But this inn was really strange. But she herself didn't feel any discomfort. If the killing here was serious, both she and Xiaolian would be aware of it. But after entering, they all felt that there was nothing unusual. But based on everyone's reactions, the most unusual thing is that there is no abnormality.
Shopkeeper, are there any more?
Ling Ji had just stepped into the inn and wanted to ask if there were any rooms. But he suddenly saw Ji Yao in the hall, and his next words were frightened away. How could he be so unlucky to meet this evil star again? At that moment, he didn't want to stay in the hotel anymore. So he turned around and planned to leave.
Hey, isn't this a senior Buddhist cultivator?
Jia saw Ling Ji at this time and raised her eyebrows and shouted.
Ha ha. I didn't expect to meet my little friend again. We are really destined.
Ling Ji turned around and smiled flatteringly at Ji Yao. This evil star has reached the early stage of the golden core so quickly. I had nothing to do with her in the foundation building stage. So wouldn't it be even more impossible now?
There is indeed a fate, but I don't know whether it is a good fate or a bad fate.
She had curled her lips and smiled. But the original score had not yet been settled. It's just that hands are not allowed in this city. And the city has been very strict about the recent auction.
Ha ha. Little friend really loves to joke.
Ling Ji smiled awkwardly, feeling bitter in his heart.
Senior, do you want to stay in the hotel? Go quickly.
Shio smiled at Ling Ji. Ling Ji trembled. This evil star might as well have scolded him. His smiling look showed no good intentions at first glance. It seems that I have to run away as soon as the auction is over.
Then I'll go.
Ling Ji smiled, quickly went to the counter and opened a room, and then hid in the room and did not come out.
Stinky girl. This Buddhist cultivator is a little strange.
Si Ruochen was a little confused as to why this Buddhist cultivator looked so vulgar all over his body.
You should be careful. He is practicing evil Buddhism and is not a good person. I had a problem with him and was almost killed by him.
Jia warned the two of them with a serious expression. The Buddhist cultivator can't do anything to him. But they may not be able to do so in July.
I actually met the evil Buddha.
Si Ruochen frowned. He had also heard his master warn him to stay away from the evil Buddha. There is absolutely no morality in what they do. And they are almost like evil cultivators.
Let's go back and have a rest after eating. Tomorrow is the auction.
Ruochen had already made inquiries. After the three of them finished eating, they went back to their respective rooms. Jiu put down the array disc, started it, and then lay down and fell asleep. After a while, a piece of black mist passed through the array and came to Ji Yao's side. The black mist transformed into a human face again, looking at Ji Yao licking her lips sadly. Among the three, this little girl has the best qualifications and the best taste. He smiled evilly and suddenly drilled into Jia's head. But as soon as he entered, he was burned by the flower of the soul. Heiwu was startled and quickly slipped out. He stared at the sleeping Jia with fear on his face. This person actually had the nemesis of their clan, the
Flower of Divine Soul.
Chapter 759, the Soul Demon Clan. The
Flower of the Soul
must be formed with an extremely strong will and after some special opportunities. I didn't expect that such a cute-looking little girl could have it. If he hadn't run so fast just now, he would have died. Now he was still burned, and the area of the black mist was smaller. Heiwu felt extremely distressed. This was something he had grown up with great difficulty over the past billions of years. In the ancient war, my own clan was the invading party, but it caused great harm to Chiffon continent. Later, the invasion failed and most of the troops retreated. But he was unlucky enough to stay. For hundreds of millions of years, it has been hiding in this inn and eking out an existence, just for fear of being caught by the big guys when it gets out. As for their soul demon clan, they relied on absorbing human souls for cultivation. So gradually, the humans in their world disappeared, leaving only the monsters. This is also the reason why they want to invade this world. But the invasion was not just one kind of monster, but also monsters from several small worlds. Later, he absorbed the souls of the monks who came in and used them for practice. Because they could penetrate all obstacles, they were not easily discovered. And the human cultivator whose soul has been sucked by it cannot see anything strange. Everyone can only find that the human cultivator's soul has disappeared. Gradually, the bad reputation of this inn spread, and no one has stayed in it for a long time. I originally thought I could eat meat today, but I didn't expect it to happen. Heiwu glared at Ji Yao fiercely, and he could only go back to recuperate first, and find those two people another day. It doesn't believe that everyone has this flower of the soul. Although the black mist exited as soon as it came in, Shilian still saw the black mist with sharp eyes. But this black mist is very strange. With my sister's vigilance, it is impossible for her to not notice it. If he hadn't seen the black mist with his own eyes, it wouldn't have noticed it. Shilian was on guard the whole time, fearing that the black mist would come in again. One night passed. Shiyu also woke up.
Sister, a piece of black mist broke into the sea of consciousness last night.
Shilian quickly reported when she saw her waking up.
What?
Jia sat up straight and suddenly woke up. She immediately began to check the sea of consciousness and breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that there was no problem.
How come I didn't notice it at all?
Jia frowned, feeling frightened in her heart. If she hadn't been afraid of the soul attack, she would have died now. I still took it too lightly, thinking that with the formation, there wouldn't be much of a problem. From now on, you should try to stay vigilant when you go out.
I saw it too, but I couldn't detect it with my spiritual consciousness.
Shilian replied.
I wonder if anything happened to Chi-Chi and the others?
Ji Yao quickly got out of bed. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Chi-Chi and the others already standing at the door.
Are you okay?
Jia asked nervously.
What's wrong? Something happened to you?
Chi-Chio's heart trembled, and she looked at Ji Yao's whole body.
It's okay. Just hope you're okay. The auction will start soon. Let's talk as we walk.
Jia shook her head, closed the door, held Chi-Chi's hand, and left the inn.
Stinky girl. What happened to you?
Ruochen followed and looked at Jia worriedly.
I fell asleep last night. Xiaolian told me this morning that a piece of black mist floated into my sea of consciousness last night. But I was not afraid of the soul attack, so it ran away. But if it weren't for the naked eye, I wouldn't be able to detect it at all. Existence? So I didn't feel it at all.
Jia was a little scared when she thought about it now. Chapter 760. Emphasizing sex over friends.
You can't even notice it with your divine consciousness? And you should have set up a defensive formation. Right. There's no reaction?
Chi-Chi's heart sank as she heard that there are things that can penetrate the formation without being noticed at all, and can also evade the gods. Exploration of knowledge.
There is no reaction at all. And the formation disk is fine and not broken. I think this black mist must be attacking the soul. Most people in the city are afraid of it.
Gia shook her head. If the formation was disturbed, she would have been there long ago. I noticed it.
Then we have to be careful.
Chi-Chi looked at the two of them. And the black mist would probably take action.
I didn't let him succeed this time. And he will definitely cause trouble for you next time. You'd better be on spiritual defense at all times.
Jia was a little worried about Chiyue and the others.
Okay. Got it. Let's go to the auction house first.
Chiyue smiled lightly and led the two of them into the auction house. At this time, Nuada's auction house was already full of people. Jia took a look and saw that there were at least a few hundred people, not counting the people in the box.
Do any of my fellow Taoists have reservations for private rooms?
A waiter came over and asked politely. Si Ruochen casually handed over a token, and the waiter immediately became more polite when he saw it.
It turns out to be the person from Venerable Qin Mo. Please come with me.
After the waiter said that, he took the three of them to the box on the second floor.
Fellow Taoist, this is our auction this time. You can take a good look at it. If you need anything else, just ask the maid at the door.
The waiter handed the auction list to Si Ruochen with a smile, and then left respectfully.
TSK. It's rare to be able to participate in an auction in a box.
Jia smiled and sat down, supporting her head with one hand while teasing Si Ruochen.
Oh, are you? The eldest daughter of the Yi family? Pretending to be poor?
Si Ruochen curled his lips and handed the auction list to Chiyue.
TSK. 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 The ancients honestly didn't deceive me. It's true that when you have a sweetheart, you forget about your brothers.
Jia shook her head with a fake sigh.
Go away. Who treats you as a brother?
Si Ruochen's face suddenly turned red, and he said to Zhiyao while squinting at Chi-Chi. He was relieved and a little disappointed when he found that Chi-Chi carefully checked the auction list and did not notice Zhiyao's words. Zhiyao shook her head in her heart. In fact, she did it on purpose. In fact, it was quite obvious in Chiyue. She hoped that Si Ruochen could understand what Chiyue meant and give up on her own. Once this idea is exposed like in the original work, things will change between him and Chiyue. Jia doesn't want the friendship between the three to deteriorate, nor does she want Si Ruochen to fall deeper and deeper into the trap, eventually taking the path in the original work. However, although Si Ruochen still became a demon cultivator, it was very different from the original work. In the original work, he was hunted down and ended up practicing magic. He didn't have any teachers or friends. He only had a miserable childhood in Chiyue, who fell in love with Shangwan Nanxian. In the end, Si Ruochen lost his mind and became a villain. He died under Shangwan Nanxuan's sword and in front of Chiyue. But things are different now. Si Ruochen has a master who cares about him, and they're two friends. But you still have to find an opportunity to chat with him alone and clarify his thoughts. Si Ruochen didn't know that Ji Yao had already thought about his original life. He was still immersed in Chi-Chi's reaction just now.
Take a look.
Chi-Chi finally raised his head at this time and handed the auction list to Ji Yao with a smile. Chapter 761 Auction. Jia took the auction list, took a quick look, and quickly locked her eyes on a heavenly and earthly spiritual object. The
Ling Chi Ling fruit, Spirit Enlightenment fruit,
is mainly used to open spiritual wisdom to monsters or natal magic weapons. This fruit can only bear one on a tree at a time, and it takes 1,000 years to mature. It is a truly priceless spiritual creature from heaven and earth. Jia's heart suddenly beat faster. This thing is really useful for today's books. Shushu just spent his soul power, causing Yu Lingji to return to its original state. If he takes a photo of this Lingji fruit, he can wake up. Xi Yao immediately scanned several storage rings and breathed a sigh of relief looking at the piles of spiritual stones. He has tens of millions of top-grade spiritual stones, and there are still millions of top-grade spiritual stones in the storage ring that Nangong Yu gave him. You don't know it until you look at it, but you are shocked when you look at it. You really are a rich woman. Jia smacked her lips. Senior brother Nangong is really a rich man, and he can give away millions of top-quality spiritual stones to anyone, which is too scary. Think about yourself again. The spiritual stones that you and Chi-Chi and the others found when they went through the tribulation were all washed away, with no ashes left. Now these assets are all gifts she received.
Anyone you like?
Chi-Chi guessed that she had something he liked when he saw her cheerful look.
Yes. I want to take a picture of this spiritual fruit.
Jiu didn't hide it and pointed it out directly.
Well, this thing is good, but I'm afraid it's not cheap.
Si Ruochen also came back to his senses at this time, and nodded to the chilling fruit on the auction list.
Well, no matter how expensive it is, I will take a picture of it.
Xia directly expressed her determination. No matter how many spiritual stones there are, they can't compare to Shu Shu.
Okay, if you don't have enough spirit stones, come to me.
Cai Chen stopped teasing Xia at this time, and it was obvious that she really needed this.
Use mine as you wish.
Qi smiled lightly. The best thing about him was the spirit stone.
Hee hee. I heard you say that. Then I will let go of my hands and shoot.
Xia looked at the two of them with a smile. Her friends were all rich.
Welcome all fellow Taoists to come from afar to participate in our auction. There are a total of 51 lots in this auction. I hope you can get what you want. Next, we will start auctioning our first lot. Flowing Moon Slash.
A middle-aged monk said as he unveiled the red cloth on the side.
Liu Zhan is a Tianji sword cultivation technique that can be practiced by all demons and spiritual cultivators. I won't say much about its value. The starting price is 1 million high-grade spiritual stones.
As soon as he finished speaking, the entire hall fell silent. The starting price was 1 million high-grade spiritual stones, which was really scary. However, the Tianji cultivation technique does have this value. It is really a big deal for this auction house to auction the Tianji cultivation technique from the very beginning.
2 million.
Cai Chen called out the price. He was a sword cultivator, and this technique was tailor-made for him.
3 million.
Came a slightly familiar voice. Xia frowned, and it was Rongli again.
5 million.
Cai Chen bid again.
10 million.
Rongli glanced at the box where Xia was sitting. There were so few sword cultivators, so he didn't expect to meet one.
Li, you are too kind to Sister Qi. You gave her such an expensive skill.
The female cultivator in red pursed her lips in jealousy. She was not so generous to herself.
Of course you can't be stingy with your own woman.
Rongli gently pinched the cheek of the female cultivator in red and said lovingly. Chapter 762 Goes Pill.
Then you should be nicer to me.
The female cultivator in red hugged Rongli's arm and said, whatever she wants, she will definitely find a way to get it.
Of course. What a little fool.
Rongli gently scratched the nose of the female nun in red, causing her face to turn red immediately, and she threw herself into his arms.
12 million.
Cai Chen continued to bid. The people in the hall didn't expect that there would actually be people fighting for it. There were really too few sword cultivators, and now there were only 2 of them. It was really interesting. Everyone is happy to watch this excitement, and at the same time, they are envious of the two's wealth. After all, there are many treasures behind them. Rongli frowned. This man was really ignorant and actually competed with him for something. He silently calculated his spirit stones. He had a lot to take pictures of this time, especially the
Ling Chi fruit,
which he was bound to get. I had previously obtained an egg in the River of Time, and inside it was a mythical beast called Green Dragon. It's just that the Green Dragon was sealed. Even if it hatched, it was like an ordinary spiritual beast. It didn't open up its spiritual intelligence at all, and it didn't accept the inheritance of the divine beast. Therefore, this
Ling Enlightenment fruit
is very important. As long as the spiritual intelligence of the dragon is opened, its cultivation speed will increase exponentially, which will be a great help to me in the future. Although Senior Long Tian is also a blue dragon, he only has a residual soul left, and it is not his contracted spirit beast. So this green dragon is very important. If he spent too many spiritual stones on this technique, he was worried that he would not be able to take pictures later, and then the gain would outweigh the loss. But when he thought about how much he had boasted in front of his woman just now, he couldn't help but give up like this.
15 million.
Rongli made a bid. This was the highest value he could accept. If the other party made another bid, he would give up.
16 million.
Cai Chen bid again. After all, he was also someone who had mined before, so he was not short of money.
No one has bid yet. 16 million once. 16 million twice. 16 million 3 times. Deal done.
The middle-aged man smiled. This first lot was much more than original value.
Next, the second lot.
The auction continued, and Rongli's face darkened. This man made himself lose face in front of women. The female cultivator in red smiled, but she couldn't take a photo. It seems that Sister Qi is not very important in Li's heart. On the other side, the maid brought the skills into Xia and the box, and left after collecting Cai Chen's spirit stone. This time, the bidding was just between the 2 of them, and no one else participated, which made it a lot easier. Cai Chen looked at the technique happily. But he didn't expect that there would be an unexpected surprise when he came out this time. More than 10 auction items passed by. And except for Chi-Chi, who took some pictures, Ji Yao and Si Ruochen did not move.
The next lot was sent by a Taoist friend to our auction house for auction. It is a lost elixir. The ghost pill.
The middle-aged man smiled mysteriously, uncovered the red cloth, and several elixirs suddenly appeared. Chiyu was stunned and turned to look at Chiyue. Could it be that Chiyue sent the photo?
It's not me.
Chiyue shook her head. Although she could refine the ghost pill, the success rate was still not high, and it was impossible to put it up for auction. Chiyu didn't expect anyone besides Chiyue to refine the ghost pill. It seems that the original work can only describe a small part of the world, and there are many other capable people and strangers. Chapter 763 Utsushi. It's just that this plot seems familiar to me. Isn't it the same plot as the one at the auction in July?
Lee, you are so powerful. You can master lost elixirs like ghost pill.
The female cultivator in red looked at Ronli with admiration. She just took a fancy to his various talents. He was really excellent.
It's a piece of cake.
Ronli smiled. He was the protagonist of this world.
Everyone must have heard the name of the ghost nether pill. Jioyo has abundant spiritual cultivation resources. But we are suffering from the lack of elixirs and cannot go to Jioyo. But now with this Jioyo pill, we can go to Jioyo, travel smoothly in the quiet. The starting price is 100,000 yuan for a high-grade spiritual stone.
After finishing speaking, the middle-aged man raised his eyes and looked at the box on the 3rd floor. These pills are actually prepared for those big guys. After all, ordinary monks don't dare to go to Jioyo like this.
200,000. 300,000. 500,000.
The big guys in the box on the 3rd floor have indeed taken action. They have been coveting Jioyo for a long time.
1 million.
Came an enchanting and sexy female voice, which immediately made Jiyu's scalp numb and goosebumps all over her body.
Oh my god! This voice is really that.
Jiyu rubbed her hands. Just listening to the voice, she could imagine that this was a gorgeous and unrivaled beauty.
It sounds better than yours.
Si Ruochen pulled the corner of his mouth and smiled.
Ha.
Jiyu rolled her eyes. She still admitted that it sounded better than hers. When Ronli in the other box heard the voice, his heart went numb. His eyes brightened slightly, and he glanced a few more times toward the box where the voice came from.
1 million once. 1 million twice. 1 million 3 times. Deal.
The first pill was auctioned for 1 million. Next, another pill started to be auctioned. Soon, the elixir was delivered to the box. Utsushi leaned lazily on the chair, with the collar of her red dress slightly open, making her looming and particularly attractive. The maid looked up and quickly lowered her head, her ears quickly turning red.
Ha. She's really cute.
Utsushi looked at the maid and covered her mouth and laughed.
Here you go. Take it.
She took out a few top-quality spiritual stones and handed them to the maid.
Thank you, Senior.
The maid was immediately overjoyed. One top-quality spiritual stone was worth 1,000 high-grade spiritual stones. Utsushi waved his hand lazily, and after the maid went out, he picked up the pill and put it in front of his eyes to look at it, with a flash of amusement in his eyes. The auction was in full swing. Jiyu watched these rich people throwing away money and sighed in her heart. Everyone is so rich. The people in those halls have no fighting power at all and can only take pictures of ordinary things. The good things are all taken away by people in the box. Competition among everyone is fierce, and every bid is filled with the smell of gunpowder.
Next, there is one of our big treasures. One of the highlights of today. The Cheeling fruit.
As soon as the middle-aged man pulled away the red cloth, everyone started talking. This thing is very tempting to everyone.
The Spirit Awakening fruit can unlock spiritual intelligence for magic weapons or spiritual beasts. Everyone knows its value, so I won't say more. The starting price is 10 million high-grade spiritual stones.
The middle-aged man smiled confidently. This thing will definitely work. Being robbed. Sure enough, someone immediately called for a price.
20 million. 30 million. 40 million.
Jia stuck her tongue out as she listened to the skyrocketing bidding price. These people were too fierce. Chapter 764 photographed.
50 million.
Ronli took action.
60 million. 70 million. 100,000 top-grade spiritual stones.
Jiyu also took action. She was bound to get this spiritual fruit. But she didn't believe that even if she threw all the spiritual stones on it, there would still be people competing with her.
Wow!
The crowd in the hall immediately became excited. This is hundreds of millions of high-grade spiritual stones. These people are really rich. On the contrary, the private room became quiet. Everyone felt Jia's determination and thought about whether to make a bid. Rongley clenched his hands into fists and unexpectedly inserted Cheng Yaojin halfway.
Li, don't you think this voice sounds familiar to you?
The woman in red asked, pretending to be curious. But in fact, she had already recognized who it was. Sure enough, Rongley's expression turned even worse.
110,000.
Rongley called out the price in a deep voice. His voice was so obvious that fellow Taoist he should be able to hear it and withdraw from the bidding.
20,000.
Yutzishi also joined the bidding. Just joining in the fun. Spiritual stone? She has no shortage.
150,000.
Jia said lightly. Rongley didn't expect that Jia would even bid. And his face suddenly became distorted.
Li, miss, you must have not heard your voice. If she had, she would definitely not argue with you.
The female cultivator in red continued to fan the flames, trying to arouse Rongley's anger.
Huh!
Rongley sneered. The monk has such a good memory. How could he not hear it? A flash of disappointment suddenly flashed through his heart. He didn't expect fellow Taoisti to treat him like this. But as he thought about it, his eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that she was using this method to attract his attention? Or do you think you want it and plan to take a photo and give it to yourself to create a surprise for yourself? Thinking of this possibility, he smiled and stopped participating in the bidding. The things were all his own anyway. Jia, who was concentrating on the bidding, didn't know that Rongley thought of her this way. If she knew, she would only tell him, Nobu is a disease and needs to take medicine.
200,000.
She bid again. And several boxes were still competing with her.
1 time for 200,000. 2 times for 200,000. 3 times for 200,000. Deal done.
The middle-aged man banged the hammer excitedly. Their auction house had made a fortune.
And go find out who took the photo.
A man in black sat in the box and ordered his subordinates.
Yes.
And followed the order and approached Chi Yao's box.
It's really interesting.
The man in black smiled and knocked on the table with his hand.
Congratulations, stinky girl. I got the shot.
Si Ruachan looked at Jia with admiration. He originally thought he was rich enough, but he didn't expect that he was like a beggar on the street.
Hee.
Jia held the box in her hand and narrowed her eyes. It had been a long time since she heard the sound of shoo-shoo, and she missed it very much.
Come on. Look at you like that.
Si Ruachan curled his lips. This girl sometimes seemed to be missing a string. Looking at Jia's silly look, Chiyua stretched out her hand and rubbed her head lovingly. When the waiter sent the chilling fruit away, and he happened to bump into him, he could only see Ji Yao's back through the crack in the door. After the box door was closed, he went back to resume his life. The auction house kept the information about the box confidential, and he couldn't find out much.
Master, I saw the back of the female cultivator. She was wearing a golden robe, and there was a man and a woman beside her. I could see their appearance clearly.
Chapter 765 Tale.
Oh, is it gold?
The man in black leaned back on the chair and twirled his finger in one hand. And he was still waiting for his next words. But the man in black stopped talking. When Yami saw this, he stood in the corner. Jia did not participate in the bidding for the next lots. Although they were all treasures, she had no use for them. Those magic weapons and spells had nothing to do with her as a sword cultivator. Si Ruachan and Chiyua, on the other hand, took a lot of photos. It was almost dark when the auction ended, and everyone was still talking about today's excitement while walking. Xiao and the other three also stood up, thinking about how to get out.
Are we going out like this? Are you sure we won't be robbed?
Xia asked worriedly, as she thought of the spiritual enlightenment fruit in the storage ring.
That's how the demon realm is. There are no measures at all. But nothing will happen in the city. But you can't tell when you leave the city.
Si Ruachan explained to Zhiyao. Because the demon cultivators are more direct, and will start fighting if they disagree. So it's not very good at covering up.
Let's go. I have a plan when we leave the city.
Chiyua pulled Zhiyao and led her out. Zhiyao felt relieved instantly when she heard that Chi Cho had a solution. The three of them walked out of the box together. As soon as they stepped out, several eyes fell on them. Everyone was originally curious about who the generous box was, but they didn't expect it to be three little kids. For a moment, people's hearts were a little confused. The man in black also saw Zhiyao at this time, and he raised his eyebrows in surprise. Such a stunning beauty. Zhiyao and the other three walked out of the auction house without squinting their eyes. After walking out, Jia took a deep breath. Being stared at by these people like prey really tested her mental endurance. She was ready to do whatever she wanted. Fortunately, everyone still abided by the rules.
Let's go back to the inn first. We'll leave in a few days when there are fewer people.
Siruachan was also a little worried. The looks in those people's eyes just now really worried him. Many magic cultivators robbed them directly if they saw something. Especially since a few of them were so weak. They must have been targeted.
Okay.
Jia couldn't wait. She wanted to go back and let Shushu wake up. The three of them quickened their pace and rushed back towards the inn.
And go check where they live.
The man in black ordered while looking at Ji Yao's back.
Yes.
And he followed the order. Yutsishi also walked out. As soon as she appeared, many people focused their attention on her. She smiled charmingly, and suddenly heard a sound of breathing around her. So she smiled even happier. She took steps to catch up with Jia and the others. She had a hunch that there would be something exciting to watch if she followed these three little guys. Ronli and the female cultivator in red also followed. As did many cultivators. Everyone stopped when they saw the inn where Jia and the others were staying. It seemed that they could only stop them elsewhere. But everyone is worried about whether the three of them can come out alive. If they die inside, how will they grab anything? This is the first time they hope their prey is alive and well. Ronli and the other two didn't know about the problem of this inn. So they walked in directly and booked a room. Just seeing how deserted the place was, Ronli always felt that something was wrong. But he couldn't tell what was wrong. He suppressed his uneasiness and led the female cultivator in red upstairs. The innkeeper sighed. He had been forced to work here for hundreds of years. He was just a resident at the beginning. Chapter 766. Shushu wakes up.
Master, they are in this inn.
And he led the man in black to the outside of the inn and continued.
It's just that all the people who stayed in this inn died quietly. So no one dared to stay there. The little guy is very brave.
The man in black smiled slightly and stepped in. And he also followed in. With his master here, nothing could pose a threat. As soon as Jia arrived in the room, she placed several array discs and released the chaotic sky fire. After taking a series of protective measures, she brought the chilling fruit to her consciousness.
Shushu!
Jia reached out and touched Shushu and called softly. The book lay quietly as always, just like an ordinary book of exercises.
Sister, is brother Shushu about to wake up?
Shilian came to Jiyu with some excitement. She was the only one in the sea of consciousness recently. And Xiao Baituan stayed in the Dantian with the white fox every day.
Yes, you will wake up soon.
Jia touched Shilian, and then placed the chilling fruit on the book with a serious look. Gradually, the chilling fruit became smaller and smaller, and finally disappeared completely, apparently absorbed by Shushu. Jia stared at Shushu nervously, expecting it to wake up. A quarter of an hour later, just when Jia was about to think she had failed, Shushu suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Jia quickly stretched out her hands to cover her eyes. When the light disappeared, what appeared in front of her eyes was the open book.
Shushu!
Jia called tentatively.
Master!
Shushu's slightly weak voice came.
Shushu! Are you awake? It's really great.
Jia excitedly rushed forward and hugged Shushu tightly.
Brother Shushu.
Shilian flew to Shushu's side excitedly and kept circling around him.
I'm fine.
Shushu just woke up and hadn't fully recovered yet, but still comforted Jiyo.
Thank you, Shushu. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to survive my death.
Jiyo had long wanted to say thank you to Shushu, but now she finally took this opportunity.
The main thing you need to survive the calamity of death is yourself.
Shushu doesn't take any credit. If the owner doesn't live up to his expectations, there's nothing he can do about it.
Let's not talk about this anymore. Are you feeling better now? Are you feeling uncomfortable?
Jiyo asked worriedly.
I'm still a little weak and will be fine in a while.
Shushu answered truthfully.
There are several bottles of spiritual springs and spiritual marrow here. You can use them to restore your body.
Xiao gave Shushu all the spiritual marrow that Nandongyu gave her.
Okay.
Shushu sucked all the bottle into his body.
Shilian, take care of brother Shushu. And I'll go out first.
Jia touched Shilian.
Don't worry, sister.
Xiaoyan calmed down at this time and stayed beside Shushu obediently. Xia nodded and left the sea of consciousness. Shushu woke up, and the big stone in Yiya's heart was finally removed. At this time, it was completely dark. Xiyu received the message from Chiyue, walked out of the room, and walked towards the hall on the first floor. As soon as she reached the stairs, her steps stopped. Why are there so many people in this inn in just a short time? And who can tell her why this annoying guy Rongli is here?
Fellow Taoist Yi.
Rongli smiled gently at Ji Yao and took the initiative to greet her. The man in black turned his head and glanced at Rongli with an inexplicable expression, and then looked at Ji Yao again.
Ha ha. Fellow Taoist Rong.
Ji Yao tugged at the corners of her mouth and forced a smile. She continued going downstairs, and finally walked to sit next to Chi Chi. Chapter 767, Strike Up a Conversation.
Eat it.
Chi Chi put the spiritual food in Ji Yao's bowl. Ji Yao raised her head and smiled sweetly, then picked up the spiritual food and ate it. The man in black looked at Ji Yao's smile and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, staring at her unabashedly. Yu Cixi observed everyone. Everyone's attention seemed to be on the little girl who was immersed in eating. She stood up, walked to the table where the man in black was sitting, and sat down.
Fellow Taoist, do you mind if Cixi sits down for a while?
Yu Cixi flipped her hair and looked at him lovingly and asked.
Fellow Taoist, please excuse me.
The man in black put away his smile and glanced at Yu Cixi lightly.
Fellow Taoist's demeanor is really not worthy of this ordinary face.
Yu Cixi stared at the man in black, trying to see his true appearance under his disguise.
You look ugly down there, but it stains the eyes of fellow Taoists.
The man in black said calmly. He was not interested in this kind of woman. Rongli looked at Ji Yao and Chi Yue for a while, and then at Yu Cixi. The three of them were all top-notch, but they all deliberately pretended to ignore him at this time. Is it popular among women nowadays to play hard to get? He curled his lips and smiled. No matter how outstanding a woman was, she would be his. On the other side, Jia took a few bites and then arranged a soundproof formation.
I always feel that there is something wrong with the man in black.
Jia glanced at the man in black and said to Chiyua and the others.
Why is there a problem?
Chiyua raised her eyebrows, wanting to hear Jia's judgment.
I always feel that he is disguised. Look at his temperament, which always makes me feel very inconsistent with his temperament.
Jia frowned. At that time, she felt strange when she first saw him.
Very good.
Chiyua smiled with satisfaction, and then explained directly.
He has indeed changed his appearance, and he has hidden his cultivation. His real cultivation is in the early stage of becoming a god. Early stage of transformation?
Si Ruochen was shocked. Are all the monks of transformation focusing on them?
Yeah.
Chi-Chi nodded.
However, I don't feel that he is hostile to us, so it shouldn't be a big problem.
Chi-Chi actually felt that he was a bit disobedient, so she used the eye of deception from the beginning. Sure enough, everything is a disguise.
Looking at his temperament, he should be a handsome man.
Jia guessed that he was a handsome guy. After all, there were not many ugly people in the world of cultivation.
It's indeed good.
Chi-Chi nodded with a smile.
Is senior brother Nandong good-looking?
Jia asked curiously. If Chi-Chi feels good, then it must be very good.
No.
Chi-Chi shook her head. Nandong Yu was the most handsome person she had ever seen.
Oh.
Jia nodded. Sure enough, no one could surpass senior brother Nandong's beauty.
Although he is not hostile, we must pay attention, especially to you.
Chiyua tapped Chiyu's forehead.
Me?
Jia pointed to herself in confusion. What happened to herself?
It's okay. Just be careful.
Chiyua smiled and didn't say much. Maybe it was her misunderstanding. She always felt that the man in black was paying attention to Jia. Could it be for the spirit enlightenment fruit? After the three people finished discussing, they withdrew their formation and planned to go upstairs. When Jia walked next to the man in black, a chopstick suddenly fell in front of her. Jia immediately stopped to avoid stepping on it.
Sorry. I almost accidentally hurt fellow Taoist.
The man in black stood up and looked at Jia with an apologetic tone.
It's okay.
Jia shook her head. It was just a chopstick. Chapter 768 Black Mist Attacks Again.
I'm on a Qianan night. Can you tell me your name?
The man in black clasped his fists in salute and took the initiative to introduce himself.
Night 17.
Jia smiled faintly and gave her name. You can't help but laugh. This is a cultivator of the transformation of God.
It turns out to be fellow Taoist Yi.
Qian Hanya smiled slightly. He liked the girl's eyes and her smile.
We'll go up first. You guys can chat slowly.
Chiyu smiled, then pulled Chiyu away. Rongli watched everything from the side. His face already very ugly. We were all men, and he could guess with his toes what the man in black wanted to do. You actually want to steal a woman from him? Qian Hanya glanced at Rongli meaningfully, curled his lips and smiled. and then went upstairs. And he followed behind him honestly. But he was a little curious about Ji Yao. This was the first time he saw his master take the initiative to talk to a woman. And he still used this lame way of talking. Of course, he would not tell his master how cliché his method was. Yutsushi lazily leaned back on the chair and became more interested in Qian Hanya. It was rare for a man to be so cold to her. And it's so mysterious and mysterious. It's really full of temptation.
This fellow Taoist. I'm Ronli.
Seeing them all leaving, Ronli stood up and came to Yutsushi, intending to get acquainted with him. But before he finished speaking, Yutsushi suddenly stood up and turned around to go upstairs without even looking at him. Ronli's face darkened, and his heart was filled with anger. This man actually didn't take him seriously. This reminded him of his former fiancée.
Li, this person is too arrogant.
The female cultivator in red came over and grabbed Ronli's arm, glaring at Yutsushi's back angrily. Ronli's face became even darker. This was the second time today that he had been embarrassed in front of a woman. He sneered and remembered Yutsushi. One day he will make her fall deeply in love with him. And then he will cruelly abandon her and make her pay the price for what she did today. He shook off the hand of the nun in red and went straight back to the room. The female cultivator in red looked at Ronli's back. A hint of confusion flashed in her eyes, and then followed him. One day, she will conquer this man's heart and make him feel only about herself. Late at night came again. She chose to learn the formation without rest. Black mist appeared in the lobby. He smiled sinisterly and brought a lot of delicious food today. He floated all the way up. And when he passed the door of Xiao, he floated over in a flash. He didn't want to provoke the evil star. He wandered around several rooms for a while, and finally chose July's room. Others either have better cultivation or worse qualifications. July is the best choice. He couldn't wait to get in, and saw Chi-Chi meditating with his eyes closed. His eyes lit up. What a great opportunity. He quietly passed through the formation, came to Chiyue, and plunged into Chiyue's sea of consciousness. After entering the sea of consciousness, Heiwu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she did not have the flower of the soul. He came to Chiyue's soul in a wretched manner, opened his mouth wide and bit into it. At this moment, a ball of fire suddenly appeared, and he swallowed it in one gulp.
Ah!
The 9 netherworld fire began to burn Heiwu as soon as it was swallowed, causing Heiwu to scream in pain. Chiyue's consciousness came to the sea of consciousness and looked at the black mist that started to smoke with vigilance. Heiwu was in so much pain that he quickly spat out the 9 netherworld fire. He didn't care about anything else at the moment and ran away. Chapter 769 Nemesis. Chi-Chi didn't know what it was, and didn't dare to stop it. She could only let Jiuyo Ninghui take action. Black mist ran out of Chiyue's sea of consciousness and fled outwards, with Jiuyo Ninghui chasing after him. Seeing Heiwu running out, Chi-Chi pushed open the door to the room and followed him. In the silent environment, this sound seemed particularly abrupt. Everyone was startled by the sound, opened the door, and followed out curiously. Jiuyo was shocked when she heard the sound. Could it be that someone was attacked by the black mist? She immediately opened the door, and soon found Chiyue running into the hall.
July!
Chiyue was shocked when she saw this, and immediately flew over in the air. Seeing the 9 netherworld fire chasing the black mist in the hall, she immediately called out the Chaos Sky Fire. The Chaos Heavenly Fire absorbed the fire spirit, and has successfully advanced to the 2nd level. The flames are a bit brighter. It flew towards the black mist, immediately startling the black mist.
Why is there such a ghost thing here?
Heiwu couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw Chaos Skyfire. He had seen this thing hundreds of millions of years ago, when a small world was born. It was also this ghost that caused their clan to fail in their invasion of that world.
Chiyue, are you okay?
Ruachan also rushed over nervously, and looked at Chiyue nervously. Chiyue just shook her head, her whole body filled with murderous aura, staring coldly at the black mist moving around. Qian Hanya walked to Ji Yao's side in a few steps.
Can you help?
He looked at Ji Yao with a faint smile. If he admitted it correctly, this thing should be a monster. Monsters are different from demon cultivators. Demon cultivators are human beings who have practiced demonic skills. But monsters are monsters from birth. The most common monsters are inner demons. These are bad things that often destroy human beings for cultivation and have no moral sense. Therefore, whenever a monster appears, it must be dealt with. Once it grows stronger, it will be difficult to destroy it.
Yeah.
Jiuyo nodded. The 2 strange fires couldn't catch up with him at all. They caught up with them immediately. but they suddenly dissipated into countless particles and appeared from a new place. Qian Hanya nodded, stretched out his hand, and pinched the black mist. And Ji Yao also popped up a thunder net and threw it towards the black mist. A frightening aura of destruction came, shocking the onlookers, and everyone recognized it as the Nine Heavens' divine thunder. Unexpectedly, someone could control the Nine Heavens' divine thunder. He Wu felt the Nine Heavens' divine thunder and was very irritable. Why was he so unlucky? Everything that could harm him had arrived. Originally, many attacks from monsters like myself were ineffective against them, which was why their clan could grow stronger. Unexpectedly, I met my nemesis today. The divine thunder blocked its path, and it could only move within a small area. It was quickly caught by Qian Hanya.
God Transformation Monk?
He Wu also noticed the other party's cultivation at this time and shouted in surprise. This kid actually hit his cultivation. Qian Hanya smiled and pinched it hard.
Ah!
Black mist yelled in pain and quickly dispersed into small particles. But when it condensed again, it was already a part smaller. Yutsushi lazily leaned against the fence and stared at a few people with interest. These people were not simple. She smiled slightly, flew up, came to Black Mist, and grabbed him. Then a lotus flower appeared in her hand, emitting a burst of red light.
Ah!
He Wu struggled painfully again. Chapter 770 Buddhist Cultivation. Everyone was shocked by the red lotus that appeared in Yutsushi's hand. It was not that the red lotus was scary, but that it was a Buddhist object. And the light burning now is the power of merit. Jia looked at Yutsushi in surprise, and once again understood the truth that people should not be judged by their appearance. Such a stunning beauty turned out to be a Buddhist cultivator. Black Mist yelled unwillingly, saying that it still had great plans and great deeds to complete, and it was unwilling to die like this. It has been waiting for hundreds of millions of years for the Soul Demon clan to invade again so that it can go home. But it's useless to be unwilling. Its size is getting smaller and smaller, and its shouts are getting weaker and weaker, until finally, it completely dissipated between heaven and earth, as if it had never appeared before. Yutsushi took back her hand and smiled charmingly, casting a wink at Qian Hanya. Qian Hanya turned his face to the side, not wanting to look at her at all. Yutsushi didn't take it seriously and walked straight to Jia.
Little girl, I'm very interested in the red lotus on your forehead.
After Yutsushi finished speaking, she covered her mouth and laughed. Jia frowned. Before she could speak, Chiyue and Kyanhani stood in front of her at the same time, separating her from Yutsushi. Si Ruachin stretched out his hand and pulled her back, fearing that she would be poisoned.
If this fellow Taoist wants to take action against fellow Taoist, he must first pass Rongli.
At this time, Rongli jumped from the second floor to the hall, intending to find the right opportunity to save the beauty heroically.
Fellow Taoist, don't be afraid. With Rongli here, I won't let you make any mistakes.
Rongli smiled reassuringly at Jiyao, a smile that he thought was chic. Jiyao's brows twitched, and she couldn't even squeeze out a smile. To be honest, she felt Rongli was more terrifying.
TSK, Taoist friends are heartless. We just had dinner together in the evening, and now you have to deal with Sishi for another woman?
Yutsushi put away her smile and pretended to be about to cry.
Fellow Taoist, please respect yourself.
Qian Hanya looked at her lightly, thinking that this was too much.
Huh?
Yutsushi put away her performance, tilted her head and looked at Jio.
Little girl, would you like to sell me your red lotus?
After she finished speaking, she winked at Jiu.
Senior, I'm sorry. Junior can't sell this thing.
Jia also blinked at her, and she could feel that the other party had no ill intentions.
Hey, forget it if you don't want to sell it. When you want to sell it, remember to sell it to your sister.
Yutsushi threw a communication talisman to Jiao.
We are destined to meet again.
Yutsushi cast a flirtatious look at Jiao, and then walked away. Jiao's face turned red. This sister was too charming. Chi-Chi turned around and looked at her red face, reaching out to rub her head.
Fellow Taoist, I heard that a secret realm will appear in the demonic Cannibal Valley recently. I wonder if you are interested in going there together.
Qian Hanya took the initiative to invite Jiyao to come with him, wanting to know more about her. Jiyao looked at Chiyue. She listened to Chiyue.
Okay.
Chi-Chi nodded in agreement. It was all about experience anyway, and they just didn't know where to go next.
If fellow Taoist Qian don't dislike it, how about Rongli go with him?
Rongli took the opportunity to interrupt. He would never give him a chance to be alone with Jiyao.
Of course I don't mind. Fellow Taoist, please do.
Qian Hanya looked at him with a smile, but not a smile. He had seen this kind of people many times. And when given some opportunities, he thought he was invincible. Even a god transformation cultivator doesn't have this confidence. This guy is only at the golden elixir stage and doesn't take people seriously. Chapter 771 Dispatch. Rongli smiled lightly when he heard this and looked at Ji Yao. It seemed that he had to find a chance to be alone with her, so that she could have the opportunity to give the spirit enlightening fruit to him. Ji Yao's face was expressionless, pretending not to see Rongli. She felt that this person might not be able to deal with her by nature, and the two of them would one day stand on opposite sides.
Let's go back and rest first. We'll set off early tomorrow morning,
Qian Hanya said to Ji Yao. Immediately, everyone went back to their rooms. The female cultivator in red could not say anything during the whole process. After returning to the room, she began to think about how to get rid of Ji Yao. With so many people protecting her, he had to trick her into leaving her alone. As long as there is no one to protect her, then she is not allowed to be rounded and squashed by herself?
What are you thinking about? Huh?
Rongli lifted the chin of the female cultivator in red and smiled evilly.
I miss you.
The female cultivator in red smiled and took the initiative to get closer. And the two began to do something indescribable. Early the next morning, Jia left the room. When she arrived on the first floor, she discovered that the shopkeeper was missing. There was no such big movement last night, and he didn't come out. Was he scared away? Soon, everyone came down one after another. Everyone walked out of the inn together, and were soon spotted by the people following them. They had been waiting for Ji Yao to come out, and they didn't care even if there were more people now. After all, Qian Hanya's exposed cultivation level was only at the golden core stage. A group of people are all Jin monks, and they are really easy to bully. Jia and the others walked towards the city gate, and those people followed secretly, while others had already gone to ambush them in advance. Qian Hanya noticed it as soon as he came out. He curled his lips and smiled. It was really interesting. Naturally, he had to accept the gift he gave.
Shiyue, Siruachin, I think we are being watched. We must be careful when we leave the city later.
Jia secretly sent a message to Chiyue and the others. She is now more sensitive to other people's consciousness, and can easily I noticed it. As a god-forming monk, Qian Hanya must have noticed it long ago, and did not need to remind him. As for Rongli,
ha.
Chiyue and others looked at each other carefully. The people who competed with them at the auction were all big guys.
I have a teleportation talisman here. If you encounter danger, run away first.
Chiyue passed the message while passing the things to Jiao and Siruachin. Qian Hanya looked at the small movements between the three of them and nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that the three little guys were not those naive genius disciples. It wasn't until Ji Yao and the others left that Ling Ji appeared in a wretched manner and returned to the inn. He wanted to wait until Ji Yao and the others left before leaving slowly. But no matter how he thought about it, he was a little unwilling. Those people were so rich. But he couldn't do it. This was really frustrating. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and remembered the friend he had just met at the auction. He smiled evilly and immediately sent the messenger charm to his friend. That friend is not a vegetarian. When the time comes, let him deal with the evil stars and deal with other people by himself. This matter will be simple. He had also had a chance in the River of Time before, and it was more than enough to deal with a few Jin monks. His friend replied as soon as he received the message, and then rushed over, chasing Jiao and the others. At this time, Jiao and the others had already arrived at the city gate. The three of them looked at each other and then walked out. Sure enough, as soon as he walked out, several attacks came from different directions, and Jiao was the worst one. Chapter 772 Battle. Jiao was well prepared and immediately left the place with a teleport, causing the attack to miss. She chose a direction, struck with a thunder-attributed Kendo conception, and at the same time released a heavenly wolf to fly over. The man immediately dodged away and looked at Jiao with lingering fear. It turned out to be the Nine Heavens' divine thunder. Rongli had already sensed the danger and immediately hid with the female cultivator in red. Everyone chose to hide, except Qian Hanya and an E. They stood motionless. The attack fell on them, but not even a corner of their clothes was hurt. Qian Hanya didn't take these people to heart at all. Instead, he looked at Ji Yao in surprise, not expecting that she was a sword cultivator. The sword cultivators he had seen before were all either cold-tempered or irritable. It was rare to see such a soft and cute sword cultivator. And when she drew her sword, it was completely different from usual. They were two people. The besiegers failed to succeed in their sneak attack. So everyone stopped hiding and showed up. Everyone looked at Qian Hanya and an E with fear, secretly guessing whether these two people had any defensive treasures.
Fellow Taoists, as long as you keep the storage bags on your body, we will let you leave without any embarrassment. But if you resist, then don't even think about leaving alive.
A nascent soul stage demon cultivator smiled coldly, looking at Gio and the others with a sure chance of winning. It is too easy for them to deal with the few nascent soul cultivators here. He wouldn't have put forward this condition if he hadn't wanted to end it as soon as possible so that others wouldn't take advantage.
What if we don't stay?
Chiyua looked at him coldly. She hated people threatening them the most.
Oh, not staying? Then go die.
Monk Nascent Soul snorted coldly and slapped Chiyua with his palm. A shield suddenly appeared in Chiyua's hand, protecting herself firmly and blocking the palm. But she was still slightly injured. Jiya was startled. She teleported and suddenly appeared behind Mo Xiao and punched him hard. The demon cultivator didn't expect Xi Yao to have the courage to get close. He was hit without warning and fell forward. Fortunately, he stabilized his body quickly. Otherwise he would have to fall down. His face darkened, and he looked at Ji Yao, who had returned to the team with a murderous expression.
Since they don't want their lives, then we don't have to hold back. Let's all go together, and we will allocate them according to their work later.
The demon cultivator sneered and attacked Jiyu again. And everyone else also attacked. Jiya could only use reincarnation and use her fists and divine thunder at the same time. After all, there was a gap in cultivation. Chiyue chose to cooperate with Ji Yao. Sometimes it was fire. Sometimes it was earth thorns. Sometimes it was poisonous thorns. And occasionally it was a sword. The two of them made the demon cultivator feel a little overwhelmed. But despite their strength, they were still no match for him, and were injured one after another. Si Ruochen was even worse. Among them, he had the lowest cultivation level, and was only at the peak of foundation building. To these nascent souls, he was like a green onion. He was knocked out, hit the city wall, and then rolled down. Seeing this, Xian Hanya gave an eel look, and he nodded, blocked the attackers of Si Ruochen, and while protecting him, he shot at the demon cultivators. Xian Hanya's main focus was on defense, and he did not attack harshly as soon as he came. This was also a training opportunity for the little guy. Rongli took out his trident. With the bonus of the immortal weapon, his strength increased in a straight line. Chapter 773 Battle. He waved his trident, and a white smoky light suddenly flashed out, wrapping the opponent. In just a moment, the opponent condensed into ice. Taking advantage of the opponent's immobility, he stabbed the opponent's forehead with a poisonous needle, and it actually hit him. The man's pupils gradually enlarged and gradually lost their vitality, and his nascent soul ran out in a panic, trying to find a place to hide. The nascent soul was the most vulnerable, and any attack could destroy it. Rongli smiled coldly and swung the trident towards nascent soul, immediately smashing it into pieces. The female cultivator in red waved her whip to deal with the enemy while hiding behind Rongli. Her man is indeed the strongest. Qian Hanya stared at the trident in Rongli's hand. A flash of deep thought flashed in his eyes. This thing may not be simple. After all, it can allow Jin Dan monks to easily destroy Yuanying. At worst, it is worth the price of an immortal weapon. At this time, he finally understood where the other party's self-confidence came from. He had obtained such a rare thing as an immortal weapon, so it was no wonder that he would be self-inflated. But sometimes, getting these magic weapons may not be a good thing. The death of the nascent soul demonic cultivator shocked all the demonic cultivators. No one expected this ending. After reacting, everyone's attack became more intense. When Ling Ji came with his friends, what he saw was a very fierce fighting scene. He was stunned by the situation presented to him. Aren't the evil stars and others in the golden elixir stage? Is the current golden elixir stage so strong? His friend also paused. This was not a good situation.
We'd better not interfere now, and reap the benefits later,
he said with some reluctance. With so many multidimensional infant demon cultivators here, what do they have to do with them?
Well, you are right.
Ling Ji nodded with deep feeling. Both of them had the intention of shrinking back, but they were unwilling to show it, so they could only hide aside and watch secretly. In addition to them, there were many monks hiding aside and watching. Some just to watch the excitement, and some to wait until they were both injured and go out to pick up the slack. Poof! Ji Yao was injured by the nascent soul demonic cultivator, and flew backwards, falling right next to Ling Ji. Ji Yao was stunned when she saw Ling Ji, and then stood up suddenly. Ling Ji didn't expect this.
So she smiled at Jia. Fellow Taoist, are you okay? It's okay. Jia shook her head and rushed into the battlefield again. She knew that Ling Ji must have bad intentions. But now was not the time to deal with him. Jia and Chiyue have been injured. Although the nascent soul demon cultivator is not seriously injured. Seeing how tenacious they are, he has become extremely impatient. It stands to reason that the golden core cultivator cannot take a palm from the nascent soul cultivator. How can he be like them? A murderous look flashed at his eyes. And he took out his trump card. A sickle exuding demonic energy. This thing is not only full of demonic energy, but also full of demonic nature. As soon as nascent soul demonic cultivator held it in his hand, his eyes turned blood red, and his mind was completely blinded. He smiled ferociously, and swung it towards Zhiyao. And suddenly a black light flashed through. Poof! Zhiyao was knocked out again, with a long wound on her arm. And the demonic energy began to penetrate her body. Zhiyao spat out a mouthful of blood and fell weakly to the ground. The nascent soul demonic cultivator's combat power soared, and she was seriously injured in one move. At this time, she couldn't get up at all. She took out the elixir with difficulty and drank it. She closed her eyes and began to open the elixir. At the same time, the black and white gas began to repair her body. Chapter 774 Lingji's death. Chiyue was distracted by Ji Yao's injury, and was also knocked out by the demon cultivator. She fell to the ground and couldn't get up. She immediately activated her technique, and the surrounding plants suddenly began to wither, and would attribute spiritual energy rushed towards her to repair her injuries. Seeing that Ji Yao was injured, Xian Hanya finally took action. He slapped the nascent soul demon cultivator to the ground with one palm. He vomited blood and couldn't get up at all. He was already seriously injured. He followed the same pattern and attacked several other nascent soul demon cultivators. But Lingji came to Jiyu's side at this time. Seeing Jiya's eyes closed and seriously injured, he smiled cruelly. God really opened his eyes and gave me a chance to take action. He took out a dagger and slashed towards Ji Yao's neck. But before his hand came close, he paused. He lowered his head and looked at the sword thrust into his heart, too stunned to react. The other party was obviously seriously injured. This was an indisputable fact. But why did he still have the energy to kill him? He turned his head stiffly, wanting to ask his friend for help, but found that his friend had already run away. Jia stood up and pulled the yuan out. Lingji couldn't hold on any longer and fell to the ground, blood gradually infecting his surroundings. He opened his eyes wide and looked into the distance unwillingly. Jia glanced at Lingji's body coldly. This person should have been dealt with long ago. He had been trying to harm her several times, and was always a hidden danger. She ran to Chiyue in a few steps and looked around to protect her, fearing that she would face the danger she had just faced, if it weren't for the help of the black and white gas. When Lingji attacked her, she really couldn't resist. After a while, Qian Hanya saw those demon cultivators, and an E went forward to loot all the storage rings. Qian Hanya glanced around and was so shocked that the onlookers fled. At this time, all fools know that he is hiding his cultivation, pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. After all, when have you ever seen the Jinden stage beheading the nascent soul stage, like chopping vegetables? This man is so treacherous. Chi-Chi's injuries were almost recovered at this time, and she saw Ji Yao as soon as she opened her eyes. Jiyao stretched out her hand to pull Chiyu up, and the two looked at each other and smiled. Are you okay? Xian Hanya came to Jiyao and looked at her with some surprise. She was seriously injured before, but she didn't expect to be healed so quickly now? And the other little girl is also like this, which seems unusual. I'm fine. Thank you for your help, Senior. Jiyao smiled. The other party had already shown his strength, so it would be inappropriate to call him fellow Taoist. Qian Hanya smiled and didn't take it to heart. Rongli stood aside and stared at Qian Hanya with a complicated expression. He didn't expect that this person was actually a cultivator of transformation. Senior Long Tian had just warned him not to offend Qian Hanya. Otherwise, he would not be able to protect himself. He clenched his hands into fists and secretly warned himself that it wouldn't be long before he could surpass him. So just be patient for now. Jiyao and Chiyue helped Si Ruochen up. His injury was relatively serious, and he had not recovered at this time. Chiyue quickly took out the high-level healing elixir and handed it to him. Si Ruochen silently accepted it and had the idea of forming a pill in his mind. And Yin searched for all the supplies and collected everything except those Rongli killed. Then he burned all the corpses with fire, and several nascent soul demonic cultivators turned into smoke and scattered between heaven and earth. Let's go!
Qian Hanya didn't want to waste time. So he took out a spiritual boat and called everyone on board. Chapter 775 Cannibal Valley. After everyone got on the spirit boat, Qian Hanya drove the spirit boat towards the Cannibal Valley. This journey took half a month. But after spending this half month together, Qian Hanya and An Yi also became familiar with Ji Yao and the others. Only Ronli and the female cultivator in red have always been a little embarrassed. And everyone doesn't like them very much. But Ronli was very comfortable. He always looked for opportunities to talk to Ji Yao and even gave her things. Ji Yao naturally refused. She couldn't accept things from outsiders. If she did, something would happen. Didn't you see the female cultivator in red gouging her out with a knife every day?
Ji Yao, be careful when you get to the Cannibal Valley. I always feel that woman is uneasy and well-meaning.
Chiyue glanced at the female cultivator in red lightly. And several times she saw murderous intent in her eyes. It's just for no reason. And he can't shout and kill at will. But as long as she dares to do it, he must make her regret coming to this world.
I know. You have to be careful. Everyone wants to hook up with someone like Ronli.
Chiyue also saw Ronli's thoughts about Chiyue, and despised him even more. How could someone be such a scumbag? So confident? She couldn't even understand this kind of person's brain circuit.
Huh? If he has the ability, he will give it a try.
Chiyue smiled coldly. There were many people chasing him. But this was the first time he met such a cheap one.
Chiyue, you are so handsome.
Chiyue exaggeratedly threw herself into Chiyue's arms, looking at her with admiration. Chiyue smiled and reached out to rub Ji Yao's head. Qian Hanya has become accustomed to their way of getting along with each other. He was surprised when he saw them for the first time. After all, those female cultivators rarely like to be together, and many of them are even competitive. He looked at the coquettish Chiyue and couldn't help but laugh.
We're here.
Qian Hanya stood on the deck, looking at the Cannibal Valley ahead with his hands behind his back. Others stood up after hearing this, and everyone was a little curious about how terrifying the Cannibal Valley was.
This?
Chiyue looked confused at the paradise in front of her. Is this the Cannibal Valley?
It's surprising, isn't it?
Qian Hanya smiled faintly and turned his head to look at Chiyue.
Indeed. I thought it would be very scary.
Chiyue nodded. The name Cannibal Valley is very scary. I didn't expect the environment to be so good.
The flowers, plants and trees here shouldn't be simple, right?
Chiyue asked in a deep voice.
Indeed. In the man-eating valley, these are the plants that eat people.
Qian Hanya glanced at Chi approvingly. She was very smart. At this time, Chiyue thought of the piranha that would attribute cultivators like to use. Although that thing is not a big threat to the monks. To mortals, it is indeed a piranha. And these plants are probably not comparable to piranha.
A secret realm appears in the Cannibal Valley once every 100 years. This secret realm is a training secret realm. It is not a place to find treasures, but a secret realm for monks to improve their strength. It is very suitable for you.
Qian Hanya looked at Chiyue and smiled softly. Which is why he came here specifically even though he knew that the secret realm was no longer useful to him. Ji Yao and others' eyes lit up. What they liked most was this kind of secret realm. After all, no matter how many treasures they had, they couldn't compare to their own strength. And he observed his master and Ji Yao from the side. He sighed in his heart. His master must be really attracted to Ji Yao. But the other party didn't understand it at all. He was still a child who had not yet awakened his feelings. Moreover, their hidden family has already chosen a marriage partner for their master. So I am afraid that his path will not be easy. Chapter 776 Hometown.
It's just that we arrived a little early. We can go to the Cannibal Valley first. There are many treasures in it.
Qian Hanya said as he spread his consciousness out. There were already people approaching. But the number was relatively small. Chiyue nodded. On the way here, they also saw many monks rushing over. But they were all left behind.
Let's go!
Qian Hanya stopped the spirit boat, took a few people out, and put it away. Several people came to the mouth of the Cannibal Valley together.
There is a natural formation here, which is a space formation. The space inside may be larger, or the spaces are intertwined.
Chiyue said in a deep voice. From the outside, she still thought that the Cannibal Valley was quite small. Now it seems that it is all due to the formation.
Yes, it's all made up of small spaces one after another, and some are even intertwined.
Qian Hanya nodded and once again looked at Ji Yao with admiration. I originally thought that she would be very powerful if she could reach this level of cultivation. But I didn't expect that she could also perform formations. Seriously speaking, her talent is even better than what she once was.
Everyone, please be careful. If we are separated, we will gather at the entrance of the valley in a month. The secret realm will be opened by then.
Qian Hanya warned a few people and made an appointment. Everyone nodded in unison and stepped into the valley entrance. As soon as she stepped in, she suddenly started to spin and was separated from everyone. When she stabilized, she came to a beautiful but familiar place. Peach blossoms are in bloom everywhere. A bamboo house stands in the distance, and fish are playing in the clear river. And around the corner, there is a waterfall flowing down. Xia was a little stunned. She was too familiar with this scene. Among the fragments of time that he obtained in the long river of time, he possessed a beggar and became a disciple of Pei Yi. At that time, wasn't this where Pei Yi lived? I am still practicing at the waterfall behind. However, what made her most unforgettable was the fish she had eaten for 20 years. She felt a sense of intimacy in her heart, and she stayed here for 20 years. However, she did not relax her vigilance. Although she was sure that this place was not an illusion, she could not rule out other dangers. Xia held the yuan in her hand and approached the wooden house carefully.
Is there anyone there?
Xia asked tentatively. She hoped to hear the long-lost voice, but knew it was impossible. Sure enough, the room was quiet, without any sound. Xia opened the door and walked in. What appeared in front of me were all familiar scenes. Desks, calligraphy and paintings, and Pei Yi's recliner. Xia walked to the desk and saw the unfinished copybook spread out on it, and her eyes suddenly turned red. She remembered the day she left the fragments of time. She responded to Master's words and copied Master's calligraphy. Because her calligraphy was so ugly, Pei Yi disliked her very much and would nag her a few words every day before asking her to practice calligraphy. That day, before she finished writing, Pei Yi asked her to grill fish. Unexpectedly, she failed to finish it in the end. The speed of time in the time fragments is different from that in the outside world. Xia sighed. How many 20 years are there in a life? She has not experienced a few 20 years in total. Xia placed the yuan on the desk, picked up the pen, and then began to grind it. When the ink was finished, she picked up the brush and began to copy the remaining characters. After a while, Xia lifted the copybook, looked at the words on it and laughed. The word, I, is really hopeless. Chapter 777 Memories. At this time in the past, Pei Yi would always mock, then write a note and show it off in front of Zhiyao. But now, the place is empty and lifeless. Xia laughed at herself. It had been so long. Could it be that she still hoped that Pei Yi would appear again? She put the copybook down and wanted to look elsewhere. But at this moment, the desk suddenly made a click sound. Xia lowered her head and saw that the desk drawer was loosened by a crack. She raised her eyebrows in surprise. Pei Yi had never seen this drawer open in such a long time. Xia opened the drawer slightly curiously, and there were 2 jade boxes inside. She opened the first jade box, which contained an extremely simple key. Xia picked up the key and put it in front of her eyes. She saw a flash of light from the key, and then she regained her composure. Not knowing the function of this key, Xia could only put it back into the jade box first. She reached out and opened the second jade box. But she was stunned. She remembered that she had spent the Spring Festival with Pei Yi when she was in Time Fragments. At that time, what I interpreted as the ordinary Spring Festival was actually the Spring Festival in my previous life. Because she has been here for 20 years, she is really bored. The two of them set up lanterns together, made various lanterns, and wrote down lantern riddles. That night, the whole valley was bright, and he gave Pei Yi a Spring Festival gift, which was a stone. This stone is an ordinary stone, which she picked up when she was practicing under the waterfall. The shape of the stone is very beautiful. It looks like a moon. At that time, Pei Yi was very disgusted, saying that he was the only one who had the nerve to give someone a stone, and he would throw it away when he turned around. Originally, Xia thought he had really thrown it away, but she didn't expect that the stone was now quietly lying in the jade box, carefully treasured by Pei Yi. Xia smiled warmly. Pei Yi has always been like this, so arrogant. Although she didn't know what Pei Yi had experienced, she knew that his past was not pleasant. Perhaps, he is the person closest to him. Xia put away the 2 jade boxes. There was no one here long ago, and Pei Yi should have died long ago. After all, Chiffon continent has been unable to ascend for a long time. There is only one ending for monks, and that is to fall. A sense of desolation arose in her heart, and Xia felt a little depressed for a moment. She moved the deck chair out, came to the river, and laid down on it, basking in the warm sunshine, blowing the river breeze, looking at the frolicking fish and the beautiful peach blossoms in the distance. Gio lost her mind for a moment. While Gio was enjoying herself, Rongley was suffering. With great difficulty, he avoided a man-eating tree and became entangled in a piece of grass. He swung his trident, cut off the grass and vines, and immediately ran to the empty space. Bah! Rongley spat out a mouthful of blood and looked down at the wounds everywhere with a gloomy expression. These plants are not scary at all. Just cut them off. But they are too tenacious. And the cut branches will grow back immediately and become entangled again quickly. Just now, I had taken a fancy to the 10,000 years spirit grass over there. But unexpectedly, I was blocked by that tree. It has countless branches, all attacking towards itself, wrapping itself tightly from all directions. Those branches were all thorny, and they all pierced into his flesh and began to suck blood. Chapter 778, Each Opportunity. He kept cutting them off, but they quickly recovered and kept wrapping himself. If he hadn't had a few brushes, he would have been strangled to death even if his blood wasn't sucked dry. At this time, he was extremely envious of Jiao and Chiyue, and envied the two of them for their strange fire. Fire overcomes wood. With strange fire, these trees would not dare to be so unscrupulous. I don't lack any treasures, but I don't have the strange fire, which is really a headache.
Boy, there is a strange fire in this cannibal valley. Your opportunity has come again.
Long Tian spoke at this time, and he really gave me whatever he needed.
Really?
Rongley's eyes lit up, and then he raised his lips and smiled. He knew that the way of heaven was best for him. And what about others?
Really? Be careful. I'll show you the way.
Long Tian warned Rongley, and then pointed him in the direction. Rongley held the trident tightly, and began to carve his own path again. July on the other side has already yielded results. Her 9 netherworld fire has been floating beside her. And those man-eating plants dare not move rashly. They often take advantage of the opportunity to make a sneak attack, and quickly retreat if they don't succeed. They are very spiritual. In July, he put away the 10,000 years ginseng in his hand. This stuff has mild medicinal properties, and is very suitable for making elixirs, especially for blending with other herbs. When she looked here, she always felt that there were eyes staring at her. But when her consciousness spread out, she found nothing. She became alert and moved forward, and soon discovered something new. A pith-washing fruit tree. Her eyes suddenly lit up. This thing was a good thing. Monks can only wash their tendons and cut their marrow when they first start practicing. If they want to do this in a later stage, they can only rely on the marrow-washing fruit. After cleansing the marrow, the monk's cultivation speed will also double, which is a very good thing. It's just that the pith-washing fruit tree in front of me only has leaves and no fruits. But I have space. And now that the proportion of time has increased, I will mature soon. She made up her mind to get it. And after making sure there were no monsters around, she let the 9 nether fire wrap her whole body, and then approached the pith-washing fruit tree. She took out the shovel, and was about to dig when suddenly a branch came over, and tried to knock the shovel out of her hand.
Ah!
A cry of surprise came, and the branch quickly retracted. In the short contact, it was burned by the 9 netherworld fire. At this time in July, she finally realized something was wrong. She stood up, looked at a leafy elm tree not far away, and frowned tightly. This elm tree has actually become a spirit through cultivation, and has spiritual intelligence. The elm tree was injured and began to sob softly.
Little thing, don't cry.
Chiyue came up with the idea of elm tree. This thing has its own intelligence and good attack methods. As long as it doesn't encounter strange fire, it will be a big help when fighting. Yushu sobbed twice and stopped crying. Soon, a transparent baby appeared behind the elm tree, staring at July with a pair of big red eyes. Fearfully, Chichio smiled slightly. The baby's eyes looked like Jiyao's.
Sister won't hurt you. Do you want to go to a better place?
Chiyue half squatted down, trying to be gentle so as not to scare the baby. The baby is relatively simple, and looks at Chiyue in confusion.
Sister?
It didn't understand what it was.
Yes, sister.
Chiyue nodded, and directly received the milk doll into the space. Chapter 779, Coaxing. Chi-Chi also followed into the space. As soon as he entered, he heard the milk baby screaming there.
It's so comfortable. I like it here.
Milk baby had never felt such a strong aura, and was immediately fascinated by it.
Okay, then how about you live here from now on?
Chiyue smiled. tempting it. The baby thought for a while, and finally nodded. Chichio smiled, took the milk doll out again, and moved its body into the space. Then she dug the pith-washing fruit tree into it. Because the Cannibal Valley is dangerous. You people come here? So the supplies here are very rich. Everyone is showing off their talents and looking for treasures. At this time, Gia was also well rested. She smiled slightly and looked around with satisfaction. It was rare to have such free time to relax her mind. Just for a moment, she felt that her mood had become much calmer, and her mood had improved. It seems that every once in a while in the future, she can find a quiet place to relax. She stood up and moved the recliner back. After looking at the wooden house for a while, Gia walked out without any regrets. Arriving outside the wooden house, she stretched out her hand and began to set up a formation to protect the wooden house. Here is her memory of a period of time, and she doesn't want others to destroy it. A quarter of an hour later, the formation was completed. Gia retracted her hand and began to look for a way to leave. Finally, she came to the waterfall where she once practiced. With a spiritual defense shield, the waterfall could not wedge Gia, and did not have any impact on her. She passed through a waterfall, and below it was a cave that was also very wet. Gia walked quickly along the cave, and quickly past the cave. When she came out, she saw a sea of flowers. Flowers of various colors are blooming. In the past, Gia would have praised the beauty. But now she can't even smile. This large sea of flowers completely blocked her way. If she wanted to leave, she could only fly over or walk through it. However, if it were really that simple, it wouldn't be called Cannibal Valley. Gia summoned Yunling and tried to fly over. It's just that those flowers actually grew taller and moved all the way up. Gia was shocked. There was a natural formation above her head, and she couldn't fly higher.
Use the Chaos Sky Fire!
Shushu reminded him loudly at this time. It had already listened to Shilian talking about many things, and also knew that the master had obtained the Chaos Sky Fire. It's just that I don't really use it very often, and my master doesn't quite understand the power of Chaos Sky Fire. Its first owner, Pangu, also had Chaos Sky Fire. Upon hearing this, Shio immediately released the Chaos Sky Fire, and sure enough, the flowers shrank instantly. It's just that the flowers are a little unwilling to do so. They rise and shrink for a while, always trying to make a move. Shia let the chaotic sky fire wrap herself up, and then drove Yunling towards the distance. Outside the Cannibal Valley, more and more people are waiting.
Bailey, do you think I can pass the last level this time and successfully light up the trial tower?
Musashi looked at the Cannibal Valley expectantly, hoping that the secret realm would appear soon.
Huh?
Bailey Shang just smiled coldly. This idiot was still as stupid as ever.
But even if I can't do it, you can definitely do it.
Musashi patted Bailey Shang on the shoulder and said cheerfully, Chapter 780 800 Miles of Sorrow and Humiliation.
Yeah.
Bailey Shang nodded. The purpose of his trip was to test the tower. If he couldn't pass the level, it would be impossible for others.
TSK. You are really arrogant. I don't know where this bumpkin came from.
A bald young Buddhist cultivator curled his lips and looked at Bailey Shang while eating chicken legs.
Smelly monk. What did you say?
Musashi's anger suddenly rose. They, the demon cultivators and the Buddhist cultivators, lived in the western region. They had a lot of friction, and the relationship was not good. Now this smelly monk dares to provoke them in public, which is really intolerable.
Why? You're not allowed to say it anymore? You don't even know how much you weigh, and you still want to pass the level? Damn!
After saying this, the bald Buddhist monk spat out the chicken bones and looked at Musashi with disdain.
You,
Musashi turned red with anger and was about to take action, but was stopped by Bailey Shang.
We are not very good, but fellow Taoists are very powerful. How about we compete?
Bailey Shang had already remembered the bald Buddhist cultivator in his mind, and decided to kill him whenever he found an opportunity. With a smile.
After all, are you afraid of you two bumpkins?
The bald Buddhist monk wiped the oil from his mouth and accepted the challenge.
I'm Bailey Shang. This is Musashi. Do you know the Taoist friend Gao's name?
A murderous look flashed in Bailey Shang's eyes. This man was too dismissive of him.
Remember, I won't change my name in business, or my surname in office, because your grandfather is humble.
The bald Buddhist cultivator raised his head and pointed his nostrils at Bailey Shang.
Humble?
Bailey Shang twitched his lips speechlessly. Could it be that he heard wrongly?
Do you think Grandpa's name sounds nice? Master gave it to Grandpa, because Grandpa is so talented. He asked me to be more low-key.
The bald Buddhist cultivator looked confident. His master said that he is the best in the world. Genius monk. Musashi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Just name him low-key. What does humble mean? This Buddhist cultivator was obviously deceived by his master.
Why are you laughing?
Humble has a bad temper, and his friends in the temple never play with him. Master said that everyone who dislikes him is because he is jealous of him. These two people must also be jealous of him. He snorted coldly, and let them see what true genius is.
It's nothing.
Musashi suppressed his laughter, and was no longer angry. He realized that this Buddhist cultivator was a fool.
Huh? You're wise,
he said humbly, taking out another chicken leg and running to the side to sit down and gnaw on the drumstick.
Bailey, how do you think this fool has survived to this day? He's still humble. I think it's more appropriate to call him a fool,
Musashi complained to Bai Li Shang. It's really a miracle that someone so arrogant can still survive to this day.
This shows that his strength is not weak.
Bai Li Shang gave the chicken leg a humble look. His ability to survive until now was definitely not due to luck.
Just him?
Musashi curled his lips and glanced at Humble in disgust. Then saw him wiping the oil on his mouth with his sleeve.
Is he really a monk? Or a Buddhist cultivator?
Musashi shuddered. Although everyone knew that Buddhist cultivators like to pretend. And there are very few truly virtuous and respected Buddhist cultivators. Most Buddhist practitioners do not practice Buddhism quietly, but just to increase their cultivation. They often pretend to be sanctimonious and make others misunderstand that they are enlightened monks. Chapter 781, Out of the Valley. Especially in front of mortals. Buddhist cultivators just play tricks. But I've never seen anyone do such a bad job. How did this guy grow up?
Don't be deceived by him. It might be intentional.
Bai Li Shang smiled coldly. Such poor acting skills could not deceive him.
I'm just telling you. This guy is really treacherous. But Bailey, you are the smarter one.
Musashi smiled and patted Bai Li Shang on the shoulder again. Bai Li Shang smiled lightly. But he was very irritable in his heart. If he didn't have to rely on the resources of the Musashi family to practice, he would have dealt with him long ago. I am a member of the secular royal family. But in the world of cultivation, I am nothing. The Wu family just took a fancy to his qualifications and wanted him to contribute to the Wu family. Musashi is stupid. He has always regarded Bai Li Shang as his good brother. He wants to share any good things with him. But he doesn't know that others want his life. Xia on the other side didn't know that there were already many people waiting outside the Cannibal Valley. She relied on the Chaos Sky Fire to travel around the Cannibal Valley, and got a lot of good things. She plans to use some spiritual herbs to make elixirs for Chiyue. After all, she won't be returning to Ye's house for a while, so the spiritual herbs cannot be wasted. As for the other things, she gave them to her friends. After all, the spiritual objects of heaven and earth could help them increase their cultivation. As for herself, with those demon elixirs, she can definitely advance to the middle stage of the golden elixir, and hit the late stage of the golden elixir. It's just that the current situation is not suitable, and we must choose a safe place. When the 1-month deadline came, Xia stopped searching for treasures. She gained a lot from this trip, and left Cannibal Valley with a smile on her face. As soon as I walked out, I was startled by the crowds of people on 3 floors inside and 3 outside. Everyone's attention was also focused on Ji Yao. Someone came out of the Cannibal Valley, and his face was red, and there was no injury on his body. But after a while, another female cultivator came out, also uninjured. Everyone is a little confused. Is there no danger in this Cannibal Valley? But after a while, Rongley also came out. As soon as they saw him, everyone showed the expression that they should have. Rongley looked very ugly. There were wounds everywhere on his body and on his face. Moreover, the wound cannot be healed even after taking elixirs, and can only heal slowly. Fortunately, he finally got the strange fire as he wished. One after another, everyone came out. Si Ruochen and the female cultivator in red were both scarred. But Qian Hanya and an E were not injured at all.
Not bad.
Qian Hanya looked at Jiao and Chiyue with admiration. Both little girls were great. Jiao and Chiyue just smiled and said nothing.
Oh, beauty?
A greasy voice came, and both Jiao and Chiyue looked over. After discovering that it was a bald Buddhist cultivator, Jiao thought she had heard wrongly. After all, in her heart, Buddhist practice is very solemn, because the person in front of her is not practicing evil Buddhism.
Beauty, have you fallen in love with me?
Humble and self-assured smile. That's how charming he is. Gio was speechless for a while. This person must have something wrong with his brain. Why is he more narcissistic than wrongly? Bailey Sean glanced at Humble with a cryptic look. This man's ability to commit suicide was first-rate. Will the person who can come out of the Cannibal Valley completely unharmed be an ordinary person?
Oh, it's a pity that I have entered Buddhism. Just wait for me. I will come and marry you one day when I return to secular life.
He raised his head humbly and said confidently. Chapter 782 First Floor. Gia raised the corner of her mouth and was sure that the man in front of her had a mental problem, and it was better not to get to know him. She turned her head and stopped looking in that direction. She was afraid that she might not be able to help but knock his head off. Seeing this, Humble smiled proudly. The beauty was embarrassed. But he was indeed so heroic. The scene fell silent for a while. No one spoke. And everyone was waiting for the trial tower to open. An hour later, the Cannibal Valley suddenly emitted a light reaching into the sky. The dazzling light made everyone unable to help but cover their eyes. The light disappeared. Everyone put their hands down and saw a tall tower. Gia raised her head and looked up. The tower towered into the clouds. And she couldn't even see the top of the tower. Everyone became excited. And the trial tower finally came out. Everyone rushed forward, fearing that others would beat them to the spot.
After you enter, hurry up and try it out. I hope to see a different version of you. I will wait for you in the Cannibal Valley.
Qian Hanya smiled and looked at Jiyao and said,
Okay.
Xia nodded and followed the crowd with Chiyue and the others. With great difficulty, they followed into the trial tower.
Master, there is something I don't know whether to say or not.
And he decided to remind his master.
Then don't talk about it.
Qian Hanya gave him a cold look. Of course he knew what an E was going to say. But he made his own decisions, and no one could do anything to him. And he sighed, but stopped talking. The master was not a good-tempered person. Gio entered the first floor, and felt a headache looking at the large number of people in front of her. How could there be a trial with so many people? And what is the trial on this first level? She looked around carefully. The first floor was bare, and there was nothing. At this moment, many glowing things floated. With quick eyes and quick hands, Bailey Shang was the first to catch a luminous object. But the particle suddenly erupted into a burst of bright light, wrapping him up and disappearing in the blink of an eye. At this time, everyone understood the role of the light group and began to fight for it. A ball of light was not far away from Zio. She looked at it and jumped forward.
Get out!
Suddenly a golden elixir monk stood in front of Gio and punched Gio hard. Jiu's eyes darkened and she punched him.
Poof!
The monk was knocked out and hit the tower wall. As soon as the monk was defeated, another monk came to attack. The entire first floor fell into chaos, and all kinds of magic attacks flew together. Soon, some monks died. Gio frowned. This was probably the purpose of the trial tower. In the process of letting everyone kill each other, they are also improving their strength. Gio has never taken the initiative to choose who to kill. After all, she has received so many years of legal education. But if anyone wants to kill her, she won't be polite. She did not take out Li Yuan, but simply used her fists to fight against the enemy. Many monks had already been knocked away by her. Seeing that there was an empty space in front of her, she immediately teleported out and grabbed the light group. Sure enough, the light group emitted light and enveloped her. Suddenly, she felt dizzy and was teleported directly to the second floor. Seeing that Jiyao had left, Chi and Si Ruochen also increased their speed and struck harder. Jiyao came to the second floor and looked around. This floor was full of various small compartments, and there were no special signs on them. Based on her feeling, Jiyao randomly chose a compartment and stepped in. Chapter 783 Bitterness. Jiyao opened her eyes and stared blankly at the blue sky and white clouds above her head, feeling a little dazed for a moment. Who is she? Where is she? She tried to sit up, but suddenly a sharp pain hit her.
Hiss!
Although it hurt, Jiyao found that she could still bear it. She lowered her head and saw several wounds on her body. Her clothes were cut. Her hands were covered in blood, and her face was sticky. She instinctively felt something was wrong. So she raised her eyes and looked around. The sight made her scalp tingle. This is actually a mass grave? There were corpses all around, and the wounds on those corpses were the same as hers. When she saw one of the women, Jiyao suddenly felt sad and shed tears. She endured the pain and stepped forward, reaching out and touching the woman's face, crying while touching her. She didn't know why this happened. She just felt sad. But somehow, she felt that something about her had been forgotten. She worked hard to drag the woman out. then picked up a broken sword and started digging a hole to bury the woman. She relied on her tenacious will to dig the hole, and her hands were covered with various wounds. But within a short time, she developed many blisters. As she dug, the blisters popped and her hands hurt even more. It began to rain slowly in the sky, and Gio felt that her whole body began to feel hot, and the world began to spin in circles. Boom! Gio could no longer hold on and fell down, completely losing her will. Just after she fainted, several people came to her side. There were 3 men. The last 2 were dressed as guards, and the leading man had a jade crown on his head and was dressed in silk and satin. He looked like he was a person of high status. He held an umbrella and looked at Gio lying on the ground with a complicated expression. The once most beautiful woman in the capital has now ended up with a broken family. Master! Yichi looked at Gio on the ground and asked the man hesitantly. At the same time, he looked at Gio with admiration. A rich young lady could bear the pain to dig a hole. This kind of willpower was not like the style of those young ladies nowadays. Dig a hole! The man glanced at the hole she hadn't dug yet and ordered in a cold voice. Yes! Yichi and Yichio agreed and continued digging holes. The man looked at Jiyao so indifferently, and he was also a little confused in his heart. He also knew Jiyao, but it was true today that he was surprised. He didn't step forward to hold an umbrella for Jiyao, but just watched her soaked by the rain, and watched her lips getting bluer and bluer, and her face getting paler. Perhaps, as long as it takes a while, she will follow the Yu family on the road to H.L. Master, the digging is done. After a while, the big hole was dug. Throw them down, the man ordered calmly. After all, he had dealt with Prime Minister Yu before, so he should collect his corpse for him in the end. After receiving the order, Yi Chi and the others threw all the corpses in, and then began to fill the big hole. When everything was settled, the 2 stopped and looked at Jia lying on the ground. You're really lucky, the man murmured, but he didn't expect that this woman was still alive after all this. Take her back, since she wants to live so hard. Then I will help her. Master! This Yi Chi hesitated. This was the Yu family that His Majesty ordered to be destroyed. Chapter 784 Revenge. The man didn't speak, but looked back at Yi Chi lightly. Yes! Yi Chi immediately agreed. They only need to obey the master's decision, and do not need to question it. Yi Chi picked up Ji Yao, and followed the man in a few steps. Yi Jiao stayed to deal with the scene so that others could not find out that they were involved in the matter. When she woke up again, Ji Yao found herself lying on a bed, and it looked like the room of a wealthy family. She forced herself to sit up, but she touched the wound on her hand and gasped in pain. At this time, her hands and body were all wrapped in bandages, and it was obvious that the wounds had been treated. He was wearing a set of white pajamas, and his hair was completely disheveled. Squeak! The door was pushed open. Jia was hit by the dazzling sunlight and quickly closed her eyes. Are you awake? As soon as Bailey Shang stepped into the room, he saw the former most beautiful woman with her eyes closed and a frown on her face. Jia heard the sound and slowly opened her eyes, and saw a handsome man looking at her. She always felt that he looked familiar, but she couldn't remember him. What? You don't know me anymore? Miss Yu family. Bailey Shang thought Jia was pretending and spoke sarcastically. The eldest lady of the Yu family? Jia was a little stunned. Is she the eldest lady of the Yu family? Who is the eldest lady of the Yu family? Stop pretending. Since I saved you, I won't betray you. Bailey Shang looked at the scar on Ji Yao's face and felt it was very dazzling. I'm the eldest lady of the Yu family? Jio had a headache thinking about it, and she held her head in discomfort. Bailey Shang seemed to have noticed something was wrong at this time, and ordered Yi to find a miracle doctor. The miracle doctor gave Ji Yao a rough diagnosis, then raised his head and shook his head towards Bailey Shang. Bailey Shang raised his eyebrows. It seemed that this man really had lost his memory. The miracle doctor went down to prescribe medicine, leaving Bailey Shang and Ji Yao alone. You are the eldest lady of the Yu family. Yu Xiao, the legitimate daughter of the former prime minister. Bailey Shang looked at Jia calmly and explained her identity to her. Jia vaguely felt that this was not her, but she couldn't help but feel sad in her heart. Your father was sentenced by the emperor to destroy the 9 tribes because of collaborating with the enemy and treason. Bailey Shang carefully observed Ji Yao's expression, trying to see whether she was really faking it. Impossible, Ji retorted loudly, although she didn't know why. She just felt it was impossible. Yes, your father is loyal to the Qi dynasty. How could he do this?
It's just a frame-up by the prince.
Bailey Shang has been tempting her. If she really forgets, it is worth taking advantage of. Jia suddenly felt a fierce hatred in her heart, firmly occupying her heart.
I want revenge.
Jia raised her head and said firmly. Bailey Shang's lips curled up, and he smiled lightly. On the other side, Chichio was woken up by the maid.
Miss, it's time to get up. Everyone is here and waiting for you.
Chun-Al walked to Chiyue and shouted loudly. The sound almost burst Chi-Chi's eardrums. She opened her eyes and saw a little girl standing beside the bed.
Hey, miss, are you so obedient today?
Chun-Al thought to herself while helping Chiyue wash up.
Although everyone in the Ling family, old and young, dotes on you, today is the old lady's birthday. Countless dignitaries are coming, so you can't neglect it. And Chun-Al heard that the third prince will also come.
Chun-Al as he spoke. He winked at Chi-Chi. Chapter 785 Sweet. Who in the Ling family doesn't know that the young lady likes the third prince? At this time in July, she finally came to her senses. Countless memories were rushing into her head, making her almost unsteady for a moment.
Miss, what's wrong with you? Do you want to call the doctor to take a look?
Chun-Al nervously supported Chiyue.
It's okay.
Chi-Chi stabilized his body and waved his hand. At this time, she remembered everything. She was the only daughter of the Ling family for several generations. For several generations, the Ling family could only have sons, never daughters. The whole family looked forward to the stars and the moon before they came to her. Therefore, it can be said that she grew up in the palm of their hands. Chun-Al looked at the young lady who was quiet today and felt a little strange in her heart. Her young lady was simple and lively by nature. When did she become so quiet? But maybe it's because he hasn't woken up yet? After all, the lady usually wakes up very late. July was overwhelmed by Chun-Al, and she was already a little impatient. After putting on her clothes, she had to put on a layer of gauze and put many hairpins and jade hairpins on her head. The whole person was like a mobile jewelry display stand. After cleaning up, she was led out by Chun-Al.
I've met Mississippi.
There were people saluting her along the way. It was obviously a familiar scene, but Chi-Chi still felt not used to it. The whole Ling family was very big, and it took a long time to walk around and around before finally arriving at the front yard.
Oh, Grandma's little sweetheart is finally here.
As soon as Chi-Chi arrived, he saw a lot of people already in the front yard. The person who called me was my grandmother, today's birthday girl, sitting next to her, in addition to her mother-in-law and aunts. There were also many ladies from other families. Everyone looked at her, leaving her unsure of how to react.
What's wrong with Grandma's July? Is she feeling uncomfortable?
The old lady of the Ling family was very worried. In the past, the little girl would throw herself into her arms and act coquettishly when she saw her. Why can't she stand far away today?
No.
Chi-Chi shook her head, smiled and approached her grandmother, leaning into her arms to act coquettishly like before. The old lady caressed her head lovingly, her eyes full of love. The ladies around them looked at each other tacitly. It was already well known that the Ling family loved their daughter, and it was indeed true when they saw her today. Everyone has made plans to marry Chiyue. If they marry Chiyue, they will definitely get support from the Ling family.
Girl Chiyue is really a symbol. She is so beautiful. I don't know whose kid I will take advantage of in the future. That's right. The first time I met you, you were just a baby. Now you are a big girl. Yes, I think July is the most beautiful. Much more beautiful than the most beautiful woman in the capital. Ahem.
The lady who originally wanted to flatter her finally remembered that now that the Yu family has been destroyed, she couldn't bring it up casually. Everyone quickly tried to smooth things over for her and change the topic. Chi-Chi stood up from her grandmother's arms with some reluctance. For some reason, she feels that this kind of love from her elders is rare for her. She obviously grew up being pampered. She didn't think about the problem that she couldn't figure out, left their circle, and wandered around the garden out of boredom.
Sister Chiyue.
Suddenly a male voice came. Chiyue felt sweet in her heart and turned her head shyly.
Sister Chiyue.
Bailey Ruachan approached Chiyue and smiled gently. Although he felt that he shouldn't smile like this, he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Chapter 786 Getting Married.
Brother Ruachan.
Chi-Chi couldn't help but blush. And at the same time, she felt a little weird inside.
How are you lately? Come on. I'll walk with you for a while.
Bailey Ruachan smiled gently, walked to Chiyue, and walked with her. Half a month later, Chiyue finally recovered from her injuries and was ready to prepare for her revenge.
This time the Ling family's legitimate daughter is getting married to the third brother. There will be a lot of people, and you will have a loophole to take advantage of. I can only take you in. Whether you can assassinate the prince depends on you. But if you fail, you just die on your own and don't betray me.
Bailey Shang looked at Ji Yao calmly and stuffed a poison pill into her mouth. If she fails and cannot come back, she will die of poison herself.
I know.
At this time, Ji Yao's whole body was filled with gloom. She couldn't remember anything, but every night in her dreams for the past half-month, she would dream of the day when the Yu family was exterminated. Her heart was filled with hatred, and the only meaning of life was revenge. The next day, July and Bailey Ruochen got married. The entire third prince's mansion was bustling with people coming and going. Ji Yao followed Bailey Shang into the house. At this time, she was disguised by people in the world, and no one could recognize her. As soon as they entered, Bailey Shang separated from her, and Ji Yao found a hidden place and changed her clothes to draw a clear line between herself and Bailey Shang. She wandered around the house, looking for opportunities to strike. Soon, the bride came back, and Ji Yao also joined in to watch the fun. Chi-Chi covered her head with a hijab, holding red silk in her hands, and her heart was filled with happiness. She has relatives who love her, care for her, and hold her in their hands. Now, she wants to marry the person she loves again. Everything was so happy that sometimes she felt something was wrong and would subconsciously not think about it. This kind of happiness is really rare for her.
Worship heaven and earth. Wait!
Chi-Chi was about to worship heaven and earth when suddenly a male voice came. Everyone was startled, and when they turned around, they saw a monk, who was in tatters, covered with vegetable leaves, and exuding a foul odor.
Which of you let him in?
Prince Bailey Rongley's face darkened. His younger brother was getting married. How could he allow such a monk to come in?
Tell the prince. This person must have come in with some grocery shopping.
Immediately, a guard came over and wanted to take the monk down.
Wait a minute. I'm just here to remind everyone that in 1 month, the central region will be overrun by earth dragons. And I asked the prince to report this to his majesty.
The monk looked humble and compassionate, but actually he was thinking in his heart, hitting Xiao Jiujiu. When the earth dragon turns over, they will come to take him into the palace on a large sedan chair, and then the status of national master will be indispensable.
Go away! Curse me, Chi Chao Da Ho Hishan. Why don't you take him down with me?
Bailey Rongley flicked his sleeves angrily. Now these charlatans have begun to deceive him.
Your Highness, you must report this to your majesty.
Humble shouted loudly, unwilling to give up despite being dragged down.
Continue.
Bailey Rongley snorted coldly and let the wedding continue.
Worship heaven and earth.
Chi-Chio and Bailey Ruochen continued the ceremony. But Bailey Shang started to think. If what the monk said was true, then the prince would be in danger this time. And if I handle this matter well, the throne will be closer to me. He smiled faintly. He was the only person in the world who was most suitable to be emperor. Chapter 787 Awakening.
2 Thanks to Gao Deng.
The whole hall was very lively, and everyone's attention was on the newcomers. Ji Yao found the right opportunity and squeezed in behind Bailey Rongley. Because of the wedding, the hall was full of people. But there were no guards. The guards were guarding outside the hall. There was a dagger in Ji Yao's sleeve, which was quenched with poison. As soon as the prince came into contact with it, even the Doluo gods could not save him. She stared at Bailey Rongley's back. A murderous look flashed in her eyes, and she stabbed out fiercely. Just when she was about to stab him, Ji Yao suddenly stopped. Why would she attack a stranger? To her, this was a stranger. She actually wanted to kill a stranger? When did she become like this? She always only kills people who want to harm herself and her friends. Suddenly, the flower of the soul in Ji Yao's mind became a little brighter. It emitted a circle of peaceful and warm light and enveloped Ji Yao's soul. At this moment, all the memories came back, and Ji remembered that she was not the eldest lady of the Yu family. She was Yi Jia from Chiffon continent.
Ah! What are you doing?
At this time, someone also discovered Ji holding a dagger and screamed in fright. Suddenly, the crowd became restless. As soon as Bailey Rongley turned around, he was startled by Ji Yao. He quickly slashed at Ji Yao's wrist, and the dagger fell down. At this time, a group of men in black suddenly appeared in the courtyard, attacking those dignitaries, and their main purpose was Bailey Rongley.
Ah! Protect the prince!
The whole hall was in chaos. But Ji suddenly fell down at this time. Bailey Rongley's face darkened. He hadn't found out anything yet. At this time, Chi-Chi was protected in Bailey Ruochan's arms, and the two of them were hiding in the corner, looking at the fighting scene in front of her. Chi-Chi didn't feel scared at all. Instead, there is a familiar feeling. A man in black fell in front of them, and his sword fell in front of Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi held the sword almost subconsciously, and then rushed into the killing circle. Bailey Ruochan was startled, and he also picked up a weapon and rushed in. However, he was a modest gentleman and did not know any martial arts. Neither did Chi-Chi. She just subconsciously waved the sword in her hand. But she actually killed one person. The man's blood splashed on her face, causing her to pause. All the memories came to mind. She was Xia Qiyue, not Ling Qiyue. All Ling Qiyue's happiness does not belong to her. Just when she was thinking about it, she suddenly fell down and lost her breath. When Shangwan Ruochan saw it, he almost went crazy. He started waving the sword in his hand randomly, and was finally stabbed in the chest by a sword. He knelt on the ground, looked at July's body, and burst into tears. He has never been a person favored by happiness. The favor of his father, the prince and his brother, and the love of his sweetheart do not belong to him. He is a person who cannot have happiness. At this moment, all his memories came to mind. He was Si Ruochan, not Bailey Ruochan. All this happiness is not his. Jia woke up from her dream and clutched her chest in discomfort. The feeling of being tortured by hatred was too uncomfortable. She walked out of the room and met Chi-Chi head-on. Jia stepped forward and hugged Qiyue with some grievances. The feeling that everyone she cared about was dead was too painful. Qiyue patted Jiyu's back comfortingly. They didn't know that everyone was in the same dream and acted as various characters in it. Chapter 788 Weaving.
Let's go up.
Jia let go of Qiyue and suggested with a smile. It's great that my relatives and friends are all alive and well.
Okay.
Chi-Chi nodded, and the two of them stepped onto the stairs together. Just as they stepped on, the two were separated again. When she regained consciousness, Jia was teleported directly to the 6th floor. In July, it reached the 5th floor. The two of them didn't know that this was determined by the order in which they woke up from their dreams. Now that they had arrived, they began to look for what the next test would be. Si Ruochan also came out of the room at this time, but his mood was very low. In fact, he is greedy for the life in the dream. His biggest wish is to have the care of his relatives and the love of his sweetheart. Unfortunately, these do not belong to him. Si Ruochan closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, there was more determination in his eyes. What he can do is to continuously improve his strength. At least he can't let his sweetheart die in front of him, and there is nothing he can do. With determination, he stepped onto the stairs and reached the 4th floor. Jiyu observed the 6th floor carefully. The 2nd floor was supposed to be a test of one's character to see if one could break free from those emotions. If you are not strong-willed, you will be eroded by hatred, and you may end up lost in that dream. The 6th floor in front of me is more like a women's boudoir. The quiet and elegant layout makes people feel comfortable. Jia felt that the owner of this room should be a person of great taste. The most out-of-place thing in this room was the loom. Shiyu observed the entire room, and finally her eyes fell on the loom. The thread has already been connected to the loom, and you just need to slowly weave it into a piece of cloth. Since she couldn't see anything else, Jia planned to start with this loom. She sat down slowly and began to study how to use the loom. In the dream, everything is still going on. A month later, things turn around in the central region. The Prince Bailey Rongley was deposed as the prince because he concealed the truth and failed to report the incident. But Bailey Shang was in the limelight for a time because he transferred the people in advance, saved most of the property, won the hearts of the people, and was crowned king by the emperor. Although the monk was humble, he was invited to the palace by the emperor as he wished, and was granted the title of imperial master, becoming a master respected by thousands of people. Bailey Rongley was not reconciled to being deposed, and was forced into the palace a month later. In the end, he killed the emperor. Bailey Shang humbled himself, and successfully ascended the throne. After ascending to the throne, he began to recruit beauties and build large-scale projects, causing complaints from the people. But it is said that bad people live for thousands of years, and he lived to be 70 years old, which was a very long life in the Qi dynasty. Finally, he closed his eyes unwillingly in front of his sons, who were clamoring for the throne. When Rongley woke up again, he found that he was still in the tower, and everything before was just a dream. However, after experiencing the feeling of being above 10,000 people,
He now wants to become the #1 person in Shinfeng continent. He wants everyone to be at his feet. And whatever he says comes to pass. He smiled coldly, left the room, stepped onto the stairs, and was teleported to the 3rd floor. As soon as he went up, he found that many people had already reached the 3rd floor. He lowered his face, walked into the crowd, and began to look for a way to get past the 3rd level. Xia on the other side has already finished weaving the piece of cloth. She couldn't put it down holding the piece of cloth in her hand. It was so beautiful. Chapter 789 Fishing. The main color of this cloth is white, but there are some faint patterns on it, which are reddish flowing clouds and colorful clouds at sunset. Gently shake the cloth, and it will flow like a puddle of water. Xia fell in love with this piece of cloth at a glance. This should be knitted by oneself. Right? She immediately smiled and narrowed her eyes, planning to put the cloth away. At this time, the cloth in his hand suddenly flew out. Xia was startled. She looked up and saw that a light curtain suddenly appeared in midair, in which a beautiful lady was making clothes. The piece of cloth entered the light curtain and became the piece of cloth in the beauty's hand. Xiyu did not dare to act rashly, and stood there quietly observing the beauty's every move. The pieces of cloth were cut precisely under her hands, and made into the right shape. It didn't take long for the dress to be completed. The beauty took the clothes in her hand, turned back and smiled at Zhiyao, and threw the clothes out. Zhiyao immediately reached out and took it, holding the clothes in her hands with some surprise. Thank you! Zhiyao looked at the beauty gratefully. The beauty just smiled faintly and then disappeared, and the light curtain completely dissipated. Zhiyao lowered her head and looked at the cassock in her hand, and realized that it was actually a high-level cassock. The word, woven, was embroidered on the collar of the cassock. And this robe was so beautiful that Zhiyao couldn't help but put it on immediately. She took out the spiritual mirror, and realized that she was very suitable for wearing white clothes. Originally, Zhiyao's appearance was more glamorous, suitable for enchanting or royal sister style. However, due to her personality, she looks much softer, and has a beauty with complex contrasts. She looked at it, and put the spiritual mirror away. After all, she was still undergoing trials. Zhiyu smiled, stepped on the stairs, and headed towards the next floor. And as soon as she left, the loom disappeared. Arriving at the 7th floor, Jia saw nothing but ice and snow. She shivered coldly, and quickly released the chaos sky fire. Instantly, a sense of warmth came to her, making her feel much more comfortable. There is a piece of frozen ice in front of you. There are various fish swimming under the ice, but there is nothing above it. Zhiyu carefully took a step onto the ice. The ice was so slippery that if Zhiyao hadn't been a practitioner, she would have had to wrestle. She squatted down and looked at the fish below in confusion. This was the special point, and the key must be here. But what exactly is this layer supposed to do? Because she found that the trials in this tower were different from others. Other secret realms usually train monks to fight, usually in combat. But this tower seems to favor the word, enlightenment. If she guessed correctly, the 6th floor just now was a reward for her, not a level. So what does she need to realize at this level? Zhiyao sat down directly with some distress, and began to observe these fish carefully. After watching it for a long time, Zhiyao suddenly remembered ice fishing in her previous life. Could it be that he is letting himself fish? Zhiyao was overjoyed. She had nothing to do anyway, so she might as well give it a try. She used the yuan to knock out a small hole for a long time. But what to use for fishing? This place is definitely different from ordinary fishing. Since it is cultivation, it must be related to cultivation. Could it be spiritual power? But I have thunder attribute spiritual power. Can I catch fish? She didn't believe it herself. What if she put it down and electrocuted all the fish? Chapter 790 Fishing. However, it is impossible to really make a fishing rod and then get some bait for fishing. Right? Zhiyao frowned, and finally decided to try using her spiritual power. She summoned the thunder attribute spiritual power from her dantian, carefully controlled it, and put it into the small hole. But as soon as the spiritual power came into contact with the ice water, it immediately melted and dissipated in it. Zhiyao was startled and looked at the fish worriedly, but was surprised to find that they were not shocked and did not react at all. She was relieved, as long as they weren't electrocuted. Zhiyao summoned her spiritual power again, and focused more on controlling her spiritual power to lower the hole. This time, the thunder attribute spiritual power lasted for a while longer before dissipating. Zhiyao's eyes lit up. She knew what the purpose of this level was. This level should be designed for Dharma cultivators, and is mainly used to exercise Dharma cultivators' control over spiritual power. If a monk can control spiritual power more accurately, his combat power will be much stronger, and he will consume less spiritual power and last longer. Although Ji Yao is not a Dharma cultivator, she has divine thunder that she can control. This method is also applicable. After finding the right direction, she was no longer in a hurry. What fishing requires is patience. She also didn't use the thunder attribute spiritual power, but instead used the 9 heavens divine thunder in her dantian. As soon as the divine thunder was called out, it crackled and flickered. Jia held her mind and carefully controlled the divine thunder to be put into the water. This time it dissipated not long after. But Jia was not in a hurry at all and slowly tried again and again. At this time, many people on the 3rd floor had died. They were fighting for the treasures without caring about the lives of others. Ronli, Bai Li Shang, Musashi, and Bai Wei are all on this floor. They were relatively strong and got what they wanted after killing the monks. Then several people ran to the 4th floor. When they arrived on the 4th floor, they found that this floor was empty, with no trace of anyone having been there. Therefore, several of them thought that they were the fastest to clear the level. And while they were proud of themselves, they were also a little afraid of others. After a period of practice, Jia's divine thunder no longer dissipates. But she still cannot catch the fish. Jia once again carefully controlled the divine thunder to approach the fish school. But the fish were suddenly frightened and fled in all directions. It seems that my control is not enough. Jia frowned. It seemed that she had to be silent in order to go deep into the fish school. She tried again. An hour later, Jia felt that her soul was a little painful, and her long-term concentration made her soul feel uncomfortable. But she is not willing to give up. It is now, and she will succeed as long as she works harder. She endured the pain in her soul, and once again controlled the divine thunder deep into the fish school. At this time, the divine thunder no longer flickered or made a sound. Even the aura of destruction no longer emitted. And it just quietly approached the fish. This time, the fish school was finally not disturbed. Jia was overjoyed, selected a fish and started luring it with the divine thunder. After a while, it actually opened its mouth and bit the divine thunder. Jia tried hard to control her joy, carefully called back the divine thunder, and finally actually caught the fish on the ice. The fish landed on the ice and fluttered. Jia was still observing what was different about it. After all, it was able to bite the divine thunder without being injured. This fish must be extraordinary. At this moment, countless shining particles suddenly fell from the top of the 7th floor and ran into Jia's body one after another. Chapter 791, the 8th floor. Suddenly, she felt that the pain in her soul completely disappeared, and her soul seemed to be soaked in something soft. The flower of the soul became brighter and brighter. Jia spread her consciousness and found that the scope of her consciousness had expanded again, reaching the early stage of nascent soul. Jia smiled slightly. The gains at this level were very great. Not only was the soul strengthened, but he was also becoming more and more comfortable in controlling the divine thunder. Now she can control the divine thunder without emitting any breath, which is simply a must-have for sneak attacks. Jia squatted down, put the fish back into the ice water, and then stepped onto the 8th floor. As soon as she left, July climbed to the 7th floor and started looking for the key to clearing the level. Jia, on the other hand, stood at the stairs of the 8th floor, not daring to step forward. The trial tower, which had always been peaceful, turned out to be a 9th level monster on this floor. The monster was tied by an iron chain, and its range of movement could only be on the 8th floor. But it noticed it when Ji Yao first reached the opening. It sniffed and smelled Jio greedily. It had not eaten meat for a long time, and its saliva suddenly flowed out. Jia swallowed nervously. She had never defeated a 9th level monster alone. She would only be tortured if she charged forward like this. After thinking for a long time, Jia planned to mainly use the divine thunder and her fists. Because her cultivation was too low and the swordsmanship could not cause much damage to it, she stepped onto the 8th floor cautiously, and the monster suddenly charged towards Ji Yao. Jia was startled and immediately teleported away. Before she could turn around, she felt a huge impact coming from behind. Poof! Jia was directly hit by the monster against the tower wall, and one of her ribs was immediately broken. The monster didn't give Ji Yao a chance to react and bumped into it again. Jia planned to throw the divine thunder, but found that she couldn't summon it at all. She was shocked and could only teleport. But in the blink of an eye she was hit by the monster again, breaking another rib. Jia inhaled in pain. She took out Li Yuan and tried to send out reincarnation.
but found that it was still useless. The spiritual power could only be used for teleportation, not for attacks. At this time, Jiyo also understood that this level was dedicated to body-refining cultivators, and she was afraid that she could only resist with her fists. There was no other way. Jiyo could only dodge and fight back with her fists. Only a quarter of an hour passed, and Jiyao's fists landed on the monster. But she herself had 8 broken ribs, and the organs in her body had begun to bleed. It was only the black and white gas that was constantly repairing her body that kept her going. Otherwise she would have been killed long ago. The monster was very angry at this time, and its usual eating habit was to play its prey to death first, and then enjoy it later. But the piece of meat in front of me is still alive and kicking. Why is it so difficult to eat meat? The more it thought about, the angrier it became, and it hit Jiyo again. Jiyo had tried her best to avoid it, but the area inside the tower was too narrow. She was hit again and fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The bones in her body were no longer intact, and her lungs were all broken. Seeing the opportunity, the monster picked up Jiyo with its horns and threw her up, then watched helplessly as Jiyo fell to the ground. In this way, Jiyo was thrown up and down by the monster like a rag doll, supported by a will. In the end, Jiyao's whole body was scarred, and her breath was a little weak. Chapter 792 July Rescue. Seeing Jiyao lying motionless on the ground, the monster licked its lips with saliva and took a bite. At this moment, Jiyao suddenly appeared at the stairs on the 8th floor. Seeing this, he was shocked and immediately appeared in front of Jiyao, took out a treasure dagger, and inserted it into its mouth. Ouch! The monster roared violently, causing the entire tower to shake. Others also stopped and looked around with some fear. Jiyao immediately helped Jia to the corner and stuffed the pill into her mouth. But Jiyao's eyes were closed tightly at this time. Her whole body was completely unsupported. Her bones were broken, and she was leaning against Jiyao's body so softly. Chi-Chi could only keep giving her elixirs while keeping an eye on the monsters. When she was on the 7th level, since she was a practitioner of law and her control of spiritual power was already perfect, it didn't take long at all. But now she still feels that she is too slow. If she is faster, she can fight side by side with Jiyao. Master, someone has reached the 8th floor, and he said to Qian Hanya in surprise. It was so fast this time. Well, if my guess is right, it should be one of the 2 little girls. Qian Hanya nodded. He also knew some chi-gazing techniques. Although he was not proficient in it, he could tell that the girl named Qiyu excellent luck. The other one is Rongli, second only to Chi-Chi. That's why he is so arrogant. As for Jiyao, he couldn't see it at all and couldn't notice it at all. This was also the reason why he was somewhat interested in her as soon as they met, because he had never encountered such a situation before. Later, the more he came into contact with her, the more Qian Hanya admired her. In the world of cultivation, it is rare to find someone with a pair of clean eyes and a kind heart. No one can reach the top this time. Qian Hanya was full of confidence in Jiyu. The most important test of this trial tower is the character, not just the cultivation. And he didn't know why his master was so confident. But he was a little curious about whether his master was right, because no one has ever passed the last level of this trial tower. His master once reached the last level, but failed and was teleported out. On the other side, the injuries in Jiya's body recovered quickly under the dual effects of black and white gas and pills. She tried to open her eyes, and saw Chiyue, who was fighting the monster. Although Jiya's cultivation level is higher than Chiyue's, her physical training level is lower than Chiyue's. One is because the body refining time is earlier in July, and the other is because body-shaping pills will be refined in July, which can increase body strength. And she is not afraid of erysipelas. She can get rid of it by drinking a few sips of the spiritual spring water in the space. Therefore, Chichio's physical cultivation level is much higher than her legal cultivation level, and now it is handled by nascent soul. It is also for this reason that she can catch the monster's moves and cause a little damage to the monster. Jia wanted to help, but found that she couldn't move at all. She was a little anxious. She was alone in Chiyue. It might not be easy to subdue the monster. She looked inside her body anxiously, and found that her internal organs had been repaired and her bones were still broken. No wonder she couldn't move. Master, you run the star tempering technique, and I'll let the blood beads help you refine your body and surpass the nascent soul. Shushu spoke at this time. Blood bead? Isn't it destroyed? Jia was stunned. She had never found the blood bead since she woke up from the death tribulation. She thought it was destroyed by the thunder tribulation.
Chapter 793 Bone Forging Period. It was indeed almost destroyed at that time. Before I lost consciousness, I received it into the space inside my body. Shushu was a little lucky. This was the blood bead of 10,000 years of drought demon. The energy and blood inside was very rich. Enough for the owner to cultivation to the point of becoming a god. Thank you, Shushu. Thank you. Shiyu smiled weakly. Shushu was really worried about her master. She immediately started to run the star tempering technique. And Shushu opened the space in her body and released the blood beads. As soon as the blood beads came out, I wanted to fly up and down playfully. But suddenly I found that the owner was injured. It was startled, immediately stopped its movements, and began to radiate energy and blood crazily, hoping that Jiyao would recover faster. Jia concentrated on running the star tempering technique, and her energy and blood were desperately pumping into her bones and meridians. At this moment, the black and white gas also came to join in the fun. They penetrated into the bones along with the chi and blood, and actually had a bonus effect. Jia noticed the rapid healing of the bones, and was a little surprised. When did this energy and blood become so powerful? Or is it the effect of the black and white gas? But she didn't have time to think too much. As soon as her bones recovered, she stood up suddenly, rushed towards the monster, and punched it on the back. When Chi-Chi saw that Ji Yao had recovered so quickly, she felt relieved and focused more on dealing with the monsters. Ji Yao, on the other hand, was running the star tempering art while teleporting to attack the monster. She and Chi Yue completely confused the monster's sight and knocked it unconscious. The blood and black and white gas in Ji Yao's body were still running wildly and were absorbed by her body. The two concentrated on fighting against the monsters. But Ji Yao's cultivation was too low after all, and she was always injured by the monsters. But every time he was hit, the energy and blood were absorbed faster. Shiyu discovered this and let go of the fight completely. Anyway, if she hits a monster or a monster hits her, it can help her refine her body. It doesn't matter which method is used. Chiyue felt the blood gushing from Ji Yao's body, guessed Ji Yao's plan, and began to cooperate with her. This fight lasted for an hour, and the monster was almost exhausted. There were wounds all over its body, and it couldn't eat meat to replenish its body. Such a long fight was too much for it. Chiyue was very involved in the fight at this time, and even Chiyue looked a little scared when she looked at her. After all, at this moment, she didn't stop at all and kept taking action. And not only was there no sign of exhaustion, but it was getting stronger and stronger, coupled with a cold look on her face. It was really scary. If he hadn't known her before, he might have thought she was a lunatic. Crack! The body-refining barrier in Hiya's body finally broke, and she successfully advanced to the bone-forging stage, which is the nascent soul stage of spiritual cultivation. Ouch! The demon beast was punched in the back by the advanced Ji Yao. It screamed in pain and then lay down, breathing heavily. Shiyu was also awake at this time, and she would be addicted to fighting every time she advanced in body training. She came to Chi-Chi's side and looked at the monster with fear, worried that it was pretending to be weak. Ouch! The monster screamed at Ji Yao and Chiyue with some fear and some flattery. It was completely subdued and convinced. He gave up! Chi-Chio smiled. She had a friend who was also convinced by her. The monster is relatively simple. If you really defeat it, it will listen to you and will not be as cunning as a human cultivator. Hearing this, Ji Yao knelt down and touched the monster's head, while the monster rubbed against Ji Yao shamelessly, with no trace of the fact that it wanted to swallow Ji Yao before. Chapter 794 Dishang. Ji Yao raised her eyebrows. This monster is quite aware of current affairs. Open your mouth! Shiyu patted the monster's mind. The monster beast was a little confused after hearing this, but still opened its mouth. Shiyu smiled and threw a pill in. This was a pill to help it repair its injuries. Sure enough, after taking the elixir, the monster felt a warm current in its body. Its injuries were rapidly recovering, and its whole body was full of strength. You stay here carefully and fulfill your duties. You know. Shiyu rubbed the monster's head. This must be done to restore the monster's fighting strength. Otherwise they will be making weighing clothes for the people behind them. After all, everyone is here for the trial, and Jio cannot foolishly hope that those people will catch up with them. By the way, if this person can't beat you, you're not allowed to eat him. You know? Jia waved her hand, and Si Ruachen's appearance appeared in midair. The monster nodded obediently. It didn't dare to eat. Otherwise, they would have to tear themselves apart. So good. Jiyu smiled with satisfaction, stood up and came to Chiyue. and the two of them stepped onto the 9th floor together. There are also several compartments on the 9th floor. Xiao and Chiyue looked at each other. Could it be another dream? The two finally chose a cubicle and walked in. As soon as she stepped into the room, a bolt of thunder-attributed Kendo artistic conception hit her. Chiyue was startled and immediately turned sideways. The Kendo artistic conception brushed past her cheek, and the impact caused some pain in Chiyue's face. Just as Chiyue dodged it, another Kendo conception struck, forcing her to take out Li Yuan's sword and face it. But why does this Kendo artistic conception look so familiar? Seeing the thunder-attributed Kendo artistic conception that collided and eventually cancelled each other out, Chiyue suddenly realized, wasn't that Kendo artistic conception exactly the same as her own? Even the power is the same. Another attack came. Chiyue could only meet it again, and the two offset each other again. So Chiyue planned to use reincarnation, but found that it didn't work at all. She could only send out the thunder attribute Kendo mood. And during this delay, she was hit by the lightning attributed swordsmanship, and she was immediately injured. Fortunately, she had advanced her body training before, so her injuries were not serious. The attack struck again, and Chiyue could only use the thunder attribute swordsmanship to fight back. At this time, she also understood the meaning of this level. This is to allow her to defeat herself and make progress. So, Chiyue began to observe the weaknesses of the sword's artistic conception while fighting back. And at the same time, she recalled the feeling of the divine thunder hitting her body and Li Yuan when she survived the disaster. Gradually, her thunder attribute swordsmanship gradually strengthened, and her attack power became stronger and stronger. From the beginning, she could leave a little attack, and in the end, she completely covered the opponent's thunder attribute swordsmanship. Chiyue smiled slightly. Her conception of thunder attribute swordsmanship had reached its peak, but at this moment, a reincarnation suddenly attacked and knocked Chiyue away. Poof! Chiyue fell to the ground and spit out a mouthful of blood. She was very surprised at this time. She never thought that this could help her improve other things, but she didn't have time to think. As another reincarnation struck over, Chiyue could only roll on the spot to avoid the reincarnation, then stood up suddenly and faced the new attack with a reincarnation. She understood the routine and didn't think much about it. She just kept recalling the feeling of death in her mind, the feeling of slowly disappearing vitality. In this way, Chiyue began the process of understanding reincarnation. Chapter 795, Reaching the Summit. This realization lasted for 3 hours. And it was only a small achievement, because the artistic conception of life and death was the #1 artistic conception after all. And it was really difficult to understand. Chiyue still has a little bit of understanding because she has experienced life and death. After successfully comprehending it, all attacks stopped. Chiyue laughed happily when she thought about the changes in her strength. For sword cultivators, it is not enough to simply improve their cultivation. They also need to continuously comprehend. She smiled slightly and walked out with Li Yuan in hand. However, she didn't see Chi-Chi when she came out. She didn't know if she had left. Chiyue didn't waste any time and continued to go up to the 10th floor. Chi-Chio is still on the 9th floor, because she is a Dharma cultivator and still has 5 attributes. She has many more attack methods than Chiyue. After all, swordsmen usually just slash around with a sword, but they often kill the enemy to pieces. But Rongli and the others are still on the 5th floor. The people behind them have experienced different experiences from Chiyue and the others. Only the first 3 are the ones who truly understand the trial. Those who wake up later face different tests. On each floor, different numbers and types of treasures will appear, causing them to fight for each other. Therefore, many of the monks who came in have fallen, and Rongli and Bailey Shang are some of the most powerful figures among them. Although the treasure is good, it cannot compare with one's own strength. But some people never understand this truth. People are always full of greed and never know how to be satisfied. Master, someone has reached the top floor. And he had been observing the situation of the tower. But suddenly his consciousness saw that the last floor was actually glowing. This is a sign that someone has entered the final level. Xian Hanya woke up from meditation after hearing the words, extended his consciousness, and found that the last layer was bright. I don't know who it is. Xian Hanya raised his eyebrows, a little curious. Yes, it went pretty fast this time. It's only been a few days. And he was rarely excited. He had come to participate before, but unfortunately, he only made it to the 8th floor. If he hadn't run so fast, he would have become the meat in the monster's belly now. The two of them paid close attention to the tower, wondering if anyone could pass the level this time. Xia on the other side arrived at the 10th floor, which was the last floor. She stepped up with some surprise, and suddenly found that the layout here was very similar to Pei Yi's study. There's just one difference here. There's only one sitting place. Not where Xia used to be. Everything here tells others that he is alone. Xia frowned in confusion. Since she had entered the time fragment and experienced the lives of others, it meant that Pei Qing, Pei Yi's apprentice, really existed. But there are no traces of the lives of the two people here. Could it be that the apprentice left? Xia did not lower her guard and carefully observed the layout here. She came to the desk and looked through the copybooks, but suddenly paused. She picked up a special piece of paper, which needed to be refined before she could see the content on it. I don't know whether this kind of thing is good or bad, and usually no one would choose to take risks. But Xiao and Pei Yi had been together for a while, and she felt an inexplicable affinity for this piece of paper. It was as if this was what Pei Yi had left for himself. Monks always trust their instincts, and Jiyu is no exception. She threw a defensive formation at the entrance to the 10th floor, then sat down and began to refining the piece of paper. Chapter 796 Pei Yi's Life. After a quarter of an hour, Jiyu finally saw the content on the paper. I have been abandoned since birth. I was an unwanted child, and had no idea who my parents were. I grew up in a beggar's den. In order to have enough food, I fought with the beggars and fought with dogs for food. I was scarred every day, and never had a full meal. Then one day, someone saw me and asked me if I wanted to live a good life. Live in a big house, and have food to eat every day. I agreed, thinking I would have a good life. But that was the beginning of the nightmare in my life. That man was a well-dressed beast who liked to attack children. At first, he just thought I looked good and could not hide my scars. Until one time, he saw me recovering from my injuries. That night was my lifelong nightmare. I resisted, but how could a 5-year-old kid defeat him? Later, I wanted to die, but I was saved every time. I hate him, and since I can't die, I will let him die. So, I started deliberately pandering to him just to kill him. That night, I cut his neck with a knife. Blood splashed all over my face. But I smiled happily, and I was finally free. I killed him and ran away, hiding from him. This was my first time killing someone, but I didn't regret it. I just regretted not killing him earlier. Later, I met a dying man. I saw him fall from the sky and lose his breath. I stepped forward and took away his things, which also opened the door to a new world. Without a teacher, I have been practicing for thousands of years, all by myself. I am not a good person, and I never show mercy when I kill people because of their dirty eyes. My life sucked. So when I saw him living on the street, I saw myself. I thought maybe I could give him a good new life. I took him back, healed his injuries, and took him as my disciple, naming him Pei Qing. He is different from others. His eyes are very clean, and sometimes he is a little clever. His handwriting was ugly, so I asked him to copy my copybook, but it still had no effect. He would grill me fish every day and say something he thought was funny. I would occasionally laugh along with him, even though I didn't find it funny at all. We tied lanterns and guessed lantern riddles together, because he said this was the lantern festival in the secular world. For the first time, I felt like I wasn't alone. Life, it turns out, can be dull but happy. However, this kind of happiness does not belong to me after all. One day, he seemed to be different. It's obviously still him, but something is different after all. I gradually began to distance myself from him, and I didn't have much contact with him except for practicing. Unexpectedly, as he grew up, his eyes gradually became like those of some animals. I was disappointed and drove him away. One day later, he came back, but he was also possessed. I killed him with my own hands, but there was no way to eliminate his demonic seed, so he could only seal it away. Later, I refined this tower to seal his demon seed, and I have stayed here for 2,000 years. I have long been accustomed to being alone. It's just that I have already advanced to Mahayana, but I can't ascend, because the nightmare in my heart can never be removed. Even if it was thousands of years ago, it has become my inner demon, and I cannot let go of myself. Chapter 797 Demon Seed. In the past few days, foreigners have attacked Chifeng realm. I thought, since I can't live anymore, I should do my best for this Chifeng world. However, my apprentice's demon species has no choice but to stay here. I set this place up as a place of trial, hoping that in the future a destined person can eliminate the demon species for me. And this trial tower is the reward.
Xiao's eyes were moist and red, and she held the paper tightly in her hands. It turns out that I have really been to ancient times and stayed there for 20 years. Although she didn't understand the mystery of the time fragments, she knew that the person Pei Yi was talking about was her. She didn't expect that such a beautiful person would encounter so many things. She was heartbroken and sad. If she could, she wished that when she passed by, it would be when Pei Yi was taken away. In this way, all bad. He will never experience it again. Jia took a deep breath, suppressed the discomfort in her heart, and looked at the conspicuous box on the desk. The box is covered with various formations, all intertwined together. And the material of the box is extremely hard, and it will definitely not be opened with force. She came to the box. Her eyes fell on the lock above, and suddenly, she remembered the key she had obtained in the Cannibal Valley. Jia took out the key, tried to insert the key into the lock, and twisted it gently. Bah! The lock actually opened. Jia looked at the open lock and suddenly remembered the destined person Pei Yi said. It turns out that those who are destined need to go to the Cannibal Valley first. Just thinking about the demon inside, Jia didn't dare to continue moving.
Shushu, how much do you know about the demon species? Is there any way to deal with it?
Jia could only ask Shushu for advice, because there were too few records about the demon species.
The demon seed is the core of a monster. Monsters are different from demon cultivators. Monsters are composed of demonic energy from top to bottom, and are generally born. However, some cultivators may turn into monsters in the later stages. At first, they just entered the devil, and then slowly became corrupted by the devil, and finally turned into a monster completely, and its heart will form a demon seed. It cannot be killed by ordinary means, and can only be sealed. However, if the demon seed is not destroyed, it will resurrect and form a monster again whenever there is an opportunity. However, you are really destined. Your methods can deal with monsters. Chaos Sky Fire, Xiaolian and Jingyuan Pearl can restrain it or even destroy it.
Shushu also felt at this time that many things are really true. It is destined by heaven. And the way of heaven may have also tested the master before, including the calamity of death. It always feels that the master is actually following the arrangements of heaven step by step. I'm afraid, in the end, she has her own special mission.
I know.
Jia nodded seriously. Fortunately, she just had a way to deal with it. She summoned Xiulian and Chaos Heavenly Fire together. As for the Pure Fate bead, it still stayed on her forehead. Since it entered, Jia has been unable to control it. Jia communicated tactics with Xiulian and Chaos Skyfire, then held the yuan tightly with her right hand, and suddenly opened the lid of the box with her left hand. And she didn't care to think, and teleported away quickly.
Roar!
Suddenly a large plume of black smoke came out of the box, accompanied by an angry roar.
What's wrong?
Everyone in the tower was shocked. Qian Hanya and an Yi were also shocked. There was actually a little black smoke coming out of the last layer. Chapter 798, Using Yourself as Bait.
Huh?
As soon as the black smoke was released, it noticed Xiao. And it hummed a little strangely, because this person actually had a familiar aura on him. Xiao looked at the black smoke in front of her defensively. It was no different from the black smoke she saw at the inn before. Maybe all monsters are like this. Haiyan was only briefly confused. It had no memory and no intelligence. It was just a demon seed now, and was no longer Pei Qing, Pei Yi's disciple. Xiao also didn't expect that the person she once possessed would look like this now. But it is her mission to get rid of the demon seed. Xi Yao's eyes narrowed, and she drove Xiaolian and Chaos Sky Fire to surround them. The black smoke was instinctively afraid of Xiaolian and the others. As soon as they saw them approaching, it turned into countless particles and dissipated in the air. It wanted to drill outside the tower, but found that it was impossible. It could only reach a little outside the tower. As long as it exceeded the area of the first floor, it could not continue to go out. This high tower seemed to have some kind of barrier, trapping it tightly. Pei Yi had already planned for today. How could he not leave any backup plan? This tower is like a prison cell, and it cannot be separated from it. Jia held the yuan and paid close attention to her surroundings. At this time, she was completely unaware of where the black smoke was. Xiaolian and Chaos Skyfire couldn't notice it either, so they could only search around. Black smoke has been floating in the air, looking for opportunities to fight back. Although there is no intelligence, the monster still has the intelligent instinct. It also knows that the key point is Jia. As long as she is gone, the rest will not exist. So, it secretly observed Xiao.
trying to find an opportunity to attack Xiao. There was a stalemate between one demon and one person. A quarter of an hour later, Jia frowned. She felt that there was no way to go on like this. After all, they couldn't find it at all. If it goes on for a long time and other people come up, it will be even more troublesome. Because demons can possess humans. As long as they are contaminated a little, they are likely to be corroded by the demons and eventually turn into monsters. This is why Pei did not hesitate to kill his disciples and still guarded them. After much deliberation, Jia could only think of one way. Use yourself as bait and resolve everything in your own body. This risk is extremely high. If it fails to be eliminated in the end, Jia will also turn into a monster.
Shu Shu, do you think I can succeed?
Ji Yao asked Shu Shu in the sea of consciousness.
Okay, but if it doesn't work, I'm still here.
Shu Shu replied in a deep voice. If it really doesn't work, he will seal the demon seed. It's just that. He may never wake up. Jia didn't know Shu Shu's true thoughts. She thought Shu Shu meant that if it didn't work, it could also get rid of this demon. Thinking of this, she decided to give it a try. If the demon species is really allowed to exist, everyone else in this tower today may become a demon. There was Chi Chi and Siruachan here, and she couldn't accept it. Now that she has made up her mind, she is not going to back down. She used her spiritual consciousness to communicate with Xiaoyan and Chaos Heavenly Fire, allowing them to come in the moment the demon species entered her body, and work together to deal with the demon species. After the explanation was clear, Jia began to pretend to be impatient, as if she was planning to give up. Later, she even sat on the ground, holding her chin in her hands and dazed. Although the demon species is a bit smart, they are not human after all. How can you tell that this is all a routine? Chapter 799 Falling into the Trap. It foolishly believed it, and slowly approached Xiao. Just when it came into contact with Ji Yao's body, it suddenly gathered together, and burrowed into Ji Yao's body. Xiaoyan and Chaos Skyfire also followed in instantly. Jio had been waiting for this moment. As soon as the black smoke entered her body, her soul immediately came to the sea of consciousness. Xiaoyan and Chaos Skyfire surrounded it. The white fox and the little white Tuan were playing in the dantian. When they heard the noise, they were startled and hurried towards the sea of consciousness.
Go back quickly! Hurry up!
Jio was startled and immediately told them to go back. White Fox and Xiao Bai Tuan are not the enemies of the demon species. Not only will they not be able to help if they stay here, they may also allow the demon species to succeed. The White Fox was stunned. Although he didn't understand why, he still obediently led the little white group away, but did not return to his dantian. It can also help if something goes wrong.
Roar!
Black smoke began to slowly become smaller under the attack of Shulian and Chaos Skyfire, letting out a painful howl. This huge sound immediately made Ji Yao feel dizzy, and her soul was somewhat affected. However, she endured the discomfort and remained highly focused. After all, the other party was in her sea of consciousness, and she might become a fool if she was not careful. This howl once again attracted the attention of Rongli and the others. Their fighting speed was already much faster, but this howl made them very anxious. Now there are people in front of them, and now they seem to have a great opportunity. Everyone was a little flustered.
Fellow Taoists, why don't we join forces for these levels? Let's fight over how to divide the treasures later. After all, a great opportunity is ahead of us. It would be a pity if we missed it for this reason.
Rongli held back his inner eagerness, said gently to Bailey Shang and Humble. Here are just a few of them who are the strongest and have the best cooperation.
Okay.
Bailey Shang and Musashi both agreed, and they were anxious.
Huh? I don't need to cooperate with you. But looking at you, you can't do it without me. So just cooperate,
he said with a humble curl of his lips. Cooperating with these wastes really lowered his status. Rongli was angry in his heart, but his smile became even happier. Several people began to cooperate and obtain treasures together. They have now reached the 7th floor, but what they are facing is not Gio and the others' chance. They are still treasures. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Since you chose the treasure at the beginning, you will naturally not be able to have the understanding. Chi-Chi was already fighting with his own moves, but when he heard this voice, his heart tightened, and he struck harder. She could guess that something must have happened to Ziyao again. Siruachan was fighting with the monster at this time. As soon as the monster heard the howl, it immediately curled up in fear and hid in the corner. Siruachan was covered in injuries. He originally thought he was going to die here, but he didn't expect that things would take a turn for the worse. At this time,
He didn't think about anything else and endured the pain as he climbed the stairs to the 9th floor.
Master, what is this?
And Yi's heart sank when he heard the howling.
I don't know.
Qian Hanya shook his head and frowned tightly. Combined with the black smoke he saw before and the roar just now, he instinctively felt that the situation was not good. I once reached the final level, but failed to encounter this thing. Could it be that someone really found the key to the last level?
Maybe someone can really pass the level,
Qian Hanya murmured. Maybe someone can finally climb to the top of the trial tower after countless years. Chapter 800 An Unfortunate Misunderstanding. In the sea of consciousness, the black smoke is getting smaller and smaller, and it no longer howls. It rushes left and right, trying to escape. But once it is captured by Shilian and Chaos Skyfire, how can it be possible to let it escape? Jia saw that the black smoke was about to be extinguished, and she felt relieved. It seemed to be useful. She waited patiently for the demon species to be eliminated. But 2/4 of an hour later, she discovered that the demon species had not changed. There was obviously only the last bit left. But no matter how hard Xiaolian and the others tried, nothing changed. Jiu's heart sank. Could it be that she really couldn't do anything about it? At this time, the demon also discovered that he seemed to be in no pain. The other party no longer posed a threat to him. So it flew arrogantly to Shilian, and then flew to Chaos Skyfire. As if showing off, the demon species roared wildly in Ji Yao's sea of consciousness. Finally, he began to look at Ji Yao's sea of consciousness and found that it was very large. So he thought of replacing it. This could be its new home. Ji Yao suddenly felt like her scalp was numb as she was being stared at. Her heart tightened. It seemed that this demon was really targeting her. Shilian and Chaos Skyfire were both a little anxious. They surrounded the demon species, but found that the other party was really not afraid of them anymore. The demon species was impatient at this time. These things would bully it, which was really annoying. It fainted, and finally attacked Ji Yao's soul directly. Ji Yao was startled and immediately wanted to run away, but she couldn't outrun the speed of the demon. The demon transformed into a big mouth and bit into Ji Yao's soul.
Beautiful girl!
The white fox's heart trembled when he saw this, and he rushed over. Xiaolian and the others were also frightened and tried to help, but it was of no use. Shushu also opened the cover, and was about to sacrifice himself to seal the demon species, but suddenly stopped.
Roar!
Just as the demon bit Ji Yao's small light ball of soul, her soul suddenly emitted a ray of light, which immediately enveloped the demon and quickly eroded the demon. And Ji Yao couldn't see it. At this time, the red lotus on her forehead became translucent, and emitted a dazzling light, directly passing through the tower and heading towards the sky. This huge beam of light not only attracted the attention of people in the tower, but also attracted people in the distance. There is usually only one possibility in this situation, and that is the birth of a treasure. Everyone was excited and rushed towards the Cannibal Valley one after another. Ronli and the others were also anxious. They didn't want any treasures and rushed directly to the 10th floor. At this time, the tower's restrictions were gone, and they rushed to the 10th floor. What they saw was Jia sitting cross-legged on the ground with her chin up and her eyes closed. Although the light on her forehead had disappeared, the red lotus was still translucent. At first glance, it was not a decoration, but a treasure. Bailey Shan was the first to take action and struck Shi Yao with his sword.
Get out!
Shi Yao also caught up at this time, teleporting to stand in front of Zio and blocking the attack for her. Shi Yao sensed the danger, but now that it was the last moment, she couldn't just give up. Just give her a little more time. A little bit is enough.
Oh, anyone can fight for the opportunity. Why should we get out?
Bailey Shan smiled coldly. As long as the opportunity he saw was his.
Isn't that right? Beauty, I advise you to get out of the way. Otherwise I can't guarantee that you can survive.
He smiled humbly and mockingly. His chance finally arrived.